Listen now to The Adventures of Sam Spade, starring Howard Duff in The Convertible Caper.
Sam Spade, Detective Agency.
Me, sweetheart.
Sam, I knew you'd have the courage to come back and face it.
Well, I'm back, Effie. What shall I face first?
You didn't do something else, did you, Sam?
Besides what?
Besides running away with that woman in a stolen car.
You're a little mixed up, Effie. The car was stolen from her.
You mean it was her own car?
Well, not exactly, Effie. You see, she stole it from somebody else, and then somebody stole it from her, and then I got it back for her.
Well, it must have been quite a car to be worth all that trouble.
It wasn't so much the car, Effie, as...
Party? Sam, I don't understand.
Think it over, sweetheart. I'll be right down to dictate my report.
Oh, Sam, look at you. Can't you take no for an answer?
And just what do you mean by that, Miss Perrine?
Claw marks on your face.
Wrong again, sweetheart. She said yes, I said no. Hence the question.
I knew she was that type the minute she walked into this office. That ankle bracelet and green nail polish.
Green nail.
Well, shoe polish.
This one goes to homicide, Effie.
Oh, not another murder, Sam.
What else? To Detective Lieutenant Dundee from Samuel Spade, license number 127597. Subject, the convertible case. Dear Dundee, it has been a dull morning, but just before lunchtime, things began to brighten up. Her clothes looked like money, and what they were wrapped around looked even better. She eased herself into the chair I pushed up for her, rattled about $1,000 worth of charm bracelet at me, and after she'd arranged her legs, mouth, and eyes to our mutual satisfaction, she allowed me to hear the sound of her beautiful voice.
I do not know whether you will be interested in my case or not, Mr. Spade.
Put your mind at rest, Miss,
Estrada. Who knows? Perhaps I am merely a waste of time.
My time is your time, as you say in the States, Mrs. Stein.
Oh, you are very simpatico, very kind. Entonces, my automobile has been stolen.
When and from where?
Last night, after midnight, while I was checking in at the Hotel San Rafael, where I am staying, I foolishly left it parked outside with the keys in it.
Have you reported it to the police?
No.
I suggest you do.
No.
No?
No.
Well, why not?
Because I stole it from another.
I see.
No, but you do not yet know all. If the police find the car and notify the one from whom I stole it, then that one will know that I am in San Francisco.
And that's that.
It's not so bad. If he finds out I am in San Francisco, then he will come here and kill me. That is why I must recover the car rapidly and without the police. You will be glad to help me.
Be very pleasant, Mr. Estrada, but hot cars are not exactly in my line.
You wish that I...
Nobody would murder you just for stealing his car.
Oh, not for the car, no. Already he tried to kill me once, twice, 3 times. So I take the car and drive away rapidly.
Away from where?
Mexico State of Chihuahua, where this pig resides who wishes to murder me.
Why?
He drinks, he becomes a beast. He accuses me of... Look here on my shoulder, the scar. Well, already he cuts me with a knife. Uh-huh. Now you have seen something that changes your mind about me, huh? You see that I am sincere.
Why, Miss Estrada, I never had any doubt.
Oh, please. I am without friends. You would call me Mistress?
Yes, you do.
Bueno, now you're friends. In the car is sitting the pig.
What's this pig's name?
Pig is the only name I will honor him with. Pig. Pig.
What makes it cars, this?
Vanza. You know this kind of car?
Yeah, it's a foreign car. I've seen a few around. This must have set the pig back several $1,000.
Huh, he steals everything. Listen, my darling, please notice. Around here is pink with blue fenders.
Not anymore. That's the first thing a car thief changes, the paint job. Any other distinguishing marks? Yes.
I was going it has a radio.
You don't say.
And it has 2 windshield wipers.
Well, I'll buzz around, meet you. If I find anything, I'll let you know. My fee is...
Yes. Yes, that is something else. I have no money.
Oh, that's great. That's just great.
But I am sincere. He says so. Look, my darling, take this. It is worth very much. See? This little charm alone. Platinum set with diamonds. Worth very much. You will keep it until I tell you, huh? Adios, Father.
She thrust the charm bracelet into my hand, bit me on the ear, and departed. I put a Band-Aid on it, ran some cold water over my head, poured myself a stiff slug of bourbon, and examined the bracelet. The dangle she pointed out was a white metal disc with a monogram in diamonds, two vertical bars with a horizontal one on top. It was the Greek letter pi or the initial PT, depending on who had stolen it from whom. I knew it was at least worth my fee. I dropped it into my pocket and went out. My first stop was over on Mission. The sign on the building says, Masterpiece Auto Painting, Joe Rembrandt, proprietor.
Sam, long time no see.
Hello, Joe.
Got something you want painted?
No, but I think you may have painted something I want.
Sam, you know me. They drive them in the front. We spray the paint on them and push them out the back. No questions asked.
That's quite a turnover, Joe.
Yeah, we're going big time. Got the exclusive now for the syndicate work in the hill.
Is that right?
Yeah. What are you looking for, Sam? A murder car?
Could be. It's a custom job, foreign car, Deonta. Hey, here's what it looks like.
Yeah. Convertible. Sure. Come in this morning. Two-color job.
Which two colors?
Canary yellow body, baby blue fenders. Yeah, quite a car, Sam. Quite a snazzy heat.
Heath, huh?
Yeah. Is that what you want to know?
It was. Happy Herman Heath was one of the biggest used car thieves in the city. As I got off the streetcar in front of Happy Herman's lot, a flash of canary yellow paint caught my eye. I strolled down between the rows of cars and found it.
Yes, sir, Heath's the name. Happy Herman Heath. Every car on this lot is in perfect mechanical condition. Take your choice.
Kind of hard to choose, Herman. There's so many here.
Yes, sir. It takes a heap of heaps to make a heap of heaps.
Yeah. That yellow job with the blue fenders, huh?
Oh, yes, sir, but the motor in that car, it does need some work. Now, over here...
Does it run?
Oh, yes, it'll run. But over here...
This is more what I want. Let me try it. Sounds all right to me.
Oh, idling, yes, but needs some work in the transmission of the differential.
Mind if I drive it around the block?
Well, the mechanics are just about to work on it. Besides, I'm afraid this car is more than you care to invest.
Well, let me try it out anyway. Here, I'll leave a deposit. I reached in my pocket for Misha's charm bracelet. He took one look at it, and his expression changed.
Well, why didn't you say so? No deposit is necessary. The car's yours. Drive it as far as you like.
Thank you, Herman Heath. I took him at his word. I put the magic bracelet in my pocket, drove back to O'Farrell Street, parked in front of the San Rafael Hotel, slipped the doorman a buck to watch it for me, and went on into the lobby. The desk clerk said that Senorita Estrada had checked out 30 minutes before, leaving no address. I found the house chick in the bar and asked him for a rundown.
Yeah, I remember her, Sam. Very nice dish.
Any callers, Tiny?
Yeah, two guys.
Yeah?
Who went out when they came, ain't been back since.
Who were they?
You won't believe it, Sam. One of them was Tom Carey.
What's he doing in San Francisco? He's wanted for murder.
And I don't know, but there must be plenty in it if they brought him back across the border.
He's staying here?
Yeah, room 613.
Do me a favor, will you, Tiny?
Anything at all, Sam.
There's a car parked outside in the loading zone here. Stow it in the hotel garage for me, will you? Upstairs, as far out of sight as you can get it. I went upstairs and rang the buzzer at room 613. The door was opened by a little dark-complected man with hard eyes and Indian features. There was a mean-looking knife in his hand, but he put it away at a nod from Tom Carey.
How'd you find out I was in town?
Not from Meech's.
I don't know how much she told you, Sam, but if she told you this much, she was 11. It's $1 million caper. And you know some of the things I've done for less.
What's in it for me?
What'd she pay you?
Nothing. She left this charm bracelet in Hawk.
Now, boss, I caught him now.
Shut up, Parson. Give me that bracelet. Mine.
Watch it, Tom. Don't crowd me. I got something bigger than this, or you wouldn't be here.
All right, Sam, what do you want?
I want to hear you talk.
I guess you know I've been down Mexico, eh?
I'm listening.
I got a little business down there, garage business.
Running hot cars across the border from the States?
We tool them all. Little body work and his serial number, like plastic surgery.
Sounds like a good business. You shouldn't be neglecting it.
You met the dame.
She says you want to kill her.
I was off my collar. I scared her. I didn't mean anything. I thought I could scare her into sticking around. I'll let Parco nick her shoulder a little bit.
Oh, just a little bit.
Yeah. I figured her wrong. I know that now. If I could see her for 5 minutes just to talk to her, I know it'd be okay.
I can't help you, Tom. I want to talk to her myself.
Listen, she hasn't got a penny, only that car. She figures I'm peddling that.
Not anymore.
She already sold it?
Some car thieves took it. She hired me to trace it.
Listen, maybe broke in a strange country. I'd look good to her again. Here's $1,000, Ken.
Oh, this is so sudden, Tom.
Nothing. When you see her again, give her that bracelet back, eh? It was a present from me. And whatever you do, don't find that car.
Okay, Tom, it's a promise. Only one thing I don't understand. You said it was $1 million caper.
I meant that. She's worth $1 million to me, Sam.
The girl, Tom?
Or the car? Oh, I wish you hadn't asked that question, Sam. I really do.
And now, back to the convertible caper. Tonight's adventure with Sam Spade.
When Tom Carey said $1 million caper, he meant just that. He never risked a rap for less than $100 grand, and no dame that ever lived was worth more to him than a hot mink coat. If Nietzsche wasn't the $1 million package, the car was. I didn't know what was in it. With Tom, it might be diamonds, dope, smuggled Chinese, or just plain money. So I went back to the hotel garage.
Number 1279.
I climbed the long, curving ramp to the second floor and found the canary yellow Deanza convertible crowded in behind 4 ranks of cars at the rear of the building. I started to work on it. Nothing in the luggage trunk, nothing under the seats, under the upholstery, and the door panels, nothing anywhere. Then I got Tiny sober, and the two of us went over the second time.
That's a cold lead, Sam.
It's not, I know it's not. Now think, Tiny, what's different about this car?
Well, solider built and most. This body work. I don't know. Hey, here's something.
What?
There's a hole punched out of this fender over here. About the size of a quarter.
Let me see that.
Yeah, right here. It curves under, see?
Yeah.
What's that you got?
Charm bracelet. Did you say this dangle on here was what was cut out of that fender?
Let me see. It fits. Fits even the curve.
Yeah.
What does it mean, Sam?
The dangle on the bracelet is solid platinum.
Hey, Sam, are you trying to tell me the fenders on this heap are solid platinum?
You got a pocket knife, Tiny?
Yeah. It shines. Sam, is this a hot car?
I didn't answer him. I didn't have to. He looked from the gray-white gleam of the bracelet shine to the square of paint I'd scraped off the fender and answered the question himself. Nietzsche's convertible was convertible in more ways than one. It was about the hottest car in San Francisco as of that moment. After I'd left the garage, I tried to phone Tom, but he wasn't in. I had an uncomfortable feeling he was out looking for me. He was. As I stepped out of the phone booth, there was a rush of air past my left ear. A knife stuck in the wood, less than an inch west of him. Came out in the street and found to see him duck around the corner into an alley. I ran after him. I collared him and stood him up against the wall.
Let me go. Let me go. I cut you down.
What do you know about that car? What do you know about that car? Come on, talk, you get more of this.
I don't know nothing. They don't tell me nothing.
Where's Meacher?
I don't know. Mitchell don't know nothing either. Only Tom and...
Tom and who else?
I don't talk no more.
They cutting you in?
I don't need no cut. The boss, he pays me good. 40 pesos. Sometimes more.
Work for me and I'll cut you in.
I cut you to pieces. The boss treats me good.
Sure, you do all the dirty work. If there's any trouble, you'll take the rap.
What means rap?
They put you in a little room and squirt gas in you. You fall dead.
Gas? Tom do this?
He does indeed.
Venga. Tom, I take you to see the man. Su nombre es Felix. I think he will be very happy to see you.
The place Paco took me to was about as high on Russian Hill as you can get. The house was old, faced in brownstone and had a high iron fence around it. And the gate was the nameplate, H.H. Lovely. When I opened it to go in, I noticed that Paco was no longer with me.
Oh, Mr. Spade, come in.
The gray-haired gentleman who greeted me was wearing a wing collar, a carnation, and a very distinguished air. I could hardly believe it, but he was definitely, beyond the shadow of a doubt, none other than the one and only Happy Herman Heath.
Well, Mr. Spade, I see that you're surprised.
I'm overwhelmed.
Lovely. Lovelace, that is the correct name. For my avocation, I selected my first and second names, the HH, you know. My full name is Herman Heath Lovelace. About that car, Mr. Spade.
Yeah, about that.
I must own that you outwitted me. I was rather proud of my little device, the disc on the charm bracelet, you know. When you showed it to me at my business establishment, I naturally thought you were authorized to fix the car.
Yeah, naturally.
However, I'm not averse to enterprise in a young man, and I'm prepared to pay for my blunder.
You said $1 million. I still couldn't accept, Mr. Lovelace.
Oh, why not?
I was hired to recover that car for my client. It's not mine to sell.
Well, it's certainly not hers.
I don't care whose it is. All I know is that my client's life is in danger and it has something to do with that car.
Yes, that's rather.
Yeah.
Excuse me one minute. Oh, right.
Hello, Papa.
That's all she said. And she stood there looking at me in that way that made you not care who she was double-crossing or why. Then she turned to Lovelace, alias Herman Heath.
How much does he know?
At last, everything I fear.
He has agreed to our terms?
Yes.
Good. I must have my bracelet back now, Sam.
Sure, it's right here in my... I reached in my coat pocket for the charm bracelet she'd given me to keep for her. It wasn't there. It wasn't in any of my pockets. I guessed that it was in one of Paco's pockets. Nietzsche watched me fumbling, her eyes blazing with anger.
You have lost it. We are helpless without that.
I thought it was the car you wanted.
Please, one thing at a time. I suggest that we first gain possession of the car.
Yes, Lovelace, you are right. First the car.
Ah, yes. This is the car at last. A princess in vulgar raiment, but still a princess. No royal coach carrying a king to a coronation ever held such riches.
Oh, you talk too much.
Oh, I do. Well, take your place at the wheel, Mitchell. We shall drive out of here into a splendid future. After you, Mr. Spade.
No, Mr. Heath. After you.
Ironic, isn't it, that with all my varied interests, I've never learned to drive a car.
Sarah too poco viejo.
You seem kind of shaky, Nietzsche. You sure you can handle the car down the ramp?
I'm very good driver, Waffle.
Mitchell, stop! Put on your brakes. There's a man coming up the ramp.
He was dead before I got to him. As I leaned over him, I saw the bracelet lying beside his hand. I picked it up and walked back to the car. Nietzsche and Herman Heath Lovelace were sitting in stony silence, glaring at each other.
Is he dead?
Yeah.
Was the bracelet on him?
I didn't look.
Lovelace, go and frisk him.
Must I? It's very distasteful to me. Come, Mr. Spade.
You fool, we trust this detective. Go on.
Very well.
Get in, Sam. Get in, we leave him here. What's the matter? Is something wrong?
Oh, nothing at all.
Come back here! This is an outbreak! I mean, come back here, I say!
Please, Waffle. A cigarette.
Sure. Here you are. De nada.
I saw you pick up the bracelet. I meant that you should share with me. That is why I gave you the bracelet in the first place. I liked you.
Couldn't have been because you were safe as long as Tom didn't know where the bracelet was, and if you had to kill somebody for it, it would be me.
Please, querida, what does it matter now? We are together, we have the car, we have the bracelet, and the pig is dead.
That's what worries me.
Oh, surely you do not think I meant to kill him.
Of course not. Your foot just slipped. You stepped on the gas by accident.
Yes, that was you.
It won't stick, sweetheart. Not with me.
But with the police?
My story won't help you. I don't know enough.
Oh? Then I tell you everything. I was with Tom for a year. I hated him 365 days. I tried to run away. Always that Papa came out and brought me back. Then, Senor Lovelace came with the car. Senor Lovelace had much money, but he could not take it from the country. So he bought, sold platinum. Some he received from refugees who had sent their fortunes abroad in that form. But there was no safe way to get it across the border.
So for a cut, Tom had the platinum made into fenders and welded onto the car. Why was the bracelet so important?
It was too dangerous for Lovelace to bargain directly. Tom was to get the money for the platinum and give the little piece of the fender as a token. Lovelace would know who to give the car to when they showed it to him.
That's why he let me drive the car off the lot, huh?
Oh, I don't care, darling, even if you try to steal it. Now we understand each other, no? You are tough, too. Tougher than Tom, I think.
Well,
Now we have everything for ourselves, you and me. What do we care for the others, huh?
you make a good pitch, sweetheart. You look beautiful while you're making it. But I don't like you driving.
What do you mean?
Pull over. I'm driving the thief back to the city.
No,
I said pull over.
I won't let you do it. I don't care what happens.
Take it easy. You want to kill us both?
Sure, I will kill us both. We die together or we live together. Yes or no?
You're nuts.
Answer me.
The answer is no.
Bueno, you will see I mean what I say.
The fog thinned out as we rounded a bend in the road. There was a point ahead with a sheer 300-foot drop to the sea. He jerked the car away from the pavement and steered straight at it. I grabbed the wheel and pushed it. The car skidded on gravel and flipped sideways toward the cliff. I got the door open and tried to yank her out with me. She held on and kicked me until I rolled free. She didn't look very beautiful when I saw her for the last time. And the flashy convertible was a pile of junk. Very expensive junk, but junk all the same. I understand the federal men have confiscated the platinum and are holding Lovelace for questioning. I doubt if it was crack. Nobody can embarrass a used car sale. Period. End of report.
Sam, do you really like this racket we're in?
I hate it.
So do I. But don't let's ever go into any other racket.
It's a promise, sweetheart. Why, I'll never know.
Good night.
Good night, sweetheart.
The Adventures of Sam Spade, Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, was written for radio by Bob Coleman and Gil Dowd, with musical direction by Lud Gluskin. Sam Spade is played by Howard Duff. Lorene Tuttle is Effie. Tonight's program was directed by Elliott Lewis.
The Adventures of Sam Spade, Detective, brought to you by Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic, the non-alcoholic hair tonic that contains lanolin. Wild Root Cream Oil, again and again the choice of men who put good grooming.
Sam Spade Detective Agency.
Me, sweetheart.
Oh, Sam, I got it.
Got what, my pet?
A bank book, Sam.
Well, you must advertise in the Lost and Found right away, Effie, and find the owner. There might be sickness in the family.
Oh, but it's your bank book, Sam.
What?
Uh-huh, it has your name on it. Samuel Spade, account number 4.
It's a forgery. Somebody's trying to pin something on me. Lock it up and don't touch it until I get there.
Oh, all right. Did you make a lot of money on this one, too?
Got the check right in my pocket, $500.
Oh, Sam, we're making more money than a movie star.
Well, almost.
And all honestly, too. 600 last week and 500 this week.
Yeah, how about that? Life just a 3-page spread to I Spy Molson. But we mustn't let it turn our heads, Effie.
No.
We gotta stay in there pitching. I'll be right down to pitch my report on the Adams Space Chamber.
Dashiell Hammett, America's leading detective fiction writer and creator of Sam Spade, the hard-boiled private eye, and William Spear, radio's outstanding producer-director of mystery and crime drama, join their talents to make your hair stand on end with the adventures of Sam Spade. Presented by the makers of Wild Root Cream Oil for the hair. You've heard the saying, you never know until you try. Well, you'll never know how handsome your hair can look until you try Wild Root Cream Oil. See for yourself how neatly and naturally Wild Root Cream Oil grooms your hair. Note how effectively it relieves annoying dryness and removes loose, ugly dandruff. You can get Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic in either the big economy-size bottle or the handy tube. Or you can ask your barber to use it on your hair. But by all means, try it. Don't delay. Get it today. Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first. And now, with Howard Duff starring as Spade, Wild Root brings to the air the greatest private detective of them all in The Adventures of Sam Spade.
I bought us a present. Oh, you're going to love it.
Well, we gotta watch these expenses, Effie. You know, there's always something.
Yes, but this will be saving. It saves confusion, it saves fretting.
Now, this gadget here, what is it?
It's a mini robot.
Oh, what about?
It's for busy men like yourself, Sam, so you don't have to burden your mind with petty details. You see, it has this dial on it, right here. And you drop these little cards in this slot. You don't have to worry about that. That's for me to take care of.
Oh, good.
Then, when you come into the office, and supposing you have an appointment with Mr. Jones at 2 o'clock, and you forgot about it, you just dial 2 o'clock, and the little card pops out. And it says, Mr. Jones.
How do I remember to dial 2 o'clock?
Oh. Well, maybe it's in the instruction book. But anyway, now go ahead. Please. Right, here. Now, dial 2 o'clock. Go on, Sam.
Let's see.
It's like a telephone, Sam.
Now what do I do?
Well, give it time, Sam. It's thinking.
Must have forgotten. Jones. Mr. Jones. Effie, you think it's dead?
Sam, I don't understand it. It was working perfectly. Well, I'll take it straight back first thing in the morning.
You'll have to. It'll never find the way itself. You got your book, sweetheart?
Yes, Sam. I don't understand. It was working perfectly.
Well, it's all right, honey. It doesn't matter. Date October 5, 1947, to Hillary Exon Esquire from Samuel Spade, license number 137596. Oh, honey, it's only a memo robot. Subject, the Adams Big Cable. Dear Mr. Exon, October 2nd in San Francisco was one of those days that you see blown off the calendar by a gust of wind in the movies to denote the time is passing. It was a day for scraping off the minutes with a fingernail file and wondering whether the display ad I'd paid for in the classified section of the phone book wasn't just a waste of money. It certainly wasn't the day I'd expect a leprechaun to walk into my office. He said his name was Adam Spade. He said he was the butler at Exon Manor in Los Nidos.
The limousine, Mr. Spade, was waiting to take you away. We mustn't keep them waiting, must we?
Of course we mustn't. Who mustn't we?
Why, Mr. Hillary, of course, sir.
Oh, Mr.
And
Hillary.
old Mr. Exon. The old gentleman is very ill.
Dr. Feige's office is down the hall. Turn to your right, second door.
Well, I assure you, sir, that Mr. Exon is the best of medical care. Your duty will be simple, to prevent his death.
Do I donate blood or just frighten away the evil spirit?
It isn't quite that, sir. Someone is trying to kill Mr. Exon. He's a very sick man, and I'm sure he'd prefer dying through natural causes.
I get $25 a day in expenses.
Here is an ample amount in advance. But you
100,
should know, sir, that the old man is a nasty, cantankerous villain of crooked intimidation.
$500? Please, Spade, you're talking about the man I love. Los Nidos was at least an overnight paper, so on my way out, my lovely and charming secretary, Miss Perrine, handed me a brown paper bag which contained A, one pair of socks, darned, B, one shirt, ironed, and C, the apple which she always polishes for me the night before. We arrived at your large Southern-style mansion 2 hours later.
Pig! Oh, Pig, where the devil have you been?
Sitting, sir.
I can't find the keys to the liquor closet. Where are all the maids? What happened to that cook we hired yesterday? Who is this man, and why is he wearing that necktie?
This is Mr. Spade, sir, the detective.
I'm Hillary Exon. Come in, please. Go on upstairs, Pig. See what that girl is doing to my father. I don't believe she's a nurse at all.
Very good.
In here, Mr. Spade. Pardon the condition of the house. The old man has been firing the servants again.
Your father, you mean?
Yes. Every time he gets caught at, he fires all the servants.
You get shot at pretty often?
About once a year. In the fall.
You always hire a detective?
No. Oh, dear.
I'm not keeping you up, am I?
No, excuse me, please. It's much worse this time. I can't get any sleep. Guns going off in the middle of the night. The whole household is disturbed.
When and where was he last shot at?
Yesterday morning at about 1:30. I dug the bullet out of the woodwork myself, a .38 caliber, embedded in the door frame that leads to Miss Haywood's room. That's his nurse.
Was she with him at the time?
No, Dad sleeps like a baby, full of sedatives. He sees to that.
Shot come from outside?
Yes, but we found nobody on the ground. No traces of anybody. I don't know whether Dad knows who shot at him or not. He's such a closed-mouthed old devil.
You don't care very much for your father, do you?
To be frank, Mr. Spade, if hating weren't such an effort, I would despise him. He is, without a doubt, listen. There, that's just a sample. Well, come on, let's see what's eating him now.
Get out! Well, you don't have to stand for it. Take that silly thing out of my sight. Don't you dare! Get out!
I'm quitting, Mr. Exon. I can't stand another minute. Yelling, screaming, throwing things at
You must have done something to set him off.
I didn't.
This is Mr. Spade, Miss Haywood.
Will it make you happier to know that I'm a private detective, Miss Haywood?
Mr. Spade, I only hope you can prevent it. If there's any way at all that I can help,
Thanks. I'll see you downstairs after I've talked to the old man.
You'd better go in alone, Spade. Oh, Miss Haywood, do you have a throat spray downstairs? I seem to be...
Go away! Go away! Well, wasting ammunition. Who are you? You're a total stranger. Come on in. Well, don't be afraid, son. Come on over where I can look at you. It's hard to keep my eyes open. Oh, I mustn't do that now. Oh, so you're the detective, eh?
That's right, Pop. If you want to take a little nap or something, I'll come back later.
What did I say just now? Come back later? No. There's no reason for you to come back later. I'll say everything I have to say right now. The shot woke me. I didn't see anything. I don't know anything. I've got a million enemies. I can't remember the names of any of them.
Why don't you try to remember? I could have them checked.
You're wasting your time, son. In my day, I've wiped out 100 men, and I'll outlive anybody who's gunning for me now.
You must be proud of your past, huh?
Well, Sonny, a past like mine is the finest thing an old man can have. I've swindled my partners and betrayed my friends. I've turned state's evidence just to see my associate get sent up for 20 years. And they say my wife died under peculiar circumstances, and I got rich off her insurance. Now I'm done for. Do me a favor, son, please. I've got to get a half hour, 20 minutes sleep alone. You'll keep them out, everybody. Please, will you?
Sure, Pop. Go ahead. Go on, please.
Oh, thank you.
He closed his eyes, rolled over, and fell into a heavy sleep. I stood there a moment, looking down at the frail, wasted old body. Then I cased the room. In taking the bullet out of the door, Hillary had done a good job of ruining any chance there might have been of proving the direction it had come from. I strolled out on the balcony. It was pretty nice. I lit a cigarette and took it in. Then I heard a door open and close softly behind me. Nurse Haywood was at your father's bedside. She was filling a hypodermic from a small vial of bluish liquid. He didn't awaken when she jabbed it into his arm. Then she saw me standing in the doorway. She hastily dropped the medicine vial into her uniform pocket and came around the bed to meet me.
Oh, Mr. Spade, oh, thank heaven. Why, when I saw you standing there in the hot night, I thought you might be...
Thought I was who?
Why, the man who fired the shot.
There was a man?
Well, I don't know. I didn't see it happen. I just assumed that...
I warned you. Eleanor.
Oh, we're disturbing you. Let's talk outside.
Okay.
Oh, good to breathe something besides sick room air.
I thought you got used to things like that in your profession.
Why are you so unfriendly, Mr. Spade? Nurses are human. Aren't detectives?
Try me, sweetheart.
Oh, I know what you're thinking. But after a week in this horrible house, that poor man, he's frightened. He's really frightened.
What of?
By the shot.
38 caliber or hypodermic?
Surely you don't think that he's supposed to be under suspicion. The doctor's order is...
Sorry, sweetheart. It's my job to suspect everybody.
Can't you forget your job, even for a moment?
Sure. Sure, if you don't mind the fact that I know you're a liar, that I'd make book you didn't come here primarily as a nurse, and what's worse, your act's not even convincing.
Is it that bad?
Almost bad enough to be good. Come here.
Oh, I hate you.
It was a very satisfactory love scene for both of us. For reasons of her own, Barbara wanted to keep me out of that sick room for a while, and she did. For reasons of my own, I wanted to get that medicine vial out of her uniform pocket, and I did. Then, as suddenly as we had fallen into love, we fell out again. After she'd gone to her room, I went back to my sentry duty around the house. Under a light on the front veranda, I examined the bottle from which Barbara had taken the injection to your father. It was labeled sodium sanitol and had been dispensed by a firm called Ibis Chemicals Limited in Cairo, Egypt. A scream filled the house, high and frenzied. I started running toward Barbara Kaywood's room. I slammed the terrace door open and found the light switch. Barbara was sitting upright in the center of a bed. Her face jerked up so abruptly that it seemed a neck had snapped. She clutched both hands to her chest and fell face down among the bedclothes, staining them with her blood. I don't know whether I went through, over, or around the screen that stood between her room and the old man. I circled Exon's bed. He lay on the floor on his side facing the window. I went outside. A .38 automatic lay on the ground a few yards away from the building. I put that into my pocket and listened. No shadows moving. Nothing. Then he was on me before I could be sure he wasn't a medium-sized tree.
Break your back, be delight.
The warm stuff on my cheek might have been the thing's blood or mine. It gathered me up and bent me back and tore at my throat. Then I remembered that hands are stronger than fingers. I started with his thumb. He lay there for a moment, then his huge body began to twitch. He was holding his fingers and sobbing like a baby. I pulled him up to his feet, poked him in the back with the flat of my hand. I followed him through an opening in the hedges and down a long, pitch-dark lane toward the lights of a squat brick house set on the top of a slight rise. As we approached it, a door opened and light streamed out onto the porch. The tall man framed in the doorway was the last person in the world I expected to see.
Oh, Marcus, you brought it.
Oh, master, very delightful service, but how much pain in
Always complaining, Marcus. Welcome, Mr. Spade. Come in, my dear fellow. Come in. I've been expecting you. The lost family fortune by blackmailing me.
And if you don't remit, Exxon could have you booked for forgery, blackmail, definition of character.
Oh, my dear fellow, this must pay for. But if I had but the original letter, I could destroy it and go back to the ferret. Ah, the ferret.
What happened to it?
That pig, that stinker stole it.
He burgled my home.
Are you taking pot shots at old Exxon?
Oh, don't be a fool, man. I want Exxon to stay alive. I'm to find out some part of his life which will have an exchange value that will cancel out what he has on me. By the way, old thing, you met Miss Kaywood.
Mm-hmm.
At the present moment, she's milking me for $150 a day.
Oh?
She's supposed to goad the old man by whatever means necessary into talking about his past. And that information she is to bring to me.
That ought to be easy. Exxon brags about his past.
Now, so far, I've learned that Hilary Exxon stole 2 heifers at a livestock show in Abilene in 1906.
I feel for you, Cap. That wouldn't get much on the current market, would it?
My dear fellow, I've a proposition to make to you. If you just carried out anything that would be of value to me, I'll reward you handsomely.
Maybe something can be arranged, Captain.
Good, excellent. May I have your word on that?
Well, there isn't much time, Captain. I'd better trot on back.
I'll show you the door, sir. And let me warn you, Mr. Spade, for your own good, did you ever hear of a son of Ibis wings? Run, please.
I assured him that I would heed his warning, bade him good night, and started back down the lane in the direction of Exon Manor. Business was going on as usual. There were no shots this time, only the screams. When I got to Barbara's room, you and Adam were standing at her bedside trying to quiet her down.
Well, Mr. Spade, is this the way you guard the house against intruders? Where have you been?
Ask Adam.
What does he mean by that statement? I'm sure I don't know, sir. I've not left the house.
What happened here?
Oh, she woke up screaming. She said someone had come into the room and torn off her bandages. A nightmare, of course.
Please, no, I'm talking to Spade. No, please don't. Adam, you go. Please, Adam, you go.
Good. Some questions I want to ask you, sweetheart, alone.
But look here, Spade, look here. She just had a terrific shock. She shouldn't be questioned.
The code of detectives transcends that of the medical disciplinary. Perhaps you should have a few minutes alone with Miss Kaywood.
Oh, very well, very well. I suppose it's no good.
Remember what the doctor said, Miss Barbara. Not too much of this.
What happened, Barbara?
Somebody was standing over me in the darkness and peering down at me. And then he started to rip off my bandages and I screamed. So when Fig came out of the room and he turned on the light, she was gone. It could have been a dream, Sam. I could have been trying to bandage myself in my sleep.
But you weren't. It wasn't a dream. I've been talking to Captain Sherry.
And then I thought... Oh, how much do you know?
That you've been feeding the old man truth, sir, and beginning to talk in his sleep. How much talking has he done?
Well, plenty.
How much you told Sherry?
Well, just as little as possible.
Why?
Because, Sam, if we can keep that old man alive and out of jail long enough to sell what we know to Sherry for what it's really worth, we'd be fools not to do it.
What makes you so sure you'll stay alive long enough to collect, sweetheart?
Well, because you're going to help me, aren't you, Sam?
So I helped her, but not for the reason she thought. I made a lot of noise leaving her room and going to mine. Going back, I didn't wear any shoes. I slipped into a clothes press in her room so quietly that even she didn't hear. I left the door slightly ajar and waited. Time passed and I was stiff and standing still. It happened at about 3 a.m. The crazy, feverish glare of his eyes told me that the threat of the gun in my hands meant nothing to him. I jumped to his side, twisted the knife away from him, picked him up in my arms, and carried him, kicking, clawing, and swearing, back to his bed. He lay there, breathing hard. Then he smiled.
You had me figured out the first time you came in here, didn't you?
Not quite, Mr. Exxon. The gun under your window was the clincher.
That gun? Sure. I had it under my pillow all the time. I got tired of shooting next door for him.
Look, you're dying, Mr. Exxon. There's no use trying to make up stories now.
That's right. I knew that nurse would sit up in bed after I fired tonight. And then I never had it. Right through the screen.
Why?
You know why well enough. She was doping me up, sneaking in here at night, listening to what I was babbling about.
Maybe you weren't saying anything important, Mr. Exxon.
I might have. 14 years ago, I killed my wife. I wanted to carry the secret to my grave.
You nearly made it at that.
Spade! What's happened?
Is he dead?
He's dead.
Did he say anything, sir? Did he confess anything?
You must tell me if he said anything.
I didn't hear him say a word.
Well. Yeah, Mr. Spade. Charged with a certain texture, a significant quality.
There's a certain smell, yes.
Ah, an omen. You can inhale it, sir. Journey thou to Nairobi on the veldt. Tarry 7 days, and you will collect the fabulous golden skull of Rizami, king of the Bojamas. Aha! Marcus, unhook the hooker. Pack the marmalade. We're off to the veldt.
Just then, a flock of birds broke across the horizon, screaming. There must have been thousands of them, but not ibis, Mr. Exxon. Vultures. I suppose if you're going to pay any attention to omens, it's a good thing to know your birds. Period. End of report.
Right now, I have something to say to every man who doesn't use a hair tonic. To every man who says, I don't believe in it or I don't need it. That all depends on what you mean when you say hair tonic. If you mean the old-fashioned greasy kind that leaves your hair smelling like a perfume factory, you're absolutely right. But remember, Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic is nothing like that. Wild Root Cream Oil is an entirely new kind of hair grooming preparation. There's not a drop of alcohol in Wild Root Cream Oil, and it contains soothing lanolin that's like the oil of your skin. Most important, Wild Root Cream Oil grooms your hair the right way, neatly and naturally. Never leaves your hair sticky or greasy. Get the big economy-size bottle and the handy new tube that's economical, easy to pack when you travel, and grand for the bathroom cabinet. Don't delay. Get it today. Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first.
Well, Effie,
The memo robot worked after all. I told you it would.
Yeah, it just takes a little time, sweetheart.
Oh, here's the card, Sam. See? You'd know you were supposed to see Mr. Jones at 2 o'clock. Isn't it wonderful?
Well, this card doesn't even mention Jones.
Huh? What does it say, Sam?
Well, it says, journey thou to Fritzken's drugstore, wager $5 on Ira W. in the third at Belmont Park.
Oh, Sam is psychic.
Harry, but a moment.
Yes?
Thou wilt lose $5.
Oh, good night, Sam.
Good night.
The Adventures of Sam Spade, Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, are produced and directed by William Spear. Sam Spade is played by Howard Duff. Lorene Tuttle is Effie. The Adventures of Sam Spade are written for radio by Bob Tallman and Gil Dowd, with musical direction by Lud Gluskin. This is Dick Joy, reminding you that next Sunday, author Dashiell Hammett and producer William Spear join forces for another adventure with Sam Spade, brought to you by Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first. Smart girls use Wild Root Cream Oil, too, for quick, good grooming and to relieve dryness between permanents. Mothers say it's grand for training children's hair. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. adventures of Sam Spade.
What's a bow window? A bow window.
Bow window is a bay window that you look into instead of out of.
Look into instead of out. Oh, Sam.
Get your foot panther, girl, and blink on in.
What was he trying to see through the bow window? Whose house was it?
Her own.
But if it was her own house, then why was
But it just goes to show you, darling, what some women will stoop to.
And Dad?
It was a low window.
Yeah. Whenever you're ready, Sam.
Date November 10th. 9th. Correct. 1947. To Dr. Helmut Reese.
I was right for once.
Yeah. From Samuel Spade, license number 137596. Subject, the bow window caper. Dear Dr. Reese, I know that this report will not make pleasant reading for you, but you paid for it, so here it is. As far as I was concerned, it all started on Thursday morning when you called at my office. Your story, I gathered, has been going on for some time.
You will say these are merely the actions of a jealous woman, Mr. Spade. But I assure you there's more to it than that. It must be a carefully thought-out plan to ruin my career, my whole life.
In what way, Dr. Reese?
She spies on my private consultations. Because my women patients, I can no longer even keep a nurse for more than a week at a time. Scenes, hysterics, outbursts of violence. I cannot continue my work under such conditions.
Well, why don't you give her a divorce?
Why, no. This is not her desire. If it were, it would be simple. No, she wants to bring me to ruin. She wants to see me on my knees in front of the pop. Why? That is what I want to find out. Why?
Doctor, I think you ought to take this case to a head doctor.
I have consulted a psychiatrist. Examined her. She's perfectly competent mentally. So you see there is here already some mystery. For which one comes to a detective.
How long has this been going on, Dr. Reese?
Since 3 months only. But in this time, she has reduced me to utter desolation.
Dr. Reese is a very good divorce lawyer right down the hall from my office.
No. I discussed the matter of the divorce with her a few days back. This was her answer. Well, you see, a receipt for the purchase of a gun. And this note in her handwriting.
I hope you will not force me to use this. Esther.
Yes.
What do you think she has in mind? Murder or suicide?
She refused to discuss it. But one thing I have noticed. Since she has bought this gun, a new development. A strange man watches my house. Several times I have caught him following me.
Well, she might have hired a detective to check on whether you visit a lawyer.
Perhaps it is very simple, but it is all too strange to be hard.
I half-heartedly agree that it might be, Dr. Reese, and when you check for $100 didn't bounce, I went to work wholeheartedly. I reached your house on Pacific Avenue just as the street lights were going on. It's a quiet neighborhood, so I could hear it before I got close enough to read the number on the door.
Get out of this house! Get out! Go on!
They seemed to be slugging their way toward the back of the house, so I decided to risk an entrance. I found the doorbell, and I was about to punch it when I caught sight of your mystery man. He was crouched in a clump of shrubbery that grew under the bow window at the corner of the house. He was still there with his eyes glued to the window when I walked up behind him. Come on, you're going inside.
I'm not just over.
I didn't say you were. I'm just inviting you inside for a better look.
Now, I'm warning you, if you don't let go of me, I'm not...
Squirming, will you? The kick he landed on me wasn't according to the Wrestling Association's rules, but I let him get away with it mainly because I couldn't move for 3 or 4 minutes, and by that time he disappeared down the street. When I recovered my faculties and staggered back to the door, I didn't bother ringing the bell. I just walked in. The hen fight was still going on somewhere in the upper reaches of the house. Then a door burst open on the upper landing, and a girl in a nurse's uniform ran down the stairs toward me, pursued by a pale little woman with a pink face who was brandishing a pair of brass fire tongs. You brushed past me, Dr. Reese, and headed off the pursuer.
Stop me!
Don't bother explaining, Miss Roberts. It's more of a fancy of hers.
Don't think I don't know what goes on in that office. That office when I'm not allowed anymore.
That's only because you make the patient so nervous, Esther.
I know what goes on. You and those women.
That will do, Esther. Go to your room.
Very well. But I won't have that woman in this house another day, Helmut. Is that understood?
Go to your room, Miss.
I'm going. But remember what I said. I warned you both.
There, Miss Roberts. Now don't sweat there.
I can't stand anymore, Doctor. I tell you, it's making me a wreck. I just...
Dr. Ray, huh? Oh, Mrs. Spade. You saw, you heard? Yeah. Come into my office. We'll talk. I think we'd better.
Doctor, there's still one more patient waiting to see you, Doctor.
Well, have our wait a little longer. This way.
How much longer? Sorry, that way. Just as soon as it's possible. Have you been feeling any better?
Sit down, Mrs. Spade. Thanks, but I can say what I have to say standing. Your wife's a very tragic woman, Doctor. I wish I could help her. I wish I could help you, too. But I can't.
You heard her threat against Miss Robbins. Was that a joke?
There's nothing funny about jealousy.
But there is this man who watches the house. And the gun she bought.
I collared him outside just now.
Oh, well, did you get him talked?
No, but I wouldn't worry about him if I were you. And about that gun. The Constitution says every citizen shall have the right to bear arms. Even Parnell Thomas can't.
Mr. Spade, I've not yet told you all. If I...
Oh, Doctor, I'm ready to interrupt, but this patient, she's been waiting for more than an hour.
Well, who is she?
Mrs. Kavanaugh.
Kavanaugh? Who? Well, has she been here before?
Of course, last week. Here's her card.
Oh, yes. I'd better get it over. Send her in.
Yes, Doctor. And Doctor, I'm resigning. I'll finish today, of course, and then I'm through. I'm sorry.
Yes, well, very well, Miss Robbins. I can't say that I blame you. Good luck.
Goodbye, Doctor.
Well, I'll be going along myself now, Doctor.
No. You must hear me out, Mr. Spade. I have not yet told all. Now, if you just wait until I have seen this patient, please, Mr. Spade, please.
Okay, I'll wait outside.
Oh, I beg your pardon.
I beg your...
Come on in.
So, you're leaving the doctor's employ,
I am. Well, Mr. Spade, how did it look from the grandstand?
Messy?
You don't mind if I finish cleaning off the stage?
Go right ahead.
Thank you.
What's the matter with Esther, anyway?
I could sum the whole thing up in a single 5-letter word, shall I?
You have.
Are you going to walk out on him?
Aren't you?
Yes. Yes, I am. Oh, but Esther isn't jealous of your type. If you don't mind my mentioning it.
I feel heartened to think that you noticed I was different.
Oh, I did, Mr. Spade. I really did.
You don't seem particularly nurty to me, either.
I'm not. My, you have a fast pulse, Mr. Spade.
Yes, I've been feeling very weak the last few minutes. I need care.
Well, you don't eat enough apples, Mr. Spade. Well, I guess I finished up. There's that old contact. I wonder... Mr. Spade, will you tell the doctor I left and thank him for me again?
Aren't you going to see him before you go?
No, I'm not. They'd only begged me to stay, and it's simply out of the question. Oh, the poor guy. I don't know what I'd do if I were in his place. To you, Mr. Spade.
I did, and I told her. She told me I was a victim of hypertension and left me with my mouth open and no thermometer in it. 5 minutes after she'd gone out through the front entrance, your wife came down the stairs looking knowingly at me and the door to the doctor's office and left by the same route. 10 minutes after that, I was halfway through a 1937 National Geographic that was the latest edition on a waiting room table, and it reached the third paragraph on the natural beauties of Winona County, Minnesota. But I never finished it. I will be back. The first thing I saw when I entered the room was Mrs. Kavanaugh, your patient. Why, abnormality. One of the 38 caliber slugs had entered the right temple. The other had torn through the base of the skull. How did it happen?
I don't know. I had completed the examination and walked over there to put my instruments away. When I turned back, she had a gun in her hand. Before I could stop her, she pulled the trigger. She was died, of course.
Why?
Well, I just told her the truth, that there was nothing I or any other doctor could do for her. But she had perhaps a month, perhaps less. She had suffered great pain, of course, for some time.
You saw her shoot herself, you say?
Yes. The gun, she took it out of my desk drawer. I removed it from my wife's room earlier today.
I see. Well, Doctor, this is the neatest suicide I ever saw. No powder burns, and from the way she's lying, she must have shot herself in the direction of that window, at least 10 feet away. She screamed before the shots were fired and had time to fire a second bullet into her head and throw the gun across the room before she fell.
Well, Helmut, at last it happened, hasn't it?
Yes, sir. Leave this room.
I told Helmut one of the husbands would catch up with him. Pretty, wasn't it? I don't remember this one.
The expression on your face might have been horror or fear or both, Dr. Lee. But your wife was smiling. When my eyes left her face, I noticed a leaf clinging to the hem of her coat. It might have come from the shrub that grew up against the house. The shoes were splotched with mud. It could have, and probably did, come from the cultivated flower bed just outside the full window. Obviously, there were two equally good suspects in the Kavanaugh murder. Either your wife had killed her in a jealous rage, or you killed her with your wife's gun to frame her for the murder. I decided to let the police worry it out and went home to bed. The morning headlines were a bit of a surprise. Nurse sought in shooting a mystery woman. Item. The cops had found Celeste Robbins' fingerprints all over the murder gun. And item. Mrs. Kavanaugh, the murdered woman, had given a vacant lot as her address, and her body was lying unclaimed at the morgue. I decided to pay her a visit. Maxie, hey, Maxie.
Oh, Sam! Sammy, my boy! Hey, it's good to look on you.
How are you, Maxwell?
Oh, fine. What brings you here, Sam?
The Kavanaugh woman.
The Kavanaugh, huh? Let's see who's with us today. Siskel, Milton, Schwartz, Kelly. I knew him, nice guy. Spade. Kavanaugh. Rose. Hello, Rose. Hey, Sam, don't you want to look at Rose?
No, I've seen her.
Yeah, just checked her back in. Autopsy. Say, you do collect clear ones, Sam. Now, you take her. Why would anybody in the world knock her off? In her condition, all he needed to do was wait. A month, couple of weeks.
Bad as that, huh? Worse. Anybody claim her yet?
Well, they... Hello. Something we can do for you?
My name is Kavanaugh. I come for my wife.
He was standing with his back to me, and I didn't get a good look at his face until he walked over to the desk with Maxie. The voice set me even before I saw the face. The man I caught outside your office window less than half an hour before the murder. He recognized me, he didn't let it show. I waited while he went in with Maxie. When he came out, there were tears streaming down his face. I'd been waiting for two reasons. I had some questions to ask him, and I had wanted to pay back that bill he'd given me the night before. I left without doing either. Oh, sweetheart, any calls?
Lieutenant Dundy of Homicide, Dr. Reed, and there's a girl waiting inside. Wouldn't give any names.
So you let her wait in my private office?
And I don't think you'll mind when you've seen her. She's by way of being a knockout.
Well, thank you, Effie. That was very thoughtful of you, didn't it?
You're welcome, sir.
Sam, please don't be angry with me for coming here. I had to talk to somebody.
What you need is a good criminal lawyer, Miss Robbins.
Did you think I killed that
How
woman?
did your friend get on that gun? Now, don't tell me she threatened you with it and you grabbed it out of her hand.
Oh, no, I didn't. I didn't. Nothing at all.
Take it easy, nurse. Take it easy. Would you like a drink or something?
No. Thank you anyway. I'll be all right. Well, she came in from shopping 3 days ago. Just as nice as pie. And she came creeping around. You know how she is. And she said, I got something today. It's lovely. And with that, she hauled this gun out of her handbag. And so, to humor her, I took it and I looked at it. That was foolish.
Certainly was foolish.
When nickel plated, ideal surface for fingerprints. And I remember she was wearing gloves. Struck me as peculiar at the time, but I'm so stupid. I didn't think of it until just now.
Everything's a little peculiar about this caper. A woman who was dying anyway gets shot. Nobody even seems to know who she was. Doesn't make sense.
No, it doesn't make much sense. What did I do, sir? Give myself up?
I think you should.
Yes, I thought you'd say that. All right, honestly.
You got a lot of courage. Sure you don't want to drink?
No, thank you. I'll be all right. I'll be all right.
Dundee, Sam Spade. I got the Robbins girl here in my office. She wants to check in.
Well, tell her to forget it, Sam. Reese's wife just made a full confession.
That's for it. My anxiety to see how you were bearing up under the shock doctor, I blew $1.50 of your money on a taxi all the way out to your address on Pacific Avenue. To my astonishment, you were wearing a look of real distress.
I don't understand it, Mr. Spade. Confessing, it's not like her. It's all too strange to be hard.
Dr. Lee, I'd like to talk to you alone. Do you mind, Mr. Spade?
Go right ahead. I strained my ears outside the consulting room, but all I could hear was a few vague murmurs. Then, for no good reason, I decided to have a look at your wife's bedroom upstairs. The cops had been there before me, so I didn't expect to find much, and I didn't. I was tapping the woodwork with secret panels or something when I heard a heavy tread on the stairway. I wheeled around, my hands inside my coat. A jolly-looking character in coveralls was standing in the doorway.
Electronic.
I beg your pardon?
Dang it. I'm electronic. I come to take the equipment.
What equipment?
And a dictograph. She don't need it no more. Ask me, she likes too much.
Mrs. Reeves had a dictograph installed?
Yeah, a metal type installation. This here's a speaker. Yeah, my own design. Looks like a portable radio, don't it?
Yeah, where's the other end? Where's the microphone?
It's in the doc's private office. You interested, eh?
Yeah, turn it on, will you?
Oh, sure. And we'll get it tuned in a minute here. Oh, who's that? Wait a minute, I'll fix it. It's because of the dictograph. See, Rick, huh?
Shut up.
Oh, boy. That's a nice thing.
Just turn it up a little more.
Oh, sure. Hold it.
Who shot him, you?
Through the window, the same man, the one who watched the house.
Hold this tourniquet tight, please.
Nothing. A flesh wound. His aim was bad.
Yeah, too bad. Kavanaugh, you still out there? You got nothing to worry about. He's still alive.
Come on.
That was electric. too, if you're a better shot.
He did it. He killed my wife. I was at the window. I saw him. What I don't understand is why his wife confessed.
She loved him, Mr. Cavanaugh. You should understand that.
That's why she acted the way she did. I guess that's what happens to love when it gets crossed up. Why didn't you tell the police what you saw?
They'd have hung it on me. She was a stranger to everyone else. I've been quarreling with her, suspicious, acting like a maniac. She never told. She must have been going to one doctor after another, trying to find one that would give her one ray of hope. In pain all the time, still will never let her know. Even after that first visit, she made the races off. I didn't come, but I thought she was leaving on the fly. And I followed her both times. That last time I carried a gun. I might have killed her if what I suspected had been true.
I'm very sorry, Mr. Cavanaugh. I didn't realize. You're pretty late with your regrets, Doctor. I don't quite figure either. Maybe the prison psychiatrist can.
Dundee homicide.
Dundee, tear up Mrs. Reese's confession. Come on over and get the doctor.
Dr. Reese?
Yeah. Oh, by the way, he accidentally shot himself in the arm. Isn't that right, Doctor?
What?
Oh. Yes. Accident.
Why didn't she tell me?
I don't know, Cavanaugh. Women, sometimes they make too much sense, or we don't make enough, or maybe we're all crazy. And that, Dr. Reese, is the crop. The risk of laboring a point is also the mystery of why a nice girl like Celeste Robbins ever fell for a guy like you. You'll have plenty of free time to think it over between now and the trial. If you find the answer, drop me a line. Period. End of report.
You know, Sam, that's Celeste. I like her. I wish we could do something for her.
Well, I've already thought of that, Abby.
Oh? What are you going to do, Sam?
Write that up, sweetheart, and I'll write you a happy ending.
Oh, here's the report, Sam. You want to read it over?
I do not. File it under F for forget.
About that poor Celeste, Sam.
Oh, yeah. Well, I made a date with Celeste to take her dancing tomorrow night. She needs cheering up, you know.
What for?
Well, you said she needed help.
Well, that isn't exactly the kind of help I had in mind. I don't see why it's necessary to
Effie,
take
we must each of us give a particular kind of help each of us is particularly equipped to give.
Very well. She wished to. She used to make over men just to get the other women jealous.
That she did. Aren't other women silly to allow themselves to get jealous when they know just what she's up to?
Idiotic.
Sure thing. And go home, Effie. I'm a lousy dancer.
Oh, very well. Have fun, Sam. Good night, Sam.
Good night, sweetheart.
Spade.
On the wrong eye. Or have I? The both of them. Oh, I get so angry sometimes. You go dancing out of here like a schoolboy on the slightest provocation, and 1 hour later, just 1 hour, you come back with a broken head and a black eye and clothes torn all the way. Face like a wet Julian. Hold still. Then, real thing. How is it? Too tight? What did you say?
Then how do you expect me to dictate a report with a mouthful of gauze?
Oh, that's terrible. I wondered what happened to the
Sit
girl.
down and shut up.
Sam, I didn't mean anything. I just meant it for your own good.
Pick up your pencil, Effie. Oh, not the scissors.
Oh, I'm sorry, Sam. I'm sorry.
Two Patrolman Aloysius, FX Clancy, 3rd Precinct Station.
Sam, the Officer Clancy?
That's right.
The nice fat policeman that walks up and down our street?
The
Oh,
same
he's a
Effie
nice
McElwain.
man. He brings me candy once in a while.
Down, Effie. From Samuel Spade, license number 137596, subject the 1 hour caper, Dear Clancy. In case you were aware of it, and I think you were, Clancy, this afternoon in San Francisco was warm, quiet, and dull. I was sitting in my underwear in front of the open window of my office, reading the news of the blizzard back east. I was not employed by the Chamber of Commerce to do this. My secretary had merely taken my suit downstairs to get it pressed. It began as the clock on the Church of Dismas Cathedral around the corner was hammering out the hour of 4. Yeah.
Mr. Spade, this is Page
Cage's printer right across the street. We printed some cards for you, remember?
Oh, yes, Hank. I was about to call you. My secretary is just making out the check.
Oh, forget that bill, Sam. I need your help.
I'll drop in tomorrow. I'll be glad to talk to you.
Tomorrow might be too late. I'd rather not be seen coming to your office. How about the fellow downstairs in your building, say, 5 minutes?
Well, if it's important, Hank.
Well, I don't know. I got something here. I want you to look at it. If it's what I think it is, it's important. I'm going to hang up now. See you in 5 minutes.
Where do you think you're going in that?
Same old hat, Abby. What's the matter with it?
It's not referring to your hat, Sam.
Well, that's what you're looking at.
I'm trying to avert my eyes, Sam. Here's your suit.
Oh, I forgot. Well, look out the window, Abby. I'll put it on. Got a phone call. Charlie. Got to meet a man.
Sam, you can't go on a job now.
Why not?
Why do you think I got your suit dress? The man's coming to take your picture.
What man?
From Babbling Detective Magazine.
Oh. Well, I'll try and make it for you.
Sam, I'm tired of making excuses for people. I set up this appointment for 5:30, and I want you back in plenty of time. I wish you wouldn't go. Oh, all right, go on. But if you aren't back in this office by 5 o'clock, that's 10 a.m., Sam. You can find someone else to make your excuse.
Okay. Shall we synchronize our rockets? I skipped the elevator and walked downstairs to save time. It was 11 minutes after 4, glass beer time, when I reached the entrance of the happy hour oyster and beverage bar. I turned and looked across the street. Hank Page was just stepping off the curb. He was jaywalking, but that didn't explain what happened. He saw it in plenty of time and jumped back out of the way. It saw him, too. The wheels cut sharply towards him, and the front bumper caught him just behind the knee.
All right. Keep moving there. Keep moving. Come on. Back on the sidewalk. Come on now. We'll take care of it.
Sam, yeah, Hank.
I've got to get it safe.
Come on, get these people back. This man's hurt bad. Give him some air. Better not try to talk, Hank.
Sam. Here. This is it. Hey, wait a minute. What was that?
What's what, Clancy?
Well, he gave you something there. A gold cigarette case. I seen him.
Oh, you must be mistaken, Clancy. Hank, can you talk anymore?
Cigarette. Sam, find out. Gotta find out. My wife.
Yeah, what about your wife?
I can't. Hit and run. Looks kind of dead. Like I'd say you're dead, wouldn't you? This is log for a Clancy. DOA. Okay, boys. Okay, take him away. Now, come on, please, everybody. Stand back. Any of you people identify this man?
Yeah, I know.
You better come along. Oh, hello, Sam.
Hello, Maxie. Hank Page.
Oh, yeah, just came in. 2 seconds. Hi, Pete. Yeah. No, you better not look at him now. He's in no condition. Oh, sure. Sure, you can give her the money in your back. Yeah. Oh. Hey, it's Mrs. Spade. She didn't lose any time. Like to meet her then?
Yeah, Maxie, I would.
You know, Missy says she's going to look nice in time.
That's so. Spade?
What?
I knew your husband slightly. My name is Sam Spade.
Oh, yes. The detective said he was going to see you. Did he?
Not quite. You happen to know what he wanted to see me about?
Yes, he found something, a cigarette case. He couldn't tell me what it meant, but he seemed very worried about it. He told me that if anything happened to him, I could claim his belongings right away. See, here they are. His watch, his wallet, elk skin, school ring, cigar cutter, little cigarette case.
Oh, no, please, Mrs. Page. I've got the cigarette case here.
You've got it. How did you?
Oh, he gave it to me just after the accident. I expect he was trying to tell me to give it to you. Here, you take it.
Oh, no, it's initials. Some Some woman gave it to him. I don't want it. Just put it away. Out of my sight forever.
Okay. Open your eyes now. It's back in my pocket.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now, let's talk, Miss Spade. What was on your husband's mind?
Well, I don't know. He wasn't very well. Heart trouble, nothing terribly serious, but he gets these little spells and he has to stay home from work. Sometimes a week or 10 days, but Mr. Soule, the foreman at the print shop, will look after things, you know. I even thought he was getting better.
Your husband have any fights lately?
Oh, my, no. It wouldn't dare with his heart.
He had a black eye.
No. Oh, that had me home. He fell down.
Yeah. Well, I'll be in touch with you. Outside, the fog was rolling in. I stopped under a streetlight and spent an estimated 45 seconds trying to figure out what time it was for the calendar watch my secretary gave me for Christmas. The barometer was falling, it said. The temperature was 63, and I was facing northwest. I looked in a jewelry store to find out it was 4:23. My hour was nearly half gone, and the only clues I had were a cigarette case and a black eye. I took the case out of my pocket and opened it. There were cigarettes in it. I took one out and lit it. It was nasty. Then I saw something green behind the cigarette. It looked better. It looked like money. When I examined it more closely, I wasn't so sure. The printing on it was Dutch, and the amount was 100 florins. The banks were closed, but it only cost me 2 nickels and a paid telephone to find out where to take it. It was a small but solid-looking establishment on Montgomery. The gold lettering on the plate glass window said Van Pelt and Meisner, commercial agents, Amsterdam, New York, San Francisco, Macassar, and Curacao.
Gentlemen here?
I want to see Mr. Meisner.
There is no Mr. Meisner. There's only Van Pelt, and I'm Hendrik Van Pelt. I'm so sorry.
Oh, don't feel like that. Maybe you can help me.
What can I do with you?
Well, somebody paid me off for a job in Dutch money. I want to know how much it's worth.
Oh, but this better than Meisner, I know. The value of money. Show me, please.
Maybe you'd like a cigarette, too. They're Dutch.
My brand, Sumatra cream stuff. Oh, good.
You like
good, Sumatra. No, the money. 100 florins. High under the light look. Serial number. Here is M. Quadrate clear is. Seal good color is. Paper excellent. Give it a shake.
What's it worth?
Well, look. The latest quotation is florin against the dollar. $53.24. That's what the exchange fee taken out is. You like $10 notes?
I love them. You mean that money's real money?
Who knows better than I should, eh? My brother was engraver to the Royal Dutch Treasury. I myself in the manufactory was until the occupation coming was.
Pardon me. Would you mind saying that again, please?
So in the manufactory from all kinds of money, including already currencies from the Indies, East and West, Java, Celebes, Borneo, and homeland, Netherlands. Also 6 months in Bulilong, Bali, where I'm English learning.
Oh, you learned English?
Several foreign languages.
I see. Well, I'll take it in 10.
So, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 1, 2, 3, 10 cents and 20 cents, 3 cents.
Danke.
Eventually,
I spoke a little Dutch.
yes, eventually you have lived in San Francisco for how long?
Oh, eventually quite some time.
Oh, I'm Hendrik Van Pelt. How are you?
How do you do?
Yes, I noticed on the cigarette case, you have the same initial, HP. Who your name is, please?
Polhaus, Herman Polhaus.
Oh, in that Polhaus, you know, I like that cigarette case. With the coincidence, you sell me your Dutch money. Maybe also sell me the cigarette case with the Dutch cigarette.
You like those cigarettes?
Oh, I love that Sumatra Queen.
You're going to have them for nothing.
No, such a pity to remove them from the beautiful case. They go together, cigarettes and the case. How much?
What would you say it's worth?
Well, that could go $500. What do you say?
Nothing. I took it out of a dead body.
Get out! Get out! It's leave! Help! Police! Stop thieves!
Okay, Mr. Van Pelt, I'm going.
Help! Police! Help!
I ran to my walk to the only exit. A squad of bank cops thundered past me, followed by half a dozen city dicks and some burnsmen who confused Van Pelt's burglar alarm with that of the bank next door. Nobody paid me any mind until I reached Burke Street. I was just crossing when I saw it the second time. It was the same car that had run down Hank Page. I strained my eyes against the headlights. I couldn't make out the man behind the wheel, but I got the license plate before it happened. I felt it before I heard it. It hit my chest like a sledgehammer. The last thing I heard was the footsteps of a heavy man pounding toward me. The clock on the church of business for peace was chiming the half hour.
And now back to the 1 Hour Caper. Tonight's adventure with Sam Spade.
I started the caper with 2 clues, a cigarette case and a black eye on a dead man. When I woke up in the alley, I didn't have the cigarette case. Instead, I had 2 black eyes. One of them was on me. Strangely enough, I was alive. I reached inside my shirt to examine the bullet hole over my heart. There was nothing there but a bruise. I wondered what had been in that gold cigarette case besides gold and Dutch cigarettes. The slug had come at me hard enough to knock me down and out, but the case in my inside pocket had stopped it. I limped to the nearest phone booth and phoned Tuttle in the traffic division. The plates on the hit-and-run car were registered to one Hendrick Van Pelt.
I'm so glad you're here. I was beginning to worry.
Where's Mr. Van Pelt?
That's it. Run in the other room and let the drink. And come back. You don't know how glad I am you're here. Do you know why he invited me to have this drink with you?
I can think of one reason.
No, thank you. Listen, he wants to buy Hank's cigarette case. And, of course, much as I say an Indian digger in Mr. Spade.
Yeah.
Well, you know, Hank didn't leave much, only a little insurance, and the printing shop is a partnership, you know, Hank and Mr. Soleil. The cigarette case is just a windfall. You wouldn't stand in the way of a widow.
I wouldn't think it.
I knew you'd do the decent thing, Mr. Spade.
Please, Mr. Spade, my bruise. Besides, I haven't got it.
You haven't got it?
No, now look, Mr. Spade.
Blank.
Okay, now Blanche, try and think. Did you ever hear your husband mention Van Pelt?
No, they never even met Mr. Van Pelt said so.
How'd Van Pelt find out about the cigarette case?
He said you showed it to him.
How well do you know your husband's partner, Mr. Soleil?
Oh, we're total strangers now. I told my husband everything. He forgot.
And what did Mr. Soleil tell you?
Nothing much, nothing. He led a very dull life. Almost as soon as he got out of reform school, he took a forgery there.
Oh, very good.
That's where he became a master critter. And stir, is the thing.
Oh, yes, there you go.
They don't have much help.
Au contraire, Blanche. Au contraire. I escorted her outside and pushed her into a taxi. Then I walked back to Church Street. As I rounded the corner, I could see light in the window of Case's printery. The chimes were hammering out 5:15 when I entered Hank Page's shop. In the back, the guy was sitting at a desk in his shirt sleeves checking off figures in a ledger. I introduced myself, and he told me his name was Ben Soleil. We shook hands, and then he waved me to a chair across the desk.
This is awful, Spade. What with one thing and another, we're heels over head and work, and got to pull with these books, and I don't know a thing about it.
Pardon me.
Yeah. Oh, all right. Well, things are a little confused here just now. Could you tell me a little more about it? Huh? Oh, yes, I understand the problem. Well, we're handling it this end, but we'll be very busy for a while. Now, there's definitely no point in you dropping by tonight. Oh, you think the news of the boss's death would make some difference to those customers, but no. They think that fellow that just...
Yeah, I know you're very busy, Mr. Soleil. I don't want to take up too much of your time.
What makes you think that car deliberately ran down the boy?
Did I say so?
Well, you're an insurance dick, aren't you?
You got me saying. Anybody have anything against him, as far as you know?
Oh, he fired 2 printers last week.
Why?
Well, they couldn't spell in English.
You see Mr. Page this afternoon?
Yeah, he came in for about 10 minutes. Said he'd be back on the job tomorrow morning. He was killed just after he left.
How'd he look?
Same as usual.
You wouldn't say he'd been in a fight.
Oh, good Lord, no. He was a sick man.
He had a piece of foreign in his hand when he was hit. Know anything about that?
Well, sure, he got it here. One of our customers, a man named Van Pelt, needed some work with him. Boss wanted it for a souvenir, so he took it with him.
Does Van Pelt know about Page's heart?
Oh, that's a stupid question, Ad.
You didn't know Page was killed with Van Pelt's car.
That's a long shot, sir.
Thanks. Here's another one. You're lying straight down the line. You didn't see Page today. If you had, you'd have mentioned he had a black eye. He didn't take that Dutch money for a souvenir. If he had, you'd have mentioned the cigarette case.
You said enough.
What are you doing? Shutting down for the night?
You'll find out.
Put your hands outside of the desk. I slipped the muzzle of my gun. I've been holding in my lap for 3 minutes, far enough over the edge of the desk for Ben Delay to see it. He did what I told him to. The press room door was directly behind him, and I knew his body would screen my gun from the view of anybody that might come through it in response to the signal he sent. I didn't have long to wait. 3 men, black with ink, came to the door and threw it into the little office. I strolled in, careless and casual.
What's up, Ben? You got eyes in your head?
What's this? Stop right there. Stopped because they'd all been mounted on the same pair of legs, but I didn't like my position at all. If these men decided to jump me, I could down just one of them before the other 3 were on me. I knew it and they knew it. Then I felt some fresh air on the back of my neck as the street door opened behind me.
Hey, what is it? Is it a holdup?
It's me, Blanche Spade. Get out of here, quick. Find a cop and bring him back here. Will you do that?
Sure I will. You can count on me.
Blade's mouth open in a broad grin. I didn't need any more warning than that. I threw myself sideways, but I wasn't quick enough. The blow I got from behind with Blanche's lady's handbag type persuader didn't hit me full on, but I got enough of it to fold up my legs as if the knees were hinged with paper, and I slammed into a heap on the floor. Something dark crashed towards me. I caught it with both hands. I had a foot kicking in my face. I wrung it the way a child wrings out a mop. I was dimly aware that my feet were under me again. Some squirming thing was on my back, and a hot, damp object like a hand was across my face. I put my teeth into it, head back as far as it would go. Maybe it smashed into the place it was meant for. I don't know. Anyway, the squirming thing was no longer on my back, and suddenly I could see again. I saw a brass cuspidor 6 inches or so in front of my eyes. That's how I knew I was down on the floor again. I grabbed the cuspidor and tugged at it. I staggered to my feet with it and used it to club a clear space in front of me. I swung it high and let go. Then I was back on the floor again with 600 or 800 pounds of flight hammering my face into the board. You can't throw a brass cuspidor through a plate glass window into a rush hour crowd in downtown San Francisco without attracting attention. The hour of rescue was at hand. It was exactly 5 p.m.
Let's go to work.
And that Clancy is the most of the crop. You guessed it. The counterfeiting paper was very easy. The returns are not all in yet, but I think when the feds pick up Van Pelt, they'll find he was telling the truth when he said he was working in the Dutch government printing office in Amsterdam at the time of the Nazi occupation. He probably bought his way out of the country with the same kind of money he and Soleil were printing here, genuine Dutch florins printed from the original plate. Being a skilled metal worker, he designed a gold cigarette case into which those plates would fit with uncanny accuracy. The crowning touch was the way in which he concealed them from view. He filled the case with an odious brand of Dutch cigarettes, which only fools or criminals could possibly smoke. It was the safest hiding place in the world. So clever was it, now get this Clancy, my boy, that even I, Sam Spade detective, never suspected the presence of space knuckles until it stopped that slug Van Pelt threw at me in the alley. Idiot. End of the report.
Oh, Sam, to think you went through all that just to keep your promise to me.
Yes, Effie, but what hurts even more than these wounds is talking to you about it.
Oh, you see that, Sam? I only inferred that you had no sense of time.
Yeah? Well, I guess you changed your mind about that, eh?
No, I haven't.
That's fine.
Well, I'd rather not discuss it during working hours, Sam, but as soon as I type this report, I'll tell you exactly what I mean.
Save the stand at. What else?
Oh, Hyacinth. You won't be needing me anymore, I'll...
Down.
It's nearly 5:30, Sam. I told the photographer not to come.
That's a fine thing. After all I've been through, you still say I have no sense of time, and you told the photographer not to come. Why?
Because I knew you wouldn't be back in time, and if you were, you'd look so terrible the picture wouldn't be any good anyway.
Thanks a lot.
Oh, Sam. That's why I must have been so cranky. I must have had a premonition. I didn't wish you had it with me. I'm so real tempted out. I think I'm turning into an old maid or something.
Oh, calm down.
I must be.
Oh, by the way, honey, remind me to write to Feige in Washington and ask them to send me that cigarette case for a souvenir if they take it off Van Pelt. After all, you know, it saved my life.
You're right.
But,
And here I've been nagging and saying all these terrible things. Oh, Sam.
Come here.
Oh, no, Sam, no, your bandages. You're wound. Oh.
Think I'll live.
Good night.
Good night, sweetheart.
of Sam Spade, detective.
Sam Spade, detective agency.
Spade, sweetheart.
Oh, hello, Sam. What are you doing?
Having breakfast, Debbie.
Breakfast? But it's 7:30 in the p.m.
Well, it's a topsy-turvy world, sweetheart.
What was the problem, Sam?
A gold key to the door of her apartment. She couldn't figure out what it unlocked. Very complex case, Debbie. Greed, passion, twisted ambition, hate, love, vengeance, and murder. The whole gamut. It was ghastly every now and then.
Well, Sam, maybe we ought to put off the report for morning when you're feeling fresher.
Oh, it's very considerate of you, sweetheart, but I'd like to get it off my chest now tonight. You want to help? Just be at your desk. Now, don't say anything when I come in. Just be there.
Sam, you sound so serious.
Just be, sweetheart. We'll see. I'll be right down to dictate my report on the gold key caper.
Now, with Howard Duff starring in Spade, Lazarus brings to the air the greatest private detective of them all in The Adventures of Sam Spade. Date January 25, 1948. Two homicide details, San Francisco Police. Detective Lieutenant Gundy from Samuel Spade, license on the 17596. Subject, the gold key caper. Dear Gundy, it started as these things usually do in my office when Effie Marine, a doll of my other drawer, eased in, closed the door behind her, and leaned against it.
There's a girl outside.
A client or a client?
Name is John the Farm.
Did she come a long way to see me?
I don't think she's giving it to me.
I know, sweetheart, you never do. Sure.
Okay. Could you please come in this far?
Right here, Miss Barnes.
You're so kind, Mr. Spade. I can see I've come to the right now.
You're so kind. That'll be all, Mr. And now then, what can I do for you, Miss Barnes?
Well, I haven't a great deal of money. I've brought a little cash with me. Would 300 be enough for you?
I won't haggle with you, Miss Barnes. Goodbye. Now, what's the story that goes with it?
How much do you know about a man named John?
About as much as the police know. You know more?
I'm afraid I don't know that. I didn't even know what he was until one evening 2 years ago. That was the last time I saw him. The police came and I was speechless. But I thought I could stand by.
As I remember, the rap was 3 to 5 years breaking it out.
Yes, I promised to wait for it.
You didn't quite like it.
Well, in a way, you're probably right. When I heard he was coming out of prison, well, I just can't say.
Have you got to leave town?
It wouldn't make any difference. He'd find me wherever I went.
Can't say that I mind it. What's so funny?
You're afraid of me, Joe.
No, not dangerous. Not yet.
Are you always saying sorry? Never.
That depends.
Oh.
Yeah. On how many other chaps you handle, like this county police, and how many other chaps have helped you get out from under.
Really? There must be some other type of detective.
Okay, here's your money.
And I won't go. You can't turn me away like this. Of all those things I told you. Something. You were shouting at me right when I put my trust in you.
That's a lousy accent. Sit down.
Well,
Now, let's have it. What do you want me to do?
well, he's arriving in San Francisco this afternoon. He'll come to my apartment pretty soon. He said he would. I haven't been seeing him or even answering yet. That by itself must make him kill him. You knew, Johnny.
Well, I don't. You said you didn't until the cops came in.
But I didn't. I didn't know what to do with his mom. I just thought he was a gambler like anybody. I never got advice. I never see his family. Just go crazy. I don't see him. Young boy set him up out of the face. Then I was going to write and tell him in prison. But then I was afraid he'd break out and make things worse for himself. But now...
No, you really got to say.
Yes, but I can't. I'm afraid.
And you want me to hold a gun on him while you get in the air?
Oh, you see it like that. Make him think. But I just can't go that way. I can't. I just knew that you would die and must be. And I didn't think.
For how long? Look, let's say something for after dinner, Jones.
I was wrong. You're not afraid. You're not afraid of anything.
Listen to you, Jack.
1234 Van Ness. Conference Central.
What time you doing?
Your truck's just in on street.
I'll be there quarter up. Budget 4 times. Long, short, long, short.
No, don't use it there. I don't want anything to fix. Here, take this. Step yourself in.
Gold key. Johnny. Forever. Don't worry, Angel. Don't worry. You can put a new name on there. This one's not engraved very deep. After she'd drawn, a heavy fragrance clung to everything she touched. The chair she sat in, my glass with her lipstick on it for $300. Even the gold key. I rubbed it up against my coat sleeve. The name didn't come off. It only shone brighter. I threw it across the room just to see if it would bounce. It did. And when I walked over to pick it up, there were 2 keys, or at least 1 and a half. The gold shank had been hollowed out, and the key that fitted inside it was wrong again, Dundee. Not a glass key, a brass key with a number on it, 322, nothing else. I wondered if Johnny the thief had been living a double life, or at least 1 and a half. I was still wondering when I slipped the brass key back into its hiding place and used the gold one to unlock the door of Wanda's apartment. The room was full of her perfume, but she wasn't there. Johnny the thief was. He was cleaning the prison dirt out of his fingernails with a shiny new spring blade knife.
Get that key.
What for? Your end? Was Wanda.
Change your mind if you don't want to see her.
Who changed it for?
I did. I told her she's sitting on a marry into the wrong ship. So give me a key and blow.
Where is she, in here?
I told you to blow if you don't want to see it.
Let's see yourself. You're spear happy.
Spade. I didn't rot in that Spade hotel 3 years to get pushed around. Why do you think I took that rap?
You took it for her. You're crazy. She was through with you before you went up.
Just go on talking like that. Go on. I'll cut you. I'll cut you real bad, Copper.
Johnny, I don't want to hurt you, so don't try. Good night, Johnny. Come on. The first thing you ought to learn about civilian life, Johnny, is don't jump somebody until you know what it's all about. What did she tell you?
Forget it. You'll get this cheaper than I did. But she's 3 years older. So am I.
Listen, Johnny, here's my card. If there's any way I can help you, let me know, will you? I mean it.
Well, you got a heart. They gave me $50 and they put me out the gate, but I dropped it and focused it down at 60 right off the bus. Sucker. Johnny business.
You need some dough, Johnny?
No, nothing that ain't mine. Hey, the key is mine. My name's on it. They couldn't do nothing to me if I hopped that, could they? I'll get 10 on this game. That's solid gold. Hey, give me a place to flop until I get my feet on it again.
Yeah, like you say, your name's on it. Here, take it. Hey, you can have your knife, too.
You're all right guy. I'm sorry for the things I said.
Hey, wait a minute. Where's Wanda?
I don't know. I haven't seen her. I don't want to see it. So long, sucker.
The window and watched him leave the building. He didn't cough when the cold air hit him. Instead, he took a deep breath and strode swiftly across the street and into a neon-lighted bar and grill. Something about his swagger bothered me. Giving him the gold key might or might not have been as smart a move as I thought it was, but I was sorry I'd given him back his knife. Sam Spade, sucker. Johnny, I decided to start acting like a detective for a change. I took a chance on Johnny the thief being thirsty enough after 3 years to keep his elbow crooked at the bar long enough for me to frisk Wanda's apartment. I didn't think I'd find her body there, but I did. I deduced that it was in the clothes closet from the feeble cries and pumpings I heard as I walked into the bedroom.
Oh, Sandor. Oh, I've never forgiven myself anything.
What happened to you, Amy?
Where were you standing?
You pushed in the closet.
When I heard you coming upstairs.
Why?
Well, you were coming any minute, and I had to say something, so I told her you were going to marry me.
Oh, that's fine. Well, here we are.
Oh, but that's not all I said. Oh, you'll never forgive me for this. I know. How can I tell you? I told her you fell.
Thanks a lot. How did I fall?
By threatening to go to parole board so they wouldn't let Johnny out.
I must have a lot of influence.
Yes, and that way he thought I was protecting him, so he didn't hurt. Only this little bit. And it's just well, it's nothing really, only a little bit scarred. Oh, but if you only knew what he was doing. I standing there in that dark, not knowing what he was doing. Sorry.
Don't you think any more about it?
You do forgive me, don't you?
About that gold key, Angel, I think you could have changed the lock on the door. I gave it to Johnny.
You? Oh, no, you fool.
Oh, he was broke. He made it.
Oh, where did you get a crazy idea like that?
Where did you get those great, big, beautiful lies?
Stand be serious.
But I am. We're engaged, aren't we?
Oh, stop that. Listen. If I don't have that key back by midnight, you come back to kill me.
Get out of sight. Get out of sight. I'll take care of it. There were two of them. Neither one was Johnny Batiste. They brushed past me and entered the room without a word and stood there with their faces hanging out. While we were giving each other the silent treatment, I sized them up. The largest size I recognized from newspaper clippings. He was a big sand and gravel man, and rumor had it that a stretch of paving outside the town contained the bodies of 18 other sand and gravel men who had bid against him for the contract and stumbled into a rock crushing. Name? Mike Malloy. The musician with him put his viola case down on the sofa and opened it up. No. This is the man, baby.
Not just what he's doing here.
Down and finish that comic book I bought for you.
Okay, wrong question.
Mr. Spade, I told his father to hire you. Has he told him? Not yet. Good. I brought along my bodyguard here just in case Williams came on. I sent him to the movie. Why, you see Johnny the Beast? Yeah, he dropped in. He didn't make any trouble? No. Is he supposed to? There's no point in our talking in person, Mr. Spade. Johnny the Beast worked for me. Maybe here was one of his men, wasn't he?
Right for him, lad.
See? Things have changed. Johnny isn't the man he used to be. But I've always taken care of those, certainly, Lloyd. And I thought we weren't talking in person. Believe me, Mr. Spade, I only want to save Johnny from himself. Is he threatening to jump into one of your rock records?
Watch that boy. He's got a sense of humor.
I'm sorry I say him shit. I was misinformed about you, Mr. Spade. I was led to believe that you were the man to help my fiancée and myself out of this embarrassing situation. Your fiancée? Wanda? This farm? Yes?
Yes, it's fiancé.
I'll be absolutely frank with you, Spade. I had hoped by bringing you and Johnny Peace together under circumstances that you might be more secure in self-defense, or my apologies. Go on. It would have been the merciful way out for Johnny, and it would have saved many lives. I know Johnny Peace. He will try to get back on top. He'll stop at nothing. I believed them, and it was no mistake. That's why I almost hoped they didn't know where Johnny was, but they did. After they left Juan's apartment, they crossed the street and went into the neon-lighted bar and grill. By the time I got downstairs, they were on their way out again with Johnny in the middle. He didn't look like he wanted to go, but they dragged him into Malloy's limousine and he went. I did too. The trail ended on the Embarcadero at the Harbor View Hotel. By the time I got into the lobby, Johnny and his two guards had disappeared up a ratty-looking flight of stairs. I started up after them, but then I stopped cold. When I got to the top of the stairs, I saw where the number one burst had gone. It had raked the ceiling and taken every light bulb in the corridor. I could see the flashes from the Tommy gun, and somebody backed into the hall from one of the rooms, still pumping lead.
Hurry up, guys! I gotta get out of here! Hey, who's that?
He either saw or heard me. I flopped down on my belly and tried to work my way into the 10th of an inch nap in the crummy carpet. I made like I'd been hit, but I couldn't quite manage the death rattle. When I heard the gunman run down the hall toward the rear of the building, I rose courageously to my hands and knees and crawled the rest of the way down the corridor and looked into the smoke-filled room. The air tasted like burned powder, but it smelled like blood. I swallowed my insides and went in. There were 8 of them. I'll spare you the details, Dundee. You saw them after they were cleaned up. I needed some fresh air, and I needed it quick. Huh?
Poor darling.
Shut up. I want some answers. I don't want explanations. I don't want excuses. And if I catch you using what you know you do to me to snake your way out of this one, I'll...
What about some excuses like this? First Johnny, then Mike, and now you.
You're starting again. It's the last time.
Sam, I'm sorry. What do you want to know?
Are you in love with Johnny?
But I told you no.
Mike Malloy?
No.
You gonna marry Malloy?
What was in that room?
8 dead men.
What else?
A lot of blood and powder smoke.
Now I'll see if I'm going to marry Malloy.
Okay, that's all I wanted to know. I'll see you later, Angel. Oh, say, I was just leaving. Come back later. You're not leaving, and I'm not coming back later. Get back in the room. Now, listen here, Spade. I hired you as a bodyguard for my fiancée, Miss Barr. What do you come off pushing your way in here with a gun like this? I can have your license revoked so fast to make your head swear off yourself. One of the sick of this business. Spade, I warn you, stay out of this. What's that? You know, Johnny the Geek. Hello, Johnny. Any day you're working over. You talk? What's this one, Lord? Ask Johnny. He knows. All right, I will. You move over here where I can watch you. Keep your hands behind your neck. Relax. That's going to cost you more than your life. Shut up! Now, Johnny, listen to me. This is important. Move your right hand to yes. You framed yourself in the breaking hand to be wrapped to cool off from a big one, right? Okay, answer it, Johnny. Murder? No. Robbery? How big? 5,000, 50? 500,000. That's payroll job. Bakersfield, December 1944. That right, Johnny? How do I go through with this farce? I can give it to you. If you think it'll do you any good, I promise you it won't. Johnny got himself fed up on that 3 to 5 year rap, partly for the reason you say, and partly because he didn't want to deal with the rest of the boys. Cooked up this transparent scheme of his, this gold key, that hotel room, that throws off the track. They can think the loot was hidden there. Sure it isn't. Positive. I bought that hotel and ripped it to pieces, room by room. So you cooked up a couple of pretty crude schemes of your own to sweat it out of Johnny. First you thought you could goad him into killing me. When that didn't work, you had your boy Naples knock off the opposition boys into the peace mob so you could hold a whole master over his head. Who do you think you could settle that job? I think I'll start with you. Maybe you'll laugh until you feel better, Johnny. Don't get jumpy. And I know it's me. I'll talk to him in the other room.
What do you think you're trying to do?
Hey. All right, leave it there, Naples.
Yeah. What are you doing here? Where's the boy?
Out.
What do you want?
I want to talk to you, pigeon.
Who's the pigeon?
Nobody but you, Naples. If you think somebody else is going up for that slaughter in room 322.
Johnny shot them guys. That's the boy.
I asked the boss. He said you did.
You're fucking.
Johnny bargained for a written statement by Malloy alibying Johnny. The cops have got it now. They'll believe it. Malloy's a big citizen, so you're the only pigeon left.
What's the few things? Where is he?
Wait here. I'll bring him to you. I left Naples standing there in the vestibule waiting for Malloy. Then I hoisted Johnny out of my back and left Malloy waiting for Naples. He went out the back way. I ran to the freight elevator and watched the floor indicator moving around. I believe it was between 6 and 7 when I heard a familiar sound in the Malloy apartment. What about? Malloy, Johnny, me, to the headman.
Johnny, give me all on you.
Malloy's dead.
Johnny?
Johnny can't talk. You know how to. No, but I can.
Sam. You didn't have anything to do with Malloy dying.
As much as anybody.
But you. Oh, no, I just don't.
You're out of it, Malloy?
I did in the face. It's so long to hold you. Johnny, I think the boy you can do for me. Go on with my work.
I won.
But you and everything else. And the money, too. Oh, I've never dreamed that you had been perfect. It's just too good to be true.
Yeah, you're so right. Sunday is this. Some jerk from the DA's office informs me that you want her for questioning as an accessory before the fact. In my opinion, this angle of the case requires more personal research, and with all modesty, I think that I am the man for the job, and will be as long as she thinks I have the 500 grand. And if I do have it, Lieutenant, watch out for your bag. Curious? And it will go.
No.
Yes, sir.
Well, how are you?
Have I what is it? The $500,000?
Oh, heavens to thank you. How can you be so calm about it?
I said it, sweetheart. There's every nook and cranny for Treasury Hawkshaw, and I'll give you a full account. Private, of course.
Oh, this is a mess, and it's all your fault. I'm just a mess of nerves worrying about that money. How can you explain it to Mother and Mr. Belcher at the bank?
Hey, just a back.
Besides, Sam, it's not ours now. I think we should keep it. And if that girl loves you, that's your money.
Worry no more, my sweet. Happy. See you see the ticket.
You're going to die for me?
Oh, of course you will. What's the matter?
Yes, we did. Where is it, Sam?
Listen, my dear, there never was any 500 grand as far as Johnny Batiste. He didn't have anything to do with that robber. He invented the whole caper, including the hocus pocus about the gold key. Now you ask me why?
Why?
Thanks a lot. To keep himself out of Malloy's rock crush, you see. Well, he was resting stably for 3 years in San Quentin. Malloy was driving himself crazy, following that gold key and trying to dig up $500,000 that wasn't even there. He figured by the time he got out, Malloy would be crazy enough to overplay his hand. And he was right. What's left of it?
Well, Sam, if you ask me, it wasn't the gold key that drove Malloy crazy.
Oh?
I better not say it. It's not my place to advise you. You know what I mean. Good night, Sam.
Good night, Mother.
Adventures of Sam Spade, Detective. Brought to you by Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. The non-alcoholic hair tonic that contains lanolin. Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first.
Sam Spade Detective Agency.
It's me, sweetheart. Risen from not one, but two deathbeds.
Oh, Sam, I bet not. You wouldn't take that lying down.
Oh, yes, you made it, Joe.
Well, you did first, Sam.
I did not.
Oh, you mean you actually
Now, don't pin me down. Anyway, I was present at two dying declarations. Would you believe, Effie, that a man could say something that wasn't true at a time like that?
Oh, no. You mean a man will be lying on his deathbed?
Oh, yes, you made it, Joe.
Oh, Sam, now stop it. I don't know
It's
what
all right, Effie. I forgive you. You can atone by telling me how wonderful you think I am.
I think you...
That you may do when I arrive in a trice to dictate my report on the deathbed caper.
Dashiell Hammett, America's leading detective fiction writer and creator of Sam Spade, The Hard-Boiled Private Eye, and William Spear, radio's outstanding producer-director of mystery and crime drama, join their talents to make your hair stand on end with the adventures of Sam Spade. Presented by the makers of Wild Root Cream Oil for the hair. Tell me, mister, how many times a day do you have to comb your hair? Not many, I'll bet, if you groom it right, first thing every morning with Wild Root Cream Oil. For this famous hair tonic grooms your hair neatly and naturally, and helps it to stay that way throughout the day. Wild Root Cream Oil also relieves dryness and removes loose dandruff. With Wild Root Cream Oil, you don't have to keep combing your hair every 2 minutes. That is, unless your gal can't resist running her hands through it. Get Wild Root Cream Oil hair tonic. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first. And now, with Howard Duff starring as Spade, Wild Root brings to the air the greatest private detective of them all in the adventures of Sam Spade.
Many brave hearts are asleep in the deep.
Captain Sam, is the bridge for you. You got your logbook handy, gal?
Oh, yes.
So beware.
That's awful deep.
Date, June 20th, 1948. Where? I have no shame. To Marin County Sheriff's Office, San Rafael, California. Attention, Deputy Woodington from Samuel Spade, license number 17596. Subject, the deathbed caper. Dear Bill, the dawn came up like thunder out of Chinatown across the bay. In San Francisco, all we could see was fog. On your side, it must have lifted briefly because somebody named Dan Starbuck managed to find his way to a phone booth, call me, and asked me to meet him at the 3rd Street Pier in Sausalito. I didn't see him when I first got there. I didn't even see the pier. It was too foggy. But in the glow of the neon lights in front of the Viking saloon, I saw a man who seemed to be waiting for somebody. He was a big guy with a good face, with plenty of worry. Yeah, Starbucks, Dan Starbucks. Come on down to the end of the pier. I'll explain as we go along. We got further. You act hot. Wanted or something? What? Not yet. What's the cable? Well, my brother's out there on his yacht, the Marguerite. He's dying. When he's dead, they may call it murder. I want to be there with a witness. That's you. In case you have anything to say about who did it. Who did? You think I did? Did you? Honestly, I don't know. It happened the night before last. I went out there to see him. We've hated each other for years. We've both been drinking, and we drank some more. Then there was a fight. I drew a blank somewhere. Next thing I knew, it was around midnight. I pulled myself together, went into his cabin. Gordon was lying there with his head all kicked. I realized I was covered with blood, and I was holding something in my hand, big glass paperweight. I dropped it. I got out of there fast, swam ashore. I planned to tell you different stories, but that's it. You want the job or not? You think you'll make a deathbed statement that'll clear you, and you want me for a witness? Yeah, that's it. You got a lot of guts. I'm hired. Good. Albertson?
You down there? Halverson! Who's Halverson? He's the boatman. He'll row it down. Halverson! Hey, Mills!
Johnny?
Yeah. Is that your casino?
Sure. Can I do you some favor?
I want to go out to the Marguerite. I can't find Halverson anywhere.
Well, I guess I can take you. Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm sure. Sam Spade, Del Casino. He's the boatman of the Marguerite.
Glad to meet you.
Thanks.
Any front of Danny. Hey, listen, Danny, you sure you want to go out there?
Any reason why he shouldn't?
Well, it's up to him. In his place, that would be on a freighter from China, way out there where the fog is more thicker.
No, it's all right, Casino. I know what I'm doing.
Well, your friend, you excuse me, your name?
Spade.
You'll pardon me, I better ask. The police don't want you for nothing?
Not yet, but don't make book on it.
Push us clear, Danny. This fog is closing in, but I can still see the lights from the Marguerite. I wish we don't find her.
But we did. She was wearing clam diggers and off-the-shoulder T-shirt and was leaning against the rail as the dinghy pulled past the police launch and nestled in under the ladder of the yacht.
Is that you?
Yes, Miss Starbuck.
Who is that with you? Bill, what are they saying ashore about... Oh, I think that's
You're
it.
Mr. Starbuck?
Yes?
I'm Sam Spade from San Francisco. I'm a detective. Your brother-in-law's in the boat.
Detective?
He wants to come aboard.
He wants to... Why?
He's hoping your husband will say something to clear him before he dies. Is there any reason why he shouldn't come aboard?
Oh, there's every reason in the world why you shouldn't. The police are in there with my husband right now. The doctor says there's a possibility that he may regain consciousness long enough to make dying declaration. If he's face to face with Dan, there's no telling what he'll say. I wish Dan wouldn't. My husband has died.
Dan?
Yeah. What'd you say?
I don't know, but I think you better come aboard. He seemed almost delighted as he swung his weight up out of the dinghy and climbed the ladder. Del Casino, the boatswain, followed, wearing a puzzled expression that turned to fear as we entered the cabin. The yellow glare from the lamp swinging overhead was almost blinding to walk into out of the foggy night. The first thing I focused on was the trunk that held the dying man. His head was heavily bandaged, his skin was chalk white, and his lips were beginning to turn blue. The room was tense with waiting. Ranged around him in a semicircle with a supporting players. 2 doctors, 1 family type with a nurse, 1 police medic without, 1 sheriff with cigar, 1 police stenographer, female with pencil and notebook poised, 9/10 of a widow, and us. At 18 minutes past 7, somebody moved. The dying man. The 2 doctors rushed forward, took his pulse and blood pressure.
All right, Sheriff, he's conscious now, but we better hurry.
Margaret.
Mr. Starbuck, can you hear me all right? Take that down. Now, Mr. Starbuck, we have to ask these questions. 1, what is your name? Please try to answer. What is your name? Good. Got that? That's close enough. Fill it in later. Now, Mr. Starbuck, where do you live? Where do you live? Got that? Now, Mr. Starbuck, let's come on. Have you been injured? What was the cause of your injury? Got that? Now, the second part, what was the cause of your injury? Do you believe that you're about to die as a result of your injuries and have you no hope of recovery? Now let's get to the point. Who inflicted said injury? Mr. Starbuck, please, you haven't much time, you know. Go away. Doc, is there anything to do? I'm afraid not. Oh.
This is ghastly. Can't you leave him alone? Can't you let him die in peace?
What are you afraid of, Maggie?
What are you afraid he'll say?
All right. All right, tell them, Gordon. It was Dan that struck you, wasn't it? He was jealous. He always hated you for marrying me. It was Dan.
Now, Mrs. Starbuck, I know how you feel, but we can't allow this for it. Besides, this is the subject. Miss Starbuck. Very low close, I'm not sure.
You're right, Gordon. Tell the truth.
Do you identify this man, Mr. Starbuck?
He's lying. Gordon, you know who did it. Why have to tell the truth? What do you got to lose now?
You finished, man.
Gordon! Gordon's not dead. Now come back. Doctor, can't you...
He's dead. Well, here, Doc. Dennis Starbuck, it is my duty as sheriff of this county to take you into custody on suspicion of murder. I must tell you that anything you say may be held against you. You better come along too, Spade. Routine questioning.
Okay, Sheriff.
Well, I don't think we'll need the handcuffs, will we, son?
No, I'll go with you.
Yes, indeed, son. It's always smart to come along quietly.
Yeah. Professor, as far as I'm concerned. Hey, Dan, come back here. Use your hand. He only had one friend. The best friend in the world for a man on the land. The fog. Searchlights and the police launch spun frantically as the craft heeled around in a half circle to head him off. Instead of cutting the fog, the beams from the powerful lights bounced back from it and blinded the men behind them. After 10 minutes of that, they gave up. The sheriff had a theory.
Don't worry. Between the fog and the currents, I doubt if we'll make it. We'll probably recover the body in the morning.
And they did. But it wasn't Dan Starbuck's spot. It was the boatswain's Del Casino. He was found in Richardson Bay addressing the dinghy from the Marguerite. Somebody had traced his skull with the same type blunt instrument that had been used on Gordon Starbuck. But Del hadn't lived long enough to make a dying declaration.
The makers of Wild Root Cream Oil are presenting the weekly Sunday adventure of Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, Sam Spade. Here's important news on good grooming. If you want the well-groomed look to help you get ahead, socially and on the job, listen. Recently, thousands of people from coast to coast who bought Wild Root Cream Oil for the first time were asked, how does Wild Root Cream Oil compare with the hair tonic you previously used? The results were amazing. Better than 4 out of 5 who replied said they preferred Wild Root Cream Oil. And no wonder. It gives you the advantages that men consider most important. Wild Root Cream Oil grooms your hair neatly and naturally, relieves annoying dryness, and removes loose dandruff. What's more, non-alcoholic Wild Root Cream Oil is the only leading hair tonic that contains soothing lanolin that's like the oil of your skin. So ask for Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first. By the way, smart girls use Wild Root Cream Oil too, and mothers say it's grand for training children's hair. And now back to Caper with 2 Deathbeds. Tonight's adventure with Sam Spade.
Police theory of the Del Casino killing went something like this. Casino had shoved off in the dinghy to join in the search for Dan Starbuck, had rescued him and been mates to the dinghy. Also found in the dinghy, but not as yet worked into the police theory, were 2 items. 1, a waterproof wallet containing the seaman's papers of one Nils Calvert. 2, a tattoo mark on the right bicep of the deceased. A small heart with a name, Maggie. The brand new widow of the same name was waiting in my office when I got there the following afternoon.
Hello.
So do you, Mr. Starbuck. What can I do for you?
Mr. Spade, I know very little about the ethics of your profession, and... Well, are you still working for Ben?
If you mean, do I know where he is, the answer's no.
I hope you say that.
Why?
Because I want you to work for me.
Need a new bosun?
You needn't put it quite so crudely.
No, I didn't.
Since your work is confidential, I'll admit I've done a few things, but it's all too true. My first mistake was marrying Gordon Starbuck when I didn't love him. And I could never have let myself fall in love with him. And certainly should have known better than to let Dell fall in love with me.
What about Nils Halverson?
And me? But hardly. No. Nils Halverson was employed by my husband for various odd jobs whenever he put in for police. Mostly he rode a guest on his ship. He rode Danny out the night my husband was killed. At least I think he did. I didn't actually see him.
Where's Halverson now?
I don't know. He goes off on drunk for days at a time, but I have a feeling if someone had paid him to disappear, he might have overheard something.
Hold on a minute. You're going too fast. Are you, working up to a confession?
Oh, no. It's just that I'm afraid a great injustice may have been done to him. After all, Mr. Spade, a man who's dying, I don't see how he could be altogether in his right mind. Do you?
The law says he is if he knows his name and address. A deathbed accusation is the strongest evidence a lawyer can shove at a jury. You can't cross-examine a dead man, and most people have the quaint idea that a man on his deathbed is a lot more truthful than he was when he was hale and hearty.
Then you think Gordon may have been lying?
Could be, or wool gathering, or picking up some of the lines you were feeding him.
Oh, I was just afraid he might die before he... You see, I thought I might shock him into saying yes or no. He could have said no, couldn't he?
I got your mind.
Oh, all I know is it's on my conscience now. If we could find old Halverson and force him to tell what he knows. He's a very strange man. Devoted to me. If the police find him before I do, he might refuse to talk out of a mistaken loyalty.
To you?
Well, I never do thought I had anything to do with it. Well, it's very strange. I told you that.
What makes you so sure he's alive?
Why wouldn't he be?
If I'd been the killer and he'd rode me to and from the scene of my crime, I'd see him secured in Davy Jones' locker. Fish feed, lobster bait, asleep in the seat.
Where do you work?
I'll let you know. I didn't have time to get tattooed, but the rest of me was marinated enough. On my head, I was wearing a dirtied-up yachting cap. And the rest of me, I was wearing a pea jacket, dungarees, and ski boots. I was also wearing clamshell number 5 as I rolled up to the Viking saloon.
Well, what did be, mate?
Archivist and Bonfire. Have you seen my cousin?
Your cousin? Who's your cousin? Prince Larry?
No, but my cousin Neil Halverson. Neil Halverson.
Oh, no. Your new cousin, are you? Well, coming from the old country?
Yeah, Minnesota. By you, Minnie.
Well, no, he'll be right glad to see you then.
Where is he?
Yeah. He's in trouble with me. I got him pulled up down below. Come on.
Well, by golly, I sure am glad to be going to see my cousin Neil. Neil Halverson.
Drop the act and get down there.
Hey! Okay, Joe, I'll take over from here.
Okay, Danny, my boy. I got his gun. But watch him now, watch him. He's full of mortar balls.
Well, Spade, you're the one person I didn't expect to see. But I'm very glad to. Yeah, I wish I hadn't found you. I wanted to find somebody else first. Halverson? Yeah, he's here. You'll see him? That's what I came for. In under here. Watch your head, low bridge. Hey, here we are. Where? The boathouse under the pier. Halverson used to hole in here to sleep off his snout. Where's he now? He's going to be a long time sleeping this one. He'd been missing since that night. Nobody knew he was here till last night. I headed for the saloon when I swam ashore. Joe hit me out here. He still talks then. What did he say? I wrote it down. But it's no help. Let's say it. It's just a jumbled word. Marguerite. Merry Christmas drink. My beautiful Helga. Row your boat. Now throw me back. Roll me back. $20 good and drunk. Fog rolling in. Good and drunk. Gonna be 5 days, no business. Oh, my head. Paint the boat.
Oh, crazy stuff.
$20. You give him $20 to row you out?
I didn't even see him.
I swam out. My loving brother wouldn't have let me on board if he'd heard me arriving like a gentleman. $20. You frisk him? No. I'll have a look. Oh, I don't... Oh, wait. Huh. Real soggy, but a 20. Now, look here, I'm sticking to my story. I swam out there. I didn't give him that 20. Maybe you didn't. Maybe you didn't.
You gotta believe me. I didn't even have $20. That's why I got up. What's the matter with you? What are you gonna do?
Come over here, Dan. What?
Hey.
I don't believe a word of your story, and even if I did, it wouldn't make any difference.
What are you...
Shut up. You're gonna stop talking and listen for a while. I stuffed a gag into his mouth and muscled him over to a piling and handcuffed him. He didn't look surprised. He just stood there staring at me as if he'd lost his last friend in the world. But I wasn't looking at him as much as I was listening to those footsteps in the forest overhead. I waited for them to come back. They did. I walked across the soggy planks to where Nils Halverson lay in the shadow. Nils, I want you to answer these questions again. Now, this time I'm going to take them down. You get lots of $20 and lots of drinks. Now then, I know you don't feel so good. You don't have to talk if you don't feel like it. Just nod your head for yes and shake it for no. Okay, Nils? That counts in a court of law as long as there's a witness. Okay. Now, your name is Nils Halverson. Your address is 213 Bayview, Sausalito. That's correct, is it? Nod your head. Good. Good. That proves you're in your right mind. You know you were injured. Yeah. You know the cause of your injury. Hit on the head and thrown over the side of your boat. What? Huh? Not from... Oh, dinghy. Well, it's the same thing. All right. Now, you know you're dying. You have no hope of recovery. That's obvious, but nod your head. That's the boy. Now, Nils, on the night of the 18th, around 10 o'clock, after your usual working hours, you rowed somebody out to the yacht Marguerite in return for which this person gave you a $20 bill. This person is also the person who killed, who inflicted your fatal injury. It is. Now, the name of that person, if you can possibly speak even in a whisper, so there can be no mistake. Can you hear me? Just say it close to my ear. Yeah? Yes. I got it. That's all. I know you don't write notes, but make your mark here. Come on, I'll guide your hand. There. Now we're going to take... No. Well... All right, Maggie. Come on in and join the party. Don't try anything. The light's on you. There's better shots than you, and if there's a ruckus, the whole saloon will be down on it. They're all friends of Danny's, too. Stop there. Toss the gun. Okay. What's the matter, Angel? You look kind of scared.
No.
Don't give up so easy, sweetheart. I always wanted to take a trip around the world.
We might go on the Marguerite together.
Yeah, sailing into the sunset, sleeping with our deathbed statements under each other's pillows.
I see what you mean. I guess it wouldn't work. How much for yours, and what do we do about him?
Dan? I'll take care of that. Throw it in with a deal.
Okay. But I want it in writing. A little statement to the effect. I'd like to keep under my pillow.
Fair enough. Now all I want from you is a little statement from you to this effect. That you, Marguerite Starbuck, employed Nils Halverson to row you out to the yacht on the night of the 18th, that you there overheard a quarrel between your husband and brother-in-law, and that taking advantage of said brother-in-law's inebriated condition, you sneaked up behind your husband, hit him with a paperweight, and decamped, leaving the murder weapon in Dan's hand. Then started back to shore in the dinghy, and realizing that the only witness that could testify you were aboard that night...
All right, I'll sign it. We've got plenty of time to put in all the legal declarations ready.
I'm afraid we won't, baby. You're going to be spending all your available time at the Hatcheby in Point West.
What are you talking
You
about?
just made a full confession in front of a witness. You heard it, didn't you, Dan? Every word.
Oh, we're fighting. Honest. An honest man.
Well, I just tell a fib. It's really going to hurt, I'm afraid, Maggie. You see, we didn't actually have any deathbed statement to match yours.
No?
No. Nils Halverson was a good deal too dead to have made a deathbed statement just now. He's been stiff for 12 hours. Period, and a report.
Well, Sam, I'll type this right up because then I'm leaving.
Wait a minute, Effie. I had to do it that way. Don't you understand?
Of course, Sam, I understand.
But you object. A cruel, ruthless, murdering, though beautiful woman, foiled by a clever ruse, a great acting performance by the greatest private detective of them all.
Hello? Yes, Sam, I'm glad.
Pardon me for having ceased. There's a reason, men. In fact, there are 5 big reasons why more men every day are turning to Wild Root Cream Oil for well-groomed hair. Wild Root Cream Oil grooms your hair neatly and naturally. Wild Root Cream Oil relieves dryness and removes loose dandruff. Wild Root Cream Oil is non-alcoholic and contains soothing lanolin. 5 big reasons why you, too, should join the millions with handsome, well-groomed hair. Why you should step up to your drug or toilet goods counter and ask for Wild Root Cream Oil. Get the big economy bottle and the handy new tube that's easy to pack when you travel, just right for the office or plant. Also, ask your barber for a professional application of Wild Root Cream Oil hair tonic. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first.
Sam, goodbye.
Now, wait a minute, Effie. You can't leave like this, not without...
Oh, all right, I'll talk to you on doing my hair.
Well, can't you at least look at me? After all, you could give me a chance to justify
Well,
it.
apparently you're laboring under an accident.
Of course I am.
Why, Sam, I just arrived from June and the 1st of July.
What are you talking about?
Vacation.
Vacation? You just had a vacation a few months back.
Well, Sam, that's a year.
Well, if you want to take advantage of the least second
No,
challenge.
Sam, don't say goodbye, man.
Well, it's... Oh, it's just lucky that some of us keep our nose to the grindstone, our ear to the ground, an eye to the future. Television just around the corner.
Oh, Sam.
Come here, sweetheart. You look lovely. Have a wonderful time.
Oh, Sam.
Now go on, you miss your friend. Where are you going?
Okay.
Well, just so you don't go to Kanab, Utah.
All right, Sam. You know better. Good night.
Good night, Sierra Sue. We'll get to that part next week. The Adventures of Sam Spade, Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, are produced and directed by William Spear. Sam Spade is played by Howard Dove. Noreen Tuttle is Effie. The Adventures of Sam Spade are written for radio by Bob Tallman and Gil Dowd, with musical direction by Lud Gluskin. Join us again next Sunday. Author Dashiell Hammett and producer William Spear join forces for another adventure with Sam Spade, brought to you by Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first. This is Dick George, reminding you to get Wild Root Cream Oil, Charlie. It keeps your hair in trim. You see, it's non-alcoholic, Charlie. It's made with soothing lanolin. You better get Wild Root Cream Oil, Charlie. Start using it today. You'll find that you will have a tough time, Charlie. Keeping all the gals away. Hiya, Baldy. Get Wild Root right away. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Adventures of Sam Spade, Detective. Brought to you by Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic, the non-alcoholic hair tonic that contains lanolin. Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first.
Well, Samuel Spade, private and gentleman. I mean investigation. Good morning. Evening.
Effie?
Miss Perrine is on a vacation. Perhaps I may be of assistance, no doubt.
I don't know. To whom am I speaking to?
I am sorry, I cannot divulge that information to an entire stranger. May I take a message?
Look, Miss whoever you are, I don't want to trip composure, but
I am sorry, but I will have to ask you in no certain terms to resist from this line you are handing me. I am not the type secretary.
forget it. I'll just call Miss Perrine long distance and dictate my report over the phone.
Oh, my servant daughter. How lovely guides of me, Mr. Spade. Oh, I'm Bernadine, Effie's relief. I mean yours.
I could use some.
Oh, shall I send out for some medicine?
Yeah. The phone number's on the wall behind the water cooler. Tell them 100 proof bonded and hang the expense. I'll be right down to dictate my report on the bail bond paper.
Dashiell Hammett, America's leading detective fiction writer and creator of Sam Spade, the hard-boiled private eye, and William Spear, radio's outstanding producer-director of mystery and crime drama, join their talent to make your hair stand on end with the adventures of Sam Spade. Presented by the makers of Wild Root Cream Oil for the hair. Only 3 days left, gals, and June, the month of weddings, will be over. But don't worry, there are still 187 days left in leap year, still time to snag the man of your dreams. You know, the one who uses Wild Root Cream Oil on his hair. He and millions of other men use Wild Root Cream Oil daily, because Wild Root Cream Oil grooms the hair so neatly and naturally, relieves dryness, and removes loose dandruff. Any smart man who wants to look smart always insists on Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first. And now, with Howard Duff starring as Spade, Wild Root brings to the air the greatest private detective of them all, in the adventures of Sam Spade.
You just gotta be.
Yes, but why?
It was Spade. I knew it was gonna be like this.
I have my qualms too, Bernadine.
Oh, that's good. I sent the other back.
The other what?
I called that number, but it was euphonious. They said whiskey. Is something the matter?
No, nothing at all. I'm perfectly calm.
Well, I'm glad. My previous employer was very nervous, which is why I just happened to be tentatively at large when Effie reproached me about being a relief tourist.
Figures. Bernadine, now I'm not being fresh. Honestly, I'm not. But do you take shorthand?
Yeah, but I don't speak it.
What is that you speak? Don't answer. Ready?
Rodney. I mean Roger.
Date.
I'll have to ask my mother.
Down. Date, June 27, 1948, to Miss Effie Perrine, care of Perry's Lodge, Kanab, the Pearl of the West, Utah.
What?
Oh, wrong letter. I'll get to that later. Date, June 27, 1948, to Leo M. Scarlett, care of Leaf Branch, Root, Knox & Wood, attorneys at law, 333 Pine Street, San Francisco, from Samuel Spade, license number 17596. Subject to bail bond case. Dear Leo, I'm sorry things turned out the way they did, Leo, and I'd like you to know how I got into it. It wasn't for the reward. I don't take rewards. I'm not in love with your wife, no matter what she says, and I wasn't sore at you about anything. I was just sitting in my office, minding my own business when the door opened, and Vivian walked in. She looked every bit as beautiful as she did when she lived under me in Ma Tuttle's boarding house in 41. In fact, I didn't recognize her until she slithered out of her mink.
Hello, Sam. Surprised to see me?
Yeah, but I'm trying not to show it. What's on your mind?
Is that all you've got to say to me, Sam?
Well, you're here on business, huh?
All right, I don't blame you. It all happened pretty sudden, Leo and me. I should have written your phone to her, I suppose, but somehow...
Forget it, Vivian. Now, what do you need a detective for? You, thinking it's divorce already?
Oh, please, don't. If it was a mistake, I'm the one who has to live with it. And I made up my mind when I married Leo this time it's the truth.
no matter what.
What's the what?
She's in trouble, Sam.
Well, that's nothing new.
Now, this time I don't think it's his fault. When Leo went with Diddy now,
What's he say he's doing now?
he's a bail bond broker.
Judging from your new look, I'd say he's a success.
Sam, a man called him on the phone today. I answered. He said his name was Holliday, but I recognized his voice. He was an old friend of Leo's, Charlie Rosenthal.
Charlie? When did he get?
A couple of weeks back, he was too old. I don't know what he said over the phone, but Leo looked scared and sick.
I don't wonder. The word around town was that Charlie took the rap from Leo.
And I don't know anything about that. All I know is Leo's on the level now, and Charlie never will be. He did plenty on his own during that time he stayed.
Well, I won't argue that, but from where I sit, it looks like Leo better start wearing a gun again.
He has. That's what I'm so frantic about, Sam.
You hear any of the conversation from Leo's end?
He didn't say much. But I did hear him say, all right, 10 tonight, I'll meet you there.
That wasn't very smart of him.
I know, but that's the way he is.
Might be only for a payoff.
I thought of that, too. But Leo hasn't got that kind of money. He's been dropping a lot at the racetrack. And even if he had it, he's not the type to pay blackmail.
I don't like it. Why should I stick my neck out? Why did you have to come to me anyway?
Because I trust you, Sam. I know you were jealous of Leo.
I was?
Sam, if we ever meant anything, if you meant half the things you said to me.
Stop it, that's blackmail.
Oh, I feel so lost and alone. I don't know where to turn.
Okay. I'll see what I can do.
I'll make it up to you somehow. You see if I don't.
Sure you will. And tell Leo to stop dropping his money at San Ferran. This is going to cost them plenty. Billion had said that your rendezvous with Charlie was scheduled for 10 in the p.m. and that you were too upset to go to work that day, so you'd be at home, 1246 Dunbar. I took a plan in your apartment building from a sleepy lagoon-type cocktail bar across the street called, you guessed it, the Sweet Leilani. Your wife joined me, and after a while, we got around to talking. At least she did.
I'll let you go and guess what I'm thinking about.
Huh?
Listen, Sam. You remember that night we drove to Half Moon?
Spade.
Oh, you do. Oh, we used to do the craziest things. I should have married you, Sam.
Please, know what I'm drinking.
You know what? The trouble with crooks, they have to work day and night.
Yeah.
Hey, you're not listening.
No, but everybody else in the place is.
Let's talk about you, Sam. Did I ever tell you how I met Leo?
No, and please don't.
And then he opened a bucket shop. You know what a bucket shop is?
Yeah.
It's stockbroker.
Brokerage.
Yeah, that's right. Only it's crooked. That was the first business Leo started when he went with Dick. He had to shut it down on account of those securities somebody was always stealing out of his safe.
Were they insured?
Yeah, but they wouldn't renew his policy. So after the second nightclub burned down and he couldn't get any insurance at all, even on his own life. That's why I'm so frantic, Sam. Hey, give me a nickel. I want to play food around.
50 nickels, and 2 hours later, Sweet Leilani broke under the strain, so we had Princess Papuli to leave a mat gave out, and was starting on the Hawaiian war chant, and she disappeared through a door marked Wahine, Hawaiian for powder, and never came back. Around 9:45, I mumbled something to the bartender about the lady will pay, put on my smoke glasses, and strolled out and across the street. You came out of the building a couple of minutes later. You led me a zigzag course up Merchant Street to Salon, across Salon to Commercial, down Commercial to Drum, and made a lateral pass over Drum back to Dunbar. Your destination, I'd never have guessed it, was the Sweet Leilani. Happily, they were not playing Sweet Leilani. It was very, very quiet. The regular customers had taken a powder, and I didn't blame them. In the new crop at the bar, I counted 10 broken noses, at least 5 broken paroles, assorted knife scars, and 4 pairs of cauliflower ears, and 1 maverick. You slid into a booth at the end of the bar, took the gun out of your shoulder holster, and laid it down on the table in front of you. I walked over, turned it around till it was pointing at the jukebox instead of me, and sat down.
Some other time, Spade. Some other time I drink with you. I'm waiting for a friend.
Why the gun? You selling it to him?
Maybe I give it to him. Go on, you drink at the bar.
It's kind of crowded. Looks like Charlie Rosenboy's old mob. Who are they gunning for? You or Charlie?
Why don't you ask them?
What are you drinking, Leo?
I was with that bottle all day. Got a bad taste. Do me a favor, Spade. There's that bar 2 doors down the street. Go drink there. Here's my friend. Leaving the door.
Any friend of yours is a friend of mine, Leo.
Look, Spade.
Hello, Leo. What's the matter? You bring a bodyguard to Mr. Old Prince Charlie?
This Chalmers threw his weight in here. I didn't ask him. I don't need him.
That sounds like the old Leo. Hell out of here.
The name is Scarlet.
Oh, pardon me. I've been on the rock for so long, it's hard to catch up on all this shit.
There's been a war, Charlie. Anyone tipped you to it yet?
We got a smart bodyguard, Leo.
Let's talk. Let's go somewhere else and talk.
I like it.
Okay, we stop. How come you tipped them off? We were coming here. You promised you wouldn't.
Like the shamans, they gotta drink somewhere.
All right, say what's in your mind and I'll go.
Yeah, and if you don't mind, I think I'll do my drinking at the bar. Both of your guns were on the table. It didn't look as though you were going to use them on one another, and I figured that neither of you was going to do much talking in front of me anyway, so I strolled back to the end of the bar to look at the television. The 10 o'clock news roundup was on, and the ticker tape that was moving across the screen said ... in Atlantic City today, period. I ordered a highball, and then the ticker tape started again. This time it said San Francisco, $1 million bail bond robbery. $1 million in negotiable bonds is tonight in the hands of a group of daring hold-up men who commandeered an armored truck at the very portals of the police department and the Hall of Justice. And it said this concludes the 10 o'clock edition of the television news roundup. I had a slight hunch that if the television boys had had their cameras on the big bail bond robbery, that at least some of the characters would have been played by at least some of the bad actors that were foregathered in the Sweet Leilani. In fact, what you and Charlie were saying and doing when I walked back to your booth was almost too much to the point. You let me see the Bolton portfolio Charlie shoved across the table at. It looked like a carrying case for bonds, bank messenger type. But it was sealed with wax blobs bearing the imprint of the great seal of the state of California. I was impressed.
Where'd you get this?
You can read about it in the papers, and if I was you, I'd get this out of sight before the papers hit the street. One thing more. Don't try to clip none of this coupon. And one thing more in addition. Don't open it at all.
Sure. Spade?
Yeah, Leon?
Think I hire you after all.
I took the job and you handed me the portfolio. Outside, we flagged the taxi and you gave the driver an address on Portsmouth Square. Your office, I hate to remind you, was behind one of a bunch of neon-lighted storefronts across from the Hall of Justice. The sign on the door said, press the button and let freedom ring any hour, day or night. The only bell in sight was a stop-press-type burglar alarm. You unlocked the door and we went in. We paused in front of a big green safe with a combination lock and started twirling the knob. The tumblers clicked into place. I picked up an inkwell and waited for the safe to open.
All right, Spade, give me this.
I did, with both hands. With my left, I handed you the portfolio, and with my right, I fixed the inkwell at a well-wired slab of plate glass window. When the burglar alarm went into action, so did you. You dropped everything and were out of the door and out of sight before you could say, let freedom ring. While I was waiting for the cops to arrive, I helped myself to a $500 bearer bond I found lying loose in your safe. I had a feeling I might be needing some bail myself. The makers of Wild Root Cream Oil are presenting the weekly Sunday adventure of Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, Sam Spade. Now, here's important news on good grooming. If you want the well-groomed look that helps you get ahead, socially and on the job, listen. Recently, thousands of people from coast to coast who bought Wild Root Cream Oil for the first time were asked, how does Wild Root Cream Oil compare with the hair tonic you previously used? The results were amazing. Better than 4 out of 5 who replied said they preferred Wild Root Cream Oil. And no wonder. It gives you the advantages that men consider most important. Wild Root Cream Oil grooms your hair neatly and naturally, relieves annoying dryness, and removes loose dandruff. What's more, non-alcoholic Wild Root Cream Oil is the only leading hair tonic that contains soothing lanolin. That's like the oil of your skin. So ask for Wild Root Cream Oil hair tonic. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first. By the way, smart girls use Wild Root Cream Oil too, and mothers say it's grand for training children's hair. And now, back to the bail bond keeper. Tonight's adventure with Sam Spade. I had hoped, Leo, when I made my spectacular move in your bail bond office and set the bells to ringing, that I'd get the caper off my neck and onto the capable shoulders of the police, where it now belongs. Then I told myself I could go home and get some sleep. I had never been that fond of Vivian anyway. I was holding the $1 million portfolio, complete with its big official seal, still unbroken, ready to hand it over with a flourish to the first boy in blue that rushed in. But then I saw something that dashed my hope. There was a strip of Scotch tape across the bottom of it. It wasn't up to me to tamper with important evidence, but I didn't have to. It was only a question of what magazine had been cut up to replace the $1 million in bearer bonds. That question was answered at headquarters 20 minutes later. It turned out to be the last 52 issues of Radio Life, which even Captain Walsh of the robbery detail admitted was no help. Neither was Captain Walsh. Now, Spade, in your statement here, you state, and that Rosenford didn't have portfolio exhibit in question the Leo and Starlight. Starlight, you got approximately 10.2 on this case. That's it, Captain. Now, you sure you want to stick with this? You don't want to change any part of the statement? No, I just want to go home and go to bed. I'm afraid you're going to stay with us for a while. Who, me? Statement of Jordan Joyce, M.P. Statements of Hilda Trackwriter, R.N. and Mildred DeVille, Disc, R.N. Day and night nurses, respectfully. Who's sick? Rosenford. He's been quarantined in his home in Bailey City since his release from Alcatraz 4 days ago. Chicken pox. Sorry, Sam, I'll have to book you. You sure you don't want to add anything to that statement? Only this. Kelsey Walsh, if you continue to do such brilliant police work, you will be waving a stop sign at a school crossing in time for the fall semester. You are a hangnail on the finger of justice. I thought I had been courteous and cooperative, but even so, it was the middle of the afternoon by the time they set my bail. $1,500. That made it light. I hadn't had time to hang the curtains in my cell when I got even worse news. My bail had been posted by who? Vivian, a banana peel, and the steps of progress. She met me outside.
Well, aren't you going to thank me?
What for? Getting me in jail or getting me out?
Getting you out, of course. It was all the money I had in all the world. Leo's money was impounded, you know. But Sam, when I thought of what
you and I once meant to each other, maybe we still...
Yeah. Well, you'll get your money back. I'm not really guilty.
Oh, I know that.
What else do you know?
I guess it's safe to talk. Leo phoned me today.
Where is
He wouldn't say. Some police station. He kept putting a nickel. Sam, you've got to talk to him. You've got to convince him it's best to give himself up.
Now you're beginning to make sense, sweetheart. But how can I get to talk to him?
I've arranged it. He can meet us at the Club Leilani. You know, where we had our reunion yesterday.
That place on Bonfire?
Yeah.
Oh, that's great. A crowded saloon less than a block from the police department. Besides, the place has lousy memories for me. By the way, did you ever get out of the ladies' room?
If you don't mind, I'd rather talk about something else.
Okay, let's talk about how do we bring this big secret meeting off in a crowded cafe. Is Leo coming in a false beard?
You really think I'm stupid, don't you?
I didn't say so.
Well, it so happens that the place is closed on Tuesday. See that sign in the window? Closed Tuesday?
Now, how do we break in?
I was counting on you. You're a detective. Can't you use a glass key or something?
Did you say that bail bond you bought for me was all the money you had in the world?
That's the truth.
Then get ready to forfeit it.
It's a risk I've got to take.
You've got to take.
Sam, please, if we ever meant anything...
Yeah, I know. Half Moon Bay. But sometimes I wish we hadn't been childhood sweethearts. Wait here. I'll chase the alley. The alley wasn't much better. There were two windows, washroom type, all glass brick, except for two small ventilators big enough to put your hand through. The only hope was the kitchen skylight. I didn't have any trouble getting up to it. But once I was there, things didn't look so good. The view from the roof was the garage door with two green lights flanking it. Then it struck me where I was and why I was there. The Club Leilani backed directly on the Hall of Justice where the big bail bond robbery had taken place at 5 p.m. the night before. Without further ado, I put my foot through a pane of the skylight, reached in, unlatched it, and dropped. Up at the front of the building, I could hear Vivian clamoring for admittance. I decided to let her clamor for another minute or two. It isn't a thing I often do, but I walked resolutely into the ladies' powder room. It was very well equipped. It had furniture, a telephone, and more clues than I needed. The magazines were there, the razor blades were there, the Scotch tape was there. There was even a scraping of red sealing wax on the steel frame of the window slot. But best of all was what I found in the paper towel dispenser. I lifted it out and moved it next door to the men's washroom. Then I let her in.
What kept you so long? You'll spoil everything. I was afraid you'd...
Here comes your husband.
Come on, let me in.
What happened, Leo? You're early.
Any objections? I just got itchy, that's all. How are you, baby?
Don't, Leo. I'm so nervous.
What are we going to do, baby? What's Spade going to do for her?
Come, Sam. I'll leave you two alone to talk it out. Freshen up a little. I've had my face on all day.
Spade, let's have it.
Yeah, she's right, Leo. I can do a lot for you. But you've got to do something for me.
Spade, this is level. I never saw those bonds.
I know that.
Then what are you after?
The truth. The only thing that can save you, and if you take this rap, I take it too. I'm in clear up to my neck.
Okay. Charlie Rosen's boy came around to Vivian and made her this proposition. He was going to pull this bail bond job and plant the goods on me to get even for the rap he thought he'd taken from me. Vivian pretended to play along with him, only she got hold of the package long enough to take the bonds out and put the old magazines in instead. The idea was the mob would think Charlie had double-crossed them, taken the goods for himself, and delivered a phony packet to their banker, which was supposed to be me. Only you had to get smart and set off the burglar alarm. Now I'm getting the squeeze on all sides. The mob, the law, Charlie are all gunning for me at once.
Don't worry about the mob and the law, and don't worry too much about Charlie.
You're driving at.
That'll be him now.
Who tipped him I was here?
Get back in the corner. It's dark in here. I don't want to see you. I'll take care of it.
All right.
Hello, Charlie. Oh, come on in.
Good boy, Spade. Get his gun. You're my friend.
Sure, I'm your friend. Come here.
Yeah, sure, Spade.
Pleasant dreams, fellas.
Now I act. Hey, Charlie. No, Leo!
Vivian?
Dad? That you?
Yeah. The last of your boyfriend.
You, Leo? Daddy?
Yeah. They just knocked each other off.
I can't see. Daddy? Where are you?
Right here in front of the jukebox.
You sure?
Hope to die. Stop it, Vivian. It's empty.
Grandma.
Vivian, how could you? After Half Moon Bay. I'm sorry I had to knock you boys out, Leo, but better lumps than bullet holes, eh? After she started wrapping up the caper, it wasn't too hard to figure what she was up to, providing you could keep her smoke out of your eyes. She told Charlie how to operate on you and told you how to operate on Charlie. $1 million for her and 2 dead gangsters lying on the floor of an empty joint where they'd shot it out. The secret of the missing bonds would have to be written off by the police as having died with either one of whichever of you ever had. Idiot. And something.
Pardon me, Mr. Spade. I know you're tired, and if you're too fresh, please feel free to elude the whole matter.
Yes, okay, let's do that.
Thank you. Effie said that you were always glad to qualify any little points that she didn't understand.
She said that, did she?
Yeah, But she also said that quite accidentally that you sometimes leave things out that should be left in.
Bernadine, times are very bad. They're cutting salaries everywhere.
But where were they during the whole nefarious affair, if you'll pardon me stressing?
The bond? In the paper towel dispenser, didn't I say so?
Oh, that's what you moved to the men. But how did they get there? In the Walreenies, if you'll pardon me stressing.
Simple. When the thieves whizzed through the alley after the heist, Vivian had her well-manicured little lunch hook thrust through the window slats to receive them.
Oh, that's how the red sealing wax got there.
Bernadine, you're spectacular. Now go and type this up. You're making me nervous.
You know what they say about people who like mysteries? Once a mystery fan, always a mystery fan. And that goes for hair tonics, too. Once a Wild Root Cream Oil fan, always a Wild Root Cream Oil fan. Just try it and you'll see what I mean. Wild Root Cream Oil grooms the hair neatly and naturally, relieves annoying dryness, and removes loose, ugly dandruff. So tonight, or first thing tomorrow, step up to your drug or toilet goods counter and ask for Wild Root Cream Oil. Get the big economy bottle and the handy new tube that's easy to pack when you travel. Also, ask your barber for a professional application of Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first.
Well, here it is, Mr. Spade. I hope it's not too erroneous.
Oh, I'm sure it's quite offensive.
Don't you mean inoffensive, Mr. Spade?
Have it your way.
I don't want to sound imprudent, Mr. Spade, but I must say that your conduct through the whole thing was very brave and outrageous.
Don't you mean courageous?
Oh, no, it's not you doing it. You're going to be just like Mr. Cummel.
Your previous employer, no doubt.
Yeah, poor man. You know, he finally became completely erasable. They had to take him away.
What were his symptoms?
Well, when he ordered the puppy biscuits, I thought he was just being consensus. But after a while, he wouldn't answer to anything but Rover. I had to sprinkle his sleep powder in the morning, you know? And then he had his little tricks. He always wanted to show us, you know, sitting up and rolling over. He could shake hands, too.
What's so great about that? Any dog can shake hands.
Yeah, but can you scratch your ear with your foot?
If I set my mind to it. Now go home, Bernadine, or I'll report you to the SPCA.
You can't frighten me. Why do you tell me that your bark is worse than your bite? Good night, Mr. Spade.
Effie in far-off Penab, come home, sweetheart. The Adventures of Sam Spade, Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, are produced and directed by William Spear. Sam Spade is played by Howard Dove. The Adventures of Sam Spade are written for radio by Bob Dolman and Gil Dowd, with musical direction by Lud Gluskin. Gil Dowd directed tonight's broadcast in William Spear's absence. Join us again next Sunday for another adventure with Sam Spade, brought to you by Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first. This is Dick Joy reminding you to get Wild Root Cream Oil, Scotty. It keeps your hair in trim. You see it, non-alcoholic, solid. It's made with soothing lanolin. You better get Wild Root Cream Oil, Scotty. Start using it today. You'll find that you will have a tough time, Scotty. Keeping all the gals away. Hiya, Baldy. Get Wild Root right away. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Adventures of Sam Spade, Detective. Brought to you by Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic, the non-alcoholic hair tonic that contains lanolin. Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first.
Sam Spade, Detective Agency. Good evening.
Good evening to you, and happy 4th of July, Bernadine Hampton.
Oh, Mr. Spade. What was the topic?
Don't you mean paper?
No, the topic. The high point of the paper. The climax, the crescendo, the pinnacle.
Now, that's better. For a minute, I was afraid you were learning English.
Oh, no. I'm studying Spanish. Soy feliz, Felicia.
Yeah. Mucho interesting.
Gracias. Shall I go home now?
No, mal suerte. There's a little matter of murder in 2 languages, neither of which is Spanish, so stay where you are. I'll be right down and dictate my report on the Rushlight Diamond case.
Dashiell Hammett, America's leading detective fiction writer and creator of Sam Spade, the hard-boiled private eye, and William Spear, radio's outstanding producer-director of mystery and crime drama, join their talents to make your hair stand on end with the adventures of Sam Spade. Presented by the makers of Wild Root Cream Oil for the hair. Listen, man, to this holiday tip on good grooming. To help spark up your whole appearance, first be sure that your hair is well groomed. Be sure it's groomed with popular Wild Root Cream Oil hair tonic. Wild Root Cream Oil grooms your hair neatly and naturally, the way you like it, the way she likes it. Wild Root Cream Oil also relieves annoying dryness, removes loose, ugly dandruff. So look your best all the time by sprucing up right with Wild Root Cream Oil hair tonic. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first. And now, with Howard Duff starring as Spade, Wild Root brings to the air the greatest private detective of them all in the adventures of Sam Spade.
Date, July 4, 1948, to Mrs. May Rushlight, 21A, Granite Court, Son Samuel Spade, license number 17596. Subject, the Rushlight Diamond. Dear Mrs. Rushlight, it was the kind of nice, relaxing assignment that comes my way just often enough to remind me that gum chewing can be respectable. There was an air of quiet elegance about 21A, Granite Court, and about the butler who answered the door. He took in my rented gray topper and doeskin gloves, nodded approvingly at my wing collar, watered silk ascot, pearl gray waistcoat, morning coat, pinstripe trousers, and my spats, with the mother of pearl buttons, and asked me if I were a florist. I set him to rights, and he led me up a flight of stairs to the early A.M. annex of your morning room.
Mr. Edward Spade. You're just on time, Mr. Spade. Mrs. Rushlight will be pleased. I'm Nancy Ward, Mrs. Rushlight's social secretary. And bring me that coffee, take care.
Mrs. Rushlight's social. What's up about that?
You'll do.
definitely will do.
Shall we dance?
I will dance at her wedding. But don't get me wrong, I'm not secretly in love with Ralph Westlight, and the bride is love. Just think to see all that money going on again.
Is there anything else you think I should know?
You know what the job is. You're supposed to guard the wedding presents. That's simple because it's nothing but a lot of cheap silver. And stay away from the champagne. It's non-vintage. The food will be foul, the guests are the most dismal aggregation of your assembly.
Sounds like a lovely party.
I arranged the whole thing. I told you she's a lovely bride.
What'd she ever do to you?
I'd rather not say. I don't want to sound bitter. This way, Mr. Spade, the old hat. Mrs. Westlight, you see.
Thank you, Florence Nightingale.
Okay? Oh. This is good, darling. Mr. Spade, come over here, young man, so I can get a better look at you.
How's it?
Good. Come around. Yes, we'll do. That'll be all, Nancy. I could not be finishing up these great cards while you talk. Take them with you and do them outside. Very well. Nosy girl.
Look nice. Nice nose.
Oh, you too, eh? Yeah, I agree. That's why I'm marrying off my nephew to that wretched girl, Lotta Van Eyck. Have you ever seen Bugs Bunny, Mr. Spade?
You don't mean...
Very close through.
Yes?
No, the truth. As my late husband used to say of her mother, she could eat a tomato through a tennis racket.
Oh.
There's only one thing that will prevent this wedding from being an utter disaster. She doesn't understand much English.
What's the matter with your nephew?
A great deal, but it doesn't show. Suffice it to say, he has criminal tendencies and the mentality of a snail.
Mrs. Westlight, I don't like to seem forward, but why are you telling me all this?
Oh, you're supposed to mingle with the guests. You'll need some conversation. Now, as to your assignment. The bride, being what she is, the wedding presents are hardly worth yarding except for one. Ironically enough, it's from me.
What is it, a machine gun?
Oh, that's good. Oh, excuse me, I must write that down.
And tear it up immediately.
Oh, dear. No, Mr. Spade. But it's bad luck, the Westlight Diamond. You've heard of it?
Something about it in the American Weekly a while back, wasn't it?
Yes, yes. It's not as large as the Hope Diamond, but there's not a flaw in it. My late husband, Roy Westlight, bought it for his first wife. He sank with the SS General Slocum in Hellgate the East River 1904, over 1,000 lives lost. Luckily, he was wearing a paste copy at the time. I was only a young girl when I married Mr. Westlight, and fool that I was, I signed anything his lawyers asked me to sign. After his death, I discovered that the diamond was to be mine, only until the marriage of my husband's male heir, at which time it must go to his bride.
No, that's too bad. You say, though, that the Westlight Diamond is bad luck.
Oh, there's that, of course. I wonder if it's too much to hope. Well, I must go and help dress the bride. Go along downstairs, Miss Spade. Take these suitcases with you. Put it on the table with the other presents, and guard it well.
So I took the old velvet-covered case you held out to me and checked the contents. It was an old-fashioned lavalier with a clear stone pendant, only slightly smaller than an 8-ball. Didn't look like a diamond, but smooth-cut diamonds hardly ever do. It didn't look like bad luck either, but a mirror broke in the hall as I passed it, then I fell all the way down the stairs, and as I entered the ballroom, I knocked over a punch bowl. Nothing really terrible happened until just before dark when the guests began to arrive. In theory, a detective guarding wedding presents is supposed to make himself indistinguishable from the other guests. In practice, it never works out that way. He has to spend most of his time within sight of the booty, so he is very easily spotted.
I don't believe it. He's too good looking. He's not by you know. Well, ask him if he's here. He's from Carol Bixby. He'll know.
Well. Beauty gathered round the booty, eh? There's much more beauty than booty, though.
Say, when are they going to hang the diamond on that pier?
No, there's no way to talk about the Blackie bride.
Is that it in the crummy old case there?
That case is heirloom, young lady. The stone that reposes in it is worth a king's ransom. Now take your grubby hand there. Go on.
No, just because he's going to get a fine.
Mr. Spade, allow me to congratulate you, sir. These affairs, one all too often sees the detective on guard duty at the punch bowl.
I was forewarned.
Oh, it's very bad champagne. Glad. I'll be glad when these bills start up towards the consummated. And by the way, Bixby, my name's Colonel Lysander Bixby.
Colonel?
It's my melancholy and thankless duty to give the bride away to the hapless groom, Ralph Rushlight. However, it's much better to give than to receive. You tell that to May Rushlight, eh? Yeah. Quite a treat.
Mustn't touch grubby hands, remember?
Oh, sense of humor as well as sense of duty, eh? Candidly, if I knew a place to fence it, I'd be the... Oh, it's warm. How lovely you look. Pour out.
This rushlight asked me to warn you to get ready. The bride will be down in a moment.
Good grief. Well, I suppose I must steel myself. Where did I leave my glass?
Keep your eye on those babies. Spade, I don't trust them.
Who is it?
He's the only one here who knows why this wedding's happening. The bride's foster home.
You mean he's got something on the family?
We'll never know how much until he's kissed the bride.
Look, Nancy, it's none of my business, but I...
Oh. Start it. That's it.
Oh, wait.
What?
How does it go? Speak now or forever hold your peace?
No, I can't do that.
I didn't witness the ceremony, but judging from the mood of those who had, it was just as well I didn't. They shuffled back into the ballroom looking as if they'd witnessed an execution. Nobody seemed to be in a hurry to join the receiving line. After a few half-hearted handshakes, the groom left the bride standing alone, looking kind of bewildered, and came over to take inventory of the presents. Of course, I've asked John. I'm Ralph Bushlight. Who are you? Spade. I was hired to guard this junk, as they call it. Sorry I'm wasting my time.
A rushlight guy.
Bad luck. What's the word? It's me.
Bark at her. Did you ever say anything?
Leave it to yourself.
Why should I?
You've been liable to slap you clear across this room. Haven't I been punished enough? Go on, scram. Keep your hooks off that necklace.
That's mine.
I heard it's your wife.
Come along,
your third
Come
row.
along over here. Oh, Mr. Spade, you haven't met the bride yet, have you?
No.
Thank you.
I wish you a lot of luck, Mrs. Rushlight. You're going to need it.
Thank you.
Well, I suppose now, as well as any time, Colonel.
Oh, very well, my dear. Quiet, please. Quiet, everyone. And Mrs. Rushlight, the elder Mrs. Rushlight, that is, has something to say to you.
Mr. Spade.
Yes?
Your necklace, will you say something to me?
With pleasure. I'm tired of looking at it.
Oh, you're not done yet. Just close by my side. Dear friends, at this solemn moment, I want, first of all, to welcome this dear little girl into the Rushlight family. This, yes. And now, dear Lotta, I will place around your neck the gem which was my heritage when I became a Rushlight, and which is now yours. No, it's wrong. Lotta, come back here. Lotta!
I'll go to the carport and hit her off.
You leave her alone on the jet.
Whose wife is she, anyhow? Lotta, come back here. Lotta, bring it back.
Joining the chase, but I had to because I'd been hired to guard the Rushlight Diamond, and for my money, the best way to do that was to help her get away. Somebody got to her before I did. A strip of wedding gown satin marked the spot. The body lay crumpled under a hedge, but it wasn't the bride's body. It was the groom. He'd been stabbed to death with a pair of garden shears, which made sense. But what didn't make sense was that the necklace he'd been wearing was still clutched in his hand.
The makers of Wild Root Cream Oil are presenting the weekly Sunday adventure of Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, Sam Spade. You want the well-groomed look that helps you get ahead, socially and on the job? Listen. Recently, thousands of people from coast to coast who bought Wild Root Cream Oil for the first time were asked, how does Wild Root Cream Oil compare with the hair tonic you previously used? Better than 4 out of 5 who replied said they preferred Wild Root Cream Oil. And no wonder. Wild Root Cream Oil grooms the hair neatly and naturally, relieves annoying dryness, and removes loose dandruff. What's more, non-alcoholic Wild Root Cream Oil is the only leading hair tonic that contains soothing lanolin. So ask for Wild Root Cream Oil hair tonic. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first. By the way, our girls use Wild Root Cream Oil too, and mothers say it's grand for training children's hair. And now back to the Rushlight Diamond Caper. Tonight's adventure with Sam Spade.
Number 21A Granite Court was teeming with motives and suspects. But the police were primarily interested in locating Lotta, the missing bride and widow of Ralph Rushlight. So was I. She looked like less work than the rest of it because if she had killed him, it was self-defense, if she knew enough English. By 10 in the a.m., when I checked in at my office, she was still successfully eluding the police dragging. That's because nobody, including me, had thought of looking in my office. Good morning.
Thank you.
Is that all the English you know?
Thank you. No. I want my necklace.
The police haven't.
You go with me. Tell them who I am.
Okay, but first I have to know who you are. Where you came from, what your connection with Colonel Bixby is.
I am in Macaca, being born.
In the castle.
That's silent. My father there 7 years ago died in when I 13 years old have arrived. Colonel Bixby in San Francisco, the financial representative for my father. I am adopted to him, not for the father, but so he takes care of my money, which coming at age of my rich Dutch woman.
But legally, he's your foster father.
Yeah. Also legally, I'm the wife of Lazarus. I want my necklace.
You married him to the necklace?
Yeah.
Why did he marry you?
For one half of necklace in this house. But there's everything to take to this.
You and Ralph were going to divvy the stake from the Rushlight diamond. You fought.
Yeah.
What was the colonel do?
No, it's from the fake Lazarus.
Wait, that doesn't make sense. Mrs. Rushlight stood to lose a small fortune by that. Why should she pay the colonel to promote it?
You didn't check the bar.
You said it.
Where my necklace are. That I say.
Yeah, well, look, I'm not as sure as I was. Wait just a minute. I'll check on it.
Homicide, Lieutenant Dundee.
Spade, Dundee.
Yes, Sam.
What's new on the Rushlight case?
Oh, you know I can't talk about the case, Sam.
Oh. I got a line on that girl.
Oh? Where is she?
You know I can't talk about that, Dundee.
Oh, you can, can't you? Well, let's see if this doesn't change your mind. The necklace was found on Rushlight's body with a phony and fake copy.
Does that make her guiltier than she was before?
Well, now she's got a motive. Those all our previous theories into a contact. Now, where's the girl?
She's in my office, Lieutenant dear. Come and get it.
Thank you. Back again?
Yeah, do you mind?
Well, that depends on who
But first, I'd like to talk to Mrs. Rushlight.
But you can't see it. She's in a state of nervous collapse over it. Over what?
You seem to be holding up pretty well.
On her leave. Better upstairs and marry the rest.
Rushlight diamond is still unrecognized.
What do you mean by that?
I was just trying it on for size. Yeah, but you and Mrs. Rushlight are at the same time. Her nerves getting any better?
Where the doctor? Do I see it there? Get in.
Mrs. Rushlight. I'm sorry to break in on you like this, but I haven't got much time.
How dare you? Nancy! Nancy! Why is that girl? Mr. Spade, please, leave me alone with my grief.
Funny thing, yesterday Nancy was carrying a torch for Ralph, and you were holding the torch to him. Today it's different.
Oh, good heavens, you don't think I'm grief-stricken over Ralph.
Good, that's one less mystery.
Mr. Spade, what do you want?
Your nephew's killer.
Oh, does it matter?
It does to me. Somebody getting knocked off right under my nose is bad for private detectives everywhere.
Oh. Just for a moment I thought that... Wouldn't you rather make some more money?
I refuse to marry Lotta.
Oh, no, nothing like that. It's the necklace, Mr. Spade, the treasure.
What is?
All I know is the other one isn't.
Who told you that?
Well, no, it's in the papers, isn't it?
Not yet.
Well, how else would I learn?
The murderer's the only one who could have told you, unless you're the murderer.
Okay. Oh, I'll tell you what I know. I'm not as wealthy as you might think. In fact, I have for 4 years lived from pillar to post, from hand to mouth,
ragtag and bobtail struggling against me.
What you mean is you're eking out a meager existence, keeping your head above water, one jump ahead of the sheriff, stalked by the grim specter of poverty, is that right?
Oh, well, you could, in fact, if you said something of the book, I borrowed large sums of money from Colonel Bixby, putting up as collateral something that was not mine to forfeit.
Don't tell me. Let me guess. Is the red light diamond?
Well, you seem to know everything.
All but one. Why did you think you could farm off a paid copy on an operator like Bixby?
Who sent you here? I won't tell you another single thing.
Well, then I'll tell you a few things. The only way the red light diamond could be transferred legally into the hands of Colonel Bixby was by tricking Ralph into marriage with Lot. Ralph's wife automatically became the legal owner. With Ralph dead, Bixby would be in line to inherit the diamond from her. California state law. Foster parents may inherit from the foster child in absence of any direct heir.
He's wrong. He killed her, too. Mr. Spade, we must stop it.
He's safe for the time being. I had it thrown into the poker. They had 48 hours to question. But they can hold you longer. They can even hold you as an accessory before the fact.
What? Well, I didn't know he was going to kill anyone.
Lotta was just going to hand over $1 million diamond to Bixby out of the kindness of her heart?
Oh, no. Lotta wanted to become an American citizen. Marriage is the quickest way. For her, Ralph was the only way.
Okay, I'll buy that. Now, tell me honestly, Fleshlight, what happened to the genuine stone?
I honestly didn't know. I wasn't sure. But now there's the only one out there.
Nancy with the laughing face?
He went with me when I went to the bank vault to get the black-light diamond to send the doctor after the selling. We looked over all my bills, including the safe copy that I habitually wore.
Spade again, Dundee. I think I got the rug fight paper all wrapped up. I'm heading to your office now, so wait for me. And whatever you do, don't let that Lotta dame out of your sight. Thank you. Goodbye.
Wait a minute, Sam. Wait a minute.
Yeah?
Hey, Lotta thing. She's already gone.
Spade?
Sailed out. Custody of her foster father. Wait a minute. I got the name.
Bixby. He's a colonel, and no wonder you're only a lieutenant. Not thirsty. Nancy? Nancy, where are you?
Sam, I was waiting for
You got the keys to that car out in front?
Why, yes, you want to borrow it?
Yes, with you in it.
Why, Sam, wait till I put my face on.
Let it go. It's as good as lost anyway. Come on.
What is this, Sam? Where are you taking me?
Never mind. Just hang on. I'll fly you up to the second floor.
Sam, that was a shot that sounded like Lotta.
You stay here. Don't come in until I call you. Get back in there. Stop it. Drop it or I'll crack your elbow. That's better. Now sit down. I'm going to look this over. Looks real cute. Powder burns, gun beside the chair, and what's this? Well, a note. It's a suicide note. She killed herself. I can almost believe that. You handled it very well, considering the bad break you've had. Only one thing wrong.
Do I spend the bargain?
I don't have to bargain. I've got the diamond. All you've got is 2 murders rapping on your thick noggin.
Don't be absurd. I know where the real neck is.
And you better talk to her directly. Come on.
Sam, is that... Oh, homely little Jane, what a kid.
Stop, you're breaking my heart. She committed suicide.
You know better than me.
She committed suicide. If the colonel's price is right.
Oh? I'll put it to you directly. It's not easy to fence. It'll have to be cut. That'll decrease the value considerably. Say, $10,000, no questions asked.
Pardon me, that suicide shot is ringing in my ears. I can't hear you.
25. 50. All right, 100,000.
Sam, don't be a fool, take it.
I'll give you a real break, Colonel. That's the cops coming after you.
Anything, Spade. What do you want me to do?
I want you to try and get out of here.
What are you going to do?
There's the door. Go ahead.
All right, thank you, Colonel. Remember, it's desperate. Bixby, we're giving you a chance. Come down or we're coming up after you.
Come on, get up. Watch it, Dundee. Here he comes. And that, Mrs. Red Flag, is the crop. The man that went down fighting, Colonel Bixby, didn't need much persuading once they got him under the lights down at headquarters. He confessed to everything, and the murders weren't the worst of it, the way I figured. The worst of it was the cruel way he victimized the poor little ugly ducklings, a lot of them night. Tough enough to be whipped before you stop. Period, and a report.
My goodness, that was really quick, though. I mean, I'm beginning to see why Effie gets so repulsed sometimes.
That's what it's a threat? That little doll told you that?
Only between she and I in the lamppost. She's so sensitive, you know. Not like I was kid. I invariably tell her what it is.
You don't say, Bonnie. You send what he's talking to?
But high frequency, Mr. Spade.
You mean frequent?
No. The last time it was FM. You know, frequency moderation.
Oh, yes. Yes. Moderation and all things. You mean you attend radio weddings?
Oh, yeah. I've been married 6 times. My next date is television.
You've been married 6 times?
Well, 2 weeks ago, Mr. Spade.
You mean 6 men have...
Oh, no. No, I want to marry my husband. Repetition is the spice of variety, I always say. If it's not after 6 weddings, what is it?
To each his own, you say.
Well, we don't presume to make a career out of it. The first is up to Myra and the deep freeze. We're going on our honeymoon.
Well, congratulations, and type this up when you have the time. Mrs. Bernadine Kemp.
Every day, more and more men are turning to Wild Root Cream Oil for truly handsome hair. And that's not surprising, for what other leading hair tonic gives you these big advantages? It grooms the hair neatly and naturally, relieves dryness, removes loose dandruff. What's more, Wild Root Cream Oil is non-alcoholic and contains soothing lanolin. No wonder Wild Root Cream Oil is the favorite with so many millions of smart, particular men. Yes, Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first.
I'm sorry it took so long, but I kept relaxing into Spanish.
I don't know.
I know the typewriter doesn't have any upside-down question marks.
Take a minute. Call typewriter.
I already have. Oh, I almost forgot. You received a telegram of commutation.
A telegram is what?
A wire.
Oh, a wire. Well, open it and read it in English. Por favor.
It says, Dear Sam,
Finish.
in the haste of my departure, I neglected to warn you about the... Well, when I do that one another favor, she'll have silver thread.
Who?
That ball of fire whom I'm taking the place of in order to be double-crossed out by.
Effie? Is she still in far-off tonight?
I'm good rubbish, if you'll pardon me.
I neglected to warn you about Bernadine. They're no special, but in the meantime, whatever you do, don't go to any radio broadcast with her, and if she comes to work in a wedding gown, take the day off. Love, Effie.
And I had 2 tickets for honeymoon payoff, and now she got spoiled everything.
Ah, now there, Bernadine, you just have to marry your husband again, that's all. I wouldn't have had the time anyway.
I know. It's just the principle. But not Mr. Spade.
Good night, Bernadine. Thanks for the good
The Adventures of Sam Spade, Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, are produced and directed by William Spear. Sam Spade is played by Howard Duff. The Adventures of Sam Spade are written for radio by Bob Tallman and Gil Dowd, with musical direction by Lud Gluskin. Gil Dowd directed tonight's broadcast in William Spear's absence. Join us again next Sunday for another adventure with Sam Spade, brought to you by Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first. This is Dick Joy reminding you to get Wild Root Cream Oil, Charlie. It keeps your hair in trim. You see it, alcoholic, Charlie. It's made with soothing lanolin. You
better get wild root cream oil. Start using it today. You'll find that you will have a tough time starting. Keep on all the gals away. Hiya, Baldy. Get wild root right away.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. The Adventures of Sam Spade, Detective, brought to you by Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic, a non-alcoholic hair tonic that contains lanolin. Wild Root Cream Oil, again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first.
Sam Spade Detective Agency.
Still there.
I believe that interpolation is hardly the tourism stage. So what have you been up with your partner's dressing? And has that girl regained her facility?
I wouldn't know, but her faculties are as good as ever. You'll find the expression.
Mr. Spade, sometimes I think you're a regular philanthropist.
Don't you mean philanderist?
How much money did you make out of that case?
Well, I broke even anyway.
That's what I mean. You're a philanthropist.
Well, you know best, Bernadine.
By the way, was that man really merged with the bus or was that just publicity?
He really was, Bernadine.
Why?
There just happened to be one lying around.
Oh, I don't mean that. Why was he killed?
For the wheel of life.
Oh,
You're not going to ask what that is?
some curio, no doubt.
Listen, Bernadine, the wheel of life is, I suppose I don't have to tell you to stay where you are. Just sit quietly with your book in your hand, and I'll be right down to dictate my report on the wheel of life,
Dashiell Hammett, America's leading detective fiction writer and creator of Sam Spade, the hard-boiled private eye, and William Spear, radio's outstanding producer-director of mystery and crime drama, join their talent to make your hair stand on end. The Adventures of Sam Spade. Presented by the makers of Wild Root Cream Oil for the hair. Come on, mister, give the gals a break. Treat them to a look-see at a really handsome head of hair. Neat, well-groomed hair, the way yours is going to look when you spruce up with Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. Famous Wild Root Cream Oil grooms your hair neatly and naturally, relieves annoying dryness, removes loose, ugly dandruff. So, how about it, men? Why hold off any longer when now's the time to get Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic? Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first. And now, with Howard Duff starring as Spade, Wild Root brings to the air the greatest private detective of them all in the Adventures of Sam
I went down to St. James.
Ready, Bernadine, a little flowing?
I'm way ahead of you.
Keep it quick.
No more than 3 raises per pay. That's exactly?
Oh, I mean joke. I mean Jake.
Oh, I'd love to.
July 11, 1948. So, Detective Lieutenant Dundee, Homicide Detail, San Francisco Police. Subject, the Wheel of Life case. I don't go away. I don't know why these things always have to happen to me. Under private detectives in the San Francisco Classified Directory, they are listed somewhere in the neighborhood of 60 agencies, several with large display ads. But somehow she managed to find me.
It's all so strange, Mr. Spade. I hardly know where to begin.
Well, the beginning is always a pretty good place to start, Miss O'Farrell.
Yes, beginning. It was like waking out of a nightmare you can't remember. Everything seemed out of proportion. Even the buildings along the street seemed to be skewed at crazy angles. And then I realized I was traveling down a hill. I looked wildly around for something to help me get my bearings. There was a street sign, O'Farrell. Stuck in my mind, so I needed to do something with it when she asked my name.
What's your real name?
I don't know. I don't know who I am, where I came from, or where I'm going. It's a fate I'm so frightened.
Now, wait a minute. A lot of people suffer from temporary loss of memory. Most of them recover. But amnesia is a sickness, and I am not a doctor.
Oh, then
and you won't even try to help me?
Well, I can give you the name of a good head doctor right here in the building. He's also missing person.
But I'm not a missing person. I'm right here.
Yeah, I mean, where you aren't, somebody might be missing you. That's fine.
But the police. Oh, it doesn't matter. I might be wanted for some crime. How do I know?
You sure you want to find out?
Oh, yes, I do. It's terrible not knowing. But I want to find out for myself. Can't you understand that?
What do you think I can do for you?
You might save my life.
From what?
I'll try to tell you exactly how it happened. First, I looked at my watch. It was 3 minutes past 10. The cable car stopped at the corner and the man got in. I couldn't remember if I hadn't seen him before, but then I couldn't remember anything. He got down beside me and caught hold of my arm. I tried to pull away. You can see the markers. Well, who was he? Actually, if I was.
I think I know what you mean. Did you find out who he was?
No, I just wasn't sure.
What did he say?
He sort of growled about it in front of his mouth. It sounded as if he said, Lazarus wants to see you.
You remember anybody named Lazarus?
I can't remember anything before 3 minutes past 10 this morning.
Well, let's go on with since then. The guy grabbed you, said somebody named Lazarus wanted to see you, and then what?
I went into a panic. I managed to jerk away from him, and I jumped off the moving car. Then I looked in the classified section. Found you.
Why me?
I don't know. Name, I guess. Spade to pick up my past.
Please, Miss O'Sara.
You think I'm very scared?
No, I think you're very beautiful. I wish you could remember whether you're married or not.
Oh, no. At least I have no wedding.
What have you got? I mean, besides what's physical.
Well, I couldn't find much of anything. I went over my clothing. There didn't mark at any time.
Oh, you got any money?
A little over $300.
Let's have it. The first bit. Lipstick, aspirin, bobby pins, Kleenex. Nothing here. They couldn't have been bought in any drugstore. Powder. Hey, what kind of powder is it?
Then there was this. Coat.
Natural. The Sailor's Rest Bar, Hotel Calcutta, 1100 Embarcadero. Remember it inside. 120. What's that, a room number?
I don't know. My purse, you have to destroy it.
Here's $10 of your own money. Buy a number.
To buy something?
Coin, Chinese bit. Good luck piece, probably thrown in by whoever made it, maybe in China. That, ring any bells?
No. No, I'm certain.
Shoe.
What?
Your right shoe. Let's see it. Take it off.
You aren't going to tear it up where you did the purse, are you?
Good. Plaster that.
You got a clue?
I don't know, is it?
I'm not a detective.
Well, you are in this case, baby. If it doesn't mean anything to you, it doesn't mean anything.
What doesn't? What am I going to do?
Well, let me see. First, we better give you a name. Oh, Farrell's all right. You look like, Lana would do. That's a you. How about, Poppy? The forgetful.
Poppy? That's a funny name. I think I like it. I think I like it.
I like her, too. There may have been blanks in her brain, but the rest of her figured. In the elevator, I started adding it up. By the time we reached the street floor, it came to quite a tidy sum.
Where are we going, Sam?
Far, I hope. But first we're going to find a place to stay.
Oh, yes, we must be practical.
No use overdoing it.
Oh, no, Sam, I didn't. Wait.
Now, you remember something?
That man, the one who followed me this morning, he's right out there waiting.
One in the straw hat leaning against the newsstand?
Yeah. Where are you going, Sam?
You stay here. I just remembered something I hoped I could forget. Hello, Shuggy. What brings you back to town?
Do I know you?
That doesn't matter. I know you. The name you were using when you flew this time was Shuggy Fellows. You wouldn't take the risk of showing your face here again unless the caper was worth it.
You got a thick nose, keep it clean.
You've been trailing that girl all day. Why?
Dame, what dame?
Who's Lathrop?
I don't remember.
Okay, I'll give you a chance to think it over. Hey, officer!
You said it's Thomas Ellen.
Come on over here, doctor.
Hey, this fella's giving you trouble now.
Yeah, what kind of a feed are you pounding here, Clancy? Letting a cheap drifter like this walk around with an arm tip full of guns? Or are they handing out permits to characters like these that they have been...
Well, no, how about that, son? Have you a permit now?
And a ghost copper.
Oh, where did them clever lads be? Well, come along, me bucko. Where was me captain? Give you your lump now. Okay, I'm coming. That enough?
Put some license. I'll pay you for this, Ellen.
And a group to you, too. I was sure he would, but I was also sure that I wouldn't have to worry about him for the rest of the night. I checked Poppy O'Farrell, and Mr. Belvedere, locked her in the room, and told Tiny Stover, the house dick, to keep an eye on her. When I left him, he was, and he seemed to be enjoying his work. Then I headed for the Embarcadero. I found the Hotel Calcutta, but I couldn't find the lobby. There wasn't it. It had been squeezed out by the Sailor's Rest Bar. So I tried the bosun-type bartender.
Howdy, mate. You got business aboard?
Yeah, where do I find the purser?
They want ashore. All the officers want ashore. That's the janitor. Passed out.
How about the passengers?
You're in a pickup right now. They spend most of their time and their money right here.
Which one belongs to 120?
You a kid?
Yeah, but I got $10.
Well, what I can tell you ain't worth it, but thanks anyway. He stayed in the cabin. I only saw him at once. That's when he went ashore. I searched the deck steward. That's room clerk. It was the general. He said, name of Korolenko. I noticed him because he's a real creep, see? 6'4", a solid brass. His head stuck up in the air, and he didn't move nothing from his stern to his shoulders. A real Frankenstein. Do I keep it there?
Yeah. Do I get a look at his room?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead and stop it.
So I went. Nobody stopped me until I opened the door to 120. Then I stopped myself. It was an inside room with one small window and an air gap. It looked as if a flurry of snow had blown in. The floor and the rest of the flat surfaces were sprinkled with a fine, dirty white powder. It wasn't snow, it was dust, plaster dust, like the stuff I found in Poppy's handbag and on his shoes. I took the place down, unexpecting to find it. I didn't until I opened the wardrobe. The body of a well-dressed ship surgeon. His uniform was rumpled, torn, and bloodstained. From the look of him, his throat had been cut. I wondered if Poppy would be able to jog her memory that far back. When I found the murder weapon, I hoped she couldn't. I really did. It was not a knife, it was not even a razor. It was an electric buzzsaw. That's for it.
Makers of Wild Root Cream Oil are presenting the weekly Sunday adventure of Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, Sam Spade. If you want the well-groomed look that helps you get ahead socially and on the job, listen. Recently, thousands of people from coast to coast who bought Wild Root Cream Oil for the first time were asked, how does Wild Root Cream Oil compare with the hair tonic you previously used? Better than 4 out of 5 who replied said they preferred Wild Root Cream Oil. And no wonder. Wild Root Cream Oil grooms the hair neatly and naturally, relieves annoying dryness, and removes loose dandruff. What's more, non-alcoholic Wild Root Cream Oil is the only leading hair tonic that contains soothing lanolin. So ask for Wild Root Cream Oil hair tonic. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first. By the way, smart girls use Wild Root Cream Oil too, and mothers say it's grand for training children's hair. And now, back to the Wheel of Life caper. Tonight's adventure with Sam Spade.
Times being what they are, I could use a little publicity. So could you, Lieutenant Dundee, what with the elections coming up and you with no promotion all these years. This one time, I got it instead of you, and which I hadn't. The morning papers called it the Buzzsaw murder and went on shamelessly from there. Horror killing related by private eye. Sam Spade, ex-Pinkerton man, mum on mystery. Elderly sleuth, dodges photographers, denies hotel visits, was in bed with Apple and good book, says people. Wasn't a word of truth in it, mainly because nobody would get at the facts.
I wasted most of the day down at headquarters trying to find out what name Shuggy Fellows had been put on it. Then I dropped into the building, coffee, and checked out. I decided to get back to my office and drink poison. I hardly got the desk drawer open when a sobering influence walked in. It was a Mr. 6'4" of solid brass. The Frankenstein who had been described to me by the bartender as the occupant of room 120.
Excuse me. I am Kornienko. Please, I shall sit down. I am so heavy.
Make yourself at home.
Oh. Mr. Spade.
Wait.
Excuse me. I am so heavy. I am Kornienko.
So you told me. I'm really Spade.
So, why are she hiding from me?
Who?
That girl, Miss Patrick. Or I am paying 1 month in advance, $300 American. She have reserved. I am not rich, only moderately wealthy. But you understand, not classy for murder for law. That sick doctor who was most kind to me, he cared to me even after I arrived. Now he are dead, for his pain is dirty.
Yeah, no, I see. Now if you'll take it a little easy, I think we'll get farther. You say this girl's name is Hattie, and she traveled with you.
So from Macau, there she is the Florence Nightingale from Portuguese Hospital. Forcing me to employ her, all others being Chinese nuns.
That's right. You, sick?
No, only I am so heavy. They are breaking my back in traffic accident at rickshaw collusion.
You're wearing a plastic cap?
Yes, like a porcelain, closed with my neck sticking out. Look, see? Now it is better as before. The sick doctor trimmed the rough edges with buzz saw. Buzz, I can walk. But it's like suit from armor, for which I alive. Look.
I looked again where he opened his shirt front, exposing the gray white shell of plaster that surrounded his trunk from collarbone to hip. In a 6-inch circle over the left side of his chest, I counted 4 bullet gouges. I dug one of the slugs out and examined it, 32 caliber. The plastic cast, which was molded to the shape of his body, was no more than an inch thick. I didn't see how it had stopped the slugs, but it had. About then, the parts of Korolenko that were not held rigid in the cast began to tremble violently.
Why are you doing? Why? What from a helpless man? Why, Mr. Spade? Why?
Where did you have that cast put on?
Don't I said Macau?
The Portuguese hospital there?
The same. They are hanging me up with the neck and plastering me. Comes the great day and they put me to sleep from anesthetic. I are waking up in ambulance riding a skateboard. Why you wish I could tell you my operation? More important things that should be discussed.
I think so too. I think this package, your friend, had something they wanted to smuggle out of Macau and into San Francisco, and you're it.
Oh, excuse me. I am not comprehending.
Look, I mean, while you were out with the anesthetic, they planted the goods, whatever they are, in or under your cap.
Oh, that is why I am so heavy. The wheel.
The what?
The wheel. Look, I show you.
He hauled a manila envelope out of his overcoat pocket and waved it in my face. I took it over to my desk and picked out the contents. A set of X-ray film. 3 of his spine, showing the fractures, 4 of the skull, 3 I couldn't figure out, and 1 of his rib cage, only something new had been added. The silhouette, it looked like the wheel off of a child's wagon.
What to do? 6 months I must remain in this straitjacket. If I renew it, I die. If I keep it on, they kill me together. But
well, you look to me like the luckiest man alive. That wheel, or whatever it is, saved your life by stopping 4 slugs.
But still I shall die. How shall I die? When shall I die? Your best advice.
Korolenko, I think you'd better die right now. It's the only safe place for you. The morgue. I called my friend Maxie the morgue man, gave him 6 number 137596. He agreed to play along. An hour later, I stood on the curb, head bowed, hat in hand, as the morgue wagon drove away into the gathering mist.
Just taken away,
What do you want, Biggie?
I want a flask of gun straight through and a little bit of to skip it off.
Sound like your name, that's good.
They got me smartphone and I got drawn.
Where to?
Mr. Laser wants to see you.
Sugar, dear boy. Not failed me this time. It will be the fabled Mr. Spade, eh? Come in. Sit down, Mr. Spade. We'll talk.
Tell your gunsel to get that pistol out of my wrist.
Oh, yes, indeed, Sugar. You mustn't overdo it.
Get him out of here. I'm tired and nervous, and my price goes up $1,000 every minute he's in this room. When I get to 10,000, I kill him. Then the price jumps to 100 to take care of me on a murder rap.
I should ought to plug you downstairs. Come, Sugar, don't be ungracious. You wait in the other room. There's your product. I kept mine later. Oh, dear. His bite's much worse than his pocket.
Don't start boring me so early in the evening. I came here to talk about the wheel.
Oh, so you know about the wheel?
I do better than that. I've got it.
That may well be, but you know what to do with it.
I got two possibilities. I can turn it over to the cops and you with it, or I can sit on it until it happens.
Yes, I tell you can see, sir. Round and round the little wheel goes, and where's it stops, nobody knows.
That's where you're wrong. It stops right here. So you better start placing your bets.
Just what do you mean by that, sir?
There's part of it.
What is it?
It's one of the slugs your gunsel threw at Korolenko. I got 3 more just like it that I dug out of him before he was carried to the morgue.
Well, advantage, I'll admit. But hardly worth your while to take it that strong.
Don't be too sure.
But how much do you know about the wheel?
So far, it's been worth 2 human lives to you at the risk of your own. That tells me all I need to know.
Oh, no, not quite. Men have been killed in hold-ups for a few public offerings, but the wheel is a horse of another color.
Let's not change wheel horses in midstream, Mr. Latham.
You must understand the wheel has no absolute punitive value. Monetarily speaking, the British Museum might pay close on to £5,000, hot as it is for the privilege of returning it. Occidentals aren't the buka-sahibs that they once were in the Orient. The test of the wheel, if countenanced by the Western powers, would have most grave consequences. Most grave. Are you attending, sir?
Wake me up when you get to the point.
Well, the point, sir, is this. That little wheel of gold, is the wheel of life, which the Buddha himself is said to have received into his hands from paradise. Now, given such a relic, a few old Buddhist monks can set up a shrine which, even in the most miserable surroundings, can attract enough pilgrims to outgrowth Radio City, Madison Square Garden, and Miami Beach.
Is there nothing of higher layer?
Yes, quite. In short, we propose to act as booking agents for the wheel on a royalty basis with a percentage of the house.
Why did you bring it to San Francisco?
Yes, sir. Where we do bargain in the Orient, we should be executed in our bed.
I'll settle for a lump sum and let you do the bargain.
And your price, sir?
We can talk money later. First, I got to give the cops somebody for the doctor's murder and for Korolenko.
That's not too difficult. When may I expect delivery?
I'll check on that. Maxie, Sam Spade.
Yes, Sammy.
Deal's okay. Send it up. The address is...
Sam, wait.
Yeah?
Sam, you can't hear no more.
What happened?
Somebody claims a girl. Said she's his daughter.
What did he do?
Well, I'm playing dead like you told him to.
Maxie, where did you send it?
Have him on mortuary, correlation, hey.
Okay, by the way,
Yes, sir.
Maxie, put some clean sheets in that morgue wagon, size 16. I may be your next passenger. At the Avalon mortuary, the night watchman let me in. He said Mr. Korolenko's daughter had brought an overnight bag and was keeping a vigil by his sphere in slumber room number 7. I approached on tiptoe. Just as I reached the door, I heard the most terrible sound I've ever heard. It was a buzzsaw fighting into plaster. How deep, I didn't like to think. I did the first thing that popped into my head. I grabbed up a lamp from the console, smashed the bulb, and plunged it into a vase of flowers. As luck would have it, slumber room number 7 was on the same fuse box. As luck would not have it, I was facing a desperate woman in the dark. I hugged the carpet while she emptied the gun. I hoped you didn't have a spare. I forgot about the buzzsaw. The
the room lighted up momentarily from the lights inside my head, and I staggered back against the wall. I waited for her to get her bearings again. There was no hope of me getting mine. Then I heard a big, hollow thud. The whole room shook, and the lights went on. Poppy O'Farrell and/or Paget lay on the floor under the stony weight of Korolenko plus 60 pounds of plastic. Hey, Tom. Hey, what happened? You comfortable there, Korolenko?
Comfortable in such situations, you ask the corporal, are he comfortable? His baker on bed of nails is equally here as elsewhere.
Yeah, okay. Just hold her there until I get a statement. And he did. Item, statement by the aforesaid.
It was like waking out of a nightmare you can't remember. Everything seemed out of proportion.
That was her story, and I had to admire the way she stuck to it. But if you keep trying, I'm sure she'll get back enough of her memory to confess that she planted the wheel of life in Korolenko's turtle shell when she decided to double-cross Shooky and Lazarus. They never tumbled to her hiding place. They were gunning for Korolenko because they thought Poppy was working with him. Which was true in a way, but not the way that they thought. That's why they tortured the doctor in an effort to learn Kay's whereabouts. I understand your boys have picked up the rest of the trio, and they can tell you everything except why I conceived the brilliant idea of having Korolenko play dead. Between you and me, amnesia's a handy little gadget to have around, Dundee. I'm trying to draw a few strategic blanks myself. Period. End of report.
Pardon me, Mr. Spade.
Yes.
There's just a few little coincidentals that I do not find entirely reprehensible. Well, I don't want to appear lucid or anything like that.
Believe me, you doesn't. I mean, don't it?
You say the sweetest thing. But it's about the wheel.
Oh, yes, the wheel. Well, I'll tell you what you do. You type that up. I've got a call in about that now. Tonight, when you're making out your must-do list for tomorrow, why not include a reminder to get Wild Root Cream Oil for the hair? Honestly, man, you'll be delighted with the neat, natural way Wild Root Cream Oil grooms your hair. The way it relieves that annoying dryness and removes loose, ugly dandruff. Just try it and see if I'm not giving you a good steer. Make a note right now to call at your drug or toilet goods counter for Wild Root Cream Oil. Get the big economy bottle and the handy new tube that's easy to pack when you travel. Also, ask your barber for a professional application of Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first.
Did you accept the lie down on the wheel of life?
Oh, certainly didn't. No, we won't know about that for 6 months. Because definitively, I mean definitely, that plastic cast has to stay on it. Doctor's orders, you know.
Oh, but I won't be here 6 months from now.
You can say that again.
But I won't be here 6 months from now.
Stop repeating yourself.
But you just said you can say that again.
Yeah.
That is distinctly as if I was sitting here.
That's what I like about you, Bernadine. A woman of distinction, that's what you are.
Well, if you want to take the dancing, why don't you just say so? It's freakier, and I always say discrimination is the better part of value.
You are absolutely corrupt.
Well, I'm glad I'm right about something. Good night, Mr. Spade.
Good night, now say if it kills me, sweetheart. The Adventures of Sam Spade, Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, are produced and directed by William Spear. Sam Spade is played by Howard Duff. The Adventures of Sam Spade are written for radio by Bob Colvin and Gil Dowd, with musical direction by Lud Gluskin. Gil Dowd directed tonight's broadcast in William Spear's absence. Join us again next Sunday for another adventure with Sam Spade, brought to you by Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men who put good... The Adventures of Sam Spade, Detective, brought to you by Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic, the non-alcoholic hair tonic that contains lanolin. Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first.
Sam Spade Detective Agency.
Bernadine, anything wrong? You sound almost human.
It's not Bernadine Sales. it's me, Effie.
F.
But I'll tell Bernadine about your compliment. How are things?
Well, I've made out as best I could. I don't want you to think that I begrudge you a vacation. After all, you have worked hard. You did deserve it.
Spade, is that all you have to say to me?
I'm not putting the blame on you. After all, it is a state law, so I can hardly accuse you of letting me down at a time when I needed you most.
You might at least ask me if I had a good time.
I'm sorry if your conscience bothers you.
Oh, well, it didn't. I had a divine time, and I met all sorts of interesting people. Mostly men.
You don't say. What else?
Well, there was this desert ranch, with a lot of youths around.
You mentioned those.
No, Sam, no. There was all of the roses.
Those outdoor types, they go to pieces.
Sam, are you pulling my leg?
Not over the phone, Abby, but stay where you are. I'll be right down to look at your snapshots. And when you have the time, I'll dictate my report on the missing news hawk caper.
Dashiell Hammett, America's leading detective fiction writer and creator of Sam Spade, the hard-boiled private eye, and William Spear, radio's outstanding producer-director of mystery and crime drama, join their talents to make your hair stand on end with the adventures of Sam Spade. Presented by the makers of Wild Root Cream Oil for the hair. Wild Root Cream Oil. That's a famous name to remember, men, next time you buy hair tonic. And look what Wild Root Cream Oil does for you. It grooms your hair neatly and naturally. Wild Root Cream Oil also relieves dryness and removes loose, ugly dandruff. Yes, men, Wild Root Cream Oil is your shortcut to really handsome hair. So be smart. First chance you get Wild Root Cream Oil hair tonic. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first. And now, with Howard Duff starring as Spade, Wild Root brings to the air the greatest private detective of them all in the adventures of Sam Spade.
Result of a road.
Yes. And it's all kinds of food. They hammered down.
You, mean a working ranch?
Yes, you got where you get into steering. My job was to feed the chickens. And that's how I met him.
One of the few?
Oh, he's a very cultured gentleman.
Cultured smoker. What's he do for a living?
Well, he's sure stammering.
You don't say. What's his name?
Charlie Shank.
Charlie.
He's the founder of the Shank Institute of Articulative Correction, which I could learn.
Articulative correction. Where is this?
Oh, I have the address. General Delivery, Butte, Montana.
You're sure you didn't help him break parole?
Oh, no. We just went on long walks.
Where?
Oh, different places. Like Wolf Canyon. He invited me on this camping trip. Honorable, of course. But I couldn't go on account of my sentence.
Oh.
It was awful. I still got it. And then he went back to Butte. He had to leave in such a hurry he couldn't even say goodbye. It was a pity, too, because an old friend he hadn't seen in years came looking for him. Just a few minutes later.
With a warrant?
No, he was an attendant in a nearby hospital.
Mental?
Oh, yes. Very intelligent. He read me some of his poetry. Maybe you've heard it. A loaf of bread, a jug of wine, and
Now, wait a minute. Isn't that the Rubaiyat of Omer Khayyam that was written by a guy named Fitzgerald?
of course, that's his pen name.
Quite a penman.
Yes, but he paid his debt to society. And the other time it was a bad beat. Oh, he told me all about it. He cried on my shoulder after.
Sweetheart, you make a mistake.
Nothing.
Well, I'm glad he cured your family. Ready?
Oh, yes. I got a brand
Work,
new
you
notebook.
know. Life goes
I
on.
got a brand new notebook, Sam. I'll just turn over a new leaf.
Not a bad idea. Date July 18th to Mr. Alex M. Youngblood. Try that again. Mr. Alex M. Youngblood, C.O., Box 317, San Francisco. From Samuel Spade, like someone just 596. Dear Mr. Youngblood, I need a vacation myself.
Charlie Shank. So I'm tired.
Fortunately, until I met you, my only experience with any of the men and women who make your newspaper run has been with one of your corner newsboys who shortchanged me 2 times within as many days. I have not read your rag since. But your name looked imposing, and so did the $300 check upon which you had written it.
instructions, promptly at 4 p.m. on the 15th inch, I marched through the litter of your city room toward a door marked A.M. Youngblood, publisher, managing editor, and city editor. I wondered if you were ambitious, frugal, or free men. I did not know that you had good taste until I saw the trim 20-ish and toothsome secretary in your outer office.
Hello. You're new here, aren't you?
Well, I'm not exactly here. I'm just here to see Mr. Youngblood. Name's Spade.
Samuel Spade?
Sam, except for my most intimate friend.
Well, my advice to you, Sam, is to be the hasty retreat. He's in a foul.
Why? Is he blind or old as he feels? I refer, of course, to your spectacular sharpness, if I may call you that.
This is really the time. My name is Phyllis Watson, and my phone number is in the directory. It's your Thank you. And if a man answers, tell him you're my friend. You better go in now. If you're late to an appointment with him, you're through.
Do you have any more words of wisdom?
No, but I hope you can do something to improve his state of mind. He's been awful lately. Good luck, Sam.
Thank you, Phyllis Watson.
Come in. That's 1 minute past 4. You must be Mr. Spade.
That's right.
You're almost late. Sit down, Spade. Cigar?
No, thanks.
Well, don't expect me to offer a drink. You aren't a drinker, I hope.
You don't listen to the radio, do you?
Well, you'll not drink in this office. Nothing here but a cooler filled with water from the clean, gurgling, laughing mountain stream.
You sound like a reformed drunk, Mr. Youngblood.
What's that? Well, it was a good many years ago. If you don't mind, I'll just paste up the weather report for my morning edition of Fall Song.
Oh, you do that, too?
Yes, obviously. And with good reason. I remind myself that I was once a copy boy, and I find it a splendid way to, at least once each day, to lower myself to the level of the working man. There we are. Very hot Phoenix, I think.
Just what do you want a detective for?
I was coming to that. Now, well, first let me warn you that your assignment is a highly confidential one.
They all are.
In this case, the man's life may be at stake. Situation. My newspaper, at my order and under my guidance, has launched a campaign against crime. Not aimed at the petty criminal, but at the easy-living leeches in the controls of the racket. The hoods and bankers' clothing. The mansion house parasites who direct the pickpockets, the second-story men, the housebreakers, who gamble away $500,000 a year and pay income tax.
Don't go to
fraction of that amount.
Yes, I understand. You're after the boys on the safer side of the fence.
Thank you, good sir. Thank you. The long and short of it is this. The author of the expose series, Ray McCulley, my top crime reporter, has been missing for 2 days. I want you to find him.
What makes you think he's still alive?
Good heavens, Spade. I must suggest that he isn't.
Because if I were a mansion-housed parasite in danger of being unhoused by a news hawk, I'd see said news hawk standing in a cement block on the bottom of the bay.
I will accept that only when no stone has been left unturned. Every straw and every haystack has been searched. Every...
nook and cranny?
Yes.
Sounds as though you need at least one police force, Mr. Youngblood. Now, why don't
No,
you...
impossible. We've already had a brush with the police over the expose day. I'll not be dictated to at this stage of the game. I started this investigation, I'll finish it alone.
Well, pretty big order, Mr. Youngblood, but time's just up. I'll see what I can do.
Good. I hereby turn over to you all the resources and power of this my newspaper. When one of my reporters is in trouble or danger, sir, I will spend every penny of my fortune if necessary to deliver aid and succor to his side.
You then gave me Ray McCulley's expose stories to date. I saw why you, his family and friends, and his creditors could have been worried about it. They were hot. One followed a stolen car from the time of the heist through the alteration of the body colors, tire brands, license numbers, motor serial number to the time it was shoved onto a used car lot. They named names all the way through. And another did the same to the firm of Otter, Badger, and Mole, Furrier, and alleged manufacturers of coats from Closet Pelt. Ray McCulley had dropped out of sight right after that story had been published. So I left your office hoping that I'd reach the address of Otter, Badger, and Mole before closing time. I did. The plushy showroom was occupied by a dozen attractive fur-bearing models, female, but waxed. The live models, males, were wearing padded shoulders, pointed shoes, and coats tailored for underarm artillery. They would have looked more natural at Madame Tussaud's waxworks, Bertram the burglar section.
Hey, what'll it be? Something for a little woman?
Where do I find Mr. Otter?
You the Lord?
Leo sent me.
Come on.
Oh, wait a minute. Don't crowd me.
You say you want to see the boss?
On business. Stop nudging me with a rod.
In there, hey, move.
Okay.
Hey, your boss.
Yes, Woody?
Here's the Joe here to see you. Leo sent him.
No nudging, meant, Woody.
No nudging.
Well. So Leo's sending a man to see me. I wonder why.
If you'll comb this character hair out of my hair, I'll try and tell you.
Sit down, Woody.
Thanks.
You're new in town.
Yeah, that's why Leo sent me. A local muckraker named Ray McCully interviewed you. He also interviewed Leo, but it didn't get printed yet. Leo wants to find him.
So do I. How can I help?
Well, he walked out of here, went to his hotel, wrote the story, and mailed it in. That's the last anybody's seen of him. Leo was just sort of hoping that you'd already taken care of.
Not yet.
That's all I wanted to know. Thanks.
Just a moment.
Yeah?
Leo sending you out alone?
Why not?
That's a tough boy, that McCully. He's got plenty of protection. That's what you need.
What kind of protection?
Go along with him, Woody.
Who, me?
You're Woody, aren't you?
Now, look, Mr. Otter, I don't want to look at just horse in the mouth, but the way I see it, this is a lone wolf type case.
Hey, what's the matter, hey? You think I'm too good for you?
Well, Woody, I wouldn't say that.
Good. Settled then. Take care of him, Woody, and don't mix it up with any of Leo's boys. If he's out to get that rat McCully, he's our friend.
I was beginning to wonder who Leo was. I grabbed the name off a calendar on the wall, Leo's Van and Storage. I didn't know whether he was the Leo Mr. Otter didn't like, and I hoped I wouldn't find out. The best way I could think to keep from finding out was to shake Woody. On the way uptown, I walked him past 4 police stations. Crossing Market Street, I pushed him straight into the arms of a traffic cop who begged his pardon and let me off with a warning. At the Blue Bottle Bar and Grill, I gave Joe, the bartender, the Mickey Sims sign, but Woody liked it. He ordered another. Then he said he knew a place on Columbus where the drinks were even better. It was called Leo's Place. I wondered if that meant anything.
Hey,
Who, me, huh?
How much you drink? Would you like this joint?
Yeah, sure, it's fine. We're not getting anywhere, though.
You really take your work serious. Me, when I go gun for somebody, I go where I'm least likely to succeed. You live long this.
Yeah. Woody, what do you know about this guy, McCully?
You hear the boss. He say he's a rat.
Yeah, but he said he's got plenty of protection. Who's furniture?
Why, you see there's a... Oh, no, fool. Look at what this boss in.
I looked. What I saw was not disappointing. She was wearing a skin-tight black satin with a plunging neckline and a new look only in places where it didn't matter. But she still looked enough like your secretary, Phyllis Watson, to be out of place in Leo's place. She didn't stay there long. She made a beeline through the kitchen to the rear exit. I made a beeline right after her. Woody was breathing down my neck as I started up the rickety outside stairway at the back of the building. I stopped at the landing and turned around to face him. See you later, Woody. I didn't wait to see if he made it all the way to the bottom of the stairs. I was more interested in what was going on at the top. The door had opened and Phyllis stepped inside. The man who let her in looked like Ray McCully. Who are you? The name is Spade. I don't know that name. Your boss hired me to find you.
Private Dick.
Yeah. Can I talk to you for a minute?
Sure. Put your hands behind your neck and walk up the floor. Okay. All right. Go inside.
Well, what's the matter? You're not acting glad to see me.
This is the guy, fellas.
Yes. Alex hired him this afternoon.
There, you see, now. What do you want me to tell Youngblood?
You're not going to tell anybody anything. Oh.
It caught me right behind the ear. The last thing I saw was that plunging neckline as Phyllis rushed forward. I didn't know whether she was rushing to my rescue or to get in a few licks of her own. 5 seconds later, I didn't care. The design of the linoleum slammed up at me. I had just time to wonder why, of all the people who were looking for Ray McCully, I had to find him. Then I was out. Boring. Mate for myself.
makers of Wild Root Cream Oil are presenting the weekly Sunday adventure of Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, Sam Spade. If you want the well-groomed look that helps you get ahead, socially and on the job, listen. Recently, thousands of people from coast to coast who bought Wild Root Cream Oil for the first time were asked dryness and removes loose dandruff. What's more, non-alcoholic Wild Root Cream Oil is the only leading hair tonic that contains soothing lanolin. So ask for Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first. By the way, smart girls use Wild Root Cream Oil too. Mothers say it's grand for training children's hair. And now, back to the missing news hawk caper. Tonight's adventure with Sam Spade.
I was lying on the floor in a room with nothing in it but a sink, an army cot, a square of dirty linoleum, and a pot. I staggered to my feet, ran some cold water over my head, and took a closer look. It was Ray McCully. He was a very dead, devastating reporter. He'd been stabbed clean through with a long-bladed kitchen knife. It set on the handle, property of Leo's place. I went through his pockets. In his wallet, a press card, a police card, union card, and 10 genuine, crisp, new $1,000 bills. That gave me a line on the killer. He was crazy. So was I. I left it on him, too. Folded up in his vest pocket, I found 2 newspaper clippings, one from the Chronicle and one from your paper. Both weather reports for the same date. It was very hot in Phoenix, according to both papers. But according to your weather report, the temperature in Needles, California was 135 degrees. That needled me. So did the slip of paper I found in his shoe. The number 9 and a date had been stamped on it with a rubber stamp. The date was the same as that of the weather report. I turned it over. It said Ruthie's booth, Manson Bowling Alley.
You're the cigar type. Surround us a penicillin.
Thanks. I'm just shot.
I got a nice line of notion.
So have I.
No, I mean the dolls, the Hollywood dolls. You know, for the bed, only $1 plus tax.
Very reasonable.
Say, what's on your mind?
Leo sent me.
Oh. Are you going to collect the slips hereafter?
Well, not tonight. You see, I'm sort of a troubleshooter. Leo's checking up on some of the numbers that didn't come out right.
Listen, I'll tell him to his face I don't want any part of those wrong numbers. They're scary.
Nuts. Who bought this one?
Let me see. Oh, last Thursday. Oh, number 9. How can I forget? He put $500. And honest, if he's been around once, he's been around 100 times to see if it paid off. Did it?
What's his name?
Mr. Spinelli. He buys a slip every day. And if you ask me, he's learned the system. Because he's been winning, you know, dimes and then $1 and then $5. And then when you come in with 500 on number 9 and it drops dead, did it win?
Where does he live?
It did. Wait, I'll look in the key. Hey, somebody else was in just this afternoon.
Give me that address. Hurry up, will
It was right around the corner on Mansion, 810. Say, maybe that's his system, 8 and 1. Don't that add up to 9? Hey, what's the matter? Where are you going to sit your
Please, congratulations. Tomorrow, next week.
Are you Mrs. Spinelli?
Yes, please. I had so much trouble.
Is your husband home?
Oh, my poor man. They take him away. He's dead.
Oh, I'm sorry. How did it happen?
Who are you?
I'm a detective. Maybe I can help you. May I come in?
All right. Go on.
It took quite a while to gain her confidence, and after that, it took still quite a while to piece together the grease-thickened drumble of words that poured out of it. When I got it down in the form of a statement, I asked her to read it over. Item. Statement by Mrs. Arturo Spinelli.
All the time, say those numbers. I told him just a bunch of gangsters. They don't let people in. Then he let this man McCullough the light for the news. I think that this man's supposed to talk to Will. He wins and wins. Then he goes to the bank and takes up all our savings. I begged for him not to do it. But no. And this McCullough's voice on this man. Sure, he won. He brought the money home in his hand. $10,000. The what? There. I took it while he was sleeping with wine and gave it to the men. I tell him all I want about him. He tried to tell me we're so good. We help catch the big gangsters. I say we don't want to do so good. We get murdered in our bed. So he says, okay. But if I change mine, here is address. I don't think. There's already my husband. He is dead. At home. That. No. I don't think.
She signed it, and I left her alone with her grief. I wasn't working for you anymore, Mr. Youngblood. You hired me to find you a reporter, and I had. And I wished I hadn't. The rest of it I did for myself. You weren't in your office when I got there, but Phyllis was. I found her behind the city desk in the act of dropping tomorrow morning's weather report into the slot. I grabbed her out of her hand.
What? Oh, you.
Where's your boss?
Home, I guess.
We'll talk in his office. Come on.
Sam, I can explain how I have
You're going to
leave.
explain plenty before I'm finished with you. Sit down.
Oh, you're so rough. What's the matter with you?
Plenty. I'm stupid. I was stupid to take this job, and I was stupid to play it cagey with you. I should have beaten the story out of you before the trouble started. It's a little late in the day now, but not too late to send you up for McCully's murder.
You're insane. Ray McCully was... I'm the only one who ever tried to tell you.
And I'm the only one who can place you in that room, not 10 minutes before the murder.
I told you I can explain
Stop trying to save your own skin. Spinelli was only one of a 500,000 poor dumb yucks that lose their nickels and dimes and dollars every day in the policy racket. Only he had the bad luck to win. There won't be any more lucky dead people like him if I have to make a patsy out of you to stop it.
It won't stop at nothing, Will. Ray talks big and brave like you. Now he's dead.
Yeah, with $10,000 dirty money in his wallet.
I won't let you say things like that. Ray was an honest reporter, too honest. He thought Youngblood meant what he said about that cleanup campaign.
Yeah, he did. He wanted to run this town by himself, clean up his competition.
When Ray started collecting material on the numbers racket, he still thought Youngblood was on the level. But that was before he stumbled onto the thing about the weather report.
Yeah, that was a new one. The old Dutch Schultz mod used to add up the stock market quotations. If they cheated, they knew their customers weren't good enough at arithmetic to prove it. But who knows how hot it is in Phoenix unless they live there.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Listen, that's how the number game works, sweetheart. The suckers pick a number from 1 to 10, see? The operators tally up the slips, and the least popular for that day has to win. The weather report doesn't have to pass through the copy desk, and with Youngblood pasting it up with a few strategic corrections, it was easy to make their winners look as if they were on the level. But of course, you had no way of knowing that. You only watched them do it day after day.
I couldn't understand why he did those things. It seemed silly falsifying the weather report, but it didn't seem as if it could do it.
What did you meet McCully for? Get your cut of the 10 grand Spinelli was killed for?
How dare you? I went there to warn him about
Who
you.
killed him?
I don't know.
You're lying.
All right, I'm lying. But I can prove that Ray was on the level. I've got the proof right here. The whole story he wrote on the numbers racket, even naming Youngblood as the head of it, his own publisher. I went there to get it. I was going to take it to another newspaper.
Why didn't you?
I can't tell you that.
You don't have to. Mrs. Spinelli was confused, grief crazed. She had to put the blame on somebody, and when she did, she got her revenge the only way she thought she could. She may have been right about that, but she killed the wrong man.
Why didn't you tell me you knew who killed Ray?
I wanted to give you a chance to tell me yourself. I'm glad you did. And that, Mr. Youngblood, is the crop. I'm sure you appreciate the fact that I gave the double scoop to your paper. Like Mrs. Spinelli, I have my own ideas of things. Besides, it may up your circulation a little, and you can certainly use a little extra money for your defense. By the way, who's Leo? Period, end of report.
Sam.
Yes, sir.
I thought Mrs. Spinelli killed Ray McCulley.
The vacation helped. You are absolutely correct. Mrs. Spinelli killed Mr. McCulley, if you'll pardon the expression.
But why did she kill her husband?
I was wrong. The vacation didn't help.
You mean she didn't?
She killed McCulley to avenge the murder of her husband.
You mean Mr. McCulley killed Mr. Spinelli?
Effie, stop. I'll go mad.
Oh, you need a vacation.
Look, pipe that up. The clatter of the keys may stimulate you to further cerebral activity.
Beg your pardon, sir?
Brain work. Now, shoot.
Oh, brain work. Oh, okay.
Tonight, men, or first thing tomorrow, get Wild Root Cream Oil and see what wonders it does for your hair. Notice how easy it is to apply. Notice what a neat, natural job it does of grooming your hair. Notice, too, how effectively Wild Root Cream Oil relieves annoying dryness and removes loose, ugly dandruff. No getting around it. Once you try it, you'll never be without it. So tonight, or first thing tomorrow, call at your drug or toilet goods counter for Wild Root Cream Oil. Get the big economy bottle and the handy new tube that's easy to pack when you travel. Also, ask your barber for a professional application of Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first.
And you were absolutely right. Typing clears my mind. It's all clear now except for one thing.
Well, let's clear that up right away.
Why did Mrs. Spinelli kill her husband?
She did not kill her husband.
And then why did Mr. McCulley kill Mr. Spinelli?
Kelly did not kill Spinelli.
Who's Kelly?
McCulley.
McCulley's real name was Kelly?
Now, let's start all over again. Disregard everything we've said up until now. Make your mind a complete blank.
Oh, I said.
In the first place, McCulley did not kill Spinelli.
That's what I said. It was his wife, wasn't it? Now, wasn't it, Sam? Oh, stop teasing. Hey, why do you look at me like that?
Effie, Mr. Spinelli was killed by one of the policy racket boots to get back the 10 grand he won on the numbers game.
Then how did the money get into Kelly's pocket?
McCulley.
Why do you insist on using his alias, Sam?
Effie, that was a tip of the tongue. I mean, look, Mrs. Spinelli took it to him because she was afraid her husband might be killed for it.
Why didn't they take the money when they killed him?
Because Mrs. Spinelli had already taken it.
Then she did kill him.
Go home, Effie.
I'm sorry I'm so irritable to you, but I thought it... Well, it's been so long since I've been here, you know, Sam,
Angel, you're just tired. Vacations have a habit of doing that to you. After a week or two in the office, you'll be all rested up.
You have to tell yourself my mind. Sam, now don't my sunburn. Oh, it hurts.
Nice to have you back. You look good. All tanned and healthy. Great.
My nose is feeling...
Well, don't pick at it.
Good.
Good.
The Adventures of Sam Spade, Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, are produced and directed by William Spear. Sam Spade is played by Howard Dove. Doreen Tuttle is Effie. The Adventures of Sam Spade are written for radio by Bob Coleman and Gil Dowd, with musical direction by Lud Gluskin. Gil Dowd directed tonight's broadcast, and William Spear is absent. Join us again next Sunday for another adventure with Sam Spade, brought to you by Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first. This is Dick Joy, reminding you to...
Get Wild Root Cream Oil, Charlie. It keeps your hair in trim. You see, it's non-alcoholic, Charlie. It's made with soothing lanolin. You better get Wild Root Cream Oil, Charlie. Start using it today. You'll find that you will have a tough time, Charlie. Keeping all the gals away.
Hiya, Baldy.
Get Wild Root right away.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. Sam Spade, Detective. Brought to you by Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. The
Sam Spade Detective Agency.
This is Mad Scientific Detective number 137596.
Sam, no matter what anyone says, I'll stand by you. You're nothing of the sort.
Not scientific?
Of course not. You're too 50.
Well, thanks, Effie. And that ain't all, Effie. I was actually mistaken for a convolutional melancholiac.
Oh, Sam, are you all right now?
Wrong diagnosis, Angel. It turned out to be melancholia catatonic.
Oh, you did? What is that?
Well, it's a thing where you lie motionless and silent with fixed eyes and indifference to surroundings. Unquote.
Sam, what happened to you? What hospital are you in? Can I bring you anything?
No, Effie, I am now at large. Pull down the blinds, check the corridors for men in little white coats. Set a bottle in the window if the coast is clear.
Oh.
I'll be right down to dictate my report on the mad scientist case.
Effie! Where are you? Why is it so dark in here?
I had to put the lights out. The blind shut. I couldn't get it down.
The heat's off, Effie. Let there be light.
Oh, I'm so glad.
Don't look at me like that and stop whispering.
Oh, Sam. Did you get me all upset like that just for a joke?
It's no joke, sweetheart.
You really sick?
Yeah, just sick of some of the types I made in this business.
Oh.
Date, July 25, 1948, to Detective Lieutenant Dundee, Homicide Detail, San Francisco Police, Samuel Spade, license number 137-596, subject, the mad scientist caper.
I'm worried so.
Dear Dundee, he looked like a mad scientist, and that's exactly what he was. His eyes had a wild gleam in them, his hair was a wild tangle, and he was wearing a wild assortment of clothing that looked as if they'd been slept in and shipped. He leaned across the desk at me and said,
They have stolen my secret formula.
They have? Gee, that's too bad. Oh,
You think I'm crazy?
I don't know yet, I just met you.
My name is Raymond Fox. Does that mean anything to you?
Raymond Fox, yeah, I think it does, but I don't quite remember what.
I invented the helioscope.
Helioscope? No, that wasn't it.
I also synthesized hydroxylamophotocanatone.
That was it.
Yes, but unfortunately, production costs were prohibitive.
But you didn't let that disturb you.
Oh, no, indeed. See, after a brief illness, I was back in my laboratory, perfecting my greatest contribution to science. What may prove to be the greatest contribution of science to humanity. I call it Penetron. That is what they have stolen. The secret formula for Penetron.
Now, what exactly is Penetron, Mr. Fox? Who are they?
Well, Penetron is a plastic with a molecular structure which repels atomic radiation more efficiently than lead, yet weighs less than aluminium.
Oh, that.
Do you realize the significance of this?
Well,
And imagine a motor no larger than a cigar box, with a power potential that even I can see. But they do.
Who's they?
Grierson Enterprises. Now, how do I know this? When I applied to the patent office to protect my discovery, I received this letter. Here, come on, read it for yourself.
Commissioner of Patents, Washington, D.C. Dear Mr. Fox, your application for patent on formulas designated under the trade name Penetron is hereby rejected. Both formula and trade name, together with descriptive material identical to yours, have been registered by Mr. Albert Grierson, Grierson Enterprises, San Francisco. Very truly yours, George Sherman, Acting Deputy Assistant Commissioner.
Yes. You see?
Yes. You don't need a detective, Mr. Fox. What you need is a good patent lawyer.
Lawyer? I have one. A legal ball of fire named Roscoe Manning. You know this scoundrel?
Yeah, he's got an okay reputation.
And I am paying for it. $3,000 in retainers. And now he tells me he can do nothing. Insufficient evidence, he says.
What is this outfit, Grierson Enterprise?
Yeah, a snare in the delusion. With rented furniture, unscientific ventilation, and dirty work of the switchboard.
How did they get hold of your phone?
Well, it must have been while I was ill. They came and took it away.
Out of your laboratory?
Oh, but what did it matter where?
You've got to start someplace.
Start with the man. I promise you he's a crook. If he steals from me, he's stolen from others. If we can prove that, then I have to.
Well, I can't promise you anything, Mr. Fox, but I'll see what I can do.
Will $100 be enough for your retainer?
Too much. 25 now, and the balance if I can do anything for you. I doubted if I could even earn the 25, but if he wanted to gamble, it was okay with me. The offices of Grierson Enterprises were pretty much as he described them, a beautiful front, especially at the switchboard.
Grayson Enterprises, good afternoon. No, Mr. Grayson out of town. No, I don't know when to expect it. I'll be right with you.
That's good news.
Grayson Enterprises? No, he is not. No, I do not, and he doesn't want to talk to you in any case, Mr. Manning. Oh, if it would just stop.
Can't you shut it off?
I might as well, but he seems to believe me anyway. You aren't looking for him, too, I hope. Oh, please, just tell me the son of the magazine is collecting salvage with just anything.
Oh, my God.
Oh, Mr. Grayson hasn't done anything, has he?
That's what I want to find out. My client says he's quite disappointed.
Oh, nothing. You don't look the type. You know he's mad, don't you?
Maybe yes, I know. Certainly, I'm crazy about money. Mad money, tinny, or city money. Your employer didn't have to leave any lying around it.
No, but I tried to come to the bar down to the building at nearly 5 o'clock. Could you cross-examine me there?
I thanked her as gallantly as I could under the circumstances. She said, wait here, I won't be a minute. And while she was gone, I made a quick trip to the office. The file cabinet was empty. Dried and desk to contain nothing but 2 sharp and tense tobacco crumbs, a rubber band, some rusty paper clips, an old gas bill, a glass ampule broken, a table of sodium denadrine for intravenous injection, and a business card from one Roscoe Manning, honey at law. I stuck the card in my pocket, went back to the switchboard, and in the less time than it takes to tell, I was calling her Lois, and she was calling me Sam over cocktails for 2.
That's all I know about it. I didn't think anything about him taking the correspondence on the file. He often come with it.
Mm-hmm. When was the last time you saw him?
Oh, it's been nearly 6 weeks.
You haven't heard from him in all that time?
He was with Mr. Fox just before he left. They had a terrible quarrel. But then Mr. Grayson managed to get him calmed down, and they left the office together.
And that's the last time you saw Grayson?
Yes, and it's all burning. What did that maniac tell you?
That's Grayson's license invention.
Do you believe that?
I didn't even believe in the invention. Now I'm beginning to think it was worth stealing.
Oh, Mr. Grayson wouldn't. He's a brilliant man, you know.
What else has he invented?
Well, I don't know. He always had a lot of projects, but of course he never took me into his confidence.
Just exactly what is your job?
Oh, it's quite simple, really. I just tell people he's an imp.
Yeah, look, sweetheart, you really mean to tell me it never occurred to you that there might be something slightly fishy about Grayson Enterprise?
I know, why should it?
Because there's a smell of red herring up there. It's in the air.
You mean Mr. Grayson the cook? Well, what does that make me?
Worry that out on his time. Drink up. She looked as if she were telling the truth. So with women, especially blue-eyed women, that doesn't always mean anything. If she had anything more to tell, she obviously wasn't ready yet to tell it. I asked her to come up and listen to my Herb Jeffries record. She said my apartment needed a woman's touch. I handed her a broom. She hit me on the head with it and left. So to bed. Up the Times and phoned my client. He wasn't in. Then I phoned a guy I know who sometimes knows about things and asked him what sodium denadrine was. He said it was a sedative and or a truth serum, a mental-type drug. I wondered what Grayson has been using it for during office hours. I also wondered what else he's been spending money on. I phoned another guy who knows about other things, and he called me back with the name of Grayson's Bank, Golden Gate Trust. An hour later, to my surprise, I actually had something to go on. Because in the past 6 weeks, checks totaling $50,000 have been deposited at Grayson's account, all drawn on the Citrus Exchange Bank of San Anselmo, and all bearing the signature of one Carl Birdwell, M.D. He wasn't hard to find. It was a big place on the outskirts, and the sign on the gate said Mary F. Hotchkiss Hospital for the Mentally Deranged. Dr. Birdwell's cottage was one of 5 without bars on the window. He was spraying his roses.
So that cystectomy of Dr. Kobler's, how it is composed? Coordinates all right?
Can't complain.
Got the use of your fingers back? Good. Pick up those shears. I want all those ragged edges. Cut off the edges.
Well, why don't you hire a gardener out of those checks to Grayson use up all your ready cash?
Eh? Well, I thought you were the cystectomy. Good Lord, you're that convolutional melancholiac. You're not allowed out on the ground. God! God!
Now, wait a minute, Doctor.
This one acting up. Take him back. I got the cystectomy. This is the wrong man.
You're crazy.
Come on.
Let go of me. I'm not a patient here. I'm a detective.
Yeah, and I'm Sherlock Holmes. Come on, now, back to the violent war.
Come on, lay off. I got an office in San Francisco. I can prove it. 137596.
Okay, Dr. Watson, but come on, come on.
And in more time than it takes to tell. Due to the guard's jiu-jitsu, I was disrobed, straitjacketed, and rolled into a wet sheet. A full-fledged inmate of the Mary F. Hotchkiss Hospital for the mentally deranged, which is exactly where I belong for having taken Mr. Fox's 25 bucks.
The makers of Wild Roots. And now, back to the Mad Scientist Caper. Tonight's adventure with Sam Spade.
I have been shot, stabbed, slashed, pistol whipped, and stabbed into unconsciousness. But until you have spent a night rolled up in a wet sheet, Dundee, you don't know what punishment is. You feel hot and cold at the same time, too miserable to sleep, too exhausted to stay awake. And after 4 hours of it, you just give up and join the crazies pushing upstate. There's only one thing I can say in favor of the Mary F. Hotchkiss Hospital for the mentally deranged. They get the patients up early. By 6:30 in the a.m., I had been rolled out of the sheet. By 6:45, I had thawed out enough to be taken out of the straitjacket by an orderly. I was glad to be out of it because it was very heavy, and that gave me an idea. I picked it up and swung it. In less time than it takes to tell, I was in the orderly's uniform, out of the violent wing, and shuffling up the walk through Dr. Birdwell's rose garden and through his cottage door. Good morning, Dr. Birdwell.
Good Lord, who let you in here? What do you want?
I was trying to tell you yesterday when I was so rudely interrupted.
Eh? Oh, yes, Detective. Did you say Grierson sent you?
I didn't say that.
I'm afraid you'll have to be explicit, Mr. Counter.
All right. My client is an inventor who claims that Mr. Grierson stole a formula from him, got a patent on it, and stands to profit to the tune of about $1 million. The last two items checked. I don't know whether Grierson's a crook or not. He's into you for $50,000, so you might know.
This inventor, pale eyes, reflective pupils, big mop of hair.
That's a fair description.
Fox. Raymond Fox. He's a patient. Escaped from this hospital. That man, Mr. Spade, is a homicidal maniac. If you jog your memory, you may recall the case. Sacramento, 1935.
Wait a minute. Chemistry professor, lab explorer?
That's the case. Two of his colleagues, he irrationally suspected of stealing the formula for the explosive he used to blow them up.
You sure they didn't?
After the judge hopelessly insane, he must be returned to us. He may murder Grierson, he may murder you, but he will commit a murder if he remains at large. Perhaps more than one murder. You must help us, Spade.
Like you, Doctor, I can't help unless you're absolutely specific about a couple of them. Your connection with Grierson, for instance.
I invested in Grierson's firm.
How does Fox make sure?
He is allowed a certain degree of freedom here during the restful period. And yes, if he went through my papers or overheard one of my conversations.
You know he was named a lawyer?
Huh?
Manning, smart passport. Must think Fox has a case.
Surely not.
Grierson thinks so, too.
You've talked to Grierson?
No, but I've examined his bank statement.
The bank allowed that?
I told him I was Grierson's attorney. The point is, Grierson's broke.
Why?
Because he's paid out every penny you gave him to the order of Roscoe Manning, attorney at law. And you know what I think, Doctor?
Yes?
I think Raymond Fox is crazy like a fox. I had the same idea about Dr. Birdwell, but I didn't say so. I didn't feel up to spending another night in a wet sheet. I also didn't feel up to the interview that was awaiting me outside the gate. A limousine, only a little longer than a hearse, was standing at the curb. A round pink head with a gray Homburg on it bobbed out at me from the driver's seat and said,
Spade,
"Yeah?"
Roscoe Manning. How'd you do?
About $49,975 less than you've done in the cases so far.
The law is a lucrative profession, my boy. Get in. I'll drive you back to town.
No charge?
I'll even give you some free advice. Signed receipt. Well, you are an elusive chap. I've had the devil's own time catching up with you.
How did you? I won't ask why.
And I am not without resources. Now, as you are mutual clients, Mr. Fox, obviously you've learned a good deal about him.
Dr. Birdwell says he's cuckoo, and it's only a toss-up which one of us is going to blow up first.
And it's about what you expect from a medical man. He's listening to as much conflicting medical testimony in court as I had to sit small with a grain of salt.
Or should I say soda-mint?
Or sodium penetrine?
That's a serious remark.
I was just trying it on for size and didn't fit.
Well, sir, here is my proposition. As to Fox's sanity, it's of no importance. He has money, and I think he has a case. You can always get a doctor to stay back in his right mind.
Where do I fit into your scheme?
You just keep looking for Greer. And what's that secretary? I don't trust her.
Anything else?
Oh, I almost forgot. Here's $500, and here's your ticket to Chicago.
I don't know why, but somehow I got the impression that Mr. Manning was trying to get rid of me. He should have used that ticket to Chicago himself. We stopped at Sausalito for breakfast, and the condemned man ate a hearty meal. We drove the last mile through the Marina District and pulled up in front of his house.
Well, sir, have a nice trip. Or take the car, Mr. Spade. I'll pick it up at the depot. Goodbye. It's been charming. Goodbye.
He backed across the sidewalk, waving, and I waved back. Then he went up 3 steps, put a key in his door, and opened it. It didn't do much damage to the house, but all the king's horses and all the king's men couldn't put Roscoe Manning back together. I got out of the car and just made it up the steps when it happened again. I hated the look, but I did. The limousine had been parked with me in it with a smoking heap of scrap metal. I then headed to the nearest phone booth and, pausing only to inspect it for mines and booby traps, dialed the number of Greer Enterprises.
This Enterprises.
Lois, Sam Spade.
Sam, darling, thank you for the present.
What present?
I haven't had a chance to open it yet, but I think I guess what it is. A traveling clock.
You mean a package arrived and it's ticked?
I'm sorry, don't be such...
Now, Lois, listen.
Oh, all right, I'll open it now.
Throw it out the window. No, don't do that. Pedestrians, innocent bystanders. Have you got a metal wastebasket there?
I think so, yes.
Well, fill it up with water and throw the package into it.
Oh, my lovely clock.
It is not a lovely clock. It's a lovely booby trap.
Oh, go on.
I'm serious. Manning just got one of them, and what's left of him is on the way to the morgue.
Oh, I think I'm going to see.
Lois! Lois! Wake up! Pour some water on yourself. Hello, hello! Let me through here. Come on, let me through. Lois. Lois. Oh, you're okay. Glad of that. All right, she's all right now, you people. Come on, get out of here. She's all right. Come on, get up. You're not hurt. It exploded in the water. At least you had sense enough to do what I told you to.
Oh, this is a new dress. Now look at
It looks fine. Here. Put this coat around you.
I don't think that was a very funny joke.
Neither do I. Now, try and forget your clothes for a minute. Try and answer a few questions for me. There isn't much time.
Sam, what is it?
I want you to be very sure of this, Lois. Try and remember accurately. How many people had grass and streams as she opened this office?
Well, not very many. She's hardly ever in. Yeah. Now that I think of it, I can only remember two. Mr. Manning and that mad scientist man, Mr. Fox.
And did you hear any of the conversation between Grayson and Fox?
He was screaming at Mr. Grayson about how his invention had been stolen from him. Then his son was as if they scuffled, and all of a sudden Mr. Fox calmed down. When he came out, his eyes looked funny, as if he'd been hypnotized.
Yeah. What does Grayson look like?
Oh, he must have been quite handsome at one time. He's sort of like Gregory Peck with a mustache, only fatter and baldish and older.
Wouldn't put it exactly like that, but I can see what you mean.
But you've never seen him.
Don't make book on it, but I think I have. I made 3 phone calls. One to a crime reporter I don't like very well, giving him a false story on the death of Lois, Grayson's secretary. Another to my client, the mad scientist, alias Raymond Fox, and one to Dr. Birdwell. Then I went to my apartment and waited. My client arrived 5 minutes before the doctor. When Birdwell came in, my client said,
Ah, that's he. He stole my secret formula.
Oh, now, Raymond, you're getting confused.
Oh,
I'm the doctor, don't you remember?
that's not true. Your name is Grayson.
Must work. He's ahead of the case. You must try to remember, Raymond. Nobody's going to hurt you. But you'll be much sicker if you don't remember.
But I do remember. I remember everything.
You remember setting the bombs at Manning's house and the one you sent to Mr. Grierson's office?
No. Grayson isn't dead. He
You're Grierson. Oh, Grierson isn't dead. Only that poor girl. No. She didn't steal my formula. It was you. Oh, you're trying to mix me up. I'm trying to help you. Now, roll up your sleeve. Something strikes your nerves, and we'll go back to the hospital.
Put it away, Doctor. You help, you will not.
Huh? Now, look here. This man is my patient. He needs medical attention.
I won't argue with you, but I think you'd better get it from some other doctor. Right now, he's making more sense than you are.
Just keep on the way you're going, Spade, and I'll have you back in that wet seat. I did it once, and I can do it again.
Sit down. You got delusions of grandeur. Stop shaking, Raymond. I said you're making more sense than he is, and I can prove it.
You think you're very astute, don't you?
No, I'm stupid, but I'm lucky. I should have stumbled to the whole caper when I found that you'd invested 50,000 smackers in Grierson Enterprise. When I found out that Raymond was an escaped patient, I should have stumbled to what that Denadrine file was doing in Grierson's desk. I should have known then that you and Grierson were one and the same person.
I told you.
When I discovered that you'd paid Manning all that shakedown money, I should have known you were planning to knock him off and everybody else who could identify you. But it didn't work out that way. I got out of the car before it blew up. I'm lucky.
You can identify me as Grierson.
I don't have to.
Oh, God. Surely you're not counting on Raymond's sanity. Very. He can't even remember that I was his doctor. Can you, Raymond?
You're trying to mix me up. You stole my formula. I didn't kill them, did I, Mr. Spade?
Now lie down on the couch and relax, Raymond. Don't worry about a thing.
Well, Doctor, what now?
You relax, too. Okay, come on in.
What? Sorry!
Why, Mr. Grierson, have you been sick?
How dare you run on my pants like this? You stupid girl!
Okay, that's enough. Come on, get back there. Get back. Sorry, sweetheart. I didn't mean to let him get that close to you.
What were you trying to do?
It was an experiment, just to see what would happen. That's it.
Well, that's the way it is. Scientific detective work. For a hard-boiled chap, you have the vaguest way of doing things I ever heard of.
Well, plans are all right sometimes, Doctor, and sometimes just stirring things up is all right if you tough enough to survive and keep your eyes open so you see what you want when it comes to the top. Spade, Dundee. I'm at home. I've got two homicidal characters here, one sane and one insane. Now, if you can tell the difference, I'll let you give the story to the paper. And that, Lieutenant D, is the crop. You picked the wrong one. Figures. It's as simple as this. Raymond Fox was the loony, but Birdwell, alias Grierson, conceived and executed the whole scheme, including the explosion. Don't worry about Fox. He's now back at the hospital working on a new secret formula. I don't know what it is, but it might be an anti-truth serum, because that's how Birdwell got the Penetron formula, by using truth serum on the mad scientist to make him talk. Anyway you figure it, he's crazy like a fox. His enemies are all dead or on their way, and he's as snug as a rug in a bug house. Period. End of Looney Tunes.
Well, just a minute. Well, it takes all sorts to make a world of it.
Well, I guess you never spoke a truer word, Effie, but don't forget it. Fishing time saves time.
Don't feel too badly about it, Sam. Better late than never.
You took the words right out of the horse's mouth, but it's later than you think, Angel. Type that up, Angel, and while you're at it, see if you can think up a way to teach an old dog new tricks.
I was thinking over what you said.
Which?
About teaching an old dog new tricks. You're only as old as you feel, Sam.
Then send in the application for my old age pension.
Sam, I won't let you talk that way now. You're just tired and nervous and run down.
Yeah, backache. Stay up night. Sour rack.
You're just feeling sorry for that Mr. Fox. I wouldn't worry about him. As you pointed out, he's safer where he is for all concerned. And after all, necessity is the mother of invention.
What's that got to do with it?
Well, he's an inventor, isn't he?
Oh, that.
You see? All is well that ends well. Good night, Sam.
Good night, Pollyanna.
Pollyanna. Oh, she's the glad girl. Oh, no, Sam, that's Shakespeare, that old...
You know best. All ashore that's going ashore. Good night, sweetheart.
Detective vacancy.
Me, sweetheart.
How did it go?
It
was the end, Effie, but the end.
Oh, Sam, not another one of those society things.
Depends on what you mean by society.
Well, you know, Sam, cafe society. Cocktails for two, hands across the table, making another old fashioned tea.
Let's not lose our head, Effie. Nothing but double martinis, very dry, with 2 olives, sweetheart.
2 olives? Oh, Sam, isn't that overdoing it?
It was all overdone, sweetheart. That's what cracked it. Now, stay right where you are. I'll be right down to mix up my report on the dry martini caper, get it?
You look sober as an owl.
Wise as an owl, sober as a judge, Shep.
Oh. Well, the way you talked on the phone, I thought you ground the shamrock, the Black Betty, sliced the moon brace, decorated the mahogany, made a Dutch bargain, or, in a word, gone to give a Chinaman a music lesson.
Effie, I wish you'd spend more time with Harper's Bazaar while I'm gone and less with the thesaurus of slang. Didn't know I could say that. Are you sober?
Well, I've been riding the choo-choo, drinking Adam Dale, and if you don't believe it, just ask me to walk the truck.
Okay, here's your cozy. Arms akimbo, eyes glazed.
Yes, sir.
Now then, tip of the forefinger to the tip of the nose.
Oh, Simon, makes me dizzy.
Dizzy Gillespie?
Dizzy, Simon.
Exactly. And you are not sewn up, shagged, shellacked, chickered, stuccoed, tap-shackled, stiffo, or real crazy.
Well, you know best, Sam.
Good, now try this one.
Yes, Fred.
Sitting posture, limbs cruciform.
What?
Cheesecake stop.
Oh, Sam.
That's it. Now place the notebook. Just a little higher. Good. Now apply the tip of the pencil to the top of the fool's cap and proceed biz.
Biz?
Date. August 1st, 1948. To Mrs. Netta Martini, 1000 Marina Boulevard, San Francisco. From Samuel Spade, license number 137596. Subject, dear Netta. The first I knew of the caper was day before yesterday morning when I saw your husband's picture in the paper. It was one of those lovingly retouched executive-type photographs of a man in his late 40s or early 50s, spraying at the temples and wearing an embalmed man of distinction look. The story was headlined, Corporation Head Waylaid by Mysterious Assailant. Chauffeur spoils would-be kidnappers at offices of Martini Trading Company. The item under it wasn't as thrilling as the headline. Sounded as if he'd been knocked down for his wallet and the attempted kidnapping had been dreamed up by a bored city news reporter. I tossed it in the wastebasket along with my morning mail and went back to the Police Gazette. On page 3, the phone rang. Unique Garage, Harry speaking.
Spade?
One moment. Who's calling?
Gordon Martini.
Not Gordon Martini, the corporation head waylaid by mysterious assailants.
Chairman of the board, and there's nothing mysterious about it.
Then what are you doing on this phone?
I can't talk on the phone.
Where are you? In a hospital?
I left that pest house this morning. I'm at my residence, 1000 Marina Boulevard. It will take you exactly 20 minutes by cab. You will meet me in front of the building and we'll have our conference in my car en route to the office.
Where's your office?
Downtown Post Street.
Well, why don't I meet you there?
I'm a busy man. I have a full calendar. I'm already late due to all that hospital red tape. But I can fit you into my schedule if you'll hurry. Now look alive, man.
Well, it's a little early in the morning, but I'm trying hard.
Good. What will you want for a retainer?
I'll let you know if I decide to take the job.
Fair enough. 20 minutes. I'll expect you.
I should have looked more alive. It took me 2 minutes to get out of the street, 1 minute to flag down a cab, and 18 minutes to reach your address, Netta. A total of 21 minutes. As my taxi drew up to the curb in front of the canopied entrance to the corner apartment house at 1000 Marina, I saw your husband pacing indignantly up and down in front of the entrance, pausing only to glare at the outsized thermometer on his left wrist. His gray Homburg was perched atop an outsized turban of gauze bandage that decorated his head. Here's Spade. You're exactly 1 minute and 42 seconds late. Hours are made of minutes, minutes are made of seconds. In killing this seemingly negligible interval of time, you have wounded an hour. Oh, I have? Well, I'm sorry. The traffic's pretty heavy out here this hour of the morning, you know. You should have started 1 minute and 22 seconds earlier. I'm sorry there was a bore on the telephone kept talking about how valuable his time was. Yeah, well, don't apologize. Only waste more time. Here's your check, $100. My car's just around the corner. I paid that chauffeur a large salary, but mustn't keep him waiting. In the meantime, you may as well start earning your fee. I've been earning it for the past 22 minutes and 22 seconds. Wait. I suspected as much. You drive a car? Yeah, you mean one man drives all that? I see him, that rascally chauffeur of mine. Sleep in the back seat. All right, come over there, you. Hey, what?
100 pounds of dead weight. This time I rolled them off of me and got up. The gunman had jumped out of the limousine and into a gray sedan that was double parked alongside. In the welter of traffic on the boulevard, I didn't dare risk throwing a shot after him, but I did get the first 3 numbers of the license plate before it buried itself in the heavy stream of AM commuters. That's when the air changed from exhaust fumes to something out of a Persian garden. I turned and looked for the first time into your Nile green eyes, Netta. Saw you twisting a handkerchief in your pale hands I might have loved beside the Shalimar, but on Marina Boulevard they looked like hysterics dead ahead.
Who did it? I'm sorry, don't lie to me. Why don't they come with me? All those people standing around this corner. Take them
Stop it, will you? That's better. Now, come on over here. Who are you, his wife?
Yes, and it was all my fault. This is the end. I called Ernie out the window and asked him to come upstairs. I wanted him to return some laundry. They sent the wrong color, too.
Yeah. Who's Ernie?
He's our chauffeur. I was looking for the exchange slip when we heard the shot. Is he dead this time?
Yeah, don't go to pieces.
Poor Gordon had so many enemies. He didn't drink well, you know. People dropped us like flies.
Well, they certainly dropped your husband.
Are you a policeman?
No, but I'll do until the real thing comes along. Which is right now. If I were you, lady, I'd get back upstairs and relax. I'll get to you soon enough.
Yes, I suppose you're right. Poor Gordon, he looked so natural stretched out on the pavement.
Yeah.
I keep thinking he'll get up and stagger on into the elevator. He didn't drink at all well.
Go on, will you?
All right, I'm going. Oh, Ernie, where did you go?
Down at the garage. I heard a car drive in. Poor Mr. Martini. It's all my fault.
No, Ernie, it's not. If I play that exchange slip. Oh, when I called you out the window to come and get that package.
Oh, that. What do we got here? Who's the witness? Me. Oh, Spade. Lost another client, huh? Not quite. I hadn't cashed the check yet. Well, they got him anyway. All right, pull the space in there. Let him through that stretcher. Step over here out of the crowd, Sam. I want to get this tape. Yeah. Okay, Jerry, take it down. Got a pencil? Yeah, but I want it back. Let's have it. This guy was Gordon Martini. He headed up a local firm, the Martini Trading Company. Last night he was working late at his office. Got blamed. Phoned me this morning. Didn't know why. Thought maybe he wanted a bodyguard. Anyway, he needed one. Gunman was crouched in the backseat of the limousine, shoved the carbine out when Martini opened the door. Didn't get a good look at him. You could see why, the way it's closed in, no side windows. Foreign car, isn't it? Stop drooling. You can't afford one. You getting all this? What about the getaway? Martini fell on top of me. I saw the getaway car on the back of his head. The car was a gray sedan. The back of his head was a standard make 2. Only got the first 3 digits of license plate, 5D9. Anything else? Yeah, give me back my pencil. The homicide boys want some help. They know my thief.
It's Mr. Spade.
This is Martini. Why aren't you and Ernie upstairs getting your alibis shaped up?
Oh, please, I can't face the questions just yet. Would it be legal if I just avoided them till I can collect myself?
I don't know about legal, but it might be smart.
Where can we talk?
What do you suggest?
Well, there's a little cocktail lounge up on Lombard where Ernie and I it's just around the corner.
Very handy. Let's go.
Against my mother's advice, I should have listened, but, well, that's why I married Mr. Martinez.
Well, that brings us up to 1943, and it's only 11:45.
You're just like him, always holding a stopwatch over my head.
Always?
Well, he drank, you know.
You told me that.
But it's much more important than you think. He often fell down and bumped his head.
You mean that mysterious assailant that waylaid him last night in his office with a double Martini?
2 pitchers full before dinner. And he had to carry him up to his office.
Well, what did he go up there for?
Oh, he had an appointment with the vice president of the firm, Mr. Nestled. Something had come up and he wanted Gordon to sign some papers. I don't know what. It wasn't the first time. I waited outside in the car. After Ernie had taken him upstairs, he came back to the car and we talked.
Ernie has alibis upstairs, downstairs, and all around the house.
Well, then when the others came out and Gordon didn't, Ernie went upstairs to see why.
Others? Mr. Nesbitt and who else?
Mary Callahan.
Secretary?
No, she's an attorney. And if you think everything was legal between those 2, well, but after all, who am I to call the kettle black?
Now, what are you trying to tell me? That you got him drunk so they could make him sign some papers? That he got himself drunk so he couldn't write his name? Or that he just got drunk and fell down?
Between you and me, I think she pushed him down a flight of stairs.
In his condition, he never remembers.
Why are you putting a finger on the Callahan thing?
Well, what would you think? He was the last one out of the building.
Why didn't you want to tell all this to the police?
Well, I didn't want to talk about his drinking. Things were bad enough already. That would have been the end.
Well, let's just get an answer, Johnny. What do you want me to do for you?
Prove that he did it and Ernie didn't.
I'll let you take care of Ernie.
Oh, no. I don't want to alibi him unless I have to. He might get the wrong idea.
You mean I've got the wrong idea?
He might think of Ned I still care for him, and I don't. I can't stand him anymore. The way he chews those toothpicks. And besides, if his alibi is too good, I might have trouble about that carbine in the backseat of my car.
Pardon me, it sounded as if you said you might have trouble about a carbine in the backseat of your car.
That's what I said.
Where is your car?
In the garage. But somebody had it out this morning. They scraped the fender coming back in, and they ran into the wall. They must have been in an awful hurry.
Tell me, this car of yours, it wouldn't be a gray sedan?
Yes.
License number?
Oh, wait a minute. It's on my ceiling. Up here, 539.
That's enough. Why didn't you tell me this before?
Well, I couldn't get up the nerve. After I heard you tell that policeman the gun that killed Gordon was a carbine, and the gray sedan and all that, well, it's the end.
I hoped you were right, but I didn't think so. When I went to look at the gray sedan in your garage, I knew you were wrong, dead wrong. It was a getaway car, all right, and the carbine, as you know, was proven later to be the one that killed your husband. But Ernie had turned into a very poor suspect indeed. He was hugging the carpet between the front and rear seats. When I nudged him, he didn't move. He'd been shot at closer range than Gordon Martini, and the killer had used only one slug. It was planted in the base of his brain, which made him not only a very poor suspect, but a very dead one.
The makers of Wild Root Cream Oil are presenting the weekly Sunday adventure of Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, Sam Spade. If you want the well-groomed look that helps you get ahead socially and on the job, listen. Recently, thousands of people from coast to coast who bought Wild Root Cream Oil for the first time were asked, how does Wild Root Cream Oil compare with the hair tonic you previously used? Better than 4 out of 5 who replied said they preferred Wild Root Cream Oil. And no wonder. Wild Root Cream Oil grooms the hair neatly and naturally, relieves annoying dryness, and removes loose dandruff. What's more, non-alcoholic Wild Root Cream Oil is the only leading hair tonic that contains soothing lanolin. So ask for Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first. By the way, smart girls use Wild Root Cream Oil too, and mothers say it's grand for training children's hair. And now back to the Dry Martini Caper, tonight's adventure with Sam Spade.
Sorry, Mr. Nesbitt is in conference. I'll see that he gets your message. Well, what can I do for you?
I would like to see Miss Callahan.
Miss Callahan is in conference with Mr. Nesbitt.
Good. I would like to see them both.
But I have orders not to disturb them.
You do not have to. I will.
Just a minute. You can't go crazy and like that.
Yes, and I'll tell you something else. You won't ever get away with it. Why, everyone in this town knows about your underworld connection.
Why, you doddering old fool, when I get through with you, if you don't go to the gas chamber for Gordon Martini's murder, you'll wish you were mad.
If I go to the gas chamber, it'll be for killing you, hot Gordon.
Oh, you said it all. Why didn't I have witnesses here?
Miss Callahan?
Did you hear that?
You weren't talking loud enough. I didn't hear a thing.
Well, come on in here and I'll tell you a thing or two. Close that door. Now, sit down.
Thanks. I listen better on my feet.
Oh, so you're the detective Netta Martini employed, eh? What's he paying you?
That'll depend on how much I have to do for it.
I'll tell you how much you'll have to do for it. You'll have to make a case against me, and that's not going to be easy.
Why do you think she's out to get you?
Why, indeed. For years, this moth-eaten mouthpiece, this parboiled porker, has been victimizing poor Gordon, taking advantage of his weakness for drugs. Now that she's liquidated him, she appears with 55% of the common stock. Motive enough, eh?
Why, you fool!
course, you're an old fool. I simply bought up his debts and threw an attachment on those stocks. Unethical, but perfectly legal.
Hey, look,
You're not even a proper thief. You're nothing but a bumbling old embezzler.
Now, listen
You only
here.
trouble because you was going to call in the auditors, look over those books of yours. The deed of double entry, Mr. Spade.
Look, will you save this for the courtroom scene? Now, you've convinced me. You're both crooked. I'll see that you both go up for something. That's a promise.
Mr. Spade, I gave you credit for better sense. You know that this Medusa of the magistrate's court, this harpy of the Hall of Justice, tricked him into changing the beneficiary of his insurance the very night she pushed him down the stairs.
And you were all in favor of it when you thought you held a controlling interest in the company. Answer that. Mr. Spade, you can't answer that.
Good. I'm glad one of you is temporarily lost for words. Now, I only want to know one thing, and I want a straight answer, and if either one of you starts off on another speech, I'm going to push you into the nearest courtroom and lock you in together.
Why, you wouldn't dare.
Try me, sweetheart.
What do you want to know about this Amazon ambulance chaser? This Trilby of the traffic court.
Watch it.
Well, what do you want to know?
About Martini's insurance policy. Now, you say he changed the beneficiary. Please answer in 10 words or less. Who was the beneficiary and who is the beneficiary now?
I'll have to answer that question in two parts. The beneficiary was his wife. He changed it to the Martini Trading Company, a corporation of the state of California.
Thank you, and goodbye, Mary Callahan. And that matter took the heat off of you for the time being, which made things tough for me. Because Callahan and Nestled were so horrible, I never wanted to see them again, even to testify against them in court. I was sure of one thing. None of you had pulled the trigger of that carbine. There's been a hired killer behind it, and the way he operated, taking crazy chances in broad daylight in a crowded street, told me an important thing about it. That night, I made the rounds of the joint. At a plant called the Bing Room, I found a bouncer who'd tossed out a customer that run up a bill and tried to pay it with a $1,000 check. He sent me to the Atlas Hotel. The Atlas Hotel is off of 3rd Street down near the railroad yard. Not even a flea bag. The fleas sickened and died a long time ago. They couldn't take it. And from the look of the guests sprawled out in the mission furniture of the lobby, they wouldn't be able to much longer. A half-dead room clerk came back to the land of the living long enough to mutter a room number and wave me feebly toward a flight of sunny stairs.
Yeah, what do you want?
You, Hack Hartman?
Got anything for me, huh?
Yeah, I got news for you. Get back in the room. I'll tell you all about it.
Yeah. Well, come on in.
Drop the shift.
Yeah, I'll drop it. I'll put you. I'll cut you. Good. I'll cut you. I'll cut you.
I'm glad you did that to make it easy for me. Now get over there.
Leave me alone. Leave me alone, huh? I'm not feeling so good.
You can feel a lot worse. Who hired you to put the burn on Martini?
You don't get nothing out of me.
Who gave you that check?
Oh, leave me alone.
I got all night, Hack, and I feel better than you do. Now, what did you do with that check? I'll take it if your teeth come out with it. Come on.
All right. Stop it. I don't feel so good.
Okay. Where?
Pocket. My shirt.
Don't reach. I'll get it.
All right.
There was a company check, which is what I'd expected. It was for $1,000 drawn on the Golden Gate Trust and Loan, but I wasn't expecting to find the signature on the bottom line. It was signed in a bold, firm hand, Gordon Martini. Who was the penman on this?
He wrote it himself, right in front of me.
What was it supposed to be for?
He wanted I should knock off his brother.
You get mixed up?
He's dead, ain't he?
That's what I mean. Gordon Martini's dead.
The papers got it wrong. That was his brother, twin brother. And that other guy, that chauffeur, kept hanging around the garage so I couldn't get out. I had to burn him too.
You know what you're saying?
Yeah. I'm making sense. I'll get out of here. I'm getting steamed.
Don't let it worry you. I got a nice, cool place all picked out for you. After I turned Hank over to the cops, I did what checking I could on my own at that time of night. As nearly as I could learn, Gordon Martini could never have had a brother, twin or otherwise. He was a first child. His mother died in childbirth, and his father died 1 month later. So I went back to the offices of the Martini Trading Company, glass keyed my way in, and made a quick frisk of it. There I learned that the signature on the check was indeed Gordon's, but that he had closed out his account at that bank the day he wrote it. I thought about that on the way out to your apartment.
Sam, I've been calling and calling, trying to reach you. I've been so worried. It's the end.
This time you might be right. Fix me a drink.
Well, there's nothing in the house but those prepared martinis Gordon used to drink. Is that all right?
No, but fix me one anyway. Never mind the ice. It's not morning yet, but I hate myself already.
Why don't you just relax and let me get it for you?
I'll relax. You get the martini.
What happened? What'd you think of Mary Callahan? Isn't she the end?
She's cute. You're all cute.
All of me? How nice. I'd put ice in anyway. It's nasty without.
Nasty anyway.
I hope it doesn't make you fall down the way it did poor Gordon.
Thanks.
What's the matter? Too dry?
You open this bottle fresh?
Why, yes. What's the matter?
Where are they? Oh, that's the bottle. Oh, yeah. More of the same. Is this all your husband ever drank?
Yes, gallons of it. It's a special brand. He even took it with him to bars and people's houses. He'd sit and drink them right out of the bottle like a little child. Then he'd be falling down drunk, of course. And that's how we lost so many friends. They dropped us like...
Like flies. Yeah, it was the end.
Who's your phone?
City Morgue.
Maxie, Sam Spade.
Sammy, what can I do on you?
I'm Martini, Maxie. They got around the Odyssey yet?
Yeah, they rushed them through.
Got the report handy?
Right in front of me. Funny thing, Sam. The doc said they should have saved themselves the trouble. He'd have been dead in a week or two without no help.
What from?
Brain tumor. Malignant, it says.
Any alcohol in them?
Not from drinking, Sammy.
What about the head wound?
Accidental fall due to periodic fainting spells. Part of his condition.
Thanks, Maxie.
Well, what is it, Sam? Was the martinis poison?
No, sweetheart. The martinis were colored water.
Oh, they couldn't. Well, what made him get so drunk?
He didn't. He was sick.
But, Sam, who killed him?
Killed himself.
But he couldn't have.
He hired a gunman to do it. He planned his own murder.
But that... What? Well, why didn't he leave a note or something? He could have ruined us all.
Come here, sweetheart. Put your little head on Uncle Sam's shoulder.
Sam.
That's just what he wanted you to do. He wanted to ruin you. He let Mary Callahan place him out of his interest in the company. He let Nestled juggle the books. He let you go your way with Ernie. He let all three of you fix yourselves up with as nice a set of motives for murder as a jury could ask for.
Couldn't have.
The real joker is the check he used to pay off the man he hired to kill him. It bounced. It also proved he planned his own murder. But he still has his revenge. Because the insurance that would have kept the corporation from going broke won't be paid off on account of the self-liquidating clause.
Oh, Sam, darling, what's going to become of us all?
Well, Callahan and Nesbitt will probably sue each other to death. You might have to go to work and earn a living.
Well, I have $500. I might invest it in something.
You already have. Here's my bill.
Sam, you didn't help me. What? This is the end.
No, it isn't, sweetheart. This is the beginning. Come here. Period. End of the end.
Well, you asked me. You helped it.
Now, F.
Well, that just goes to show you.
So what, F?
Man's ingratitude to man. But what did Mr. Martini have against you?
Why, nothing, sweetheart. He just needed a smart operator like, Johnny McCarroll was on.
Sam, have you cashed that check Mr. Martini gave you?
Well, not yet.
Sam, any bartender would know better than to take a check from a man who drinks that much?
F, you haven't been paying attention. He didn't drink. He didn't. I was able to establish that later on.
Well, at the time, Sam, for all anybody knew, he was a hopeless drunk. He was, Sam. Oh, you're so wonderful and trusting. But I do wish that you'd understand this. He was a hopeless drunk.
For the last time, Effie, he didn't really drink.
I'll just type this up, Sam, while you call the bank.
I'll do that.
I hope it was worth the price
price of the paper and carbon.
You made carbon copies of that, an unimportant report like that?
Is bound?
Well, the estate isn't settled yet.
Oh, Sam, you're so wonderful and trusting.
Effie, I am not wonderful and trusting. I am a hard-boiled private eye.
I know. Just a pity there's no money in it.
And I'm also too twisted.
Sam, have you ever thought of ceramics?
Of what?
Ceramics. It takes virtually no capital. All you need is a small furnace and some clay. And if you don't have any talent, you can just make ashtrays.
Thanks, I already have one.
Oh, flower pots. You can pop them on a wheel.
And you can pot your hat on and wheel on out of here and also take your furnace and clay.
Oh, I love you when you're so gay and carefree.
I am not gay and carefree. I
You
am
are a hard-boiled private eye.
Good night and sue me for your back salary, sweetheart.
The Adventures of Sam Spade, Detective, brought to you by Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic, the non-alcoholic hair tonic that contains lanolin. Wild Root Cream Oil, again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first.
Sam Spade Detective Agency.
Same what, sweetheart?
Oh, Sam, how did it go?
Well, it wasn't exactly a 10-in-1 outfit. More of a mud show, dog and pony type, you know, rag front.
Sam, what are you talking about? And by the way, where were you last night?
I missed the last bus into the cow palace, so I had to do a starfish. Connie's dog, yes.
Well, if you think I'm going to ask for the starfish, you're mistaken. What were you doing at the cow palace?
Oh, just fooling around.
Oh, Sam?
Yes?
Sam?
Yes?
Sam?
You ask so many questions. Sweetheart, in the patois of the carnival, I'll be right down to pitch my spiel, seal my pitch, and make with the Kansas and the Bluebeard capers.
Dashiell Hammett, America's leading detective fiction writer and creator of Sam Spade, the hard-boiled private eye, and William Spear, radio's outstanding producer-director of mystery and crime drama, join their talents to make your hair stand on end with the adventures of Sam Spade. Presented by the makers of Wild Root Cream Oil for the hair. Say, Mom, if the summer winds are making Junior's hair drier and muffier than it should be, why not borrow a little of Dad's Wild Root Cream Oil and restore that sweet, angelic look? You'll find Wild Root Cream Oil hair tonic comes in handy for every member of the family. It grooms the hair so neatly and naturally, relieves that summer dryness, and removes loose dandruff, too. Better check on your supply right now. If it's running low, then tonight or tomorrow, first thing, get Wild Root Cream Oil hair tonic. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first. And now, with Howard Duff starring as Spade, Wild Root brings to the air the greatest private detective of them all in the adventures of Sam Spade.
Ready, Effie?
Yes. By the way, what is it, Salty? Oh, your clothes. You look as if you slept on the ground.
That's what it is. Date, August 8, 1948, through Detective Lieutenant Dundee, Homicide Detail, San Francisco Police. From Samuel Spade, license number 127596. Subject, the Bluebeard caper. I will not offer as an extenuating circumstance the fact that business is bad all over. But it is true that I've been sitting in my office for 4 hours and the phone had not rung once. This one didn't phone. From the looks of him, he didn't have the required nickel. The hangover he was wearing under his eyes had cost someone a pretty penny, so I figured his credit might be good somewhere.
Spade?
Yeah?
Oh, my head.
Here. Try this.
Oh.
Want it mixed?
Oh, no soda. Couldn't stand the noise.
Where'd you wake up?
Anything, Bo.
Take it.
It all started at my sister's engagement party. Miss Jewel. But they must have been full of fluke.
Fluke?
You don't have to have an ice bag.
Customary for my clients to bring their own.
Well, now here's the deal. Did I tell you my name?
The name he gave my secretary was Ned Towers.
Want to stick with that?
Yeah, Ned Howard, yeah. It's about my sister. She's...
Her name?
Sylvia.
Sylvia Town.
But it's not about her, really. It's about that Bluebird. I mean, Bluebird she's married. Jefferson Davis Calhoun.
What about him?
Oh, that marriage has got to be stopped. I found out that his name's not Calhoun at all. That he's been married 3 times to 3 different names. And that all his wives died mysteriously. And that he collected their insurance. And now he talked my sister into insuring herself for $100,000 in his face.
When did you learn all this?
In a barber shop yesterday. I went in to get a manicure and I picked up this old detective magazine. Here's his picture. Look at it.
I'd heard of the case. In his heyday, the papers had called him the mint jewel of Romeo. And any name he happened to be using at the time had Colonel in front of it. None of his 3 wives had survived the honeymoon. Wife number 1, an aviatrix, sailed out at 10,000 feet over Mount Hood along with her husband. His parachute opened, hers didn't. They found the body the following spring. Wife number 2, a snake dancer, died of snake bite when she squared off with a full-fang diamondback instead of her usual non-poisonous partner. The cause of death was never officially proven because the body was embalmed by mistake, it said there, before the coroner arrived. And finally, number 3, a professional stunt woman disappeared over Niagara Falls in a beer keg instead of her specially designed barrel and was never seen again.
Well, Mr. Spade?
Yeah, but are you sure your sister's fiancé, this Calhoun, is the same guy?
The picture of them together? Their engagement photograph. What do you think?
Brunette?
My sister? Redhead. That's him on the left.
Redhead? Well, Mr. Towers, are we going to sit idly by and see another poor girl go to her death? How much money you got?
About $100.
I'll take 50 now.
You are going to help her.
How much does she already know?
I tried to tell her. She wouldn't even listen. I thought she might listen to you.
I pray she will, Ned. I pray she will. There were 2 aspects of the case that I wanted to look over more closely. A, Sylvia's red hair, and B, the red splotches on my client's face. I had a hunch she might be suffering from more than a hangover. So I dropped her at the Addressing medical friend of mine who specializes in poison. He said the test would take most of the afternoon, so I decided to find out who was Sylvia. What was she? Was she as kind as she was said?
Yes?
Yes.
I beg your pardon.
Miss Towers?
Yes, I'm Sylvia Towers. Are you the florist?
You were expecting maybe a detective?
Come in.
Thanks, I will.
Well, as a matter of fact, I wasn't expecting a florist or anyone else. But I'm glad to see you. I really am.
Huh?
Sit down here. Oh, just relaxing. Oh, no, over here.
Oh. Well, why not?
There. Isn't this more cozy? Take your hat off.
Oh.
You have me believing you really are a detective.
What do I look like?
Well, I'll have to mull it over. Now, look at me. Let me see.
Look, Sylvia, Miss Towers, I mean.
Oh, Sylvia. I like the way you like it.
Oh, you do?
But, you know, really forget.
Well, look, if you want to frisk me, get it over with. It's your apartment. You got a right to.
Well, isn't this way nice?
Sure, it's fine. It's just that, well, you know, I just didn't expect. I just didn't expect.
Well, what do you want, a butterfly?
No, it's just that my feelings have hurt you. Haven't asked me who I am or what I'm doing here.
I don't care. I like you.
Is this how you got engaged to Calhoun?
No, he was selling some phony stock certificates, so I bought a few.
They were phony, so you bought it. Take it.
You had bad luck with marriage. It's the only way I could force you.
You're forcing him into marrying you?
Darling, don't be so critical. I did it very nice.
I'm sure you did, but why?
Oh, I don't know. He's so courtly. A real Southern gentleman.
How real?
Having that cushion on.
Oh.
Oh, no, here, behind my head. Oh, don't go away.
Why do you want to be number 4 on the case today?
Oh, do you really think he did kill him?
That's one of 2 theories. He's a dead, didn't he?
Oh, I love your hair.
Yeah, but don't stop. Now, wait a minute. Look, I got my client to think about, and I'm trying to think about it.
Darling.
I didn't want to take this assignment, but he really seemed to be worried about you.
Now, who on earth would be worried about me?
I'm a little worried about you myself, and I'm not even distantly related to you.
Don't say that yet. This marriage may not last long.
Don't you say it.
I know his marital life has been full of tragedy, but I'm not superstitious. I think I may change his luck.
Okay, Sylvia, okay, it's your life. I told your brother I'd talk to you, and I have.
My brother?
Yeah, Ned. I think maybe your boyfriend tried to poison him last night.
Oh, no. Oh, yes, but just in time.
Well, my dear, we will discuss this further in private. I have only this to say at the present time. In the South, it is not customary for a lady to receive a gentleman alone just prior to her marriage to another gentleman.
But, Jeff...
I know your motives were pure and innocent. Just some differ, that's all. I am Colonel Calhoun of Convertible.
I'll call you when I need you.
I'm afraid I must ask you to remain. Sylvia?
To tell you, it was just a flirtation.
Yeah,
I
that's
didn't
all.
think it...
You mean he made certain proposals?
So what could I do?
What could you do?
He said there were things in your past, Jeff.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Things that...
Oh, there, my dear.
It was blackmail.
That's all.
I did it for you.
Go to your chambers, Sylvia. I will deal with this adventurer. If this were the South, there would be better ways, but never fear. Where there's a Calhoun, there, too, you will find Southern chivalry.
Please.
No, Jeff. Phone the police.
Sylvia, I must insist that you do as I say.
Very well, Jeff. You know best.
Well, sir, how about you and me putting our heads together over little old Miss Hewlett, huh?
Thanks, I'm not thirsty yet. What's the fetch, Colonel? How come your girlfriend yelled, "Hey, Rube," this time?
What is your asking price, sir?
What's your bid?
5,000 now, 5,000 after she's buried, 20,000 after the insurance people pays off.
No dice. Case is worth 100 grand. 50 for me, 50 for you.
That is out of the question, sir.
Okay, from here I go to the cot.
Now, son, let's not be hasty about this. It will require a slight change of plan, but I reckon I can swing.
All right, 50-50. When are you going to knock her off?
You want her to flatten the coop?
Is there another way out of here?
Well, not that I know of, but she's crafty.
She's crafty. Well, come on, let's get it over.
Yes, you're right. Maybe now or never. Sylvia?
Hey, wait a minute.
Huh?
Come here.
What is it?
How are you going to do it?
Well, hit her with this and then out the window.
Let me see that. Got quite a heft to it. Where'd you get this stuff?
Souvenir, Niagara Falls.
Know where you're going to get it?
Why, you Yankee!
The souvenir of Niagara Falls was deadlier than I thought. The blow spun him around like a top, and he went down on the other side of the room, taking the bar and the mint julep ingredients along with him. I headed for the room Sylvia disappeared into. But she had already disappeared out of it. I looked in the closet, the bathroom, under the bed, tapped the walls for secret panels, and then forced myself to look out the only possible exit, the open window. 10 stories, sheer drop to the street. 2 stories, sheer unclimbable masonry to the roof. Now get this, Dundee. No other exit, no horizontal ledges, drain pipes, niches, cornices, not even a helicopter landing. I asked myself, who is Sylvia? What is she?
The makers of Wild Root Cream Oil are presenting the weekly Sunday adventure of Detective Sam Spade. If you want the well-groomed look that helps you get ahead, socially and on the job, listen. Recently, thousands of people from coast to coast who bought Wild Root Cream Oil for the first time were asked, how does Wild Root Cream Oil compare with the hair tonic you previously used? Better than 4 out of 5 who replied said they preferred Wild Root Cream Oil. And no wonder. Wild Root Cream Oil grooms the hair neatly and naturally, relieves annoying dryness, and removes loose dandruff. What's more, non-alcoholic Wild Root Cream Oil is the only leading hair tonic that contains soothing lanolin. So ask for Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first. By the way, smart girls use Wild Root Cream Oil too, and mothers say it's grand for training children's hair. And
Now, back to the Bluebeard Caper. Tonight's adventure with Sam Spade.
There was no use wasting any time trying to figure out how Sylvia had done whatever she had done to escape from that escape-proof room. There was nothing of interest in it but a diving helmet, deep sea type, and the current issue of Billboard, a magazine which records the movements of show people. Under carnivals and pet shows, an item was circled. Colonel Carlisle's Colossal Carnival and Pet Show, which was currently playing San Francisco out by the Cow Palace. That reminded me of the Colonel in the next room. I went in to hit him again, but somehow his not being there didn't surprise me a bit. What I found on the roof did surprise me a little. It was a rope and grappling hook, human fly type, which fitted with the circusy aspect the caper was beginning to take on. But I'd never have taken Sylvia for a stunt woman. I took a deep end to get into position for what lay ahead, slid down the banister to the top floor, somersaulted into an elevator, and rode it down to the lobby, no hands. Pausing only to acknowledge the applause of the scrub woman, I skated on over to the phone booth.
Dr. Mandel's office.
Bernie, Sam Spade.
Oh, say, I'm glad you called, Sam. That patient you brought in here, Ned Coward?
Yeah, what about him?
Well, your hunch was right. There was enough poison in him to kill him twice. And that ain't all.
He dead?
No.
Then what's all?
Well, his stomach had enough foreign objects in it to keep all the newspapers in town in Monday morning feature stories for the rest of the year.
What type foreign object?
Oh, glassware, spoons, hunting knives. Well, nothing valuable.
Where'd you send him?
Oh, he wasn't a hospital case, Sam.
Enough poison to kill him twice, glassware, spoons, hunting knives, and not a hospital case, huh?
The poison, he's developed an immunity. The other stuff, it's harmless. Do you want me to send you the complete report?
No, forget it, Bernie. You've given me enough. Thanks. From then on, Dundee, it was mostly entertainment. I headed for the carnival grounds outside the town, and Colonel Carlisle's Colossal Carnival and Pet Show unfolded before my very eyes just west of the Cow Palace.
Brought to you in the interest of artistic endeavor. Mademoiselle Mahala, the favorite dancing girl of the Sultan of Zanzibar, brought direct from the perfumed gardens of the Mystic Orient. Every muscle of a gorgeous body.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, in the interest of science and the furtherance of national defense, one of the medical miracles of the 20th century. Ladies and gentlemen, a man with the iron stomach and the asbestos esophagus, Professor Dilator. Professor, if you please, sir, give the book the sense of your control over the fiery element. I will light the torch and pass it to the professor. And now, Professor, if you will kindly...
The coach dancer left me cold with the fire-eating professor I thought. It was none other than my client, a man who called himself Ned Coward. I moved as close to the platform as I could without setting fire to myself and caught his eye. When he caught mine, it singed my eyelashes.
Scramble, I got my act to do. I can't talk to nobody.
Where's the colonel?
There ain't any colonel, just for the banner tack.
Where's your sister?
I ain't got no sister.
Then who is Sylvia?
Hey, do me a favor, Shaman. Keep the 50 and forget the whole pitch. Now beat it, huh?
Oh, I want to see the show.
Okay, you paid for your duck. Tear your eyes out if you want to. Okay, but just start squawking. They're drifting away. And ladies and gentlemen, that was only a sample. Only a sample. Why, he eats the stone and throws the beach away. And he uses powdered poison on his soft-boiled eggs. Now tell me, if you will, is there a doctor in town?
I drifted on down the midway. There was Puna, nature boy, Gilda and Hilda, the Siamese twins. There was Shorty, the fat man, and Fatty, the short man, a bearded lady, and several natural freaks of nature. At the very end, there was a big canvas enclosure. The act was called the Three Death-Defying Darlings. From the noise inside, I judged that to be an understatement. I bought a ticket and got inside just in time to see a trim, energetic blonde in famous coveralls crawl out of the twisted wreckage of the car she'd just driven point blank
into a concrete wall at an advertised speed of 80 miles an hour. She took a bow, tripped lightly out of the ring, and a brunette about the same size and shape, but wearing a costume consisting mainly of 3 live rattlesnakes passed her coming in. I swear she did. I also swear that she danced so well I didn't even notice the snakes after I got used to them. Before the lead snake had taken its final bow and wriggled out of sight, a redhead in green coveralls appeared at the top of a 60-foot tower. She climbed into a barrel, and some stupid fool pushed her off. The tank she landed in was no more than 3 feet across and couldn't have had more than a foot of water in it. But she emerged from the splinters with her face wet and some of the greasy carnival-type makeup washed off. The red-headed branch of the death-defying darlings was, you guessed it, that miraculous escape artist, the one and only Sylvia. I was anxious to meet the rest of the act, so I bolted over the canvas to the trailer's rescue. There was a buzzing sound at my ankles as I entered. I jumped out of the way just in time to miss getting bitten by one of the brunette's dancing partners, the Diamondback. Sylvia looked at me pityingly, grabbed it expertly just behind the head, and shoved it down into its basket.
Hey, you should have known better than to come in here unannounced. Strangers make Salome terribly nervous.
Then we're even.
How did you know I was here?
I didn't. I was looking for my client.
Then you are working for Ned.
Who else?
Well, when I heard you bargaining with Jeff, I didn't know what to think. Before that, I'd been so sure.
Look, sweetheart, I haven't been sure of anything in this caper from the start, least of all you. No matter how sure I get, I still won't believe it.
Look at me, Sam. Touch me. I'm only flesh and blood.
Yeah, well, anyhow, how did you meet yourself coming on with the snakes when you went out in the coveralls?
Oh, zippers. I was wearing the snakes underneath all the time.
Doesn't the auto crash make them nervous?
Oh, no, they're used to it. Mother trained them. That was after Father.
Never mind your family. Let's talk about you. All 3 of you.
Well, after Mother and Father, well, the act was refused, you see, and they wouldn't keep me on as a single.
Yeah.
So Jeff Calhoun worked out a routine so only one of me would be on at one time.
That's figured. How often do you come out of it alive?
You mustn't say things like that, even in guilty. I'm terribly out of condition. I haven't had a real workout since
you went over Niagara Falls in that beer keg. And by the way, how did you manage that?
Simple. Relaxation. Get rid of everything. I teach you that again. Jeff could never understand.
How long do you think we'd get away with it, sweetheart?
You're taking rather a lot for granted.
Maybe not enough. As far as I know, you've only been killed and resurrected 3 times.
Darling, if it frightens you, I promise I'll never do it again.
How did you drop 10,000 feet without a parachute?
Oh, that Mount Hood stuff? I crash landed the plane set backwards.
There were witnesses. Something dropped.
Nothing but a weighted flight suit.
Whose body was that they found?
There are always bodies when the snow melts. By the time they get to them, they could be anybody.
Oh, that's a relief. Now, what about that other body?
Which other one, Doc?
When you were embalmed after the snake bite.
Oh. Well, Jeff just claimed somebody from the morgue that nobody else wanted. Don't be so critical, darling. We didn't hurt anybody.
Better not try to tell that to those insurance companies.
Well, they should be happy. Jeff says it helps them with their taxes.
Does it make you happy? Dying and being dug up every year or so?
Well, it's better than doing it every night. But I couldn't go back to Jeff. He lost his nerve after Ned found out. You see, Ned's the only one left who knew me in the old days. If I were dead, he couldn't prove anything. Jeff really meant to kill me this time.
What was Ned after? Blackmail?
Oh, no, he wanted me back with the show. He hired you to frighten Jeff into letting me go. After all, I am the best reason in the business. Well, anyway, the stuff you. Did you see my review in Billboard?
I saw for myself.
You know, Stucky, I was thinking. But all you know about crime...
Don't say it.
Darling, it's so easy, and we could have a honeymoon every time I came back and we got married again.
Thanks for the offer, but if I get married, I want my wife to stay alive every night.
But I wouldn't really be dead. Only legally, for the insurance. Only legally, Sam.
Come here.
Sam,
Look, sweetheart, let's not relax. You're not safe. Not as long as that insurance policy's floating around with Jeff's name on it as beneficiary.
He'd never think of looking for me, dear.
Well, it's saying you better take that policy into town in the morning and make some changes. Where is it?
Oh, it's in my safe.
You got it safe here in this trailer?
Well, it's just a secret safe. I only call it. But it is safe.
Yeah, I thought I'd find you here. Now, how'd hardly expected to see Mr. Spade.
You don't surprise me a bit, Bluebeard.
Hello, Jeff. Sit down, stop waving that revolver. What do you want?
That politics. I heard every word you two have been saying. Not that that piece of paper means anything. You won't even be around when the bank's open. But having the original policy in my hand will save a lot of delay and red tape.
Of course, Jeff.
Where is it?
Oh, what's the use? It's in the basket, right by the side of your chair.
Wait a minute.
Don't move, Spade. If you do, I'll blast you.
Listen to me. Don't raise that lid.
Hey, still a child, aren't you, Sylvia?
Don't do it, Calhoun. Don't do it. And that lieutenant there took the lid right off of the cable. Due to my Boy Scout training, my split-second timing, and the fact that Salome's fang missed an artery by a 30th of an inch, I understand Calhoun will live long enough, which as far as I'm concerned is any length of time you care to name. About Sylvia, I really don't know how to advise you there, but if you're planning on charging her with attempted homicide, you'll find that there are 3 Darling sisters listed as U.S. citizens and residents of California. It might be hard to figure out which one of her to indict. Curious, end of Nightmare Alley, Bluebeard Division. Any questions there?
Oh, just one, Sam. A grammatical error, but I'll correct it.
And just whom do you think you are to be correcting my grammar?
Who's that? Nominated. Nominated, Sam. The most frequently used cases in English are nominated, accusative, and possessive. Now, I'm referring to your sentence that says that it might be hard to figure out which one of hers to indict. Yeah. Of course, you meant them, since there are 3 Darling sisters. Her being singular.
Indeed, her was singular, Abby.
Oh, Sam, it's a joke.
Very small. Now, type that up and leave my grammar as is. It's colorful.
Oh, very well, Sam. I'll just fix the syntax as I go along.
Syntax? In California?
Say, are you looking for a hair tonic that will groom your hair neatly and naturally? Then you're looking for Wild Root Cream Oil. Want a hair tonic that relieves annoying dryness? Get Wild Root Cream Oil. Like a hair tonic that removes loose, ugly dandruff? The answer again is Wild Root Cream Oil, the famous hair tonic that gives you the big advantages men consider most important. Step up to your drug or toilet goods counter first chance you get and ask for Wild Root Cream Oil in the big economy bottle and the handy new tube that's easy to pack when you travel. Also, ask your barber for a professional application of Wild Root Cream Oil hair tonic. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first.
You were quite right. She was only one girl, so I left it to her and made the correction back farther.
Back where, Twinkle
Sentence
Toes?
just prior. Twinkle Toes. You know, where you said 3 Darling sisters, I changed it to 1.
That's impossible. It takes 2 to make a sister.
That is not funny, Sam.
Who's laughing?
No laughing matter, Sam. After all, that Sylvia or the Darling sister, whatever. Now, I don't care if you can go over Niagara Falls in a barrel.
Let's get it right up. Beer cake.
That's the only funny thing is you being taken in. Roll snake crumbs of that type for a dime a dozen.
All right, 20 cents. Phone up that place.
What place?
Where you get the red-headed snake, Simon? 12 to 10 cents.
Dime a dozen, Sam. It's a steak than the beach.
You can say that again.
Pretending to be free people, all with different hair, wearing snakes under a coverall. No normal girl would do that, Sam.
I don't know. Women do all kinds of work.
Oh, Sam. Why can't I be an adventuress like some girls are?
I wouldn't trade you for 30 cents worth of snake, Simon.
Oh, that's the nicest thing you ever said.
Well, next to the night.
Good night.
Good night, Salome.
The Adventures of Sam Spade, Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, are produced and directed by William Spear. Sam Spade is played by Howard Dove. Lorene Tuttle is Essex. The Adventures of Sam Spade are written for radio by Bob Tolman and Gil Dowd, with musical direction by Lud Gluskin. Join us again next Sunday when author Dashiell Hammett and producer William Spear join forces for another adventure with Sam Spade. Brought to you by Wild Root Cream Oil. Again, again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first. This is Dick Joy reminding you to get Wild Root Cream Oil, Charlie. It keeps your hair in trim. You see, it's non-alcoholic, Charlie. It's made with soothing lanolin. You better get Wild Root Cream Oil, Charlie. Start using it today. You'll find that you will have a tough time, Charlie. Keeping all the gals away. Hiya, Baldy. Get Wild Root right away. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. The Adventures of Sam Spade, Detective. Brought to you by Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic, the non-alcoholic hair tonic that contains lanolin. Wild Root Cream Oil, again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first.
Sam Spade Detective Agency.
It's only me from over the sea.
Oh, it's Sam. How was it at the beach?
Same as always, foggy.
Did you go in?
Well, I was up to my neck from the first rumble. If you mean did I go in the water, I did.
Was it cold?
I didn't notice. I was too busy landing a course.
Oh, Sam, what a coincidence. I was just reading my new library book, and it's all about a body in the water, just over a cliff. And there's the strangest girl in it with a strange mother. And she drinks, the girl, and runs away with a chauffeur. That rich people.
They can't do that. They're stealing my material.
Oh, no, Sam, no. It's by Owen Fitzstephen. He's very well thought of. Mother always understands his plot.
Not tonight, she won't. There we are, Angel. I'll be right down to dictate my report on the critical author caper.
Dashiell Hammett, America's leading detective fiction writer and creator of Sam Spade, the hard-boiled private eye, and William Spear, radio's outstanding producer-director of mystery and crime drama, join their talents to make your hair stand on end with the adventures of Sam Spade. Presented by the makers of Wild Root Cream Oil for the hair. You know as well as I do, fellas, your hair is one of the first things any gal notices. So it's really important to keep your hair spruced up right all the time. The answer? Why, of course. Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. Wild Root Cream Oil grooms your hair neatly and naturally, relieves dryness, and removes loose, ugly dandruff. I have a hunch, fellas, she'll help herself to another look if you're using Wild Root. Get Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic in bottles or the handy new tube. It's again and again the choice of men who put good grooming first. Later in this program, we'll have an important announcement. Listen for it. And now, with Howard Duff starring as Spade, Wild Root brings to the air the greatest private detective of them all in the adventures of Sam Spade.
I'm looking over. Now, come on in. Let's get this over.
Can you wait till I finish this chapter? Page to go. The detective had just found this girl in a sordid rooming house. She had this fight with her boyfriend and boinged him. And now butter didn't melt in her mouth. But I don't trust her.
What's the name of the book?
Morgue Fruit. This last was a spindly stiff. That was about this neurotic nurse who was in love with her employer.
Effie, how long have you been reading this kind of trash?
What's that, Sam? He really makes the characters live. And I love his detective. He's real hard-boiled like a Dashiell Hammett.
Dashiell Hammett. Mark your place and come in.
All right, sir.
Dear. Ready?
Yes, sir. Oh, I can hardly wait.
That's the way I like you, eager.
Finish the chapter, I mean. I wonder what she's up to. She's guilty, of course.
Of course, but what else?
You can read it when I'm finished. Oh, my goodness, she's got a report to get out, and here we are chattering about books. Date, August?
Aye. We'll get the date. Fill it in. To Missing Persons Bureau, Staff Assistant Police, Attention Sergeant Schwartz, from Samuel Spade, license number 127596. Subject, Gabriel Leggett. Dear Dave, I should have handed it over to you at the start, but you know me, I'm greedy. I cashed the check she sent me as a retainer without consulting my better judgment. Gave the money to Effie to pay bills without batting an eye. Borrowed a dime car fare from the corner newsboy without collateral. And arrived in front of the Leggett mansion on Nob Hill without the foggiest notion of what I had been retained for.
I'm Gertrude Leggett, Mr. Spade. It's about my stepdaughter, Gabrielle. She's been missing since the funeral.
Whose funeral was that?
My husband, Gabrielle's father. That was nearly 3 weeks ago. She came to me afterwards and said she was going down to Quesada, to our country place, for a few days. That she wanted to be alone with her grief. But I discovered that she never arrived at Quesada. Do I make myself clear, Mr. Spade?
Yeah, except for one thing. Why do you want it back?
First, she may do something to disgrace me. She'll undoubtedly try her best to do so. Secondly, unless I get her signature to some papers, in accordance with her father's will, I can't go on living in this house. Furthermore...
That's okay. You convinced me. Now, when she left, what did she take with her?
Just one piece of light luggage, and her liquor case, of course. She drinks, you know. Well, it's not my place to disapprove. I merely thought it might help you to know.
Well, we could case all the bars in town, but it'd take a lot of time and a lot of money besides them on the wagon.
Well, you might talk to Eric, my chauffeur. He drove her to the station, or says he did.
Where do I find him?
Let's see. 10 o'clock. He'll be loitering down the hall somewhere in the neighborhood of the linen closet, helping the upstairs maid fold the sheets. I'd knock first if I were you and avoid embarrassment.
Thanks for the tip. Oh, mind if I have a look at your stepdaughter's room?
Eric will give you the key. I'm not allowed one.
Thank you for your kind assistance.
Okay, Myrtle. Anytime.
You, Eric?
Collins, sir. What can I do for you?
I'd like the key to Miss Gabrielle's room.
You the law?
Why? You expecting some?
Yeah, the old lady's been threatening the yellow cop.
We decided to whisper instead.
Oh, private.
You catch on fast, lover boy.
Okay, I'll let you in the room.
Mrs. Leggett says you drove Gabrielle to the station.
She does that, does she?
Isn't that what you told her?
I'm not telling you what I told anyone.
It's yourself.
That's for you. What's eating you?
Nothing at all. Just want some privacy.
Oh, now, wait a minute. I'm responsible.
Go help Myrtle. Give me those keys.
Oh, listen, you...
Well,
Hi, coming in. So have your license?
her room was, shall we say, untidy. The mirrored dressing table was chipped around the edges and rained helter-skelter across it between two polo pony bookends was a mess of books. 3 odd volumes of a Harvard 5-foot shelf, a horse breeder's gazette, and a bunch of detective novels. I picked one up and opened it to the title page. It was called Morgue Fruit, and it was by Owen Fitzstephen, author of The Corpulent Cadaver, The Spindly Stiff, and The Kiss-Off. It was autographed to the author's great and good friend, the late Edgar Leggett. The signature looked familiar, but it didn't look like a lead. Neither did anything else in the room. I started to unlock the door with the key on the ring I grabbed away from Eric, and the light caught the smooth side of a Christopher medal. It was engraved, "For Eric, Forever, Gabby." When Forever Eric went off duty that night, he went across town. The trail ended at a crummy, broken-down rooming house out in the Fillmore. He let himself in with a key and climbed the stairs. I waited until he was out of sight. In more time than it takes to tell, the door cracked open, and a nose that could only belong to a landlady raised it out at me. She was gumming a sense-in.
What do you want?
They get settled in all right?
Nobody's settling in on me.
Never touched it. You got me wrong, Mom. I meant the newlyweds. Did they raise the rent money all right?
Oh, they raised it and spent it. He's a Dick Smithers. Boxes up all day and throws the dead soldiers out the window. And they call it a honeymoon. Who are you?
I'm her ex-husband, darling. I came to pay her the back alimony I owe.
Well, give it to me. I'll see if she gets...
Oh, no, you don't.
No, don't you come pushing in here.
Why?
After hours. Don't allow callers in here after 10 o'clock. House rule.
Shut up.
Well, I don't...
What's their room number? Now, give it to me or I'll shake it out of you, darling.
212.
212.
If it weren't for these new uppers, I'd let you try it.
Thank you, Grand Duchess Marie.
Smart Alex. No wonder you can't hang on for a woman.
It's all right.
It's over to drink.
I said not.
Alimony
so good for you.
That's the union.
All right, let me... I told you to stay away. Now beat it.
Look, Eric, I don't want any trouble, but I'm coming in.
Over my dead body. Get back in the room, Cabby. Now, look, I won't let you hurt her, so...
Now, look, Collinson, don't make me do it. I don't want to. Okay, I'm sorry.
What have you done?
Nothing a bucket of cold water can't cure. Sit down. I want to talk to you.
Who are you?
Sam Spade. I'm a private detective. Your stepmother hired me to find you.
Your wife who wants to find me?
Do you?
She wants to kill me. Kill my father, not to kill me.
Can you prove that?
My father never had a day's illness in his life. He could drink 3 quarts of brandy in any evening. I believe a man like that could die of heart failure.
Frankly, I could.
Talk about me. Must have railroaded me to the insane. Do I seem crazy to you?
No. A little nervous, maybe. This idea you have about your father's death. Talk some more.
All right. I'll tell you the whole thing. But I gotta have a drink first. Hey, I can't get the top off. Give me a hand, will you?
Sure. Now, you need a corkscrew for this one.
Yeah, I think there's one down there in the cupboard.
I don't see one.
Back in the corner. A little farther. There.
No, there's nothing in... Hey! Oh. I dreamed I was a character in a detective story. The title of the story was Morgue Fruit, and the author, a man named Fitzstephen, was trying to figure out a way to turn me into a red herring before knocking off his #1 suspect. I tried to tell him it's against the rules to make the detective a red herring, but he said it was a new kind of murder yarn, and it didn't matter anyway because there wasn't even a victim. That's what he thought.
The makers of Wild Root Cream Oil are presenting the weekly Sunday adventure of Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, Sam Spade. Now, here's important news on good grooming. If you want the well-groomed look that helps you get ahead socially and on the job, listen. Recently, thousands of people from coast to coast who bought Wild Root Cream Oil for the first time were asked, how does Wild Root Cream Oil compare with the hair tonic you previously used? The results were amazing. Better than 4 out of 5 who replied said they preferred Wild Root Cream Oil. Remember, non-alcoholic Wild Root Cream Oil contains lanolin. And here's the announcement we promised you. Now you can get Wild Root Cream Oil, America's leading hair tonic, in a generous new 25-cent size, on sale at all drug and toilet goods counters. It's also available in larger economy bottles and a handy new tube. Get Wild Root Cream Oil again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first. By the way, smart girls use Wild Root Cream Oil too, and mothers say it's grand for training children's hair. And now, back to the critical author caper. Tonight's adventure with Sam Spade.
When I came to, it had came the dawn, and I was still a character in a detective story, and I felt more like a red herring than I had in my dreams. I had dragged myself across my own trail and wound up no place. My quarry had fled, leaving nothing behind but empty bottles with fingerprints on them. I lifted the few and hustled over to the Bureau of Identification. Half an hour later, I got the report. They were mine. All mine. I wondered what a detective novelist would make of that. I decided to find out. I had met Owen Fitzstephen several years back in Seattle when I was digging dirt on a chain of fake mediums. He was plowing the same field for literary material, and we proved forces. I got more out of the combination than he did since he knew the screw bracket inside out. I cleaned up my job in a couple of weeks, and we parted friends. His San Francisco apartment was on the 6th floor of the St. Mark's. He was standing at his door, holding out a lean hand to greet me. I got it.
Bit, Sam. Glad to see.
That's the red herring I ate last night. How's the literary grip go?
You haven't been reading me?
No, where'd you get that funny idea?
Oh, there's something in your tone, as in the voice of one who has bought an author for a couple of dollars. I suppose you're still hounding the unfortunate evildoer?
Yeah, that's how I happened to look you up.
You autographed the book for Edgar Leggett.
Oh, yes. Log fruit. Especially prophetic.
What do you know about that family?
Oh, what have they been up to now?
How well you know the girl, Gabrielle?
Quite well, since she's a duplicate of her father. She has brains, but there's something black in her. Something she doesn't want to think about but can't forget. She's a neurotic who keeps her body sensitive and ready. Don't know what for. While she drugs her mind with drink and lunatic notions. Yet she's cold and she's sane. If I had something I wanted to forget, I'd anesthetize my mind directly. My body stays strong and ready.
I hope you don't think any of this stuff means anything.
No. I remember you now. You were always like that. Tell me what's up while I try to find one syllable word.
You know the fellow that drives for him?
Eric? Well, he was released from Folsom in Leggett's custody when he was 18 years old. Murdered his father. Nice kid. What about him?
Mrs. Leggett hired me to find Gabrielle. I found her with Eric in a rooming house out in Fillmore. She begged me to save her from her stepmother's murderous schemes, and then she knocked me cold.
Brilliant. Now, I've been thinking of the Leggett family in terms of Dumas, and you bring me a piece of Jim Crackery out of O. Henry. If I were writing this, Gabrielle would kill her stepmother, or dupe Eric into doing it for her. Or, no, that won't do. Not sufficient motive. Murder has to have a motive.
Why? She's insane, isn't she?
I wonder. Are you saying that carelessly, or do you really think she's off?
Well, I don't know. She's got a kind of a wild look about her. Her eyes shift from green to brown and back without ever settling on one color. How much have you turned up on her in your snooping around, Owen?
Are you who make your living snooping, sneering at my curiosity about people in my attempt to satisfy them?
No, we're different, Owen. I do mine with the object of putting people in jail, and I get paid for it. Don't I? I shouldn't.
I do mine with the object of putting people in books, and I get paid for it, though not as much as I should.
Yeah, but what good does that do?
So what good is putting them in jail do?
Well, relieves congestion. You put enough people in jail, and cities wouldn't have any traffic problems.
Well, then all you have to do is to wait till one of them kills the other and put the survivor in jail. Simple.
Yeah, but who's going to kill who?
Perhaps they both have plans, both Gabrielle and their stepmother. Looks as if you have to guard both of them.
I think I'll settle for my client. As far as Gabrielle's concerned, her husband ought to be able to watch out for her.
Her what?
Husband? She and Eric got married.
Now, there you are. You didn't tell me anything about that. Lord knows how much else there is you haven't told me. Pardon me. Don't go away.
Telegram, right here.
Thank you, sir. Now, I wonder what... Good Lord, this is positively cornered. Listen to this thing. I appeal to you as a friend of my dead husband. Come immediately, Sunset Hotel, Quesada. Trouble, danger. Do not communicate. Gabrielle must not know. Signed, Gertrude Leggett. Spade.
Yeah?
Did you have this wire sent to me as a prank?
I was just going to ask you if you sent it to yourself as a prank.
I have it. The key to the whole thing. It's a red herring.
I didn't think Fitzstephen would be able to hold out very long against his professional curiosity, and I didn't imagine he thought I would. I caught the next bus for Quesada. Quesada is a one-hotel town pasted on the rocky side of a young mountain that slopes into the Pacific Ocean some 80 miles from San Francisco. I got there at 11-something that night, stepped down from the bus, and crossed the street to the Sunset Hotel. Mrs. Leggett registered here?
What's your name?
Owen Fitzstephen.
Oh, she left a message for you. Said for you to wait right here and don't leave till she gets back.
Yeah, she say where she was going?
Oh, it's probably over visiting with her daughter and new son-in-law, new over to the Cove.
How do you get there?
Well, you'll never be able to find it at night unless you went all the way around by the East Road. Not then, I'm sure, unless you knew the country.
Well, how do you get there in the daytime?
Well, you go down this street, take the fork on the ocean side, and follow that up along the cliff. Easily enough found in the daytime, but you never in the world. You okay, heard you the first time.
So I waited until morning. Stupid me. I found the road out for Point, but it's never really been a road. The side of the ledge became steeper and steeper until the path was simply a narrow shelf on the face of the cliff. Cliff that sheared off 150 feet or more to ravel out into the ocean.
A breeze from the general direction of China was pushing fog over the top of the cliff, making a noisy lather of seawater at the bottom. Rounding a corner where the cliff was steepest, I chucked my cigarette over the edge and watched it spin downward. And that's when I saw it. I had to go waist deep into the Pacific to lift the body. I got my hands under the armpits, found solid ground for my feet, and dragged it up beyond the high tide mark. It was Gertrude Leggett. Somebody came staggering down the beach to meet us.
She's dead?
Yeah, Gabrielle, she's dead.
Oh, the witch is dead. They take me back to town with it. Buy me a drink, huh?
Sit down there. Sit down.
What's the big idea? Don't you know I'm sick?
Somehow I don't think you're that sick. I think you could make some sense.
That's a laugh. You don't know me. I've never been able to think clearly the way other people do. No matter what I try to think about, there's a fog that tries to get between me and it. You understand how horrible I can become? Going through life like that?
Nobody thinks clearly, no matter what they pretend. Thinking's a dizzy business. A matter of catching as many of those foggy glimpses as you can and fitting them together the best you can. The trouble with you is you've been enjoying your misery. You've been so busy trying to prove that you're nuts that you wonder you haven't really driven yourself nuts.
How do you know I haven't?
Because you're too anxious to admit it.
All right, I'm staying if you want it that way. I'm just evil. There's something black inside me.
What was that again?
Something black. Everybody knows that about my family. My father, too.
Who told you that?
I always knew it. They say my real mother killed herself. But I know better. I know how to open the drawer where she keeps the gun. Every day Gertrude lies on Mother's bed, and we play killing the witch. And she comes in the night and bends over my chair. And she paints herself so she looks like Mother instead of the witch. But I know better, and I hold up the gun with both hands. It's very hard to pull with both hands. It's very hard to pull the trigger. But I must do it or the witch will eat me up. And then there's a big noise and red all over. And I can't get out. I can't get out.
Now listen. You're beginning to make some sense. Now don't run away from it. Gertrude was lying on your mother's bed. That's your stepmother?
Yeah. She was my nurse. She married father.
Not so fast. How old were you when your mother died?
4 and a half.
Did your father know about the game with the gun?
Oh, I don't think so.
Did anybody?
They said I must never tell him. They could send me away. I never did. Not till I grew up. I was with Owen Fitzstephen. I had lots to drink. I told him. After that, he began seeing Gertrude. And finally, my father died. But it didn't do her any good. Because Owen really loved me.
What? Well, let's get this straight. We'll have to straighten it out again later on with a doctor to help you. This is to help me. When you were a little child, Gertrude taught you that killing the witch game to use you as a murder weapon against your mother. Then she filled you full of ideas of guilt and fear so you'd keep quiet about it. When you told the story to Owen, he blackmailed your stepmother into knocking off your father. That made you feel responsible for his death, too, so you ran away.
No, Gertrude said. I killed her, too.
You might, but I doubt it. Now, try and remember. Was Owen up here tonight?
I thought I heard his voice. But I hear voices sometimes. I'm hearing it again. Listen. Do you hear anything?
I didn't hear anything but the wind and the beat of the surf at first. When I did hear the voice, I sent Gabby for a doctor before I investigated. He was pretty badly mangled in the rocks. He'd fallen nearly as far as he'd pushed Gertrude, but was still alive. I made him as comfortable as I could, and finally he opened his eyes.
Hello, man.
You messed yourself up good.
Yeah. No more rocks.
Unless you make Alcatraz.
You know, I had half an idea when you came to the encampment. nursing such an idiotic theory.
Thanks, Owen, but I never had no theory. Whole thing dropped into my lap.
I'm too sure of that. Understand at present, I admit nothing. Later on, if I'm forced to, the very number of my crimes will be to my advantage. The theory that nobody but a lunatic could have committed so.
Oh, there's not so many. Only Gertrude, your co-author of the murder of the late Edgar Leggett.
Crime dating from the cradle. Even literature shall help me.
Not your own book.
Why not? And the critics agree that Spindly Stiff bore all the marks of authorial degeneracy. Evidence on to save my sweet name. And I shall wave my mangled body at them. A ruin whose crimes and high heaven have surely brought sufficient punishment upon them.
Yeah, you'll probably make a go of it. Legally, you're entitled to beat the jump if ever anybody was.
Legally? You mean insane? Tell me the truth. Yeah, am I?
I think that's the first thing.
Spoils everything. It's no fun if I'm really cracked. No fun at all.
Period, and a report.
Just goes to show, doesn't it?
Oh, there you go again.
I mean, if anything like that happened in real life, you wouldn't believe it.
You mean if anything like that happened in fiction?
Oh, no, the author is never the guilty party.
Well, this author was.
But that's not fair. The author is never supposed to be guilty.
You're right. You're right.
It couldn't be even a suspect. Maybe a red herring. But...
Type that up, then.
Oh, all right, Sam. Anything else, Sam?
Yeah, phone the drugstore and order some red herring. I mean, some aspirin.
More and more folks are turning to famous Wild Root Cream Oil every day. Wild Root Cream Oil gives you all you ever dreamed of in a hair tonic. It grooms your hair neatly and naturally, the way you like it, the way other people like it. What's more, Wild Root Cream Oil relieves dryness and removes loose, ugly dandruff. So join the millions with handsome hair. Tonight, or first thing tomorrow, ask at your drug or toilet goods counter for Wild Root Cream Oil. Also, ask your barber for a professional application. If you've never tried it before, get the generous new 25-cent bottle just introduced. It's Wild Root Cream Oil's Get Acquainted size, and once you've made the acquaintance of Wild Root Cream Oil, you'll find you've made a lifelong friend.
Come on in, Circle Toast.
Well, here's it, Sam. And I like it even better than Morgue Fruit.
You did.
I mean, it's not so realistic. I like a romantic type story myself.
You
Lots
do.
of atmosphere and psychology in those.
Oh, you've got to have those.
You really should be a writer, Sam.
Right, you think
Of
so?
course, detective stories aren't too much. But if you write enough of them, and look at all the material you've got.
No good. Never do for fiction.
But Sam, there's already that radio series, The Adventures of You-Know-Who, Sunday night.
That's what I mean. I don't make a penny out of it.
Well, it's your own fault. Sam, I don't want to seem critical, but if you played your cards right, you could have owned a piece of that thing.
What? And follow Blondie? Go home, Effie.
I think I will, Sam. Just curl up with a good book. I wonder who killed who.
Well, when you find out, don't let me know.
Oh, you know you can't wait.
Good night, sweetheart.
The Adventures of Sam Spade, Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, are produced and directed by William Spear. Sam Spade is played by Howard Duff. Lorene Tuttle is Effie. The Adventures of Sam Spade are written for radio by Bob Tallman and Gil Down. Musical direction is by Lud Gluskin, with score composed by Renee Garrigan. Join us again next Sunday when author Dashiell Hammett and producer William Spear join forces for another adventure with Sam Spade, brought to you by Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first. This is Dick Joy reminding you to
Get Wild Root Cream Oil, Charlie. It keeps your hair in trim. You see, it's non-alcoholic, Charlie. It's made with soothing lanolin. You better get Wild Root Cream Oil, Charlie. Start using it today. You'll find that you will have a tough time, Charlie. Keeping all the gals away. Hiya, Baldy. Get Wild Root right away.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. The Adventures of Sam Spade, Detective, brought to you by Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic, a non-alcoholic hair tonic that contains lanolin. Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first.
Sam Spade, Detective Agency.
That's the correct answer. You have just won $104 million, 6 deep freeze units, a stable of polo ponies with matching saddle soap, a terry cloth robe with chocolate bars pre-melted in the pocket, and a full-size, real, honest-to-goodness dreadnought, such as is used by Uncle Sam's Navy.
Oh, I'm sorry you have to call back. I'm expecting to be taking dictation from my employer very shortly.
Oh, I am sorry. Your time is up. And Edna St. Vincent Markowitz has sent in the question. Gets bumped off in front of the studio audience gathered in the Dredgewood room here in Ambience Square. Next time, don't answer your phone, Susan.
Oh, Sam.
Let's have no coaching, please.
Oh, did you find the cop? Was it murder? Was it really worth well, you know, priceless and like that, and was it fun?
Yes, and no. And finally, are you kidding?
Well, then why was it called a Vampio cop?
It's a very old Greek expression, which is what I'll be wearing as I sit in your lap dictating my report on the Vampio cup paper.
Dashiell Hammett, America's leading detective fiction writer and creator of Sam Spade, the hard-boiled private eye, and William Spear, radio's outstanding producer-director of mystery and crime drama, join their talent to make your hair stand on end with the adventures of Sam Spade. Presented by the makers of Wild Root Cream Oil for the hair. Remember the Romeo of yesteryear? Hair parted in the middle, all plastered down. Man, what a difference today. Today, all a guy has to do to impress a gal is use Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. Wild Root Cream Oil grooms the hair neatly and naturally, relieves dryness, and removes loose dandruff. If you're still using old-fashioned hair tonics, or none at all, then for her sake, spruce up today with Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. In bottles or the handy new tubes, it's again and again the choice of men who put good grooming first. And now, with Howard Duff starring as Spade, Wild Root brings to the air the greatest private detective of them all in the adventures of Sam Spade.
Date, August 22nd, 1948, to Jethro Chiswick, Esquire.
Oh, spelling thing.
E.S.
No, Sam, I meant the name. It's, Jethro Jessup.
I did not say Chisro Jeswick. I said Jethro Chiswick. I mean, Chisro... look, we'll check it later.
Oh, Sam, it might... I have an uncle in Berkeley named Smith.
Leave your family out of this, Ed.
He's going by marriage, Sam. It's quite a common name.
Name 3 people named Chiswick.
No, Smith. There's Uncle George and Aunt Amelia by a previous marriage. And there's my cousin Rupert on the Christmas side.
When you have finished ruminating amongst the foliage of your family tree, Mr. All right, we'll start all over again. Tear out that page. To Jethro Chiswick, not one place. From Samuel Spade, license number 17596. What's that? Subject, the Vampio cup table. Dear Commodore. The way I like it. I'd always considered myself fairly well versed in the subject of cups. But if anybody had told me there was such a thing as a Vampio cup, they could have knocked me over with one, which they did.
Mr. Spade?
Yeah.
I'm Secretary Brody. I talked to the secretary on the phone. Hello?
Oh, yes, Mr. Brody. Sit down. Rest your package.
Thank you. I prefer to hold it for the time being. My card, sir.
Theophilus and Brody in quarters and extra.
Mr. Theophilus is my partner. Dimitri Theophilus. Hello?
I follow.
It is Mr. Theophilus who brought the Vampio cup into the firm. I sent it to the cash capital.
Vampio cup, I do not follow.
Yes, indeed. The only one of these treasures to fall into private hands. One of the fabulous Vampio cups. exquisite and cunningly wrought examples of the art of the ancient Grecian goldsmith, excavated by the great Schliemann from a beehive tomb in Sparta. I've seen it. Just as a lion goes.
Pardon me, Mr. Brody. Are you trying to tell me that this cup is very valuable?
Quite.
And that you have finally managed to find a buyer?
Hello?
And that you want me to deliver that package containing your priceless cup and return with your customer's cash?
Accurate, I presume you're not good.
Unfortunately, it's easy yourself.
We are at gold,
A light breakfast served and travel. Now, what is this coffee?
You're about to see a treasure that few eyes have looked upon in our time, Mr. Spade. The Papioca. Handle it carefully. It's fragile. You could crush it in your hand like so much comfort. Yet this golden relic of the golden age has come down through the centuries miraculously unscathed. Note the delicately wrought lines of the bowing yet. The exquisite draperies on the figure of the chariot. The anguish on the face of the fallen hunter, the sheer brute force of the wild boar charging to the kill. Holding this golden cup in your hand, you will comfort 3,000 years. Comprehend why there's no question of insurance here?
Frankly, I don't.
My dear man, an item such as this is worth only as much as a collectible paper. This particular collector is offered $56,000. Must never be offered again. You follow?
I follow.
Very well. Hold your fees. $100.
I follow.
Here is the address of my client in Los Angeles. Commodore Jethro Business.
Oh, no, wait a minute.
You will take the noon train. Any questions?
Yeah, why can't I get on a plane?
Oh, as I've placed the item in this afternoon's paper, to the effect that the treasure is to be transported by a plane.
If I were a gunner and I read that item, I'd take the train.
That would be your first thought. Then you would think so. Paying that is the plane to make me think they're taking the train. Therefore, you would take the plane after all. Oh, wouldn't you? If you were really, you might say, they're taking the plane to make our ticket. So I take the plane after all. And therefore...
Never mind. By this time, he's decided on the putt. The train is perfectly safe.
You follow?
The package was light in the drawing room, and the train was comfortable. Seemed like an easy way to earn $100. I knew it wouldn't last. Never does. I was prepared for the knock on the door, and I got ready for the inevitable small, dark man who plays the Peter Lorre part, but this one fooled me. He was a tall, thin actor with sandy hair.
Hey, John, I'll hand over the package. You won't be no trouble.
Sure, there it is on the street. Take it.
Huh?
It's okay. You got me covered. I won't make any move.
Hey, what are you trying to pull?
It's pickup, isn't it?
Maybe I got the wrong compartment.
No, that's it. The cup's in there. Unwrap it and see it for yourself.
No, you don't. I ain't picking up no booby traps.
Oh, you're yellow, huh?
I know that one, too. I don't cut no ice for me.
Suit yourself. Game to Jim?
You're nuts. I'm getting out of here.
Hey, wait a minute, pal. I'll buy you a drink.
I don't drink.
Lunch?
In I go.
Yes, indeed, Mr. Spade. I agree. Clarence is a very comical fellow. So are you. I took the liberty of stepping into your forecastle whilst you had your bit of railway in the Arts companionways when my mate, Jack Farrell. You mind? Not at all. Well, sir, I'm afraid you're going to mind a great deal. Oh. And that's how I met you, Commodore. I was so busy sizing up the .45 in your right hand that I didn't even notice when your left whipped out of your coat pocket with one of the largest sacks I have ever felt. The next time I saw light, you were gone, the Mafio cup was gone, and the train was pulling into San Jose. I got off, rode back to San Francisco with a truckload of chicken, and headed straight for my client's apartment.
Got here quick.
Yeah.
Come in.
Thanks. Well, look, we can't both play this dead man. We're staying with us.
It's in the back room.
What is?
The bottle. You're from the police, aren't you?
I'm a private section.
Dear you.
Hey, what was that for?
For spying on me. You and all the other street scum my husband had.
You're Mrs. Brody?
I'm Enid Theophilus. Did my husband hire you?
My name is Sam Spade. I was hired by one Chester A. Brody, your husband's business partner.
Well, Sam, I hope he paid you in advance, because he's the body.
Chester A. Brody was just barely identifiable. Somebody had worked hard trying to persuade him to say or do something he either couldn't or wouldn't do. The only interesting clue was in the wastebasket. At first, I thought it was a flattened beer can. But it was the Vafio cup, or a facsimile thereof.
Well, how do you like him?
I don't. He was my client. I wasn't hired to protect him. I didn't like him, but he was my client.
How would you like me for a client?
I'll give you the name of a lawyer, sister.
My name is Enid.
Enid? Now, let's see what I can squeeze out of you before the cops do. Brody was your husband's business partner, and you're,
You don't have to be troubled. He was mad about that. I'm all broken up about it, Joe.
So is he.
That doesn't count.
That's why I deserve it.
You don't like me, do you?
Can't you get it through that steel-jacketed brain of yours that's in bad trouble? If there's a dead man in the next room, beaten to death, and you're not supposed to be here?
Oh, I was supposed to be here. He was going to elope as soon as you brought back the money from that Greek thing.
Yeah, what about that Greek thing?
It was an antique. It was called a Vafio cup.
Yes, I know about that.
Well, my husband dug it up in Greece and smuggled it into the country.
Yeah?
It was all he had, but it was such an important piece that he was able to persuade Chet, the late Chester Brody, to let him in at the full party.
Then what?
Well, they quarreled. My husband made some bad investments, and Chet wanted to sell the cup to save his friend. Dmitri refused. I didn't think it was fair, so I got the keys to his safety deposit box where the cup was and Chet arranged to sell it for a penny. Did you get the money from the Commodore?
All I got from the Commodore was lumps.
You stole the cup?
Roger.
You've got to get it back.
I've got it.
Where?
Here, take a look.
It's ruined. Where did you find it?
In a trash basket where it belongs.
Dmitri. He must have suspected something and substituted a case. That's it. He knows where the real one is.
Somebody thought that your boyfriend knew.
The one that killed him?
The way it looked. Maybe that's the way it was meant to look. You know, somebody might get the idea that you palmed the genuine when you got it out of that safety deposit box.
If I did, it was legal, and don't you forget it. The wife can't steal from her husband. Legally, they're one person. You can't steal from yourself. That's the law.
I was wrong. You don't need a lawyer.
Will you help me?
I may hurt you, but it'll cost you anyway.
I know what's good for me. Money. Find that cup.
I know what's good for me, too, so I took $100, advised her to go home, and made for my own humble lodging. They were not only humble, they were crowded. The man was small, but the gun was enormous. I said, don't bother to introduce yourself. Your name is Dimitri Theopolis, and you want this package that I'm carrying.
The makers of Wild Root Cream Oil are presenting the weekly Sunday adventure of Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, Sam Spade. Here's important news on good grooming. If you want the well-groomed look that helps you get ahead socially and on the job, listen. Recently, thousands of people from coast to coast who bought Wild Root Cream Oil for the first time were asked, how does Wild Root Cream Oil compare with the hair tonic you previously used? The results were amazing. Better than 4 out of 5 who replied said they preferred Wild Root Cream Oil. Remember, non-alcoholic Wild Root Cream Oil contains lanolin. It grooms the hair naturally, relieves dryness, and removes loose, ugly dandruff. So if you want your hair to be more attractive than ever before, get the generous new 25-cent size of Wild Root Cream Oil, America's leading hair tonic, on sale at all drug and toilet goods counters. It's also available in larger economy bottles and a handy new tube. Get Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first. By the way, our girls use Wild Root Cream Oil too, and mothers say it's grand for training children's hair. And now, back to the Vafio Cup Cable. Tonight's adventure with Sam Spade.
He didn't answer me, so I said it again. So don't bother to introduce yourself. Your name is Dimitri Theopolis, and you want this package.
Of that be assured. You obtained this from my dear wife. And how did you find my darling?
Not at the city pound, surprisingly enough.
Oh, you know my dear one. How soon you know my darling so well, more than I her husband? Is it possible?
I don't know, is it?
I don't know either. I employ a detective.
Not this one.
I have needs. My poor partner, Mr. Brody. You are interested?
If you are interesting about who killed your partner, that's one thing. But if you want somebody to dig out your family secrets, that is nothing. With me, you are, shall we say, no place.
But why don't I get the right to know? There'll be no trouble, no scandal, no divorcement suing, of that be assured. Even poor Chester is dead. It's what one calls ancient history. While he lived, I knew nothing. I was blind. After he died, I see certain things.
Yeah, well, do you see that maybe your wife had a hand in Brody's death?
It so happens that you cannot separate my darling. That's do you follow?
Not quite.
I'm not an old man. But my dear wife is but 22 and a truly lovely person. Would it not be the part of husbandly wisdom to have, shall I say, a hold over her?
If she's guilty, you won't need it.
Good. Please, I cannot hold the gun and handle my wallet at the same time. Please.
No, thanks. You keep the gun. I'll take the walk.
Oh, you trust me. You will work for me.
I'll work for anybody. Here, I left your cab.
Oh, assuredly you are so very kind.
Oh, I'm not.
Now the package, yes?
No.
Then I don't hesitate to shoot you.
Oh, wait a minute.
Yes?
This is the fake. You sure you want this?
Assuredly, yes.
A man has already been killed for it. Your life's a high price to pay for a fake so fancy 10 cut.
You still think that's the price?
Whether I know it.
Then you know I will kill you.
Okay, if it means that much to you, and I guess it does. It's all yours.
Thank you. Please remain where you are. If you follow me, I will surely shoot you.
From my front window, I watched them come out downstairs and start across the street. Then it happened. I saw the gun flash as it fired, and Theophilus slumped to the pavement. The package slid away from him into the gutter. I beat it down to him. He'd taken all 3 pellets in the midsection from close range. The smoke flooded once or twice and then stopped. When I went to look for the package, it wasn't there. I called homicide and waited until they took him away. When I told Lieutenant Dundee what I had in mind, he congratulated me on my brilliant scheme and told me to go ahead with it. That was his mistake. I even talked him out of assigning any of these honest men to watch my building for the next couple of hours. That was my mistake. I went upstairs, opened the bottle, and waited for your knock on my door, Commodore.
Well, sir, a man would almost think you expected us. Keep a better eye on him, Clarence. Don't let him get to view it. Aye, sir.
Welcome aboard.
No time to scut about, Mr. Spade. We're bound for Boulogne Valley on the account of Naru, trading a dog. I want that cup. The true, the genuine, the Vapio cup. No more deceptions, no more trickery. You will have it over without further delay.
Sure. Be glad to.
Oh, no, not like that. You will tell Clarence where it is sold, and Clarence will fetch it above deck.
Why, you old barnacle. Theophilus never had his mitts in a genuine Vapio cup.
Bilgewater, sir. When Theophilus landed in San Francisco, he didn't have a farthing. Now he owes $500,000. If he hadn't got the genuine cup, how could he have borrowed all that money?
Because a bunch of morons like you believed he had it.
Lost my pinnacles, man. You sound as though you believe what you're saying.
Look, Commodore, you're interested in high finance. Now, how did Ivor Kruger make his million?
Why, matches. He was the match king, sir.
Matches had nothing to do with it, Commodore. He started out with $15 million with a phony government bond that he printed himself. Follow? They weren't even good counterfeits, but he was smart enough not to try and cash them. He just kept them in a safety deposit box and borrowed money. Theophilus used his phony Vapio cup the same way.
Lost my pinnacles, man. You sound as though you believe what you're saying.
Well, there's a little range of it. I do. And I'll tell you why. He knew that was the fake in the package when he held me up. He was willing to risk his own life to get it out of circulation.
That's my tip. Those Theophilus has left us without a shot in the locker. He's still us under the stove. We're still on our beam in.
What kind of more, Commodore? You're pumping Bill's flush. You better haul our wind.
Yes, indeed. I'm afraid it's getting rather warm in San Francisco. Early long beckons.
You won't make it past the potato patch. What? The cops are going to want some answers about a couple of stiffs you left behind in San Francisco.
I'm glad you reminded me.
Can I plug him?
Oh, no, we're taking him with us.
That's what you think.
Take it easy, mate. This ain't gonna hurt him.
A reek of chloroform filled the room, and a fist pounded into my belly. It knocked my wind out, and at the same time, my nose collided with something wet and cold. I swung out, but didn't connect. Before I could swing again, the room blurred, and the ceiling light floated down to meet me. Then the lights went out altogether. At first, I couldn't figure it. It sounded like what a doctor hears through a stethoscope, or maybe an earthquake, or maybe shipping. So it just turned out to be. When the lights came on again, I was lying on a bunk in a stateroom. I staggered across to the wash station and splashed water in my face.
Hello, you.
Enid. I hardly live and breathe.
It could get worse.
Yeah, where are we?
Oh, not very far out. Not past the Farallon.
Good. I'm a stowaway, and they'll put me off with the pilot.
Oh, no, you're not. Your passage is paid.
Mine? It is.
It is. Do you know who you are?
Who am I?
Chester Brody.
Then I'm dead. They'll bury me at sea.
What?
Who are you?
I'm your widow.
What's the story, Will?
Chester and I booked passage on this ship a week ago. It was part of the plan. Chester and the Commodore worked it all out.
Yeah, the cutters would have stolen from me in the plane.
Yes, but when the Commodore discovered it was a fake, everything fell to pieces.
Yeah, he thought Chester was double-crossing him.
They forced Chet to talk. He told them Dimitri still had the genuine Vafio cup and had hired you for the double cross. Maybe he really believed it. Anyway, they killed Dimitri.
Yeah, well, there's nothing on them yet. But you're a serial witness, sweetheart, to at least one of the killings. That's extraditable. When that dawns on them, they'll scuttle you, too.
It's already dawned on them. I'm desperate.
Yes, I know. You're practically hysterical.
We have to face facts.
Yeah, well, give me a couple to face right now. Where are the Commodore and Clarence?
Up on the bridge.
Good. All you have to do is walk straight up to the captain. He'll put him under arrest.
Well, that might be a good idea, darling. Only
what?
Only the Commodore is the captain.
That's sorry. Your salty talk has fooled me, Commodore. I never dreamed that you were really an old sea dog, and I do mean dog. But Sue can play at that game. From my own intimate knowledge of sea story magazines, I realized that all hands would be turned to in the cargo gear, and the crew quarters would be, therefore, empty. In more time than it takes to tell, Enid and I had fitted ourselves out in dungarees, jumpers, and watch caps, and turned to with them.
You two, look alive. Show that preventer.
Oh, me? You may recall, Commodore, you may recall me as the man who ran for a fire extinguisher when the boatswain yelled, "Stow the preventer." But experience is the best teacher. By the time we hove to put the pilot over the side, things were in such a state of confusion that you had retreated to your cabin with a quadruple ration of dry. Seizing that moment, I threw Enid over the side, yelled, "Man overboard!" and jumped in after her. Once safely aboard the pilot schooner, we revealed our true identity, and a merry laugh was enjoyed by all. It dropped us at the foot of Market, and we waved warm farewells to our erstwhile rescuers, then to the snug haven of my office in a friendly cup, if you'll pardon the expression, in the grateful warmth of a gas radiator.
I'm healthy.
For me?
Gas steam. I need to move into a building with steam heat.
I like this building. Yeah, I've been here for a long time.
You don't make much money, do you?
You don't have to rub it in. Just a little.
You happy?
Sure.
Oh, guess it's all right then.
Well, there's something missing.
Huh? What? Then how do you know?
Forget it.
Yeah, I guess I did.
You mind if I go through the door?
No, did I?
You are human. Oh, they're wet. Oh, Looks like it's bottled up this morning.
No. It's not what you think.
Where is it?
It's you. It's for me.
Mm-hmm.
Never been okay. You never will be. Never will.
And that Commodore is the target. It's nice seeing you again down at the hall. They tell me you and Clarence are both trying to turn state evidence. But according to the late bulletin, Clarence was leading by a neck in his sex. The DA was afraid the jury might not understand your salty thoughts. Period. End of sea chances.
Oh, Sam.
Yes, what?
Oh,
Hmm?
I just can't.
Oh, why can't you? Are you feeling okay, F?
You betrayed your trust.
What is it? What is it? I betrayed my trust. What?
Oh, Sam was wrong with both.
Yes?
You jumped overboard.
You feel that I was recalcitrant, is that it? That my actions were not true blue, clear cut, is that it?
Oh, I just don't like you that
It's all right. Question. What's the easiest and best way there is to give your hair that well-groomed look? Answer, Wild Root Cream Oil. Yes, non-alcoholic Wild Root Cream Oil with soothing lanolin gives you the advantages considered most important in a hair tonic. It grooms your hair neatly and naturally, relieves annoying dryness, removes loose, ugly dandruff. Call at your drug or toilet goods counter tonight or first thing tomorrow for Wild Root Cream Oil. If you've never tried it before, get the generous new 25-cent bottle just introduced. Also, ask your barber for a professional application of Wild Root Cream Oil hair tonic. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first. You hate me, then?
I think it's foolish for a man something else. Yeah, I do. But I think it's foolish. Oh, Sam, I just can't.
Don't you think I can explain that?
Oh, yes, I'm sure you can explain. You deserted your post and jumped overboard like a stinking rat.
That's right.
And so unlikely. It was just by chance they were asking him to...
By chance, you say? Who do you think it was that got himself shot out of a torpedo tube in that submarine?
You, Sam?
No, you think I'm crazy? I did something few radio detectives ever do, sweetheart. I called the Harbor Patrol single-handed using only one nickel and had them picked up.
Sam, I wish I'd been there.
Well, it was just a small phone call. Besides, if you'd been there, it would have been out of order.
It came through after all.
Aren't you ashamed that you ever doubted me? There. I forgive you.
Good night, Sam.
Good night, sweetheart.
The Adventures of Sam Spade, Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, are produced and directed by William Spear. Sam Spade is played by Howard Dunn. Doreen Tuttle is Esther. The Adventures of Sam Spade are written for radio by Bob Coleman and Gil Don. Musical direction is by Lud Gluskin, with score composed by Renee Garrigan. Join us again next Sunday when author Dashiell Hammett and producer William Spear join forces for another adventure with Sam Spade. Brought to you by Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first. This is Dick George, reminding you to
get Wild Root Cream Oil, darling. It keeps your hair in trim. You say it's non-alcoholic, darling. It's made with silver lanolin. You better get Wild Root Cream Oil, darling. Start using it today. You'll find that you will have a tough time, darling. Keep all the gals away. Hiya, Baldy. Get Wild Root right away.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. The Adventures of Sam Spade, Detective. Brought to you by Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic, the non-alcoholic hair tonic that contains lanolin. Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first.
Sam Spade, Detective Agency.
Hey, it's me, Hayes. Happy to say.
Sam, it's not true, is it?
Every word of it. What?
That you've been consorting with unsavory characters?
Well, she was a savory enough girl, Effie, although a crook.
Well, according to the papers, he's practically a murderer. Not to mention that he's dancing the Roomba with you.
That's a lie.
There's a picture of you. Virginia Vale, gangland glamour girl, caught at the Club Iberia in barefoot Roomba with private eye.
It was not a Roomba, it was a bambuco.
Sam, not over the phone.
Stay where you are. I'll be right down to dictate my report on the lawless papers.
Basil Hannon, America's leading detective fiction writer and creator of Sam Spade, the hard-boiled private eye, and William Spear, radio's outstanding producer-director of mystery and crime drama, join their talents to make your hair stand on end with the adventures of Sam Spade. Presented by the makers of Wild Root Cream Oil for the hair. Say, have you gotten acquainted with Wild Root Cream Oil yet? Tell you what, mister, if you haven't, even if you don't use any hair tonic at all, why not ask at your drug or toilet goods counter tonight or tomorrow for the brand new 25-cent Get Acquainted bottle of Wild Root Cream Oil. You like the way Wild Root Cream Oil grooms your hair neatly and naturally, relieves dryness, and removes loose dandruff. You never dreamed one hair tonic could do so much. So give it a try. Get the generous new 25-cent bottle of Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first. And now, with Howard Duff starring as Spade, Wild Root brings to the air the greatest private detective of them all, in the adventures of Sam Spade.
I think I'm getting it now.
Even lost his shoes.
Ready, sweetheart?
Yes, sir.
No questions?
No, sir.
That picture in the paper doesn't mean a thing, Effie. There was nothing between Virginia and me.
Just wasn't room.
Well, that's Tamputo, you know. That's the way we dance it. Authentic.
Sam, I troubled to call my girlfriend, Edna Mae Schwartz, who is an instructor at Arthur Murray. I quote, the partners exchange graceful nods in the center of the dance floor and then separate.
Well,
as the senorita provocatively leads the pursuing caballero to a series of gay whirls, turns, and figures.
there you see, provocative.
But he never catches her, Sam.
Well, I had my shoes off. I gave him his advantage.
You know best, sir.
Well, that clears that up. Date?
August 29th.
I disagree. Put it in.
Still doesn't explain you're operating on the wrong side of the law.
Down, Effie. It goes to John M. Lawless.
A known gangster.
What else? From Samuel Spade, license number 137-596.
Boom.
Thank you, Effie. Subject, Joe Morales. Dear Johnny. You hired me yesterday morning, but the real start of it was back in 45. Flashback. San Francisco was just recovering from DJ Day, and crime was practically at a standstill. Because your number one competitor in the West Coast mob had just been rubbed out, and you were on trial for things. Nothing about the trial made any sense. The tea-time chatter in the better pool rooms was that you were taking the rap for your worst enemy, Joe Morales. What made even less sense, the lawyer defending you was Joe's brother. So I wasn't a bit surprised to receive your check for $25, together with an invitation to be in the third row of the courtroom when the jury returned the verdict. I was.
The defendant will please rise. Step forward, please. Have you anything to say why judgment of this court could not be passed upon you? Yes. It's a bad state. The judgment of this court is that you, John Lawless, for the crime of manslaughter, having feloniously run over, and killed with a certain automobile the deceased person named in the indictment.
having subsequently departed the scene in violation of the hit and run statute, are hereby sentenced to a term of 3 to 10 years. State prison of the state of California.
You didn't even look at the judge while he was dishing it out. Your eyes were on the man sitting directly in front of me. The man you were supposed to be taking the rap for. The man you were deliberately trying to be behind, Joe Morellis. I wondered what that meant. When the judge brought down his gavel, I found out. You came up the aisle with a deputy on one arm and your lawyer on the other. He seemed upset about something.
Sorry, Johnny. I did the best I could. You the judge I asked.
You passed on that jury, you shite.
Okay, just wait to get my bill.
Shut up. Now, wait a minute, Sheriff. I want to talk to a friend.
Hey, Johnny, hurry up. You got a place, man.
Hey, you, Joe. Yeah, Johnny? I got some things to do. I'm going up, but I'm not paying you. If I'm not paroled out and free, I'll break out. Either way, I'll get you. The murder rap. Oh, now listen, Johnny. You had no Spade?
Yeah, Johnny, I wish I hadn't.
Well, Johnny, we gotta go.
Okay. What I said, Joe. Come on, Sam.
Good luck, Johnny.
Hey, Sally. Hey, Joe. You hear what he said?
I know.
He's gonna knock. This guy's the witness. Name is Spade. Spade, my brother.
Counterfeit Morellis. You may have heard of me.
Yeah, if I'm ever up in a hit and run, remind me not to hire you.
How long, Spade, will we just talk quietly? Just over here. My conscience, sir.
Look, we got nothing to talk about.
Oh, yes, we have.
Watch it. I just got this toothbrush.
Yeah, right in here.
Sally, is it all over? How did it come out?
Where were you?
In here, I couldn't force myself to stay out here. What did we get?
3 to 10.
3 to 10, is that? Oh, I mean, how terrible.
Best I could do. This is Sam Spade, my dear. Virginia Vale, Johnny Lawless's fiancé.
Yeah, quite a widow.
Well, how's Trish, Jim?
Why did they bring you here?
Maybe they know.
He's a witness.
Witness?
To a threat Johnny made against my brother's life. My own client.
Ask your brother. That threat would even get you writ against him to keep the peace.
What do you mean, Sam?
Sweetheart, threats don't mean anything in law unless they're backed up by some action. Even if he told you the when, the where, and the how, it wouldn't be worth anything until you're dead.
But it would be worth something then?
Sure, it shows premeditation.
And if he knew he was overheard, you'd be forced to testify if anything happened to Joe.
Hey, beautiful. What are you trying to do to me?
Well, you need to think twice before he tried me, then you'd be safe, Joe.
Well, I didn't know you cared.
About you, I don't. I just wouldn't want Johnny to do anything.
End of flashback. That was 3 years ago. A lot of big news was broken since then, but the only items that interested you in San Quentin were printed on the inside pages of the local press. Items. Virginia Thayer, your fiancée, got herself engaged to Joe Morellis, your worst enemy. And items. Salvador, Sally Morellis, your mouthpiece, has taken over your mouth. Which brings us up to yesterday morning. Yeah.
That's you, Sam.
Who's this?
Johnny Lawless, remember me?
No.
I was hoping you'd say that from Sam. I got a job for you.
Call Peeper Breen. He may need it bad enough.
I've got no contact in the mob anymore. This is clean.
How clean?
A chance to save an innocent man from the gas chamber.
While
There's $1,000 in it for you.
Well, I got a pencil. Now, what was the address?
Alma Arms on 9th Street, Joe.
Yeah?
Bust me 3 times. 1 long, 2 short. And make sure there's no one on your tail.
Got it. I was not failed. I found your name on the bell panel, buzzed 1 long and 2 short, and the automatic lock clicked me in. You were waiting 1 flight up in the open door of your apartment. You didn't say anything, just made sure it was me, motioned me inside, locked the door, and led me back to a bedroom.
Here it is.
Joe Morellis. Dead about 3 hours, I'd say. 4 slugs, chest, shoulder, and head. Looks like amateur work, a professional aim to the belly, or did you mean it to look like an amateur job?
Would I be tapping at the drop him in my own apartment? Besides, he's my lawyer's brother, and I might use Sally again.
Why did you call me?
Well, you heard what I said to Joe after the trial.
Who told you that, Virginia?
Yeah, but she didn't have to. Didn't I ask you to sit there?
Well, that's one thing that worries me.
Look, let's go in the other room, huh? I feel like it. Well, here's my fix, man. I checked out a handwritten yesterday morning. I didn't have a mark against it. The warden himself put my case before the parole board. He called me the ideal prisoner.
Shall we dance?
Okay, Sam, okay, but a man can change a lot in 3 years. So can a woman. Virginia met me at the gate and we drove into the city. We didn't have a thing to say to each other. The way I thought by the time the ride was over, Joe could have her and welcome. I had other plans.
Such as?
Well, the parole board was getting me a job with a mining firm, a surveyor. I took a course up at Quincy.
You seriously expect me to swallow this line of guts?
Listen, you don't get fat making a living on the maze. Take half of these guys you hear, telling the world what wonders they are at pumping boxes, knocking over joints, and the rest of the lathe. Yeah, not half of them make 3 meals a day at it. Then what chance has a guy without a regular racket? And brother, that's me.
I'll buy that for now. Let's talk about that dead body.
All right. Well, I called Joe on the phone this morning, see, and I told him to meet me here at 3 this afternoon. I wanted to tell him, forget about what I said about how I was going to get him. Not that I wanted to write off that rap I put for him. But if he was scared, he might come gunning for me. I might have to break parole to defend myself. Virginia, like I told you, was that nothing to talk about?
Yeah, it was beautiful while it lasted. So he was due here free, huh?
Yeah, I was held up. As a matter of fact, I was with my lawyer at the time, Raleigh. I phoned the building and told the superintendent to let Joe in, and then I got here about 4:15. But I didn't find him till just before 6 when I called you.
How come?
Well, I just didn't look in the bedroom. I figured he got tired waiting and left.
Well, look, Johnny, assuming your story is true, and if it isn't, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. Who do you think did it?
Well, that depends on why. If it was somebody gunning for him, it would depend on what's going in the mouth besides in any treatment. You know more about that than I do. If it was somebody trying to frame me...
What do you mean, trying?
Hey, wait a minute.
I got a phone homicide. You must have known that when you called me.
Yeah, that's why I ripped the wires out.
That's cute. That's very cute. That makes you look real good.
Look, Sam, look. I'm not asking you to do anything extracurricular. Sure, you have to tell cops, but you'll do it over a PlayStation downstairs. And by the time anybody can get back up here, that tip will be out.
It will. Well, how's that going to be done?
I got a friend in the undertaking business. Met him up at Quincy. He just installed a new crematorium.
You should have called him first.
I did, but I can call him off.
Yes, sir, Happy.
Look, Sam, look, how about it? So the cops come tonight, tomorrow. Who cares? Not Joe, the weather. He'll keep. What do you say, Sam? What do you say?
I say you're probably bluffing, that you got no way of getting rid of the stiff, but on the outside chance that you might not be bluffing, I'll swing along with you for a couple of hours. If I don't turn up anything by then, the deal is off.
Okay, that's fair enough.
Yeah, but this isn't...
Hey! Sorry, I got a story.
I hated to do it, Johnny. You were out of condition and weren't expecting it. So I wanted you to look like a hospital case. After you went down and out, I transferred my fee from your wallet to mine, examined your wounds, and decided you were good for 2 hours at St. Agnes Hospital, where I know the head nurse. So without further delay, I toted you downstairs, threw you into a taxi, and delivered you to the ambulance engine. That's when I remembered that I had forgotten one thing. I hadn't given you a chance to call off your alleged undertaker friend. I was sure that part of your story was bluff, but just to make sure, I rushed back to your apartment in less time than it takes the average undertaker to bag his purse out of the garage, I thought. When I got there, I wasn't so sure. The apartment had been tidied up, ashtrays emptied, glasses put away. They'd even vacuumed the rug. The blood-stained bedspread had been removed, and with it, the corpus delicti. I found myself humming an old tune. I ain't got no body.
The makers of Wild Root Cream Oil are presenting the weekly Sunday adventure of Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, Sam Spade. Here's important news on good grooming. If you want the well-groomed look that helps you get ahead socially and on the job, listen. Recently, thousands of people from coast to coast who bought Wild Root Cream Oil for the first time were asked, how does Wild Root Cream Oil compare with the hair tonic you previously used? The results were amazing. Better than 4 out of 5 who replied said they preferred Wild Root Cream Oil. Remember, non-alcoholic Wild Root Cream Oil contains lanolin. It grooms the hair naturally, relieves dryness, and removes loose, ugly dandruff. So if you want your hair to be more attractive than ever before, get the generous new 25-cent size of Wild Root Cream Oil, America's leading hair tonic, on sale at all drug and toilet goods counters. It's also available in larger economy bottles and the handy new tube. Get Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first. By the way, smart girls use Wild Root Cream Oil too, and mothers say it's grand for training children's hair. And now back to the Lawless Caper. Tonight's adventure with Sam Spade.
In most murder cases, there's too many suspects, too many motives, and too many clues from the very beginning. I've been on this one 3 hours, and I've succeeded in turning up no suspects, no clues, and the most shameful thing of all, I have lost the body of the victim. I consoled myself with the thought that he was in no condition to tell me anything anyway. But then neither were you, Johnny. You'd checked out of the hospital, no forwarding address. But in a gin mill down in the Mission, I found a character with the unlikely name of Porky Grout. Now, Porky is theoretically alive and will tell all he knows about anybody, which is plenty, but 2 fingers of rye. I gave him a handful.
Joe Morales.
Yeah,
They got this down. They moved to Las Vegas 5-6 months ago.
how come Joe stayed in San Francisco?
Him and his brother had a beef with each other.
That's Sally Morales, the lawyer?
Yeah, the mouthpiece.
He's nothing close. What was it all about?
That dame, Virginia Vale. After she and Joe framed Johnny Lawless on that hit-and-run job, they disagreed on methods of administration.
That's not supposed to.
So she and Sally team up. And Sally uses his business connections to pull off this big combine. See?
Yeah, I heard of it, Las Vegas. How do I get to Sally?
My throat's dry. I can't hardly talk.
Hey, Riley, put out the bottle. And bring an airwick. Easy, I'll help you. Straight, huh? Straight stuff. Not too close.
Now, when do you want to get to it? Tonight?
Right now.
Let me see. Jane don't dance to nothing but rumba music. She don't drink nothing but imported French champagne.
Yeah.
Furthermore, she don't go nowhere where she don't get her picture taken. And he don't dare take a drink in a place that pays him protection. Well, this being after hours, there's only approximately one place they could be at. That's the Iberia out on Van Ness.
Thank you. Good night, Porky Grout. If your friends won't tell you, I will. Please don't bother to answer. I didn't have any trouble picking out that table. Virginia spotted me at about the same time, grabbed up her purse, muttered an excuse to her escort, and edged around the dance floor. She caught me in the middle of a bambuco, a combination of a rumba, a samba, and guaracha, and whirled me lightly out onto the floor. I followed as best I could.
You shouldn't have come here.
How did I know? I first danced to see a bambuco.
Are you danced to find it?
Oh.
You must leave at once. Sally is insanely jealous, and he's in a especially bad mood tonight.
Yeah, so am I.
I know why you...
You went up on me.
Johnny Lawless been in touch with you, hasn't he?
You talked to him since yesterday morning?
No. He's bound to get in touch with you. I don't know what story he's told you, but don't believe a word of it. He only wants to get you out of the way so he can get back at Joe. He'll think Joe flinged him into San Quentin.
Now, you can stop worrying about Joe.
Huh? Sam, what are you...
Well, he's dead, if that's news to you.
I think you'd better talk to Sally after all. Come on.
Well, just getting the hang of it.
You've met another old friend.
Hello, Sally.
Hello? Sit down, Spade.
Sally.
Huh?
Sam says Joe is dead.
Joe? Murdered?
Yeah.
Well, it was bound to happen. I wanted to get out of town before Johnny Lawless came back.
Johnny says he was with you when it happened.
Juries don't go for alibis, Spade. Best defense I could give him would be that I defend him despite the fact he's accused of killing my own brother. Look here.
As his attorney, I have the right to know what he retained you for.
To find out who did kill Joe. That's what he said.
Have you found out?
Not yet.
Any leads?
Not many.
Now, what's the difficulty?
The corpse. Somebody swiped it.
You can't mean it.
I can, and I do.
Well, that doesn't make sense. Unless Johnny arranged it himself. But he couldn't have. No contact. Of course, he might have disposed of it without help. It's been done, so.
Not tonight. I'm his alibi there.
I don't believe it. You're telling that story to see how we'll react.
That's why I'm telling it, but it's not a story. It's a McCoy.
Hey, what's going to be? If Johnny didn't do it, then somebody must have done it to train him. And if they did that, they wouldn't turn around and get rid of the evidence, would they?
Well, the whole thing is wild. Wild.
You know, there might have been two people who thought they were a team, but one of them was really working against the other and for Johnny.
Well, that's absurd, isn't it, Sally?
Is it, my dear?
He's trying to play us off against each other. Don't falter. Nothing to do with each other. You've got to prove he's there.
Yes, I was sure of you when Johnny was out of the way.
You wanted him out of the way. You admitted it.
You're still in love with him, aren't you? Oh,
You're hurting me.
Shirley, I'll help the VA right free. You'll go to trial for body snatch.
I can't wait to get on the stand. The things I'll tell about you, how you let Johnny go off on that hit and run when you knew it was my idea and I was in the car with Joe.
Not a jury in the country would blame me for protecting my own brother.
You were bringing it even me. So you had me to yourself.
Oh, I'll have you in a gas chamber if you keep insisting. Your old brother squeezed out of that one. How about the party? Love of woman surpasses brotherly love. I can see the jury now. Ease it up. Victim of a designing woman caught in the court.
Nuts. I don't care whether either of you is guilty or both or neither or whatever. If I get that body back tonight, I'll let the cops worry about it. If I don't, I'll confess to everything myself and name all three of you as accomplices.
All right, Spade. You say your only concern is that body.
Right.
Yes. Get $500. Another $500 when you find it, huh? That convince you?
Well, let's go.
Here, my diamond. Take them all.
No, keep the diamonds, Virginia. If Sally gets sent up first, you'll need them for your defense. Think it over, kids. I'm calling the cops right now. Roy, Sam Spade. Where's Dundee?
Oh, here's his Spade. Sam, I've been trying to reach you.
Yeah, but do you know why?
Why, sure, about Johnny Lawrence. Is there something we don't know, Sam?
Well, I'll come down and give you a statement. It's about Joe Morales.
Well, what about it?
Well, he got knocked off, and somebody lifted the corpse.
Oh, Sam, nobody lifted it.
Then who did?
We picked it up, Sam, right after you called it.
Right after... Oh, yeah. Yeah, what time was that?
Let's see, I got it here. 20 minutes past 6. What?
That ain't all.
What's that, Sam?
Call you back. What's up, Sally?
Come out of there.
Well, I wasn't planning to spend the night at the phone booth. Why the heater? You must be nuts pulling a gun in a crowded joint like this.
Hey, stop looking. Come on. Up upstairs.
Oh, look.
In there.
There's your girlfriend.
Take it home, man. Can't stand the sight of blood. You were pretty funny, too, when you made that phone call. I didn't believe you'd go through with it.
What makes you think I'm interested in that old rap? Johnny's already done the time for it. Joe can't talk, and I don't want it.
I don't care what you want, it's what I want.
Does it? You wanted Virginia? You got it.
Well, not the point. Doesn't sound good. Salvador Morella's sweetheart going up on a murder rap.
Well, you trimmed it down to manslaughter for Johnny Lawless, and she's enough prettier to rape an acquittal, or are we talking about the same killing? You think Virginia killed Joe Morales, don't you? Why? Because she seems so anxious to pin it on Johnny Lawless.
Well,
nothing. Only I've got a score to settle with Johnny Lawless myself, you see. He left me out in the limb with that body snatch. If I can pin the killing on him, I got a story for the cops. Now, show how smart you are. Shoot it.
I fully intend.
Oh, Miss Johnny. Hello, Johnny.
You can do it yourself, Johnny. I was going to do it for you, but I don't get it. He's trying to pin that murder on you, Johnny. Like you pin that old hit and run on me. But you're the same, Johnny. Joe's killing is what blinds you, luck. I never had much luck. Let him have it, Johnny. What have you got to lose? Well, you want me? No. Step back. Okay.
Dead?
planned it different, didn't you, Johnny?
Yeah, but I might as well get two for the price of one. Yeah, I planned it different, but I don't seem to care anymore.
Well, then you won't need that.
Huh?
All right, Johnny. By the way, I'd like to thank you for keeping me in the clear.
How come?
That phone call you made to homicide using my name. Without that, I might be going up with you.
How'd you figure it?
Nobody but you had anything to gain by making that body seem to disappear. You knew I wouldn't check with the police till I made a try at locating it on my own. You knew I'd use the disappearance as a handle to shake what I could out of Sally and Virginia. You knew they'd suspect each other because I had you alibis at the time of the body smash, and that would stop them screaming accusations at each other.
Did they pay enough to send them up?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know how much we'll expect, but enough.
They both admit Joe did that hit-and-run job I was sent up for?
He and Virginia together.
So she was with him. 3 years ago, I wouldn't have wanted to know that. Now it sounds good.
I didn't think it really sounded good to you. I was sorry to hear it myself, and after all, I'd only danced the bamboozle with them. I'm sorry things turned out the way they did. It's a little late to be making with the advice, but, well, you know, the best laid plans of mice and men gang after Glade. And as you say, what chance has a man got without a regular racket? Idiot, end of report.
How can you be so sympathetic with a girl who did all those terrible things?
Oh, I know, Eth, I know. Silly dance if you look cute, but you were doing it.
I don't mean the gas.
You mean the best laid plan?
What does that mean, Sam? That gang after Glade?
I'll give you a hint, sweetheart. It's something you never need worry about.
Here's why, man. Here's why Wild Rose Cream Oil is again and again the choice of men who put good grooming first. Wild Rose Cream Oil grooms the hair neatly and naturally without giving it that plaster down look. Wild Rose Cream Oil relieves annoying dryness and removes that loose, ugly dandruff. So if you're not using it now, or if you're not using any hair tonic, get Wild Rose Cream Oil at your drug or toiletries counter in the new 25-cent Get Acquainted size bottle. Also, ask your barber for a professional application of Wild Rose Cream Oil hair tonic. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first.
Well, here it is, Sam. My, terribly confusing.
I sensed that somehow.
Who was that hit-and-run business?
Well, they named that dance after him. George L. Bambuco.
I don't believe it. Sam, what does it mean? What does it mean? You know.
Gang after Glade? Snafu.
Oh, why didn't you say so? Dallas, dear. Good night, Sam.
Good night, sweetheart.
The Adventures of Sam Spade, Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, are produced and directed by William Spear. Sam Spade is played by Howard Dove. Lorene Tuttle is Esther. The Adventures of Sam Spade are written for radio by Bob Dalton and Gil Dow. Musical direction is by Lux Luskin with score composed by Renee Garrigan. Join us again next Sunday when author Dashiell Hammett and producer William Spear join forces for another adventure with Sam Spade. Brought to you by Wild Rose Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first. This is Dick Joy, reminding you to get Wild Rose Cream Oil started. It keeps the hair in trim. You see it's non-alcoholic solid. It's made with soothing lanolin. You better get Wild Rose Cream Oil started. Start using it today. You'll find that you will have a tough time starting. Keeping all the gals away. Hiya, Baldy. Get Wild Rose right away. 50,000 Americans die from tuberculosis every year. Yet tuberculosis is curable. The disease can be wiped out. The secret is discover it in its early stages. Why not be sure you and your family don't have tuberculosis by getting a chest x-ray right away? This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Adventures of Sam Spade, Detective. Brought to you by Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic, the non-alcoholic hair tonic that contains lanolin. Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first.
Sam Spade, Detective, I can say.
Listen, you phone down to the drugstore and tell them to send up 3 gallons of black coffee.
Who is this? Are you sure you have the right number?
I'm sure I've got the right number, but I'm not for sure who I am.
Oh, Sam, it's you. You must have got a frog in your throat. Did you oversleep?
Effie, don't say things like that.
Oh, I'm sorry, Sam. Oh, you poor dear, you've been working. You're tired, that's it.
Tired? I've only just brought Lazarus back from the dead.
Well, then you better get some rest, Sam. You can dictate your report tomorrow.
That's what you think. Now stay where you are. If I'm asleep when I get there, wake me up. I'll be right down to dictate my report on the Lazarus paper.
Dashiell Hammett, America's leading detective fiction writer and creator of Sam Spade, the hard-boiled private eye, and William Spear, radio's outstanding producer director of mystery and crime drama, join their talent to make your hair stand on end with the adventures of Sam Spade. Presented by the makers of Wild Root Cream Oil for the hair. Next time you buy hair tonic, be sure you buy Wild Root Cream Oil. For you see, Wild Root Cream Oil gives you these advantages. It grooms your hair neatly and naturally, relieves annoying dryness, removes loose, ugly dandruff. Wild Root Cream Oil is non-alcoholic and contains soothing lanolin, so much like the natural oil of your skin. Yes, friends, next time you buy hair tonic, look for that famous name, Wild Root. Get Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first. And now, with Howard Duff starring as Spade, Wild Root brings to the air the greatest private detective of them all, in the adventures of Sam Spade. Private, he says. I'd like to know what's private about it.
Everything ready for you, Sam.
What's this?
Over here, to relax.
I don't want to relax. I don't dare.
Oh, there you go again, Sam. Going on nerves. How long do you think you can keep it off?
With your help, I'll be in a coma inside 3 minutes.
Thank you, Sam. Now, you just lie down here on the couch and I'll take your seat.
Now, look,
And I can take the station while you relax.
Nuts. Where's that black coffee?
Sam, you're angry with me. Your eyes. Please don't glare at me like that, Sam. I can't bear it when you...
I am not glaring. I'm trying to keep them open. Now, sit down. I got to keep moving around.
Oh,
moving around.
Rise yourself like this, Sam.
Please, Effie, please. Date? Fill it in.
Okay, light. Go on. Burn yourself at both ends.
Let's see. To A.J. Tapspaw, claims manager, All Risk Insurance Company, Pike Building, San Francisco. From Samuel Spade, license number 137596. Dear Sir, the following is an accounting of my services to your company in connection with a claim of Emma R. Lazarus on the life of the assured Timothy R. Lazarus. The latter called at my office yesterday at approximately 11:30 a.m. He was tall, bald, gray-faced, and dusty. He looked as if he'd been buried and dug up several times.
This may sound like a poor sort of gift, Mr. Spade, but my name is Lazarus, and I want you to bring me back from the dead.
Okay, sounds interesting. Why did you die? When did you die? And how did you die?
I was declared dead by the appellate court of the state of California August 28th last year by reason of 7 years absence.
Who took it to court?
My wife, Emma.
Insurance?
Yes. My wife and I agreed between ourselves to insure my life in the amount of $100,000, which she would collect on legal presumption of death after my disappearance and continued absence for 7 years. That's the law, Mr. Spade.
Yeah, it's been tried a lot of times. What went wrong in your case? Wife double-crossed you?
If that's your attitude, I'm afraid I've come to the wrong man.
Uh-huh. You're still in love with her. Well, that makes it tough. You know they'll nail her for perjury if you prove you're still alive?
That's why I didn't go to the police. Even though we planned the deception together, he had reason to believe that I was actually dead.
Suppose you cover the whole thing from the beginning, Mr. Lazarus.
Yes. I married her back in 1940. And for a while we were happy. And then she became arrested.
You mean you were not able to support her in the manner to which you was accustomed? She was young, lovely, you wanted her to have nice things, but on your meager salary it was impossible.
I know, it's an old story, but life is like that.
Well, you said it.
Well, there you are. I was assistant cashier at the Golden Gate Bank.
Oh, no, not that.
I started taking small sums at first, to replace them later.
Let's not go through the whole script. How much did you invest?
$20,000.
Yeah, so you decided to take it on the lam before the auditors came in, and?
I was going to give myself up, but Emma wouldn't let me. We made our plans that night, and I left for Mexico the following day. Mexico City, I had plastic surgery done on my face, and then I settled down to wait for 7 long years until I would be declared legally dead. I suppose you might call it poetic justice, but just before the end of the 7th year, I contracted malaria. Confined to a hospital for more than 11 months.
You have had it.
The doctors gave me up for dead and asked me to notify my next of kin. I gave the name of address. I never notified it to the contrary because it seemed to fit in so well with our plan.
Too well, huh?
Yes. I've been to see her, and she refuses to believe that I am her husband. Oh, of course, my appearance is very much altered, but there must be some way to prove my identity.
You work in a bank. They must have taken your fingerprints.
I removed them from the files and destroyed them.
How are your teeth?
My teeth?
Teeth. What was your dentist doing, Tom?
Dr. Smith, the great professional thing.
He'll still have your dental x-rays on file. They're as good as fingerprints. You go there this afternoon. Don't give your name. Tell them you're Mark Humboldt. Have a new set of x-rays taken, and I'll do the rest. What's your wife doing these days?
Emma's married again.
Who's the sucker?
Pardon me?
The man.
Oh, he's a doctor. Dr. Ernst Wilhelm.
Wilhelm?
He's quite well known, I believe.
Yeah, and the cops would like to know more. Now, about my fee.
Mr. Spade, I have no money.
Oh, that's great. You have no money, and all you want is to hire a man to bring you back from the dead. And the more I succeed, the less chance I'll have of collecting.
If I might make a suggestion, Mr. Spade, I don't know the ethics, but perhaps the insurance company, you would be doing them a good service.
I think you're going to live, Mr. Lazarus. They can't keep a good man down. I'll collect from them. I knew there wasn't a chance in 100,000 of getting the fee out of your company. After all, you had your own investigators in the payroll, and contract work isn't deductible under the new tax law, but something about Lazarus had gotten to me. Something else about him got to me at the Blue Bottle Bar and Grill where I stopped for lunch.
Mr. Spade.
Yes, indeed.
I'm Emma Wilhelm, Mr. Spade.
Emma Lazarus Wilhelm?
I see you do know who I am. May I sit down?
Why then, Mrs. Wilhelm?
Thank you. I'm glad to know you have a sense of humor, Mr. Spade. It's about that man, of course. Surely you didn't believe a word of the story.
Which word?
Oh, I'll admit there are slight traces of the truth in his raving. My first husband, Timothy Lazarus, was an embezzler. He did disappear, and it's quite true that I have collected the insurance on his life. I might even believe that Tim is still alive. But that man is not really.
Then what are you so upset about?
Oh, it's perfectly obvious what he wants. He's an extortionist.
You're wrong. He doesn't want money, Mrs. Wilhelm. He wants you.
Oh, Mr. Spade, how much do you know about my husband?
Which one?
Don't be flippant.
Dr. Ernest Wilhelm? He made his first million pounding lead nuggets out of gang war casualties and lost it on the stock market. He cut his second million out of Knob Hill and called it surgery. He lost that on horses, blinds, and malpractice suits. The last time he was mentioned in the paper, there was a big picture of him pumping sleeping pills out of the stomach of an aging ballet queen. It may or may not have been coincidence that she did not recover, and that she was the ex-girlfriend of one of our better-known racetrack haberdashers, and if he got $100 for the job, he was paid off in booze.
That poor girl.
Well,
if you persist in helping that instruction, you'll be responsible for whatever happens to me and anyone else you're involved.
Anything else I should know?
Yes. Both you and your client are doing right consulting. You can't escape him. He's not quite the has-been you'd like to think he is.
After she had gone, I scraped the tears off my butter, finished my lunch, washed my hands with a nationally advertised soap, and mucked over to the great professional building. I found my client's dentist in his lab polishing up a set of gold inlays. Humboldt, yes, we got treasure coming through, and shut the door on the transit. Don't touch them in the inside. Oh, thanks. What's your interest, police identity? You guessed it. Always happy to cooperate. Thanks. How about digging in your files for the x-rays on a patient named Lazarus? Oh, yes, the graduate, yes. Well, let's see now. Labby, Lavelle, Lawrence, Lawson, Gluskin. That's a group. What's that doing here? Ah, Lazarus. Cynthia, that's your name? That's the name. He's in the April 1940. Should have been in for dental hygiene. Have to remind Miss Baker. That's my name. These pictures, how do they compare with this new set? Well, let's have a look. Put on the left, isn't it? Let's see. Malclusion, that's a thing. Concentrated motor. Ah, Rosen in there. That's the same. You mean they're the same in both sets of pictures? Oh, dear, no. A man's mouth could change a lot in 7 years. Oh, yes, especially with dental neglect, but that would never cause a man to grow new teeth. Oh, well. You see here, Humboldt has one more lower incisor and 2 more molars and lenses. And the whole carriage of the mouth is different. These 2 men did not look even simply alike. Well, could there have been some mistake in filing? Oh, dear. No, Miss Baker's been in me for 10 years. Never made a mistake yet. Could I talk to her? Not in today. Went out to Tuesday. Cold. Hey, by the way, you're a detective. How's this for a mystery? You told me this morning and thanked me for sending a doctor around to examine her. Now, this is the peculiar part. I have no recollection of having done so, and I'm not acquainted with the doctor who said I sent her. That wouldn't be a Dr. Ernst Wilhelm. What? Why, yes. Wilhelm. That was the name. Do me another favor, will you? Call a doctor you do know and tell him to get over there as fast as he can. Come on, open up. What you want, kiddo? What's the Baker's room?
You sick. Ain't having no collie.
I'm her doctor.
Oh, you can't fool me. Where's your little black bag?
If I had one, it would be around your neck. Now, march. Show me the way.
You can't force me. I know my life.
Oh, you do you? Well, it might interest you all that your vents are faulty, your wiring is illegal, your drains are unsanitary, and your apron is dirty.
Them drug things. I'm needing repairs.
You're as neat as a mud pie. Now, get going before I have the Board of Health down on you.
All right, but you can't make me turn them scared.
Come on.
Try out, guys. Here's the key.
Okay.
This door to the right. Whatever the key.
Thank you, Uncle Maxwell. She was stretched out on the bed, her left arm twisted under her and her right dangling over the edge. On the floor beneath it was an empty pill bottle. A few red capsules were scattered near it, and some more were spilled out among the bedclothes. It was a standard sleeping pill suicide scene, but I didn't believe it. The body was still warm, but no pulse. I didn't waste time getting her the mirror test. Instead, I looked around for a phone. It was on a table near a window. I meant to dial the police number, starter 12020, but SU was as far as I got. Felt like a bee sting or a quick jab with a needle. I spun around and swung out blindly. The face that I missed was suntanned under a shock of iron gray hair. He was wearing the same white-toothed grin that Dr. Ernst Wilhelm always wore at the newspaper photographers. I started towards him and he backed away, still grinning.
Come ahead, Spade. Come and get me, but hurry. You have only 20 seconds more. Shall I count them out? So far, you have 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Kept dropping a foot at a time as I walked toward him. But every time I got to the bottom of the incline, it tilted up the other way, and I slipped back. He kept dropping out of sight, and every time I got him back into my line of vision, he was farther away. The walls of the room opened out and disappeared into some clouds. The ceiling spun around faster and faster until it whirled away like one of those flying discs. Then the floor turned into gelatin, and I sank in it.
Wild Root Cream Oil are presenting the weekly Sunday adventure of Dr. Hammett's famous private detective, Sam Spade. Now, here's important news on good grooming. If you want the well-groomed look that helps you get ahead, socially and on the job, listen. Recently, thousands of people from coast to coast who bought Wild Root Cream Oil for the first time were asked, how does Wild Root Cream Oil compare with the hair tonic you previously used?
The results were amazing. Better than 4 out of 5 who replied said they preferred Wild Root Cream Oil. Remember, non-alcoholic Wild Root Cream Oil contains lanolin. It grooms the hair naturally, relieves dryness, and removes loose, ugly dandruff. So if you want your hair to be more attractive than ever before, get the generous new 25-cent size of Wild Root Cream Oil, America's leading hair tonic, on sale at all drug and toilet goods counters. It's also available in larger economy bottles and the handy new tube. Get Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first. By the way, smart girls use Wild Root Cream Oil too, and mothers say it's grand for training children's hair. And now, back to the Lazarus case. Tonight's adventure with Sam Spade. The dream lasted about 300 years. Around Christmas time in the year 2247, another beast stung me. I opened my eyes, but the lights on the tree were too bright, and Santa Claus was standing over me with a brandy breath. Come on, man. Come on, come on. Little willpower. Here, Congress. That's it, that's it. Here. Try and sit up. Pretty girl. How about her? Too late. Did everything I could. Suicide, Frank? Well, one of your brothers in Apollo was a little too handy with a needle. There's a mark on my arm, and you'll find one on the strip. Those sleeping sappers were a plant to make it look like suicide. You'll be feeling better soon. Now, come along. Up on your feet. Must keep moving. Sure circulation. Hip. There. Thanks. You the man Dr. Smith called? Yes. So you're a private detective? How do you feel now? Still dopey. You give me something to pick me up? I've given you as much stimulant as it's safe to administer. For the rest, you'll have to sleep it off. And you will. Advise you to hurry home. Get into bed before this wears off. How long have I got? A couple of hours if you keep moving, maybe 3. Yeah. But if I were you, I wouldn't stay out. You don't want to fall asleep in the middle of Market Street. Get run over by a bus. Worst things can happen to you in your own bed. Look at her. Murder. Think you can prove it? I don't know. I couldn't. Not on her. And I've been an autopsy surgeon for 20 years. Well, cheer up, Doctor. If you miss on her, you may get a second chance. Huh? Yeah, me. But those eyes are looking better. I think you'll live. I wasn't so sure. Unless I could nail Wilhelm before my 3 hours is up, as you say, Betty'd nail me again with that needle. He had done me one favor. He convinced me that my client was really the man he claimed to be, and that Wilhelm and Emma knew it. My best over smoking them out was to dig out some solid proof. I spent 10 minutes of my 3 hours getting the Hall of Records, and 10 more finding out there was nothing there on Lazarus but his death certificate. I had a gander at the wanted file at police headquarters. They'd checked him out in August of 47 when the court had pronounced him dead. I looked at my watch. With 2 hours and 17 minutes of wakefulness left, I just didn't have time. I stopped by Lazarus' hotel, got a set of his fingerprints and several samples of his signature, took them to a penman I know down in the Mission, and between us we forged the most amazing set of documents ever assembled on one man. All dated, notarized, certified, witnessed, registered, one even bore the great seal of the state of California and the signature of the governor. I squeezed them all into a large briefcase, propped my eyes open with toothpicks while I drank half a gallon of black coffee, then phoned Dr. Wilhelm's night number. I told him I was one of Russian Leo's boys, and a cop had just winged me on the lam from the jewelry store job. He agreed to meet me at his office. Hello, Wilhelm. Yes? Is that all you got to say to the guy you knocked off an hour ago? I'm afraid I don't quite follow. Who are you? Look, I know that you know, and you know that I know. They even wrote a song about it, so let's get off the time and don't reach for a needle. This gun is bigger and it shoots farther. Yes, I can see you can do. What do you want? First, I want to show you a few things here. Take a look. Yeah, this is very impressive. I thought you'd be impressed. You, need any more proof that Lazarus is Lazarus? What's the matter, Spade? Getting sleepy. Don't get your hopes up. I can squeeze this trigger in my sleep. These papers, why do you think I brought them to you? What's the price? Half the take on Lazarus' insurance. I haven't finished. This time Lazarus has got to be really dead and you're going to do the job. Come on, stop stalling. Do that. Why not? Emma, she'll make trouble. Said she will. She's still in love with him? Why do you say that? I just wondered. What reason did she give you for not wanting him knocked off?
The cops work harder at identifying a dead man than they do a live derelict. It looks and talks like a crank. I had the same idea myself.
Then you're stupid. With him dead, she can tell any story she wants to. With him alive and all this proof of identity, he's in a position to nail both of you for fraud, conspiracy, perjury. Shall I go on?
One thing. Does Emma know about these papers?
Sure.
You're lying.
Sure I'm lying. And those documents are forgeries if that's the way you want it. I haven't got time to argue. I can't stay awake much longer, and you can't bring it off without me. I'll have Lazarus at my apartment in 30 minutes. Bring your needle and the 50 grand.
All right, Spade. I'll be there.
I made 2 phone calls on my way to pick up Lazarus, one to Emma and one to Lieutenant Erlinger of homicide. Sunday was asleep. The lieutenant and Sergeant Fullhouse were perched on the fire escape outside my window, and Emma was waiting in the living room when we got there.
Emma. Oh, my poor darling.
Emma, do you recognize me?
Oh, of course, darling. Something's happening. But I didn't dare speak out in front of them.
I know. Mr. Spade told me.
Now, listen to me, you two. You're sure you can go through with it?
Oh, are you sure there's no danger?
That's him now. Come on, Lazarus. Get in the bedroom there. I'll do what I told you.
Don't worry, Emma.
Oh, I'm so frightened.
Hello, Spade. I got here just as... Emma, what are you doing here?
Mr. Spade told me. I'll do the same thing too. I wanted you to know that.
Well, I'm glad to see that you've come to your senses for a while there.
You were wrong, Spade. You bring the stuff?
Here's the money. I have a hypodermic in the case here. It's already loaded. We don't need it, Sheriff.
Where is he? In there on the bed. He was asleep a minute ago. The grogginess that had kept coming back over me in waves for the last 2 hours swirled over me again as Wilhelm leaned over the bed where Lazarus lay, stretched out with his eyes closed. For a split second, I blanked out, and I was afraid it had already happened. Then I saw Wilhelm's hand coming down at an oblique angle toward Lazarus' forearm. Then my vision blurred again, and my arms felt too heavy to lift. It was Emma's scream that jolted me back. I clawed out blindly. Let go of it. You get it in your own arm and go. Why? Double crossing. Here's a little sleeping medicine for you. Okay, boys. Come and get him.
Good boy. We won't forget this.
Unlikely story.
Get that broken glass, Bullhouse. Put it in the dixie cup. Handle it careful. One analyze that medicine. Who are these people, Sam? Accomplices?
Yeah, but not the homicide.
What about him? They won't let him go free, will they?
Don't worry. He's out of circulation for good.
Mr. Spade.
Yeah, Lazarus.
I don't know how to think.
Yes. You don't know what to do.
Yes, I do. Probably means another long separation. State prisons aren't co-ed. But if you insist on being alive, you have to take life as it comes. In the bedroom, sir.
Oh, Sam, it's so sad. That poor couple, so much in love. But you had to do your duty, didn't you, Sam? They had to pay their debt to society, of course. That's why you had to be so hard and unrelenting and not give in to your betterment.
That's right, that's right. Never give in to the shit now. Don't tread on me. There was Hobson, what was it that Hobson? Fire when ready.
You know that part. Something's so tight to
listen to this. A good friend of the family. That's Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic, folks. Wild Root Cream Oil grooms the hair neatly and naturally, relieves dryness, and removes loose dandruff. Now, get Wild Root Cream Oil at your drug or toilet goods counter in a new 25-cent Get Acquainted bottle. Also, ask your barber for a professional application of Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first.
Sam, wake up. Sam, I'm not wearing an apron.
Then why don't you let me sleep?
Sam, you've got to wake up. Your coffee's here.
Tell them I'm in coffee.
No, Sam, no. The black coffee. You said to order 3 blondes.
What?
I couldn't carry it all. I'll make another trip. 24 cardboard containers. You'll have to drink it up fast now. They're missing open.
Abandoned ship on water here.
Oh, Sam, what am I going to do with it?
Open the restaurant. Good night.
Oh, good night, Sam.
Number 3 choice, open fire. The Adventures of Sam Spade, Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, are produced and directed by William Spear. Sam Spade is played by Howard Duff. Doreen Tuttle is Effie. Adventures of Sam Spade are written for radio by Bob Tallman and Gil Dowd. Musical direction by Lud Gluskin, with score composed by Renee Garrigan. Join us again next Sunday when author Dashiell Hammett and producer William Spear join forces for another adventure with Sam Spade. Brought to you by Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first. This is Dick Joy reminding you to get Wild Root Cream Oil, Charlie. It keeps the hem up to see it. Non-alcoholic, Charlie. It's made with proven lanolin. You better get Wild Root Cream Oil, Charlie. Start using it today. You'll find that you will have a tough time, Charlie. Keep on all the gals away. Hiya, Baldy. Get Wild Root right away. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Adventures of Sam Spade, Detective. Brought to you by Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic, the non-alcoholic hair tonic that contains lanolin. Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first.
Sam Spade Detective Agency.
This is Sam, Blackleg Spade, the third most dangerous gambler on the Barbary Coast.
Oh, Sam, not horses again.
Horses, women, and the gaming tables, Effie, the virgins of the elite.
Well, divert yourself with this, Sam. The phone company has sent a peak notice.
Pay it no mind, sweetheart. We are healed. We have hit the cashier's cage, annexed the pot, broken the bank, and we're standing on velvet.
Sam, are you sober?
Definitely velvet. Warm, too.
Sam, from where are you calling from?
You're wrong, Effie. It's a drugstore. Stay where you are. I'll be right down to deal out my report on the hot 100 grand caper.
Dashiell Hammett, America's leading detective fiction writer and creator of Sam Spade, the hard-boiled private eye, and William Spear, radio's outstanding producer-director of mystery and crime drama, join their talent to make your hair stand on end with the adventures of Sam Spade. Presented by the makers of Wild Root Cream Oil for the hair. It's smart to buy things the whole family can use. That's why I say it's smart to buy Wild Root Cream Oil hair tonic. To mom, to dad, to the children. Wild Root Cream Oil is really a friend indeed. Non-alcoholic Wild Root Cream Oil with lanolin grooms the hair neatly and naturally, relieves dryness, removes loose, ugly dandruff. I hope you have a big family-sized bottle of Wild Root Cream Oil in your home. Yes, Wild Root Cream Oil hair tonic. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first. And now, with Howard Duff starring as Spade, Wild Root brings to the air the greatest private detective of them all in the adventures of Sam Spade.
Date, September 19, 1948, to robbery detail, San Francisco Police, Attention Sergeant Walsh. From Samuel Spade, license number 127596, dear Joe. Here's the rundown on that hot 100 grand. It started pleasantly enough when my secretary, Miss Effie Perrine, cute little mouse, eased into my private office, closed the door behind her, and leaned back against it with that air of pained resignation, which generally means that the customer outside that she doesn't approve of, but that I'll see her anyway.
Very well dressed, and I imagine she can afford you.
How do you deduce that?
She dropped her purse. I didn't get time to count it all, but there was $100 bill on top.
Oh, sure, in it.
Sam.
Go ahead, sir.
Oh, I don't know, Sam. Sometimes... Well, there's such money.
No, that's one of the reasons I hire you. What's the matter with you?
Nothing. Just this, Sam. She's very good looking, cultivated, and very kind and considerate. And she seems sincerely troubled.
You mean her actions a little stupid?
I thought that.
Thanks, Angel. I'll keep that in mind. Tell her to come in.
All right, then. Mr. Spade, just a minute. Thank you. Thank you for seeing me, Mr. Spade.
My pleasure. Won't you sit down?
Oh, thank you. I'm Lorraine Gilcourt, Mr. Spade. It's about my husband, Leonard Gilcourt.
Husband? Oh.
We've only been married a short time. It was a quiet ceremony at the San Pedro mission. Leonard didn't want to subject me to any publicity. The difference in our ages, you know?
You mean you want me to keep it a secret?
Oh, no. No, except for the newspapers, of course. Naturally, all of Leonard's friends know.
Well, he doesn't have many, from what I've heard.
I thought it strange, too, that such a prominent man should have such a small circle of acquaintances. I met him only a short time before I married. He's been very kind and absolutely devoted to me, and I suppose I should feel ashamed of myself for coming to you. But there are so many things about him that are serious. Sometimes I can't find my handkerchief.
Here. Please.
Thank you.
I take it you're not a San Francisco girl.
No, I met him at a few drinks.
Well, maybe I can clear up some of your mysteries for free. The reason your husband doesn't have many friends is because they keep dropping dead.
I don't understand you.
Forget it. He's a big public servant. He's built a lot of sidewalks and streets of the city. He's paid with his good intentions. His name is on 1,000 manhole covers. If the names of his former business associates land on headstones, it's nothing to me. I got my own racket. Well, what?
I think my husband is paying blackmail.
And upon what do you base your suspicions, Mrs. Spade?
It started about a month ago. He began withdrawing large sums from our joint account. First, $10,000, then $20,000, and last week, $50,000. And this morning, he closed out the balance of the account. $100,000.
Well, he's got it to spend, Mrs. Gilchrist.
I won't pretend the money doesn't interest me, but what's behind it, Mr. Spade? Each time he withdraws these cash sums, he leaves the house without a word to me. Sometimes doesn't return until dawn. My husband is not fond of nightlife, Mr. Spade. Only a desperate situation could induce him to leave the house after dark.
Well, heard they say that's not how he's kept his health as long as he has. All right, you want me to trail him, find out what he does with the money. Just one question. Why'd you pick me for the job?
Why, your reputation
That's
is...
local. You say you're new in San Francisco.
Well, I do read the local papers. Your picture was in on a few weeks ago.
Yeah, well, that caper didn't help my reputation.
I like your look. A nice, honest face. A man I could trust.
Well, don't buy that.
And I'm sentimental too. Your picture reminded me of someone who was very dear to me. My brother. Of course, you're nothing like me, really, but if you do look alike, I suppose that sounds like a silly woman, really.
Yeah. What's your address?
Well, I have a little place of my own I like to visit there. The Belvoir Apartments, Normandy Terrace. It's better to do. I don't want Leonard to know. The Gilcourt smashed me, but they seem to be returned. He returns from his office around 6 p.m. Do you have a car?
No. I need one.
I don't know where he may go. I hear the keys of my car parked in front of the main entrance, a gray Plymouth. He won't recognize the car. My brother. Now, about your fee.
$100 now. If I need more, I'll leave you a note. I had an uneasy feeling I would need more. The last detective that tried to follow Leonard Gilcourt had hospital insurance. I don't. But I'm a gambler at heart, so I parked Lorraine's Plymouth across the street from the Gilcourt mansion and waited. At 9 p.m., Mr. Gilcourt, much too old for us, came out the front door and flagged down a taxi. I made an illegal U-turn and followed. The trail ended across the Golden Gate Bridge in Marin County. It was a country club type building on top of a hill overlooking the bay. It did business under the name of Ernie Nogales' Racket Club. The racket had nothing to do with tennis. It came from two sources. The moans and groans of the customers losing money at the roulette wheels and trap tables, and the glad hand the management threw at my quarry as I followed him in.
Well, Mr. Gilcourt, surprised to see you. Since when you go out after dark?
Well, I thought a little nightlife might agree with me, Nogales.
Oh, that sounds like you, Mr. Gilcourt. I didn't know you better. I think you was afraid to go outside.
Well, now, I was thinking of buying this place to retire to. But I figured it'd be cheaper to win it at your roulette table. What's your limit here?
10,000. But for you, wide open. Sky.
$100 grand for a starter?
Any time they catch you with hot money, Mr. Gilcourt. Come over to the cashier. I'll tell you the chips like that.
I didn't have to bother making myself inconspicuous. Everybody in the joint stopped playing to watch Gilcourt while he shoved his $100 grand roll through the cashier's window and scooped up 4 stacks of $1,000 chips.
All right, you. Spin that wheel.
Huh? How much you got there?
25 grand. Any objections?
Is that okay, Mr. Nogales?
Spin it, Joe. I'm covering through the table first.
Okay, sir. Around and round the little ball goes. 15 pays 15 and the rest.
Maybe next time, Mr. Gilcourt. Why don't you double up, play the red and the black? Paper.
I'll stay with the numbers. 50,000 on 15. There. Spin it.
It's okay, Joe. I'm still covered.
Well, it's your money, Mr. Nogales. Number 4 pays. Number 4 and the red again.
Well, 25 grand more on 15.
Look, Mr. Gilcourt. Go on, enjoy yourself. Take it off your income taxes. Please spend those. Spread them out a little there for this, huh? Looks bad for the house.
What kind of a joint is this? Can't you cover the bet?
Okay, Joe. He asked for it.
Okay, sir.
I didn't wait to see where the little ball went on the last spin of the wheel. I would have made a side bet with any taker that Gilcourt wanted to lose that $100 grand. He would also have made book he knew I was following him. As I left the table and walked out of the club, I braced myself for what usually comes next. There would either be a dead body in the car or somebody would crease my noggin with a sap. But nothing happened. I switched on the headlights and stood in the glare of them for fully a minute, but nobody even shot at me. I flushed the shrubbery. No gunman. checked the ignition wires. No booby traps. Driving back to town, I racked my brains for some way to bring them out into the open. I felt like a man with his life savings all on one number, waiting for the wheel to stop spinning, which wasn't far from the truth. Not much of a cliffhanger, but the best we could do this week.
The makers of Wild Root Cream Oil are presenting the weekly Sunday adventure of Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, Sam Spade. Now, here's important news on good grooming. If you want the well-groomed look that helps you get ahead, socially and on the job, listen. Recently, thousands of people from coast to coast who bought Wild Root Cream Oil for the first time were asked, how does Wild Root Cream Oil compare with the hair tonic you previously used? The results were amazing. Better than 4 out of 5 who replied said they preferred Wild Root Cream Oil. Remember, non-alcoholic Wild Root Cream Oil contains lanolin. It grooms the hair naturally, relieves dryness, and removes loose, ugly dandruff. So if you want your hair to be more attractive than ever before, get the generous new 25-cent size of Wild Root Cream Oil, America's leading hair tonic, on sale at all drug and toilet goods counters. It's also available in larger economy bottles and the handy new tube. Get Wild Root Cream Oil, again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first. By the way, smart girls use Wild Root Cream Oil, too. And mothers say it's grand for training children's hair. And now, back to the hot 100 Grand caper. Tonight's adventure with Sam Spade.
Yeah?
This Mrs. Kilcross's apartment?
Yeah.
You here?
Yeah.
Well, can I come in?
Yeah.
Tommy?
Yeah?
Who is that, Mrs. Spade?
Yeah.
Oh, this is the detective I was telling you about, Tommy. Remember?
Yeah.
The one who looked so much like you?
Yeah.
No.
Oh, excuse me. This is my brother, Tommy Lane.
Yeah. I mean,
Tommy, won't you run down to the corner and buy me some cigarettes for about 20 minutes? I have something to talk over with Mr. Spade.
nice boy, your brother. Small vocabulary, but big feet.
He's shy. Now, what did you find out about my husband, Mr. Spade?
He dropped $100 grand in a gambling joint. Ernie Nogales' racket club. You know it?
No, but I know Ernie Nogales. I knew him in Reno before I met Leonard. He lost his license there for running a crooked wheel.
The way Kilcross was playing tonight, that wheel didn't have to be crooked. He was trying to lose that $100 grand.
But why? Why would he do a thing like that?
One of two reasons. Either he's paying off to Nogales or he's paying off to somebody else, and Nogales is the go-between.
Well, I don't believe it. Ernie is a crooked gambler, but he doesn't touch blackmail.
And your husband isn't stupid enough to drop $100 grand in 3 turns of a wheel. Anyway, I'm not tangled with him and or the Ernie Nogales mob for $100 of your money or anybody else's. Here, take it.
Well, but...
Here are your car keys.
No, wait, please. You can't desert me now.
Why not?
Well, I haven't told you everything. I'd hoped I wouldn't have to.
About your brother?
How did you know?
The only place you get a green suntan is in a pokey. Besides, the axe kind of stir crazy. Spent a little time in solitary, didn't he?
He won't talk about it. But that's his family. That's why Leonard is paying that blackmail money to your dad.
You just said Nogales wouldn't touch blackmail. Any other corrections you'd like to make in your copies before we proceed?
Yes. Well, I might as well tell you everything.
Why not?
I knew when I came to you this morning that my husband was paying this money to Nogales. I knew because I asked him to.
You and Ernie Nogales are working together?
I'm not that guy.
I didn't say you were, but you're a rotten liar. There's that much you say.
But I'm telling the truth now, Sam. You must believe me. Everything that has happened is my fault. I persuaded Nogales to give my brother a job in the station in New York. They quarreled, and when he got closed down, he blamed Tommy. He swore he'd kill him when he got out of jail. That's why I begged my husband to pay him to save Tommy's life.
Who did rat on Nogales about that crooked wheel of Reno?
I did.
That's why I feel this way. Leonard is so fine, so genuine. But I can't let him go on paying for my mistake.
Yeah, like you said, he's going to run out of money.
Look. Do I look like the kind of a woman to whom money means everything in the world?
No, but you're looking at me, not at Kilcourt.
You're laughing. Oh, I know what you think. Perhaps I did make a mistake in marrying Leonard, but he was so kind, so considerate. Like my father.
Everybody reminds you of your relatives.
You don't believe my story?
Well, since you asked.
Well, all right, then, here's the truth. I'm really Jack the Ripper's granddaughter. My parents were terribly wealthy. I harpooned my mother in her Beverly Hills swimming pool, set fire to my father with a $50,000 negotiable bond, and eloped with John Wilkes Booth. That brings us up to 1865. Shall I go on?
Don't stop, it's great.
Oh, get out of here. Get out of here and leave me alone.
After you've told me all your secrets, I'm not that rotten.
You won't help me. You never intended to. Why go on torturing me?
Oh, no, stop that. Please, please. I believe you. I believe all your stories. Now, what is my next smart move?
Sam, and the only way to stop Lenny Nogales is to prove that he's running a crooked wheel. Lenny paid back all that blackmail money, and he wouldn't dare lay a hand on Tom.
Well, it's going to be hard to prove and expensive. I'll have to lose a little on that wheel before I can figure the way it's rigged. How much can you invest?
Well, I have about $1,000 of my own.
With you?
Yes. Here. You take it.
Smells nice.
Sam.
Yeah.
Sam, after all this is over, after I've put things to right with Lenny, I should have told him before this, but I owed him so much. Oh, Sam, I'm so glad.
That's good, Angel.
Go now, darling, before I beg you not to.
What time is that joint closed?
Well, it runs all night, I think.
Good. Let's stay up late and raid the icebox. Around 2 in the a.m., when I low-geared the Plymouth up the long, steep driveway to Ernie McGallis' Racket Club, backed into the parking space nearest the road with the car headed downhill for a quick getaway, just in case, and I went in. The joint was still going full blast. I bought $500 worth of chips, flagged it over to the table where Kilcourt had dropped his $100 and nonchalantly flipped the blue chip onto the red.
Absolutely, ladies and gentlemen, make your game. Okay, that's all. Around and round the little ball goes.
I didn't look to see where the little ball went. Most of the money was on red, so it was bound to turn up black.
A red, Spade. What? Number 15. Raise your bet, please. Make your game, ladies and gentlemen. Around and round again.
The chips were spread around more the next turn, so I stacked 100 at the bottom of the 1 to 34 column. With a crooked wheel, my 100 made it the best bet to lose.
And 19, and the red wins again.
Hey! I plunked 500 down on number 5 and raked in 17,500. I left my original bet on the table. When the little ball fell into the pocket, I was $35,000 to the good from my point of view, but not from my client. I doubled my bet and looked apprehensively around. There were no surly characters edging up behind me. In fact, the only surly character in sight was Ernie Nogales, and he looked happy. That didn't make much sense. When my bankroll got to $105,000, I played a hunch. I threw $5,000 of it back on the table and lost it. That made a kind of sense. I cashed in the rest of my chips and squeezed the $100,000 U.S. currency into my inside pocket. If anybody aimed for my heart, it was thick enough to stop the slug, which was some comfort. But what I saw when I walked out to the parking lot was no comfort at all. I'd gotten just a glimpse of it through some trees. The van backed into a driveway halfway down the hill. It was blacked out except for 5 glowing cigar ends that showed through the windows. I could think of only one reason for 5 cigar smokers to be parked in that particular spot at that particular moment. The Plymouth was where I had parked it, pointing straight down the hill. I slammed the door but didn't get in, and I listened. The car down the hill was getting ready, too. I cracked the door of the Plymouth wide enough to get my arm inside and pressed the starter with the heel of my hand. I switched on the light, pushed the clutch with my left hand, used my right to shift it into low,
Then I pulled the hand throttle out all the way and let it go.
What's the big idea busting into my office?
We're going to have a talk, Nogales.
Please, don't wave that either. It makes me nervous. I don't like guns.
I don't either. That's why I'm here. Put your hands on top of the desk and keep them there.
All right. Give me back that roll. I give you clean money for it. It was a gamble, so I lost. Blame me?
Where'd you get this money?
I buy it. 50 cents on the dollar. I don't ask where it came from, but I read the papers. I figured it was that shipyard payroll job a few days back. Like it just fell in my lap. I figured it'd make 50 grand instead of kill cost 5. I guess that was a dirty trick. You just out of stir something.
I got news for you, Nogales. I didn't know this money was hot, and I am not Tommy Lane.
No? Then what?
Private Dick. Tommy's sister hired me to take the fall for him. Look, I've got most of the case, but Kilcourse wanted to pay Tommy 100 grand. You rigged the wheel so Kilcourse would lose it one night and Tommy would win it back the next night. Now, what was Kilcourse paying him off for?
No caper, legitimate. It was made up for bribing a public official.
You mean he was the payoff man for Kilcourse's contracting firm?
Sure, legitimate business. The grand jury went out after Kilcourse. Tommy took the rap, that's all, for a price.
Yeah, 100 grand. Thanks, Nogales. That's all I needed.
I was afraid I might be late.
You are,
Oh,
sweetheart.
I have so many things to explain. Where can you talk?
Right in here.
But who's this thing?
Why, that's your old sweetie from Reno, Ernie Nogales, remember?
What's the matter with you?
Crazy? Oh, Sam, I should have told you the truth from the beginning.
Check. For Nogales yarn, I can understand, but why did you tell me you were Kilcourse's wife?
I was desperate. I had to say something. It was the only explanation I could think of for my interest in the case, without telling the truth.
But you were making a pitch and not a me.
I don't know about such things, Sam. All I know is I'm here in time to warn you. You mustn't walk out of here with that money. They may kill you to get it back.
They already did. They're combing the wreckage of that car right now, looking for my body.
Then Tommy was. They didn't meet him.
How'd he get the room?
While he was in prison, from another man that still caught friend. He was in for life, so it was safe for him to talk.
Hey, you.
Yeah, Nogales?
Sorry, just drove up. I think that's Kilcourse.
Yeah, what's your hurry?
Let me go.
Come on, what's your hurry?
Tommy's out there in that cab. I've got to warn him.
Let's step off Kilcourse. Which is it?
No, Sam, you've got to believe me.
Sit down. Stop that.
You two have fun. I'm getting out of here.
Go ahead. Now, listen, sweet Lorraine, you may as well save your breath for those explanations. You're staying right here until the cape is all wrapped up.
Hang it, come, Sam.
Yeah?
Well, you'd better have it ready. What the hell?
Where's Nogales? I want to see him.
He was called out of town, sir. I'm in charge. You Mr. Kilcourse?
That's right. I want to know why you people have been interfering with my business. It might interest you to know that this building site's on an old Spanish land grant. Title's very shaky. I'll run an 8-lane highway straight through the middle and turn the rest of it into a game preserve. That's what I do to people who double-cross me.
I tried to tell Mr. Nogales that, sir. He wouldn't listen to me. He tipped Tommy off for a split of 100 grand, but I knew sooner or later we'd have to answer you, Mr. Kilcourse.
Oh, what was that?
Here's your 100 grand, sir. Count it.
What? Well. What's your name, son?
Sam Spade, sir.
I'm glad to meet an honest lad. Well, come along. Now, you too, young lady. We'll all walk out together.
Sam, what are you supposed
Spade, huh?
Yes, sir. I'm a private detective, but I'm ambitious.
Politics?
Yes, sir.
Well, we'll run you for assembly. In the meantime, I believe there's an opening in one of the public services. Garbage disposal. Executive end, of course. Where the devil is that man with my car? Oh, there he is. Now, you drop around to my office in the morning.
Thank you, and good night, Mr. Kilcourse.
Now, drive on, Horace. Back to the system.
Sam, how could you? All those lies and just handing over the money like that, it wasn't yours.
It wasn't Tommy's either, sweetheart. Get in.
Oh, Tommy, are you all right?
Yeah. Drive us across the bridge, Tommy, will you?
Yeah.
Tommy,
Yeah?
Tommy, I'm afraid we'll have to do without the money.
Yeah?
Sam gave it to Mr. Kilcourse.
Yeah?
Now, don't get excited, Tommy. I'm sure Sam had a reason. Didn't you, Sam?
Yeah. I mean, that was marked money from a payroll job.
Oh, then it won't do him any good.
It'll send him up for a good long stretch if the eyewitness story that goes along with it is good enough. And you're just the girl to tell it, sweetheart. Am I right, Tommy?
Yeah.
Period. End of report.
Already? But Sam.
Yeah?
What happened? Who were the 5 men in the car? The ones who shot at that Plymouth and the mistaken belief that you were in it.
Their names are of little account of. Suffice it to say that Kilcourse pointed his fudgy finger at them in the hopes of keeping the charge of attempted murder out of his indictment. But I was too clever. I identified them.
Sam, you didn't see anything but their cigars blowing in the darkness.
Have you never heard of Sherlock Holmes' monograph on the 49 varieties of tobacco ash?
Oh, but Sam, Sherlock Holmes is only the segment of someone's imagination. He's a fictional detective.
Well?
Oh, Sam, you're tired.
Yes, I am.
The fact that your mind is winning all that money. And you just sit here and rest.
Oh,
Think of the snowy mountaintops and blue skies. I'll just go and type this.
snowy mountaintop. Winter sports yet.
And now, listen to this. If you haven't yet tried Wild Root Cream Oil, the famous hair tonic that grooms your hair neatly and naturally, relieves dryness, and removes loose dandruff, then here's a wonderful way to get acquainted. Buy Wild Root Cream Oil in the new 25-cent size bottle at your drug or toilet goods counter. Also, ask your barber for a professional application of Wild Root Cream Oil hair tonic. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first.
Not that it made any difference, but how did you guess that she wasn't Mrs. Kilcourse?
Simple. Kilcourse didn't recognize her.
But Sam, that was after you denounced her.
I did no such thing.
From the report, Sam, in black and white. Quote, why did you tell me you were Kilcourse's wife? Unquote. At that point, you assumed that she was not Mrs. Leonard Kilcourse.
I did not. I merely wondered why she had told me.
Well, with all the lies she told, you might have assumed anything she said was totally devoid of truth.
And I did, sweetheart. I did.
Oh, well, that's a relief. I was afraid for a while she'd taken you in.
What's that got to do with the truth?
Good night, Sam.
Good night, sweetheart.
The Adventures of Sam Spade, Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, are produced and directed by William Spear. Sam Spade is played by Howard Duff. Lorene Tuttle is Effie. Sadie Thompson appeared as Lorraine Kilcourse. The Adventures of Sam Spade are written for radio by Bob Tallman and Gil Dow. Musical direction by Lud Gluskin. Score composed by Renee Garrigan. Join us again next Sunday when author Dashiell Hammett and producer William Spear join forces for another adventure with Sam Spade. Brought to you by Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first. This is Dick Joy reminding you to
get Wild Root Cream Oil, Charlie. It keeps your hair in trim. You see, it's non-alcoholic, Charlie. It's made with silver lanolin. You better get Wild Root Cream Oil, Charlie. Start using him today. You'll find that you will have a tough time, Charlie. Keeping all the gals away. Hiya, Baldy. Get Wild Root right away.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Adventures of Sam Spade, Detective. Brought to you by Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. A non-alcoholic hair tonic that contains lanolin. Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, a choice of men who put good grooming first.
Sam Spade Detective Agency.
Sam, sweetheart. Any calls?
Only one, Sam. Lieutenant Dundee of Homicide. He wants you to drop around so they can get your formal statement.
No hurry, not now.
Tell me what happened, Sam. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so much.
But he was one of your oldest friends, wasn't he?
You don't make any friends in this business, Debbie. You can write that in your book now, and I'll give you the rest of it when I get there.
You sound tired, Sam. Wouldn't you rather just,
What, baby?
well, go home and, just put it off until tomorrow.
Yeah, maybe No, get it off my chest tonight. Stay there, Effie. I'll come on down and dictate my report on the Dick Foley caper.
Dashiell Hammett, America's leading detective fiction writer and creator of Sam Spade, the hard-boiled private eye, and William Spear, radio's outstanding producer-director of mystery and crime drama, join their talents to make your hair stand on end with the adventures of Sam Spade. Presented by the makers of Wild Rose Cream Oil for the head. No two ways about it, folks. Hair that's well-groomed can make all the difference in the world to a person's overall appearance. That's why so many men, women, boys, and girls are turning to the famous non-alcoholic hair tonic with lanolin, Wild Rose Cream Oil. Wild Rose Cream Oil grooms your hair neatly and naturally, relieves dryness, removes loose dandruff. If you haven't tried it before, you'll want to get Wild Rose Cream Oil in a new 25-cent get-acquainted size. Yes, get Wild Rose Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men and women and children, too. And now, with Howard Duck starring as Spade, Wild Rose brings to the air the greatest private detective of them all in the adventures of Sam Spade.
Well, that's shaky.
There's,
Just to the top of the glass.
What? Sam, what you said over the phone about not making any sense in this business. You didn't really mean that.
I got it. You can label this, file on Dick Foley. Date, fill it in. To Dundee at homicide, I guess, from Samuel Spade, license number 12759. The facts are all here. If you can take a formal statement out of it, you're welcome. I'd known Dick Foley ever since I took out my license. We'd worked several big cases together back in my days as a Continental Lot. He and Mickey Linehan and I. Then he and Mickey opened their own office, Foley and Linehan, private investigation. 5 years back, Mickey stopped the plug, and since then the sign on the door read Dick Foley, Detective Agency. I'd seen Dick maybe 4 or 5 times in the last half a dozen years just to have a drink and chew the fat about the good old days. He never talked about his private life. I assumed he didn't have any. So when I went to his office day before yesterday in response to his call, I was surprised to find him in a clinch with one of the most beautiful nails I've ever seen.
What's that?
So I come back after lunch?
Sam, this is Maxine, my wife.
Don't deserve it, but I'm happy for it.
I'll return the compliment, Jack. I wanted to meet you for years, but Dick wouldn't introduce me.
Now you know why. Well, you run along, honey. Sam's going.
All right, Dick. You can bring Sam home to dinner if you like. There's plenty.
If he's not too busy, but don't count on it.
Try anyway, won't you, Sam?
I will indeed.
Bye now.
Draw up a chair, Sam. Sit down.
Oh. Well, what's on your mind, then?
You remember Claude Spicer, that grifter I said over for that jewelry store, High Side on 43?
You never told me you were married, Dick.
I'm very happy to marry. Now, please say it.
Claude Spicer, yeah. Yeah, I remember the case. But wasn't there a dame involved?
Well, Spicer had a girlfriend, but the cops gave her a good bill of health. Spicer went up for a 5-year stretch. They sprung him last month.
Whatever happened to that dame?
That is now look about Spicer.
He's gunning for you?
Yes, it is.
How scared of money?
Well, enough to ask you for help.
What's the thing?
Sam, I wouldn't tell this to anybody but you. But all the facts of that paper didn't come out of it. I was done. Well, I couldn't have stayed as business as San Francisco. It's been generally known that my partner was the inside man on a jewelry store. Yeah, Mickey Linehan. You and I are both great at choosing partners. They both deserve what they got.
Only one difference. I signed up to kill her just like my partner. Some people thought the way you gave evidence to Spicer's murder trial wasn't so high.
Well, he was alibiying, Sam. In fact, the robbery was his alibi for the murder. I don't know how he managed it. I've been trying for 5 years to figure it out. Spicer's afraid I might succeed someday. That's why he's out to get me.
What's he waiting for?
Oh, I don't know. He won't do it simple. He'll have a fancy plan like the other kind of shit.
Where's he from?
But over there, here's his mark.
kept us quiet in the building for a couple of days, but he stayed holed up in his room. I think he spotted me.
Okay, Dick, I'll give it a buzz.
Now, wait a minute, Dick.
Yeah?
I'm not asking you to do this for love. Standard fee, 25 and whiskey. Okay?
Forget it. This one's on me. In the elevator on my way out, I studied a picture of Claude Spicer on the old police circular Dick had given me. But a picture in the back of my mind kept getting in the way. It was Dick Foley's wife, Maxine. When I hit the street, I still saw her face before me, and there was no picture. Only pretty ass.
Sam, I waited for you. I've got to talk to you.
My pleasure. Shall we confer in an adjacent cafe?
Whatever you say. Only I don't want Dick to know.
And you should have married a detective.
Please, Sam.
How's this? Black watch.
Yeah.
Looks dark enough.
Oh, that booth in the corner is the key.
Why not? Slide in. Oh, no, over here, still, but not facing the street.
Sorry. Not much good at this sort of thing. Sam, I'm not asking you to tell me what it is, but if he's in really bad trouble, I think I have a right to.
That makes things in trouble.
Well, I'm not blind. You can't live with a man and not sense it when something goes wrong.
Never thought Dick was the type to show it.
Oh, he's tried to hide it from me, and I haven't said anything. I thought if he wanted me to know, he'd tell me.
That was a wise thought. Hold on to it.
And I meant to. But then a terrible possibility crossed my mind. Sam, it isn't me, is it?
In what way?
Well, you know what I mean. He's been away from home nights so much lately, and he questions me so closely about where I go and who I see and so on. Well, I may as well ask you right out. Did he hire you to check up on me? Then that is it.
No.
You're not lying to me.
Why should I?
Dick says you're almost his oldest friend. Talk so much about you.
And he must have told you I don't do that type of work.
Why are you looking at me?
Sorry, trying to place you, Maxine. I keep thinking I've seen you someplace before.
Oh, it must have been my picture. How did you know?
Picture? Yeah, maybe that was it.
You say it like that?
Like what?
As if you were angry with me.
Because I just got the caption on the picture.
But Sam, wait. Come back.
Yes, I had. And the caption was from a newspaper circa 1943. And it read, Actress Lovely cleared in Lanahan's claim. I flashed my thin star at the room clerk at the Belvedere, learned that Claude Spicer was in, and stuck around to make sure the clerk didn't buzz the room to tip him off. Around 4 p.m., Spicer went out, very dressed up, umbrella, gloves and all. He walked down Geary to Grant and turned north. The cold San Francisco drizzle started blowing up from the bay. I wish I'd brought my overcoat. A half a block up from California, he entered Grayson's jewelry store. I peeked through the Rain Street show window after him. Inside, pawing eagerly through a tray full of diamond clips while a long-suffering clerk eyed her hopelessly from his side of the counter was the actress lover. Maxine shot Spicer a quick glance of recognition as he entered, but they didn't speak. He took up a pose of gentlemanly patience, shrugged his eyebrows sympathetically at the clerk, and leaned elegantly on his umbrella while Maxine found fault with every piece of jewelry that was shoved in front of him. The bored expression left his face only once. That was when the clerk opened the vault and brought out some unset stones. Their act may have been fooling the clerk, but it was as plain as the nose on Spicer's face, a very plain nose it was, that they were sizing up the joint for a pushover. Maxine left first. He stayed long enough to buy a cigarette lighter and then followed her out. As I took out after him, I stopped to read the sticker on the inside of the glass door. It said, "These premises protected by Dick Foley Detective Agency." Maxine was waiting for him at the corner. I grabbed up a Chinese newspaper and used it to listen behind, but I needn't have bothered. They didn't seem to care.
Well, are you happy? Ought to be about $1 million.
Why are you so disagreeable? You ought to be feeling good.
Feeling good. 5 years stretch, I come out to find my girl married to the joker that sent me up.
You didn't think it was such a bad idea at the time.
Well, I do now. Well, after tonight we'll go doing
You're complicated wherever we go.
Oh, you shouldn't live so long.
How do you mean that?
It's like it sounds, baby. Bye.
Oh, don't leave.
I'm gonna get some sleep. I'll need a clear head.
Claude, I don't want to be alone.
Oh. Not even tonight?
I don't want to be alone.
See you later. Bye-bye.
He went straight back to the Belvedere, no stop. picked up his key at the desk, no messages, took the elevator to the 8th floor. Let himself into room 809, hung out the Do Not Disturb sign, closed and locked the door behind him. I kept a plan on it till around midnight. Then I lifted the Do Not Disturb card from the doorknob and wedged it into the crack of the door. It was a crafty move, and I had just finished doing it craftily when the door opened again in my face.
Huh? Boy, what are you doing here?
Nothing, sir. I'm making a survey.
What?
I'm from the Trotter Pole. It's like the Gallup poll, but we're not in so much of a hurry.
Yeah?
Just kindly answer this question. As a Democrat, do you believe... Do it. I picked up the Do Not Disturb card and wedged it back into the crack of his door. As any house check knows, except, of course, Tiny Stover, the night paper at the Belvedere. If anybody opens a door like that, the card will fall out, and somebody will always hang it on the knob. Another thing Tiny doesn't know is never to draw to an inside straight. We played 9 different kinds of poker until 5 a.m. when I thought I'd go up and have another look. All was quiet on the 8th floor. In the elevator bank, I could see room 809. The morning paper was shoved under his door, and my Do Not Disturb sign was apparently where I had planted it. I tiptoed up to make sure.
Huh? Boy, what do you want?
Me? The paper boy, sir. Your morning paper.
You get around. Well.
Good news in the paper, sir?
Yes, sir. Jewelry store heist up on Grand Avenue.
Oh, yes, sir. Our paper only comes... What? I grabbed the paper from under 805. It was the headline I could have expected if Spicer had left his room without my knowing it. Grayson's jewelry store, the jockey and Maxine had cased that afternoon, had been taken for an estimated $1 million in uncut gems. But Spicer's store hadn't been opened, and there was no other exit. I sat down and thought. And what I thought of was that sticker on the front door of Grayson's said, "These premises protected by Dick Foley, detective agent." When the 6 a.m. Oakland ferry boat felt its way blindly out of the slip, Claude Spicer was aboard, and so was I. It should have been getting lighter, but it wasn't. The fog was thickening over the harbor, and most of the passengers were inside drinking coffee. Spicer didn't go in. He climbed up to the boat deck and stood at the rail under the pilot's house. I planted between 2 wet paint signs and waited. Not for long. I couldn't make out any faces from the man who came up and joined us. They stood face to face, not more than a foot apart, and talked in voices that couldn't get to me through the racket of the foghorns in the harbor. What spoke loud enough for me to hear was a gun. They seemed to fall into each other's arms and then collapsed in a heap on the deck. When I got to the spot, only the judgment was there. It was Spicer. The other man had disappeared around the corner of the deck house. A ray of light from the pilot's window swept over him, and I saw gunmetal shine in his hand and then spin out over the rail as he threw it.
What? Oh, it's you, Sam. Oh, it's a wicked look.
What did you do it for, Dick?
I had my reasons, Sam. Now, trust me. I'll keep you in the clear.
How long? As long as I go on playing sucker for you?
What do you think I hired you for?
Maybe I was supposed to say you killed him in self-defense. Maybe I was supposed to see him making passes at your wife if you needed that.
Sam, you've got...
I've worked for killers before. I've even worked for thieves, but not for a detective that knocks over a place he's supposed to be protecting.
Sam, it's not as
Save it for that cop, Dick. I'm filling you in when we get to Oakland.
No, you're not, Sam.
Dick, come back here.
Let go of me. I'm going over the side. If you try to stop me, you're going with me.
He fought away from me, got 1 foot over the rail, and kicked out at me with the other. It caught me on the point of the chin. I stumbled forward and grabbed out blind. I must have caught him by the belt just as he jumped. I remember something pulling me halfway over the rail and trying to get free of it. I did, but not soon enough. I was in midair, and the black water came rushing up to meet me. The makers of Wild Root Cream Oil are presenting the weekly Sunday adventure of Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, Sam Spade. Now, here's important news on good grooming. If you want the well-groomed look that helps you get ahead socially and on the job, listen. Recently, thousands of people from coast to coast who bought Wild Root Cream Oil for the first time were asked, how does Wild Root Cream Oil compare with the hair tonic you previously used? The results were amazing. Better than 4 out of 5 who replied that they preferred Wild Root Cream Oil.
Remember, non-alcoholic wild root fish oil contains lanolin. It grooms the hair naturally, relieves dryness, and removes loose, ugly dandruff. So if you want your hair to be more attractive than ever before, get the generous new 25-cent size of Wild Root Cream Oil, America's leading hair tonic, on sale at all drug and toilet goods companies. It's also available in larger economy bottles and the handy new tube. Get Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men and women and children too. By the way, smart girls use Wild Root Cream Oil too. And mothers say it's grand for training children's hair. And now, back to the Dick Foley Capers. Tonight's adventure with Sam Spade.
Mechanically keeping afloat somehow and trying to get out of my coat. I felt heavy and large as if I'd swallowed gallons of water. The murk hung low and thick. Nothing else to be seen anyway. I swallowed what felt like several more gallons before I got rid of the coat. From out of a misty fog blanket from every direction in a dozen different keys, from near and far, foghorn sounded. I stopped swimming and floated on my back trying to determine my whereabouts. After a while, I picked out the moaning, evenly spaced blasts of the Alcatraz sirens. They came out of the fog without direction. They seemed to beat down on me and straight above. I was somewhere in San Francisco Bay, and that was all I knew. And I suspected the current was sweeping me out toward the Golden Gate. And a light came up ahead of me suddenly. A boat passing a few yards away. I lifted my head and screamed. The boat siren crying its warning drowned out my shout. Went on past and the fog closed in behind us. Then I heard a new sound. Seagulls. I swam towards it and it seemed to get lighter. Part of it was the dawn light beginning to cut through the fog blanket. But there was also a strange-looking man standing on the water and waving a green lantern back and forth. I yelled at him to wait for me and the seagull got off his hat and flew away. When I got closer, I saw it was not a man but only a buoy. I used all the strength I had left to drag myself up on the base of it and let it rock me to sleep.
Hey, mate. What's some more of the brandy and coke? Yeah. Here. Get some of this down.
Where are we?
It's in heaven. You can tell that by the smell.
Oh,
Yeah, take it easy. We got ambulance coming. You going to the hospital?
No, I'll be okay. Hey, give me a hand.
Yeah, okay. Hey, you do us a favor, will you? Don't fall down till you get out of sight this time. We're tired of picking you up.
I thanked the two kindly old fisher folk for their interest in my welfare, trotted up the pier, fell into a taxi, and went home. Well, I soaked out some of my aches and pains and chills. I did some stewing about the caper so far and stewed up enough anger to carry me through to the finish. I checked the Coast Guard for news of Dick Foley. They told me his body hadn't been recovered yet. I got dressed and went over to his office. The cops hadn't been there. I went through the file cabinet. And what I found under Foley's private had me so interested that I didn't hear Maxine come in until she closed the door.
What are you looking for?
You, baby. I'm for you.
Sam.
Come here. Now, don't be mad, Maxine. A gun makes a woman bulge in the wrong place.
It's not my gun.
Let's see.
Sam,
Shut up. Now, starting with the rap price I went up for, the same pattern. The way you work this one tells me how you worked it the first time. You get something on a private detective. The first time, 5 years ago, it was Dick's partner, Mickey Lanahan. I don't know what price I had on him, but I do know he forced Dick to knock over Grayson's jewelry store last night.
I won't listen to you.
Okay, I'll talk to myself. I'm not saying you killed Mickey Lanahan, but Dick did frame an alibi for you, didn't he? Didn't he?
Oh, you're hurting me.
Good. Try spending a night swimming around in circles in the middle of the harbor sometime. See how you like that.
All right, it's true. Dick could have helped me out of that old jam. I'm not ashamed of it. I
I'm proud our love was that important to him.
No, Spicer. That same old double cross. Only this time I'm standing where Dick did 5 years ago. Dick was set up as a patsy the same way Mickey Lanahan was, but he got smart and pulled the trigger first.
Stop it. Stop it.
Where did that hurt?
You fool. I loved him. I loved him. That's something you can't understand. But it happens that way. No matter what people say.
You really mean that. You're a little late, aren't you?
He's not dead, I'm sure.
He's not. He's really in trouble.
What do you mean by that?
I found something here in the files that Dick left, just in case Spicer got to him first.
What is it?
A confession to Mickey Lanahan's murder.
That's impossible.
Were you there?
What are you going to do with it?
Turn it over to the police.
But if he's still alive...
It still counts, unless he shows and revokes it, but I don't think he will.
Why?
Because I won't back up a self-defense plea on the Spicer shooting.
But you were Dick's friend. You were his friend.
I wouldn't ask him to do it for me.
Then what can I do for him? I'll do anything at all.
Well, if he stays away, he's as good as dead. If he comes back, he'll get a jury trial. And if there are more men than women in the panel, he'd probably be acquitted on your testimony alone.
Do you really think he might have a chance?
For the jury, there's always a chance.
But where is he? How can I get word to him?
Well, if he's not fish food by now, there's one sure way of smoking him out.
Something I can do.
Nobody else.
Please, tell me anything.
Sign a confession of your own.
Confession?
Not Mickey Lanahan's murder or anything that might made you for. Swear that you shot Spicer. Well, you can always renege. Make both of you look good, sacrificing for each other. How about it?
All right. Tell me what they are.
I did. He signed it. I had Effie dispatch it to all the papers and news services, and then I brought it down to the hall. Naturally, you didn't believe a word of her confession, Andy, but when I took you aside and explained my stratagem, you endorsed it heartily and had her booked. She pressed my hand and thanked me. The look of resignation on her face was so real it was hard to believe she was faking. When she turned her back to follow the matron down the corridor, I saw why. On the back of her coat, there was a smear of white paint. I remembered the wet paint signs on the Oakland ferry boat. Dick Foley gave himself up an hour after her confession hit the street. Screamed and yelled at everybody in homicide, trying to convince them that Maxine was innocent and he should take the full rap. And I'm afraid I cleared that when we confronted him with the autopsy surgeon's report. He tried to bluff even then when he read it.
Halliday ended right side between third and fourth ribs, penetrated left lung. Salad-aid, pleural membrane, side wound punctured. Well, so what, sir?
All three on the right side, angling up, you see?
No! I don't know why. You even saw me on that boat. You saw me throw the gun over.
Oh, cut it out, Dick. What I saw was in the dark. These two men were facing each other directly. If I were going to drop a man fast at close range, face to face like that, I would not put the gun in my left hand, twist it around, straining my wrist in the process, and pull the trigger with my thumb. Unless I were left-handed, double-jointed, and a trickier shot than you are. I'd blast them straight through the middle.
All right. All right, yes, it was Maxine.
Maybe you can get sure now. Why don't you open up some more? Let me put it down like it was business.
All right.
Number one, Maxine killed your partner, Mickey Lanahan, 5 years ago. Probable motive to eliminate him and send Spicer up for it.
Yeah, he didn't figure on Spicer being smart enough to confess to the robbery, and that's alibi for the murder.
Two, you perjured yourself to clear Maxine of the murder. Motive? Prevent the truth about your partner from coming out, and Maxine. There's motive enough for anything.
Cut it out, will you?
Sorry. Three, Spicer forced you to team up with him in the jewelry heist. How?
Well, he's threatened to make a full confession as accessory to Mickey's killing. I would have put the whole works on Maxine and leave him in the clear.
Yeah. He tried twice at the same time. Four, you decided to rub out Spicer whether he could beat the rapping out and clear the books once and for all. So you pretended to play along with him, told Maxine to do the same, and called me in his umpire.
Yeah. Sam, I'm sorry. Why couldn't you lay off Maxine? Why did you have to... Oh, I thought you were my friend.
And that's about it. Period. End of friendship.
Oh. You mean the confession that you took her into making turned out to...
That's it, Effie.
What'll happen to him? What about Dick Foley?
Dick? Well, they got him on a number of things, I suppose. May take some time on him. But I think he'll be an okay guy.
Get her out of the way.
Put her out of the way.
Sam?
Go and type it up, will you? It's late. I want to get out of here.
And now, listen to this. When it comes to hair tonics, the best friend of the family is Wild Root Cream Oil. Wild Root Cream Oil grooms the hair neatly and naturally, relieves dryness, removes loose dandruff. Now, you can get America's leading hair tonic in the new 25-cent Get Acquainted card. Also, ask your barber for a professional application of Wild Root Cream Oil hair tonic. Again and again, the choice of men and women and children, too.
I know how you must feel, so I won't.
What's your hurry?
Well, I thought so. Well, you know how you feel.
Look, sweetheart, Dick Foley was a private dick. So what?
You mean you can bring yourself to talk about it?
Sure. Go ahead, find it.
Well, Sam, it seems terribly complicated. I suppose because Mr. Foley was in the profession and you think like you do.
Up to a point, Effie. What's bothering you?
Well, why did he call you in? You, another private detective, and he knew how smart you are and all, and...
Yeah. I don't know, maybe he thought, well, if I turned up anything, I'd look the other way.
Do you think that could ever happen to you? That's a clever phrase you dictated. He's called me in sometimes. What's they call? But if he was so clever, why didn't he do it?
His mistake, Effie, was trying a quadruple play that has never been heard of in the history of baseball or crime. All he wanted was the Bat Maxine home safe. He usually figures some 3 men around to tag the tag.
Well, I don't understand baseball, Sam.
Yeah, that's all right. Football will be here soon anyway.
But I don't...
Good night, Libby. Good night, sweetheart.
The Adventures of Sam Spade, Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, are produced and directed by William Spear. Sam Spade is played by Howard Dove. Lorene Tuttle is Effie. The Adventures of Sam Spade are written for radio by Bob Tallman and Gil Dowd. Musical direction by Lud Gluskin, with score composed by Renee Kerrigan. Join us again next Sunday when author Dashiell Hammett and producer William Spear join forces for another adventure with Sam Spade. Brought to you by Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first. This is Dick Joy reminding you to get Wild Root Cream Oil, darling. It keeps the hair in trim. You say it's not alcoholic, darling. It's made with soothing lanolin. You better get Wild Root Cream Oil, darling. Start using it today. You'll find that you will have a tough time, darling. Keep all the gals away. On your baldy, get Wild Root right away. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. The Adventures of Sam Spade, Detective. Brought to you by Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic, the non-alcoholic hair tonic that contains lanolin. Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first.
Sam Spade Detective Agency.
They offered me a cool $1.5 million, but I couldn't be bought.
Oh, Sam, all the time fooling.
Straight goods, Effie.
Oh, really, Sam? Why didn't you take it? Oh, but you couldn't, of course.
That's right, Angel. Taxes.
Oh, you mean it would put you in a bracket?
The girl's name, in case you were going to ask, was Sugar Cane.
Was she sweet?
Oh, Effie, joke.
Oh, not much you will know.
That is true. But even though you do seem to be, as you would say, in a jugular vein, I shall be right down, serious and frowning, to dictate a chronicle steeped in the bitter tea of general confusion, brewed in a witch's cauldron of murder, greed, and avarice. That's what gives it that nutty flavor.
What, Sam?
Silly girl, I refer to the sugar cane caper, on which I will forthwith my report be down to dictate on, goodbye.
Dashiell Hammett, America's leading detective fiction writer and creator of Sam Spade, the hard-boiled private eye, and William Spear, radio's outstanding producer-director of mystery and crime drama, join their talents to make your hair stand on end with the adventures of Sam Spade. Presented by the makers of Wild Root Cream Oil for the hair. Want to look better on the job? Get Wild Root Cream Oil. Want to look better to that gal of yours? Get Wild Root Cream Oil. Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic improves your entire appearance by grooming your hair neatly and naturally, relieving dryness, removing loose dandruff. If your family hasn't yet enjoyed the benefits of America's leading hair tonic, here's what to do about it. Ask at your drug or toilet goods counter for the new 25-cent get-acquainted bottle of Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. Again and again, the choice of men and women and children, too. And now, with Howard Duff starring as Spade, Wild Root brings to the air the greatest private detective of them all in the adventures of Sam Spade.
Hello, Sam. How are you, Sam? You were so lugubrious over the phone. Sometimes you're so bucolic, but tonight...
What am I? When?
Lugubrious tonight. Just bubbling over.
Do you possibly mean I'm being lush with my verbiage?
There, you see?
Well, that's because I've been at work in the environs of Snob Hill, where they never use one word if 12 will do. Are you ready for the dictation? I plan to be most amusing tonight. Already I am, yet. Look, I haven't even started. Really, I haven't. All right. Now, date. Alan should have as an audience. Date. October 3rd, 1948, to Clifton Cavanaugh, Esquire. Down, Effie. From Samuel Spade, license number 137-596. Subject, the sugar cane caper. On Thursday last, at 11 a.m., as I waited for the traffic signal so that I might legally cross Powell Street in order to board a cable car, a cat rubbed up against my leg. I leaned over to stroke it and noticed that it had 6 toes. I wondered if that meant anything. It didn't. Most Snob Hill addresses don't mean much anymore, but yours still does. The house was big, hideous, and reassuring.
Oh. Are you from Pepper Snow?
No, I'm in business for myself. Mr. Cavanaugh in?
No. Come on in. I can't understand what happened to that boy from Pepper Snow. Oh, pardon me if I seem a little hungover.
Gladly, but you never forgive yourself.
I like you. You got a sense of humor. You'll need it.
You trying to tell me you don't approve of Mr. Cavanaugh?
That perfumed pothead.
What did he do to you?
He married my mother.
Oh. Stepfather?
Yeah. I'm Fred Blair.
Spade's my name. Where do I find him?
Detective?
Check.
I'll give you a clue. What's behind you?
I did. I turned and found myself looking straight into your handsome face. You look several years younger than your stepson, with regular aquiline features, dark, widely spaced eyes, and blue-black hair.
Well, so you're the notorious Sam Spade.
Well, I don't want to seem modest.
Come on, consider, fellow. Just about a chance that we'll not be overheard.
Good.
There. Sit down.
What's your problem, Mr. Cavanaugh?
Problem indeed. Problems, plural. Starting with that junior grade lush that collared you at the door.
He's very fond of you, too.
Well, you can't imagine what a trial that boy's been to me. Both the children. For some reason, neither Fred nor his sister Eunice ever quite accepted me as their father.
You don't say.
I suppose my youth counted against me. I think they misinterpreted my motives. When any man marries a wealthy widow twice his age...
Yeah. Why did you send for me, Mr. Cavanaugh?
Well, it all started several months back, before my wife, their mother, died. The scandal quite literally killed her.
You're sure that's what this is?
Fred, who, among other talents, is a positive genius for knowing the wrong sort of people, struck up acquaintance with a hoodlum named Johnny Verona.
Nice, clean-cut gangster type, runs a joint on Pacific Street.
With a positively hysterical name of the Subtropica. Well, there was a sordid brawl of some sort. A man shot. Obviously, this Johnny Verona shot.
Fred had to give testimony before the grand jury. That was all we could do to keep it out of the paper.
But you did.
No, and old Eleanor, my wife, that is, dropped dead when the butler brought in the Chronicle. But the worst was yet to come, Sam.
Well, don't keep me hanging, Cliff.
Well, Fred continued to frequent this bistro, this dive of Verona.
I understand.
I believe the bait is a toothsome little teaser with the unlikely name of Sugar Cane.
She likes Fred.
No woman in her right mind would look twice that idiot, even if he were twice as rich and only half as smart. Where was I? Oh, yes, this Verona person came here several times on the pretext of calling Fred through the front door, and thereby met my stepdaughter, Eunice.
Well, that's a very interesting story, Mr. Cavanaugh. Now, maybe you'll tell me what you want a detective for.
Because my stepdaughter has brazenly informed me that she intends to marry this gangster. I want you to help me prevent that marriage.
I don't see.
Don't see what?
I don't see how I can.
Perhaps I didn't make myself clear. When Verona was arrested for that shooting in his club, Fred didn't tell the grand jury all he knew. Now, if you could prove that Verona is guilty, then we'd be rid of him for good.
Is it Verona you want to get rid of, or your stepson?
Lord, you don't think Fred did it?
Do you?
Why, no, of course not.
Okay, supposing Verona did it, then Fred goes up on a perjury rap, maybe accessory.
Oh. Well, I have no overwhelming desire to injure Fred.
Look, why don't you tell me what you have an overwhelming desire for?
Under the terms of her mother's will, Eunice will inherit $3 million as soon as she marries.
When?
When what?
When do I meet her?
She's getting mad. Now, I will pay Verona $50,000 in cash if he'll stay away from her.
Would you take $50,000 as the payoff in a $3 million caper?
In this instance, yes. Eunice is not very well, and you may quote me on that. Book, chapter, and verse.
To Johnny Verona?
To Johnny Verona.
Okay. Water's mighty cold this time of the year at the bottom of the bay, but if you don't care, I don't.
Thank you. Let me know how it comes out.
Don't give it a second thought. You'll know. Don't get up, Mr. Cavanaugh. I know the way out.
Hey, wait up.
Well, you look a little better.
Listen, something you ought to know. He was my sister's boyfriend before he married my mother. He did it out of revenge because Eunice threw him over. He still wants to marry her.
Any particular reason?
Oh, my mother put that crazy marriage clause in the will. He's been systematically getting rid of every man who's been interested in her. Bought him off, threatened him off any way he could. Why? He thinks Eunice will eventually marry him to get her inheritance. If she won't, she'll kill him first, and if she doesn't, I'll do it for her.
Fred.
Huh? Oh, yeah?
Fred, what on earth are you saying? Who is this man?
Well, he's the detective.
Sam Spade. You're Eunice Blair?
Yes, I want to talk to you. Fred, go and...
Yeah. See you later, Spade.
I know why my stepfather hired you, Spade. If you need the money, go ahead. But this time it won't work.
You look as if you'd like to be a nice girl. How did you happen to settle for a cheap drifter like Johnny Verona?
Because we understand each other, and he can't be scared off.
Any message I can take him from you?
Tell Johnny I'll meet him at the usual spot. And tell him I still like my coffee black. No sugar.
I didn't ask her what kind of sugar she didn't want any of. I thought I knew. The only thing wrong with Sugar Cane's dance was her dancing, but the customers didn't seem to mind, and I didn't either. It was a pleasure to size her up carefully, as I would have felt obliged to do anyway in my professional capacity. She was a black-haired number with aquiline features and widely spaced dark eyes. It was a beautiful combination, and I wondered where I'd seen it before quite recently. I decided to find out.
What's the idea of bothering you here after me? Can't you see the sign on the door? No customers in the dressing room.
Then let's go someplace else. I want to talk to you.
Read it.
Take it easy. This is on business.
Good. I'll fix it up with the boss.
Johnny!
Yeah, Sugar? What's the matter? Is Joe giving you trouble?
They're in here asking me to keep master on the pretext of discussing business affairs.
Okay, out you go.
Now, wait a minute.
Come on, move.
Don't come back.
Well?
Sorry, I had to give that Bum's Rush routine. I don't want to get her excited.
she's a nice kid, and she doesn't know why you're here.
I take it you do.
Yeah. Eunice called me and told me you'd be down.
Okay, Johnny, I'll give it to you fast and get out. Clifton Cavanaugh will pay you $50,000 to leave Eunice alone. He also made a few idle or not so idle threats about what might happen to her if you don't take his money.
For example?
He said she hasn't been feeling well, might not live long enough to get married. I don't have to tell you what I think about that kind of talk, and I wouldn't be peddling it if my office rent wasn't due. That's why when you started giving me that bum's rush, I made only, shall we say, a token resistance?
Yeah. Now, about me marrying Eunice, you can tell Clifton to stop worrying.
Hmm?
Yeah, Eunice and I got married 3 weeks ago.
You what?
Married. Now, you want to see the papers?
Why the secrecy?
I don't want her to get hurt.
You're scared of Clifton?
Nah. Sugar. She's got a very low boiling point. She's pardon me. Yeah, Nick. What is? Go ahead. Yeah, I heard you. No, don't touch anything. Don't let anybody in. I'll be right over.
Bad news?
Yeah, Eunice. She's dead.
How?
Well, when my boys found her in my apartment. She was supposed to wait for me there.
How did it happen?
He's not sure. He thinks she took poison.
I had to give Johnny Verona one thing. He didn't make any pretense about being grief-stricken. After all, he just inherited $3 million. Sugar Kane took it standing up, too, but she just lost a rival and got her man back $3 million richer. I wasn't with you when you got the news, Mr. Cavanaugh. But the one I really wondered about was Eunice's brother, Fred. What brought that on was something I picked up in Johnny Verona's apartment where we found Eunice's body sprawled out over a tray of coffee things. It was a medicine bottle with a doctor's prescription number on the label. The name of the druggist that had put it up was Pfefferschnell. I remembered what Fred had said to me when he admitted me to your house that afternoon. Quote, "Are you the man from Pfefferschnell?" I wondered if I'd answered yes, would Eunice still be alive?
The makers of Wild Root Cream Oil are presenting the weekly Sunday adventure of Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, Sam Spade. Now, here's important news on good grooming. If you want the well-groomed look that helps you get ahead, socially and on the job, listen. Recently, thousands of people from coast to coast who bought Wild Root Cream Oil for the first time were asked, how does Wild Root Cream Oil compare with the hair tonic you previously used? The results were amazing. Better than 4 out of 5 who replied said they preferred Wild Root Cream Oil. Remember, non-alcoholic Wild Root Cream Oil contains lanolin. It grooms the hair naturally, relieves dryness, and removes loose, ugly dandruff. So if you want your hair to be more attractive than ever before, get the generous new 25-cent size of Wild Root Cream Oil, America's leading hair tonic, on sale at all drug and toilet goods counters. It's also available in larger economy bottles and the handy new tube. Get Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first. By the way, smart girls use Wild Root Cream Oil too, and mothers say it's grand for training children's hair. And now back to the Sugar Cane Capers. Tonight's adventure with Sam Spade.
The morning papers didn't carry anything new on Eunice's death. Cause was put down to an overdose of a toxic drug. The doctor who prescribed it said she'd requested it for migraine headaches, which he suggested might have driven her to suicide. He did not explain why she had taken 4 doses in capsule form and dissolved the rest of it in a decanter of coffee. I thought somebody else had dosed the coffee, and so did you, Mr. Cavanaugh.
Verona did it, of course. He knew she was taking those pills and dosed the coffee just enough to be fatal when added to what she took voluntarily.
You knew all that, too.
Well, so did Fred.
But you had more reasons, $3 million more.
Thought they were already married.
You know that when you hired me? Then how come?
I knew she was planning to do away with it. I thought if we could pin it on Verona, after all, he's guilty of that old murder, Fred's a witness to that, Well, if he were convicted, the money would revert to me.
Nuts.
You don't believe?
He wasn't planning suicide, and you know it.
Well, then?
I don't care who takes the fall, but I got less on Verona than I got on you.
And I'll give you something. Here. Take a look. Verona's lawyer sent this around before her body was cold. A claim for $3 million, notarized yesterday while Eunice was still alive. Well, Mr. Spade.
Pardon me while I drop dead. You did and waited hopefully, but I managed to stay on my feet. I even managed to make it down the hall to the bar where I found your stepson ambushed behind a row of empty bottles.
Fine detective you turn out to be. I warned you. Stand up like a man. That's all right. I'll take on both of you.
Come on, sober up. Makes sense.
Where's my drink? Who took my glass?
Here it is.
Give me it.
Sure.
Give me. Just spill it. I oh, my shirt.
Listen to me. This is very important.
Important?
You were expecting a delivery from the drugstore when I arrived there yesterday morning. Who ordered it?
He did. Eunice, he told me to watch for it and bring it to her.
Did you do that?
No, he wasn't here.
What did you do with that bottle of medicine?
I'm sleepy. I gotta get some rest.
Wake up!
Don't.
I said, wake up!
Leave me alone!
Now, listen. You took that bottle with you when you went out. Where did you take it?
I tell you when you let me go to sleep.
You took that bottle with you, didn't you?
You're jesting. I know you're third degree.
You went to Verona's apartment, didn't you?
Two gentlemen of the room. Willie Shakespeare.
You doped that coffee, didn't you, with the poison that killed your sister?
I didn't mean it for her. I didn't know she was going there.
Go on talking.
I want a lawyer. I know my rights.
Listen, I'm not a cop. I'm not taking a statement. You're too drunk for it to hold anyway, so you can tell me.
Okay. Here's how it happened. She took 4 pills and went to bed.
Yeah?
I finished the bottle of the medicine test. I went over to his place. His doing mixing there, making coffee for the boss when I got home. I hung around talking for a while. I stripped some of the stuff in the percolator while he's getting out the cups. Now, that's all.
Why did you want to kill Johnny Verona?
So Eunice wouldn't have to marry him.
What do you mean, have to?
He was doing it for me, so he'd keep quiet.
About that brawl in the club, that old killing they tried to nail Johnny for?
Yeah, that's it. The gun that did it. He got rid of it before the cops arrived. That was my gun.
Fred, straighten up. Look. Johnny dictated the story you told the grand jury. How do I know he didn't dictate the one you're telling me now? Who are you covering for?
I didn't say anything. I didn't tell you anything. Get out of here!
What's the matter with you?
Get out the window!
The revolver barrel that crashed through the darkened window pane behind the bar spoke twice. I answered it. I looked out into the darkness, making myself a good enough target to draw some fire. I fired back at the flashes. I was depending more on luck than aim, and luck was what I wasn't having much of. I went back to the place where Fred had fallen. The shots that had dropped him were luckier. He'd been dead before he hit the floor.
What is it? What's happened here?
See for yourself.
Who?
Shot through the window, couldn't see anything but the gun muzzle. Looked like a 45.
Johnny Verona, he packed the 45.
Who told you that?
It came out of that investigation. One of the reasons they couldn't indict for that old shooting.
There were a lot of reasons they couldn't get that indictment.
What are you driving?
Neither one of the leading suspects was guilty.
I don't follow.
Sugar Kane did that job.
That's wild.
What if I told you Fred made a statement to that effect before he was shot?
You're lying. You confess.
Did I tell you that?
Well, he must have. He always talked about it when he was drunk.
All right, I was bluffing.
Why?
Just a crazy hunch. I thought there might be something between you and Sugar. Now I'm sure there isn't.
Of course not.
Should have spotted it before. You're too much the same type. Even look alike.
I can't make you up.
Well, don't try. It's not worth it. You better call homicide about Fred here. Tell Lieutenant Dundee if he wants my statement, I'll be at my apartment. After I pretended to leave, I came back and did a little eavesdropping of my own. You didn't phone homicide, but you did spend an hour filing out the barrel of a .45 automatic. Then you went out. I tailed you to an address on Float Boulevard. A short time after you went in, Sugar Kane came out alone. I followed her to, you know the answer, my apartment. I went in the back way via the fire escape and arrived in time to answer her buzz.
Oh,
Say, thank heaven I found you at home.
So am I. Come in.
I know it's terribly late.
Forget it. Want to take off your coat or something?
Can't stay very long, it's not true. I may have been followed here.
Oh, surely not.
Sam, you don't mind if I call you Sam?
No.
I'm so frightened. It's about Johnny Verona. I don't know what he may do. He's convinced that Fred killed Eunice and he's out gunning for him right now. We've got to stop him before he does anything rash.
You come to the wrong party, Sugar. I'm working for the enemy.
Enemy?
Kavanaugh. It's no skin off his nose if Johnny Verona drops Fred Blair or if you all drop. All he does is sit back and collect.
Can't be as cynical as that.
You ought to know.
Has he told you anything about me?
I'd rather hear it from you.
Maybe sit down. Well, there's not much to tell. I played along with Johnny for one reason and one reason alone. To save Fred from that old murderette.
Were you figuring on marrying into that family, too?
Oh.
A regular pincers movement, wasn't it? Johnny and Eunice, you and Fred.
All right. It's true I wasn't in love with Fred, but it wasn't all the money. I was sorry for him. Money's not what I really want. I know that now.
What do you want?
Someone else.
Me too, Sugar.
Say you want me. Please say it.
Why not?
Johnny may have called me. He's insanely jealous.
Well, I gotta face it out with him sooner or later. Might as well be now.
Sam, be careful.
Stand out of the way, Sugar.
No, Sam. No, please.
Don't reach, Johnny.
I'm not gunning for you, Spade.
In that case, come on in.
Well, Sugar, I didn't believe him that you were coming here.
I had to, Johnny. He got some crazy confession out of Fred while he was drunk. I had to stall him till you and Cliff could talk to him. To save Fred, I mean.
Oh, stop horsing around. We all know that we all know Fred is dead, and we all know that we all know who killed him.
Then Cliff was leveling. You are trying to pin that on me.
I don't need it, but if you want it, you can have it.
The $3 million in my part of it, I'll split down with the middle with you. If you throw in with them, it's a three-way split.
There's no split at all if you take the rap for Eunice's killing, and you will if you throw in with me. It's their word against mine. 2 witnesses against 1, and all I've got is a confession by a drunk who is now dead.
Sam. Oh, Sam, I was sure for a moment.
Get away from me.
Sam, what?
Go on, go to work on him. I could have given you a little more time. That wasn't fair, was it, Sugar?
I hate you. I hate you both. I never want to see you again.
Get back in that room, Sugar. What happened to you? Why were you running away?
Johnny double-crossed us. Now Sam knows everything.
What does he know?
The whole caper. Part of it I wasn't quite sure of until I saw you and Sugar standing side by side. That blue-black hair, the same eyes, plus the fact that the bell on Sugar's apartment on Sloat Boulevard reads Kane, parenthesis, Kavanaugh. You took a crazy chance when you knocked off Fred with me right there in the room. The kind of a crazy chance a brother would take to keep his sister clear.
I could have told you that.
It would have helped a lot, Johnny, but you didn't. When a man lets his sister go on dancing in a joint like yours after he's in the chips and she goes on liking it, you can be sure they're both playing for big stakes and for nobody but themselves. Where do you think you were supposed to wind up, Johnny? I'll tell you. Drinking that poison coffee that Eunice got hold of by mistake.
That isn't true, Johnny. I never told Fred a thing. He thought you really loved Eunice. I don't know how he found out you were forcing her into that marriage.
Did you also neglect to tell him that he was innocent? That you pulled the trigger in that old killing and shoved a gun into his hand when he was too drunk to know what he was doing?
I've heard enough. Watch it, Johnny.
No!
I winged his split second before you fired. Your aim went wild. All I saw at first was that it missed Johnny. Then I saw him move forward in her direction. She was leaning against the wall, a puzzled expression on her face, her hand plucking nervously at a spot of red that was spreading against the white of her dress. He caught her as she pitched forward and carried her over to a couch. She didn't speak again. You and Johnny knelt beside her until the cops arrived. If you were aware of each other's presence, neither of you showed it. Period. End of report.
That was a sad ending, Sam.
Yes, it is.
I'm sorry it ended so sadly.
Well, it was bound to, one way or the other. There wasn't anybody in the whole gallery that thought about anybody but himself. Except poor Fred, I guess, and his only friends arrived in bottles and left in the ash can.
All those millions and millions. We'll get the money now, Sam.
I'm glad you asked that. It leaves me cold. Go type that up while I knit myself a sweater.
And now, listen to this. It's the smart mother who sees to it that Wild Root Cream Oil is always kept handy around the house. For she knows that Wild Root Cream Oil grooms her family's hair neatly and naturally, relieves dryness, removes loose dandruff. Get acquainted by asking for the new 25-cent bottle. Also, ask your barber for a professional application of Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. Again and again, the choice of men and women and children, too.
Terrible group of unfortunates. As you say, it just had to end badly.
If you hope to get back in my good graces by quoting me to trick me into agreeing with you, you have succeeded.
There you go, Sam. So lugubrious.
Effie, what is this? What means lugubrious?
Oh, Sam, it's wonderful. It's my new habit.
Oh?
Every time I read a book now, you know, like you read a book and there's a word you don't know what it means or you're not sure. So I make it a practice now to write down and learn 3 new words per day. And learn the definitions to use them in conversation. You know, like desultory.
And lugubrious?
Yes, that's one of my 3 for the day. Lugubrious, right here it is. To talk a great deal. Bucolic, state of being sorrowful. And verbose, be out in the country.
I see. Very praiseworthy. Enlarging your vocabulary. Love it.
But I don't expect to be really lugubrious for the non.
Look, Effie, why don't you go verbose for the weekend? It's the best cure for the bucolic.
Oh, Sam, look what I've done.
What have you done?
I've flipped the wrong definitions to the right words. For instance, lugubrious, well, it isn't that at all. And bucolic, oh, Sam, I've learned them wrong.
I wasn't going to tell you, Effie. It's better to find out for yourself. It's more efficacious.
My new habit. Oh. Good night, Sam.
Good night, sweetheart.
The Adventures of Sam Spade, Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, are produced and directed by William Spear. Sam Spade is played by Howard Dove. Lorene Tuttle is Effie. The Adventures of Sam Spade are written for radio by Bob Tallman and Gil Dowd. Musical direction by Lud Gluskin with score composed by Renee Garrigan. Join us again next Sunday when author Dashiell Hammett and producer William Spear join forces for another adventure with Sam Spade. Brought to you by Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first. This is Dick Joy reminding you to
get Wild Root Cream Oil, Charlie. It keeps your hair in trim. It be it non-alcoholic, Charlie. It's made from soothing lanolin. You better get Wild Root Cream Oil, Charlie. Start using it today. You'll find that you will have a tough time, Charlie. Keeping all the gals away. Are you baldy? Get Wild Root right away.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Adventures of Sam Spade, Detective.
And she said, well, by then I'll try customers to get a greeting card and a signature. And instead of milk toast, just a little bead of glass and some warm wine. And final out.
Wine?
No, in the glass. Put in the glass. Stop. Oh, look at you. Black eyes and glasses. Your lips are... You didn't go home at all. Then you promised me you were going straight home to that much-needed rest. But all the time you were going straight to some crowded bar and getting up behind. Not even both these things in the future.
Let's go to the mountain next. Detective Lieutenant Grundy, Homicide Detail, San Francisco Police.
Medical arrived to do that last week can never be made up.
From Samuel Spade, license number...
But Jesus, clearly.
Subject, the insomnia cable. Dear Grundy. Honest Lieutenant, This is how I got into that mess last night, huh? I've been feeling a little rocky for 2 or 3 days. There was nothing much wrong with me, but as my secretary, the ineffable Miss Doreen, says,
Sam, what you need is a good night.
First lieutenant is how I happen to be at home, in bed, at 10:30 in the p.m., wearing a street shade, earplugs, and quiet pajamas. At 10:45, my right arm was sick. I turned over. That's the minute the earplugs fell out. I tore off the street shade, dug the plug out of my other ear, stuck my head under the pillow, and was just beginning to drowse off, but... sat up and lit a cigarette. City plunged again into the silences of the night. The fog was sinking in on little chapsticks. Then all was peace and quiet again in Post Street. Nothing but the sound of foghorns way out in the bay and the rhythmic throb of the cable car mechanism under the California state income. This time I almost made it, and then... I went over to the window and peered out. The room was on a level with mine in a building just across the alley. I've had occasion to scrutinize said room and its occupant on happier occasions. He was young, red-haired, and also had a nice profile that I had observed in silhouette against the window blind as he did her nightly setting up exercise. Now observed that she had a boyfriend and he seemed to be angry. Not wishing to pry into her affairs, I closed my window. Through the blind, went back to bed. It was stuffy with the window down, but quieter. I actually fell asleep. I dreamed I was home in bed and somebody was knocking on my door. How true. Who is it? Evan? Okay. What?
Please, don't be angry. You have to meet me.
You're in.
Okay. I know this seems peculiar. There's a change of fog in the window.
I'm Mr. Peters.
I'll have to talk across the alley.
Yeah, no.
In the storm, you saw him stuck.
No.
You must have heard.
Heard a lot of stuff break.
So my kidnappers and threw them all over the room, broke them to bits. They both suspected valuable and decided they were present from him.
Now I get it. You came here to tell me all about the collection of skip models. I think that's real neighborly of you, Miss Peters.
Goodbye. Eileen, goodbye.
Yeah, well, it was nice meeting you. Drop in again sometime and I'll show you my collection of top flies.
Don't tell me that. I'm deathly afraid of him. His name's John McKay. He's a merchant seaman. His boat just got into him.
Yeah, but
I've seen you been so many times, I somehow thought I knew you. He's good, I say. I didn't know his name.
that's good, man. If you think you're going to rope me in as a witness for that lover's fraud,
Please, no. It's more than believe. Not really.
why tell me anything?
Okay, I'm sorry. Pardon me for living. You know what's wrong with me. You want to stay alive.
I don't want to be hard-hearted about it, but if you're really afraid of the guy, you ought to go to the cops.
I'll leave you in the right hand.
Sam Badger, no doubt, from the scene. Look, Tom, before you say anything, let me put this straight. You picked the wrong sucker. So you're the guy, huh? You already said you were good looking in a sort of way. Well, I think I'll pick that part of it right now. Hey, wait a minute. Oh, so you're going to make it easy for me? Hey, okay.
What have you done to him?
It'll be all right. Leave your spy. I'll get you. You coming around? Here's Hugo. Hey, Dan, wake up. Come on. Wow. Yeah. What did it mean? Let's go in. Do the job. Get up. Okay, Shepard. Just as you're around. Who? Not that it matters, Danny boy, but who? You'll thank Shepard as this. That's your read. The name's on the door. Spade. It's my spy. Huh? Cover the door here. Her story was she was running away from you and I pulled it, will you? That's what you got for me. I'm sorry, Spade. I've been asleep too long, I guess. The old lady over there told me to go in the tree in the sky yesterday night. Dan will be there sometime. No hard feeling, Spade? Oh, forget it. When you do catch up with that guy, Shepard, watch your left. You're telegraphing. Call back tomorrow. Better yet, don't you? Call back to bar. Have one for me. Listen, I'm okay now. I scooped it up like a shot. I only came back here to phone. Thanks, Frank, will you? When I got back to the ship, there in my cabin. What? Oh, Shepard? Yeah, he's dead. Hit him too hard? I don't think so, but I've got to know. Sure, I just want to tell him I haven't got much money. Then start earning some. This is going to cost you. Hello. Oh, we got the ship. A real fast sleepwalker. Come on, I'll take the board. Give me the rundown. Never took your girl while you were away at sea. You slapped her around a little, broke her toy boat, and sent me out in a bad boat. So you slipped out of like the business in my apartment. Then what? Come on, have the platter. About those ship models. One was missing. Yes, what's funny about it, just where it was. Then kept in the hotel room. The Boston hotel up on Broadway. Jump. I took the address out of that old lady. Never mind that. So you went there, went up to his room, worked him over. But he was alive when I left there, that's clear. Then I had leaks in a lot of different places. I think I was in some other fight. Yeah, there wasn't. I don't know who was what place. There's a lot of blurs. I don't even know where all I went. Then I don't remember anything till I'm in an all-night scenery down here on the Embarcadero and a cab driver holding me up on the stool, pouring coffee into me. Then I came aboard. Come on in my cabin. I'll show you. There are a few bruises and ring marks in the face, but they've been cleaned up and smeared with the filing. I know you're not supposed to touch anything until homicide gets there, Lieutenant, but this one had obviously already been tampered with, so I didn't think you'd mind if I rolled him over just enough to dig at the back of his head. Tiny cut in his scalp near the base of his skull, not more than a quarter of an inch long. It hardly bled. I picked the pocket. His wallet, $38, identification card, Frank R. Shepard, Boston Hotel, San Francisco. And a snapshot of Dory, and he's holding a model Chinese trunk in a pawn center. In his cigar case, cigar. Around his middle, a tuned leather belt with hammered silver buckle. The popular type pickup belt, but something about the buckle didn't quite fit it. The prong of the silver buckle wasn't silver, but was tempered steel. And instead of being pointed, the end was flattened out and ground to a sharp cutting edge. There were two notches on either side of it that didn't look like they'd been put there for decoration. I took the belt off, rolled it up, and put it in my coat pocket. Well, what do you make of it? You touch it? No, why? The man falls forward, not back. The cop would say he would kill someplace else and brought here. Then I'm in the clear. Yeah, and if they form a theory that you brought the body down here to dispose of it, then why didn't I? Maybe you lost your nerve. Maybe you stove it up. How? What killed him? I don't know. Maybe internal injuries, maybe a head injury or both, and that's beating you to him. Maybe just dropped dead, heart attack. That's what the police medical examiner to find out. You mean you're going to call the police? I have to. But I thought you could. I thought you could kill me. Now, wait a minute. You told me yourself you drew a blank. You don't know where you were or what you were doing. What are you going to do? Call the police. Now, wait. Yeah, I told you. I did. You said. Yeah. I say you're taking it pretty well. I had a small thing, a fraction, cubes and circles, nothing worth describing. But after I'd given homicide the rumble and crawled home to my own trundle, I did better. I dreamed I was Wild Bill Hickok, the belt tycoon. I was working on a promotion screen for a new combination belt buckle, toothpick, and murder weapon. And Spade, sleepyhead.
The United States Armed Forces Radio Service is presenting the weekly adventure of Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, Sam Spade.
Nothing. In his garage, Harry Street. Okay, let's make it down. What time? Any sign of dangerous Dan McCrae, that rat, my client?
Now the way. About that girl, Sam. 2 bars, a rehab, Balboa apartment, 100.
Yeah. Go over and take a look at it.
Her apartment now. Never heard of it. Doesn't know anybody. Dan McCrae. And they only went out once tonight. He was looking going to get the battery for a hearing aid. After the last shot.
All right, Dundee. If you want to swallow a pack of lies, all right.
Next to drugstore in Swell Town.
Okay, Dundee. I'll be right over. Hello, Dundee. Good, Sam. Okay, let's do it. Get this in the box. Yeah. It's not even very good problem. You see the fact that I just got out to come over here in response to your untimely call. Will you come in here in this screwbar? He was about 55 years old with a pleasant, motherly face, gold-rimmed bifocals, hearing aid, and snow white hair. Over his shoulder, I could see into the kitchen. Sitting at a table facing away from me was an old man. In front of him on the bench were 3 ship models in various stages of disrepair. Broken masts, rudders, and with a mallet and a tiny chisel, he was gaping a piece of wood. I guessed that it was a broken spar from one of the hulls. Okay. This is the same apartment. Yeah. Same apartment, different people.
My brother and I have lived in this same apartment for nearly 20 years.
He's lying, Dundee. Have you checked the janitor, the building manager, anybody? Yeah, they've been living here since he took the job in 41. We're trying to locate the building manager now. Over New York, he was very in the bay, had a big row with it. Must have a lot of fun. I don't think. They could have cleaned it up. Okay, I drained the whole thing, but those ship models, I didn't drain them. McCrae mentioned them, the girl mentioned them. Bunch of ship models. Here they are on the table in the kitchen. Just put them out there. Come on.
Something about a girl that was sitting here. And the young man said this. He said, yes, somebody making trouble.
Because you're there, you're like a ship model. The story. Could it be the way the girl is forward in the big chair? What's wrong? Her name?
What was this man's name? Who did you say this was? Well, you got trouble.
With all due respect to your age, nuts. I'm getting out of here, Sonny, while I can still remember my own name. I gotta get some sleep. Hey, wake up. Get out of my sight. I didn't know where else to go. You can go to jail. Your judge don't have inner springs, but it's a free flight, and I had to make that break. It would have been a murder at the door. And when your memory came back, that funny feeling had seen that guy got it somewhere before. And just before I plugged you while we were standing there in the companionway, it came back to me. That guy shepherd who came aboard just yesterday when we docked. Flashed the badge on the gangway watch and asked to see the ship stopping. You want to know those ship models for you? Yeah. But don't you see? Manslaughter is one thing, hot killing is another. This ship Governor, what's he look like? Oh, thin, handsome, fine, plain, talks like a king. Max, you can't say. That strip tag shepherd? What building, Max? Anything new in his life here? The time I got to him, it didn't matter. That's an interesting theory, Marcy. I'll see what I can do with it. I sucked Danny boy back into my bed, locked him in, and gumshoed around the block to the Balboa apartment. Just to be mean, I woke up the janitor and checked the station on the old couple in Doreen's apartment. He worked 3 buildings. The sure the old woman was back down a little on the man, which is what I expected. The sure of the floor, but not of the apartment number, didn't know any tenants by name, which goes to show lieutenant what police statements are sometimes worth. I thanked him, stole his passkey, and went upstairs. I didn't expect to find anybody home in Doreen's apartment. I was half right. Then the old carpenter was sitting in his chair, staring straight ahead of him. He looked as though he were in a daze. I walked over to him. Even close up, he didn't look dead. But he was. Body still warm, no visible wound. But he was wearing a tuned leather belt with a hammered silver buckle. The thong of the buckle was tempered steel, and had the same peculiar shape as the one in my pocket, the one I had taken off at Shepard's body. The ship models were gone. What was left of them I found in the fireplace. In the charred remnants of what had once been the hull of a toy Chinese junk, I found something that hadn't burned. It was a small metal cylinder with 2 pins projecting from it on either side about the middle of it. It looked like a miniature lock mechanism, which it was exactly. The key, you guessed it, was the prong of that belt buckle. The cylinder was empty except for a few white grains that looked like sugar. I tasted it. It was not sugar. In the silk jacket, they sent down cul-de-sac. About then, I heard footsteps outside in the hall. I got into the closet, leaving the door cracking up to the out.
Don't sign. I want to see you from Boston. You didn't just put that stuff in me. Don't let him make enough name again. Don't just sit there staring. You just find you have to move. Hey, I'm coming. I don't think you can, Mrs. Robert. Oh, what are you talking about? Son! Quick, son! He's dead! He's dead! Oh, Robert, you gotta go!
Hand it over, Grandma. You won't need it anymore. That's on a test of character. Hand it over.
Come and get it.
Now, look, you don't have your glasses on, and it's 45. It's too heavy for an elderly flight criminal. Now, sit down and keep quiet.
I thought you'd forgotten all about me.
I've been trying to all night. Where were you?
They locked me in a truck in here taking...
Next door?
They were going to take me with them, get rid of me on the boat. After what they did the trunk, they had to get outside.
Shepard. Who was Shepard, honey? It was a federal narcotic case, wasn't it? Good. Now tell me the rest of it.
Well, honestly, I don't know anything about it till about a month ago. I was watching the ship bottles and knocked one off the shelf. It broke and something spilled out. Mrs. Bryant was here to help. She rushed for it and ran out of the room with it. She said she'd take it and get a good dress for me. And when the dress at the time came by while I was sleeping in the white toilet, she was nurse. She tasted it, told me it was soap. I didn't know idea, so I talked to Donnie, but she reported it. And that's when Tom Carey came to see me from the narcotics store.
He told you to play along with him?
The rest of the night, Mrs. Giles was saying, and Shepard told her he was taking the man's place. So, fine, whatever. She believed it because of the belt.
It's the belt?
Yes, that bad thing on the belt. It was really, really cute.
Yeah. It fits in a little lock that releases a little mechanism that makes the false bottom fall out of the little boat. When did you find out that Shepard was a narcotic case?
I didn't. I thought them together so much that I began to think they might never stop. When I found about that sailor, then reckless boy came to me. So I went to Dan and told him I thought his son had taken up the step I thought he was away at sea. And I had to let Dan think the worst because I was trying to teach him. Dan so violent and drunk, he said his case kept me, so I came to you. You were with me, but Dan hit me and I thought we might have him arrested so nobody else would get hurt. But, I guess he was too sleepy at first.
What? Sorry. I must have dropped off. Excuse me. Period. End of report.
Sam.
Yes, Andrew?
Did you do a race that's terrible on Mrs. Earwig?
Brownwood?
Wasn't it John Nixon?
One of her aliases, no doubt. In reply to your previous question, yes.
Who killed Mrs. Pepper's son? No.
But if you'll recall that Sven was shaping a piece of wood with a small chisel and a mallet, the fatal wound, you'll recall.
Oh, and who killed Sven?
Sit down. I'll have a serious talk with you. Over here. Got this in your hand. I think sometimes you've been a detective secretary too long. What's the outlook? Yes, I mean, you jump to conclusion. Everything else is a detective. Exactly, but it simply occurs to you that some people, especially old people, just die quietly, sitting in a chair sometimes in bed in their sleep. Yes. But it could happen at times. That's the excitement of his criminous activity, fear of discovery, his impending flight was too much for his heart. On the other hand, it might have just been old age. The point is, Effie, it does happen. Never in detective stories, only in real life. Well, I guess that's all. Good night. Nevertheless, I'm going home to bed. Good night, Steve. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.